It's not even enough to make me feel interested in fighting back. Huangjin grew even angrier, rushing in to throw a flurry of punches at Ye Wu's head. Kiddo, let's see if you dare to look down on me again. Each of his punches cracked the ground beneath them. From a distance, Xiaochen observed and commented, even from this far away, I can still feel the tremendous power of Huangjin. Truly a reputation that precedes him. But what about this kiddo Ye Wu? He's getting punched repeatedly and isn't harmed at all. His level of endurance surpasses human comprehension. Could this be the special ability of his bald head? He looked at his empty wine bottle, shaking his head in dismay. Such a great play, yet there's no good wine in hand. What a pity, truly a pity. After a moment, Huangjin stepped back, beads of sweat on his face. He angrily cursed, damn it. I've punched you until my hands are smoking, yet you haven't moved an inch? What kind of monster are you? He sighed and lightly replied, Haze, as you can see, I'm just a bald guy. Huangjin's face darkened, clenching his fists and grinding his teeth. You're really impressive. I used all my strength to hit you and only took away 5% of your health. When it comes to physical strength, there's likely no one in this world stronger than you. So that's it. You must have been like me back then. Because you couldn't find an opponent, you've fallen into endless loneliness and succumbed to this state. Is this what they call the solitude of champions? Hearing this, he immediately pointed at his bald head and strongly denied, no. No, no. I fell into self-blame and heavy depression just because I lost my hair. It has nothing to do with the solitude of champions or aging. He was astonished, staring wide-eyed and asking, what? You practice martial arts and let something as trivial as losing your hair destroy your spirit? Clearly, you possess terrifying physical strength. Why is your inner self weaker than glass? Ye Wu pointed at Huangjin, his voice full of contempt. How could someone with thick hair like you understand the pain of a bald person? What makes me depressed is not the external flaw, but the regret of having neglected to cultivate my hair. Ye Wu's words left Huangjin speechless, unable to retort, fine. If you no longer care, then let me use my strongest form to erase you from this world. With that, Huangjin transformed into his battle form. His body was clad in thick armor, exuding a terrifying power. Xiaochen was stunned, hey. Has Huangjin only been using the basic state to fight until now? Now that he's donned his armor and equipment, his power has surged like this. Can Ye Wu withstand it? If things take a turn for the worse, should I intervene? With a raging momentum, Huangjin charged toward Ye Wu. This armor has been around for decades, and today is the first time I get to wear it. The second round began. Huangjin delivered a powerful punch to Ye Wu, causing him to spit blood. The pain felt like a volcano erupting. Behind Ye Wu, the space looked like a glass pane cracking. Xiaochen shouted in horror, a rift in space. Huangjin's punch is powerful enough to create a crack in space. His hands. Could they be wide-area divine-grade weapons? Without stopping, Huangjin continued to punch Ye Wu, sending him flying through the rift in space. It's not over yet. I'm giving you a trip to the paradise of space. He fell into a strange space. Where is this? I was struck by a punch into the crack of space. His body ached, causing him to exclaim, so this is a parallel world? It hurts so much, my body feels like it's being tortured. As soon as he hit the ground, the familiar voice of the old man echoed again, are you still alive? My skills can create a random parallel space, but if you want to force your way in, you will be erased by some special laws of power. The old man clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I originally intended to use this mechanism to kill you, but your body's toughness managed to withstand that force, and you even survived. This is the first time I have seen someone like you. It really excites me. Ye Wu stood up abruptly, blood still at 80%, it hurts so much. He darkened his face, muttering, how long has it been? How long has it been since I felt this pain? This pain surpasses even psychological wounds, making me temporarily forget my suffering. In an instant, he emitted a mysterious dark aura. Come on, keep going. Let me feel a little more pain. The old man, noticing Ye Wu's strange demeanor, could not help but ask, what nonsense are you talking about? Ye Wu's eyes shone brightly, his expression serious, without a hint of jest, you will die. Huangjin, from a distance, gathered all his energy. Finally, the old man decided to take action. Now, let's see just how strong your abilities have reached aside from your outstanding physical toughness. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch that sent the old man flying into the air. Blood spurted out as the man swayed in midair. Ye Wu glided up, closing in on him from above. A storm of punches rained down in the sky. On the ground, Xiaoqin felt a wave of terrifying pressure. This kid Ye Wu is planning to beat Huangjin to death in midair, Xiaoqin thought to himself. With his superhuman body strength combined with incredible speed and power, Ye Wu seemed to belong to a different world than them. He toyed with the old man as if he were a plaything and sneered, "Why? You think you can hurt me with this level of skill? Use all your strength. If not, I really will kill you." Upon finishing his words, Ye Wu threw Huangjin hard to the ground. The earth shattered, and dust filled the air. Despite being covered in injuries, Huangjin stood up from the ruins with an overwhelming aura. He growled, "It's been so many years since I've felt the fear brought by such a disparity in strength. But that's what makes it interesting. Ye Wu, I owe you my gratitude. Thanks to you, I now have the opportunity to face the fear of death once again. And because of you, I will grow stronger." Ye Wu looked at him coldly. "What does becoming stronger even mean?" "It holds no value for me." "It may not mean anything to you, but for me, power is everything." Huangjin roared. In an instant, he had completely recovered, his body reaching its peak state. His eyes shone with intensity. "I've never drunk blood in a battle, but today I will make an exception for you. Now, let's fight to our heart's content." The two sides had no idea how many rounds they had fought. Everything they swept across was shattered. Both of them struck their opponents at the same time. Xiaoqin felt a bit worried. Even though Ye Wu still had an absolute advantage, Huangjin was gradually catching up to Ye Wu's speed. Even in the face of being overwhelmed, Huangjin continued to grow. It seemed like he had no limits. Is this still a human? No way. Rather than saying Huangjin was growing, it would be more accurate to say that Ye Wu's state was changing. Huangjin also noticed something unusual. He asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are your speed and strength weakening? You're still so young, and yet your endurance is worse than this old man?" Ha ha. Ye Wu did not respond, but in his mind, warning signals kept ringing. Warning. Warning. In Ye Wu's subconscious, the account immortal bald head emperor Wu seemed to be choking him. The side effects of the power from this account were deepening over time. Continued use of this account could corrode the owner's consciousness. Should it be disconnected? Ye Wu was in utter confusion. How can this be? Is this the risk of using such a powerful account? The feeling of suffocation grew clearer by the moment. He knew that if he left his current state now, Huangjin would immediately kill him. "I can't switch back. I must hold on a bit longer. I will use my ultimate skill to decide victory or defeat." Outside, he continuously swung his fists at me. With a joyful expression, he said, "Indeed, all those years of sealing have not been in vain. Finally getting to enjoy a good beating right after coming out. These hands have been restrained for so long, now they can finally be satisfied." With the final blow, he struck me down to the ground using both hands. Laughing heartily, he continued, "So, how is it? The pain you anticipated is what I've brought to you. Has your depression been cured yet?" My blood had dropped to 60%, but within, my fighting spirit burned fiercely. My mouth kept mumbling, "Not enough, absolutely not enough." Then, I let out a faint smile. "I have completely lost any interest." Hearing this, he roared in anger, "What? You dared to look down on me?" Without saying more, he immediately charged downward. "Don't underestimate my will. This isn't over yet." Before his words could conclude, a colossal fist rushed straight toward him. Taken by surprise and unable to react, he took the punch directly. The collision caused such a massive explosion that even Xiaoqian, standing at a distance, felt the shockwave. He exclaimed, "Incredible! This guy's final move is truly too powerful." As the explosion subsided, Huangjin lay in a deep pit, his body mangled. He coughed a few times and then weakly laughed, "Indeed, I still can't defeat you. But dying at the hands of a strong man like you, I have no regrets. Come on, finish it, give me one last blow. Seeing Ye Hao still standing motionless, the old man felt a bit angry and shouted, "What's wrong? Why aren't you making a move? Do you pity me or something?" He had no idea that deep inside Ye Hao's subconscious, he was in immense pain. He thought to himself, "It's over. My body has been completely corroded, I can't move anymore. Even my consciousness is about to fade away." The system continuously sounded alarms, warning. Warning! The host's body has been corroded 95%. Control over the system has been lost. Huangjin struggled to stand up, filled with bitterness. He told himself, if I'm not as skilled as others, I must admit defeat, but to tell me to die without fighting to the end is unacceptable. I don't need anyone's pity. Looking at Ye Hao, the old man gritted his teeth and said, "Do you dare to underestimate me? If so, I have no choice but to fight to the death." Huangjin decided to activate his final skill. He shouted, "Magic Crystal, Frenzied Transformation." This skill would consume all of his levels and cultivation to exchange for power beyond his limits. In an instant, his body transformed into a gigantic monster. With all his strength, he launched a tremendous punch aimed straight at Ye Hao. "Receive my final blow, Ye Hao." This punch would not only affect Ye Hao but also the account parasitizing his body. The account immortal bald head Emperor Wu suffered severe damage, yet it continued to recover as usual. In the moment of his remaining consciousness, Ye Hao regained control over the system. He immediately ordered, "Sever the account link now." Huangjin had just restored his original appearance when he collapsed to the ground, unconscious and breathless. The old man was emaciated, trembling uncontrollably, yet still smiled. His level had dropped to only 40 kg. Seeing both sides suffering, Xiaochen sighed, "Is the final outcome that both are injured? Haze, living is the most important thing. Fortunately, I'm not the type of person who likes to take risks." At that moment, he noticed the convoy that had just arrived. Looking at the insignia on the vehicle, Xiaochen muttered, "Why has it taken so long? Ah, right, this insignia is from Huang Zheng Group's accomplices." A group of people stepped out of the vehicle, led by Ling Yuan. She spoke bluntly, without beating around the bush, "Don't block my way, old man. Our only target is Ye Hao. You don't need to risk your life to protect him. Just name your price." That proposal made Xiaochen respond proudly, "You want to buy me off with money? My price has always been very steep. Can you afford it?" Ling Yuan only laughed upon hearing this. "Although Huang Zheng Group is no more, I have long since seized power. My personal assets have not been significantly affected. Just name your price, whether it's 1 billion or whatever, I can pay it." He looked at Ye Hao lying unconscious and couldn't help but wonder, is his life really worth that much money? Or does she have a deep-seated grudge against him to spend money like this? Ling Yuan nodded, her voice cold. "If it weren't for him causing trouble, I wouldn't have fallen into this predicament. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to find peace." Ling Yuan's loyal subordinates immediately replied, "Boss, he's just a second-rate trash, why discuss money with him? Just kill him, and it's done." "That's right, I hate those who lack ability yet pretend otherwise. Indeed, they won't shed tears until they see the coffin." At that moment, Xiaochen appeared. He used his skill to split the building behind the group, leaving everyone in shock. "I advise you to give up on the idea of robbing. Let me think it over first and then we can continue," he said calmly, then paused for a moment, his cold eyes sweeping over everyone. "Of course, if you really want to make a move, I am also more than willing to play along." The group of subordinates, suddenly terrified, hurriedly apologized. We were reckless. Please reconsider." However, while Xiaochen pretended not to notice, one of the individuals nearby leaned in and whispered to Ling Yuan, "This person is unfathomable, it's best not to have a direct conflict with him." Ling Yuan agreed. Money seemed to have some effect on Xiaochen, as he didn't immediately refuse. But she smiled coldly, her eyes flashing with determination. "The price I offer, no one can refuse." Though the two were discussing matters, Xiaochen interjected, "Recently, I really have been a bit cash-strapped. If I had this sum of money, fine wine and beautiful women would no longer be a concern." He smiled confidently and concluded, 1 billion is the deal, you can take it. The subordinates were astonished, whispering among themselves, is he really asking for 1 billion? Ling Yuan pondered for a moment. This time, the manpower used to locate Huang Zhen has cost a lot. 1 billion is indeed quite expensive, but to eliminate the greatest threat, this amount must still be spent. After careful consideration, she nodded, I keep my promises, if it's 1 billion, then it's 1 billion. Upon receiving the money, Xiao Chen's attitude changed immediately. He smiled ingratiatingly, thank you, boss. You are indeed generous. Everything went smoothly. Ling Yuan ordered, go and capture the target immediately. But just as she turned around, Xiao Chen blocked her with his sword. He coldly said, wait a moment. She couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? You take my money and now you want to backtrack? Xiao Chen shook his head, pointed his sword in another direction and said, do you misunderstand something? I am not saying for you to take Ye Wu. I want you to take Huang Zhen. Isn't he the founder of your Huang Zhen group? 1 billion is already a discounted price for you. Being deceived like this made him furious. What? This old skeleton is Huang Zhen? I didn't recognize him at all just now. How did he end up like this? We thought he had beaten Ye Wu and then left. Who would have thought the leader was him? Ling Yuan calmed down a bit, approached to observe the corpse, and remarked, even you lost to Ye Wu? The current situation of Huang Zhen group is also due to your neglect. You have no value left now, so whether you live or die, I don't want to care. His teeth clenched as he recalled the dark memories of years past. Moreover, he accidentally abandoned my mother and me when I was just a newborn. In the end, that caused my mother to work herself to illness and leave this world early. When my mother and I were suffering, where were you? If it weren't for wanting to kill Ye Wu, how could I have gone through the trouble of begging a person like you? The revelation of his identity made Ye Wu, who was unconscious, exclaim, Huang Zhen is your father. This is truly surprising. Although he abandoned his family and children and is not a good person, using him and then discarding him is cruel enough. Ling Yuan shouted, what do people like you with parents know? Do you know how much effort I put in to climb to this position, how much torment I endured? Yet everything I painstakingly obtained was destroyed overnight. It's all because of you, Ye Wu. Unable to hold back any longer, she grabbed her sword and charged forward. Ye Wu, you must die. I will definitely kill you. The wave of hatred clouding her reason made Xiao Chen only shake his head. Who said that the main character must lose all their parents? Unfortunately, this girl has chosen the wrong path, and cannot turn back anymore, he thought to himself. Suddenly, Yin Huan appeared from nowhere, stabbing her right in the chest and saying, you should die instead. Witnessing the one he loved being ambushed, he furiously rushed forward, dare to touch Ling Yuan. I will kill you. However, before he could attack, he was knocked away by the opponent's sword. Jia Wangchuan stepped out from the mist, coldly advising, stand down, Ling Yuan cannot be saved anymore. Give it up, I can spare your life. He questioned Jia Wangchuan, why are you here? How could your level increase so rapidly in such a short time? Wan Hao replied disdainfully, although our levels have increased thanks to special training, is this really the time for you to care about that? Mocking laughter came from Leia, honestly, I don't want to remember those days of special training. It was too terrifying. Li Xing responded thoughtfully, if I don't go to hell, who will? But compared to the hellish training of the captain, I find hell itself more bearable. Nearby, Dan Lu couldn't take it anymore and spoke up, hey, why are you all so chatty? Is this really the time to be saying these things? You've completely ruined the atmosphere. Meeting these people made Ling Yuan spit blood. She said, Emote Song team, why are you here? The next powerful figure to appear made her cough up even more blood. She struggled to look at that person and asked, Emoko and I, you also appeared in this desolate place? Emoko and I replied with a faint smile, is it strange? Ye Wu is a major shareholder of Han Mo Group. Protecting his life is also the duty of the Emote Song team. After Huang Zhen was annihilated, Ling Yuan could have walked away. But instead, she chose the path of revenge against Ye Wu. From the moment she made that choice, she stepped onto a dead-end road. You have provoked someone you shouldn't have. Before dying, people often say a few final words, and Ling Yuan was no exception. She smiled, her voice full of defiance. How ridiculous. I, Ling Yuan, have never regretted my decision. The only thing I regret is being too weak, lacking the talent of others. If heaven is willing to give me a chance, I would still choose revenge. I must make Ye Wu die. Before her words finished, Yin Huan's sword had pierced through her body. Yin Huan coldly said, "You no longer have a chance." One person in the group shouted Ling Yuan's name. Upon seeing his teammate perish, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken, preparing to rush forward for revenge. But Jia Wangchuan blocked him, his voice stern. "Stay still. Don't move. There's no need to lose your life for this wicked woman. You only have a normal master-servant relationship with her. She's dead now, and this relationship is over." He was heartbroken to the point of ignoring the words spoken, grasping the sword and rushing towards Yin Huan with the intention of killing her, accompanied by the shout, "Do you really think that our relationship is just a normal master-servant one? I will do anything for her. Even if she is a wicked woman, I will never abandon her." Jia Wangchuan was taken aback, his gaze complex as he looked at his opponent. It seems that even someone as strong as I am has things that are beyond understanding. Soon after, his life came to an end on the edge of the sword. Ultimately, the remnants of battle were obliterated. However, in Jia Wangchuan's heart, there lingered something as his eyes turned towards Yin Huan. Why does she make me unable to comprehend? Meanwhile, Yin Huan gently asked, her voice warm yet tinged with worry, "Ye Wu, are you okay?" Ye Wu smiled wearily, but his eyes were full of appreciation. "With both of you by my side, I've been favored by the girls like this. I must have worked hard. Well, let's go home." He leaned against her shoulder and nodded slightly. "Yes, let's go home." Suddenly, the glaring sunlight shone in, causing Ye Wu to awaken. His head throbbed, and memories flooded back. He recalled clearly that he had suddenly lost consciousness. Now, Ye Wu realized he was in the first safe zone, the headquarters of the Hanwu Corporation. He murmured softly, "So I have returned to a safe place. But where is Yin Huan? Could it be that she has been by my side caring for me all this time? I wonder how long I have been asleep." His body screamed in exhaustion. The battles fought recently, although victorious, came at a steep price. He knew that from now on, he could no longer continue to fight alone like this. Ye Wu gently got out of bed and covered Yin Huan with a blanket. But she suddenly woke up. Seeing the person in front of her was healthy again, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Ye Wu, you're awake? Quickly lie down. You were so weak before, you need to rest well." He shook his head, smiling in refusal. "Actually, I've rested enough already. There's no need to worry." Hearing this, Yin Huan scolded, "How can you say that? Just before, you suddenly fainted while walking, and then slept for 3 days. Do you know how worried I and the young lady were?" She sighed softly, her gaze heavy with self-blame. "If I had gone with you to the wilderness earlier, it would have been better. Even if my strength is not as good as yours, at least I could have shared some of the pressure with you." But compared to my indecisiveness, the young lady immediately mobilized all the main forces of the corporation as soon as she heard the news to provide assistance to you in the wilderness. She paused, her voice growing softer. "Compared to the young lady's bravery, I really—" Ye Wu interrupted, "This is entirely my own doing. It has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself anymore. Although the process had many difficulties, the outcome was still good. At least, I returned safely. Don't worry." Hearing him say that, Yin Huan felt somewhat relieved. Seeing you recovered, I'm reassured now." The morning sunlight streamed through the window, capturing Ye Wu's gaze. He sighed, "It's been a long time since I'd been able to enjoy this peaceful sunlight." Suddenly recalling something, he turned to ask, "By the way, do you know where the uncle who used to be with me is now?" She asked again, "That person?" "He disappeared after returning to the safe zone with us." Yin Huan continued, "But there has been feedback that a famous man has appeared in a high-end nightclub in Zone 1. It must be him." In the nightclub, Xiaochen laughed happily. "The liquor in the safe zone is really good, and the beauties are even more beautiful." Hearing that, Ye Wu couldn't help but think, where did this guy get so much money to spend? With his style, he must have swindled a considerable amount from Ling Yuan. He suddenly asked, What about Oldly, the pharmacist from Huangjiang? How is he doing now? Yin Huan replied, we found him in Ling Yuan's convoy. Although he was seriously injured, he insisted he was your spy in Huangjiang. The young lady took him back for treatment, so he should be fine. Yi Wu suddenly remembered something and asked, you mean Huangjun? How is he now? I remember he wasn't dead yet. Yin Huan answered, initially, the young lady intended to leave him out in the wilderness. But just before you fell into a coma, you said something about wanting to save Huangjun. Although it's unclear what you wanted to do, the young lady still brought him back. However, his injuries were too severe. Despite using the most advanced treatment equipment and medicines, we are unable to stop his life force from dwindling. He probably won't last much longer. After hearing this, Yi Wu said, take me to see him. When Yi Wu arrived at the clinic, he couldn't help but be startled and exclaimed, does a dying person really need so many people to watch over him? Yin Huan followed behind and explained, this is the wish of the young lady. After all, the person in question is the legendary Huangjun. Even if he only has one last breath left, we should not take any chances. I will wait for you outside, I won't go in. Observing the man who was barely alive on the hospital bed, Yi Wu mocked, is this the result you pursued all your life, Huangjun? Perhaps it would have been better for you to die in the wild than to end up like this. But because of that final strike, you expended all your cultivation and instead saved me. Perhaps that is why I subconsciously want to save you. With all due respect, Yi Wu gently lifted Huangjun's hand and said, at the very least, I will let you leave with dignity. Huangjun unexpectedly replied, I abandoned my wife and children, committed evil all my life, and never thought I would leave in dignity. With the last bit of life he had, he poured out his wishes, to be able to fight to the death with a strong man like you is what I'd pursued my whole life. This is also the greatest favor that heaven has granted me. With this battle, I am content. Then, he handed Yi Wu a key and instructed, take this. It is the accumulation of my entire life. Although it is not wealth, it is more useful than money. You are still young, and your future has boundless possibilities. This will help you. He observed the item in his hand and asked again, are you sure you want to give this to me? I am the one who killed your 2 sons, destroying the fortune you built by yourself. Until now, he had always been an honest man, so when he received the question from him, he could only laugh and reply, these worldly notions are nothing but illusions to me, whether cold-blooded or indifferent, it matters not. I am solely devoted to pursuing a life born out of my fight. You have provided me with a wonderfully engaging battle. Had I not met you, I might have lived my life in loneliness and regrets. So, before he could finish his sentence, he had already left. Yi Wu also walked away with a series of thoughts, although he is a wicked man, compared to devious and malicious scoundrels, at least he acts straightforwardly and remains steadfast in his goals. Thus, he said his final words to Huangjun, I will remember you. Huangjun, outside Jie Wangchuan's hospital room, announced, Yi Wu, there will be a colleague meeting for the corporation next, so I came to inform you to attend. He nodded, alright, Captain Yin Huan Huangjun has died, tell someone to handle the aftermath. Jie Wangchuan looked after his departing figure, unable to contain his envy. Not only did he defeat Wu Ji, but even Huangjun at level 240 has also fallen to him? His rate of growth has far exceeded my expectations. I initially thought that after going through this special training, I could keep up with him, but unexpectedly, I have been left far behind. He furrowed his brow, wondering what he should do to catch up to him. Aivis spoke up, warning, Master, behind you are chaotic emotions, there is anger, jealousy, resentment, as well as admiration and affection. I don't understand what this person is thinking. Yi Wu simply disregarded it and thought, he is exactly such a person, seemingly complex, but in reality, he is a very simple person, just like Huangjun. After a period of movement, he finally arrived at the meeting room. Before getting into the main topic, Yi Wu stood up and offered an apology. This incident in Kaigo City was originally my personal grudge. In the end, I had to use the power of the corporation. For this, I would like to express my apologies. Emoko and I immediately interjected, what are you talking about, Yi Wu? You are a shareholder of Han Mo Corporation. This petty matter does not need to be taken to heart. The existence of Wu Ji has long been a thorn in our side. This time, you have uprooted him. This is a great achievement. The corporation has yet to thank you enough. Mo Long quickly added, Wu Ji had previously obstructed our transactions with the major regions. From now on, this source of interference will vanish, trade between the major regions will be smoother, and it will bring great benefits to the development of the corporation. This is all thanks to you, Yi Wu. Then he implemented his plan. Our Han Mo group will rebuild the second southwest safe zone at the old site of Kaigo City. This will be a satellite zone of the southwest safe zone. We will continue to leverage the geographical advantages of this area. He slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Yi Wu. I fully entrust you with the management. Yi Wu was taken aback. You're entrusting this to me? Mo Long nodded. That's right. The primary reason for convening today's council meeting is to announce this matter. This is a significant initiative with historical breakthrough significance, so I cannot decide it alone. Now, everyone, let's begin the vote. After he finished speaking, the other council members began to discuss. One person spoke up. Indeed, it has never been the case to expand territory beyond the safe zones. Until now, everyone has thought that defending a territory to survive is the ultimate goal. Another added, but if we successfully build the second safe zone and restore trade, it would indeed be very beneficial. Someone else interjected, unable to hide their skepticism, but after all, Yi Wu is still so young. Before he could finish his sentence, the council interrupted, so what if he's young? Heroes emerge from youth. If it weren't for Yi Wu, we wouldn't even have this opportunity. Expanding territory? Just hearing that gets my blood boiling. The debate gradually came to a conclusion with the unanimous vote of Emoko and I raised both hands in agreement. Before you even had a chance to raise your own hands, I had already raised both my hands and both my feet in approval. The manager nodded in agreement. Very good. The entire assembly has voted in favor. Receiving the trust from everyone made Yi Wu feel a sense of achievement. He stood up and spoke, thank you for everyone's support. Expanding territory beyond the safe zone is a monumental task. This is not only about breaking with history but also demonstrating the foresight and ambition of our chairman. If we have decided to take this step, why not take an even bigger step? Yi Wu outlined the detailed plan. I propose to link the southwestern safe zone and Area 2 together. We will use the watchtowers to delineate the boundaries over a broader range. At the same time, we will eliminate all beasts within this area and bring as many wild settlers in as possible, providing them with a safe haven. Finally, we will transform the wilderness between the two safe zones into an ultra-large area with a greater scope and scale. He further emphasized, if we proceed this way, we can concentrate all the resources from both the wilderness and the southwest. This will promote rapid development for the ultra-safe zone. In the end, this area could be on par with the large eastern zone. The board of directors was stunned after hearing this. One person exclaimed, Yi Wu, are you serious? Lai Jiaxi said seriously, building a super safe zone, this is truly a large-scale project that has never been heard of before. We had originally intended to use the old Kaigo City as a satellite for the safe zone. But Yi Wu's plan is to incorporate the entire wilderness area into the project. Pang Hua, upon hearing this, offered his opinion. It cannot be denied that this plan is very daring but also very appealing. However, if we want to implement it, the level of difficulty will undoubtedly be significant. Emoko and I, filled with doubts, looked at him and asked, if you are making such a bold hypothesis, I have a few points of concern that I hope you can address. He pondered for a moment before responding. First of all, let's put aside the construction of Kaigo City. To establish the super safe zone as you mentioned, a large-scale renovation of the wilderness area must first be carried out. Among these, the most crucial aspect is to build a transportation system and absolutely safe information stations between the two city areas. First is the issue of transporting goods. Secondly, ensuring communication networks and aerial systems are in place. Additionally, arrangements must be made for the residents of the wilderness and to clear out the beasts in this area. Considering the vast size of the wilderness, a preliminary estimate of the maintenance costs would have to reach a staggering figure of around 18 million. Yi Wu listened quietly, his gaze unwavering. On the screen, the number 800 billion immediately appeared. Everyone was startled and exclaimed, 800 billion. The Southwest Safe Zone has taken hundreds of years to build, and it doesn't even reach 200 billion. Another shareholder said, "This is an astronomical figure. Even if Han Mo goes bankrupt, we cannot achieve this." Emoko and I explained calmly, "This is only the expenditure in terms of costs. The most difficult challenge is dealing with the monsters and the wild dungeon. Even if we exhaust all our efforts to eliminate all the monsters in the area, we will still face even greater challenges. How can we deal with the newly emerging monsters from the spacetime rifts? The areas of fog that appear randomly are also a serious problem." He paused for a moment and then continued, "The super safe zone I just mentioned is not only vast but also increases the difficulty of the plan. However, this is not all. We need to discuss the issue of our relationship with the large area to the east. Currently, we maintain a neutral relationship with them. Occasionally, there are business collaborations, but overall, we are still at a disadvantage because the opponent's strength is much greater than ours." Emoko and I pondered, "Once we begin constructing the super safe zone, we will certainly attract their attention. A clash between the large areas will then be hard to avoid. Therefore, everyone needs to think carefully about whether or not to carry out this plan." After raising the issue with Yi Wu, Emoko and I added, "These are the 3 issues I want to address. I do not oppose your idea, but if you really want to build a super safe zone, you cannot avoid facing these problems. We need to think carefully." Yi Wu smiled and replied, "Of course, the issues you raised are very practical and need to be addressed. Does anyone else have any opinions? Please feel free to voice them, and I will answer all." As soon as he finished speaking, Emoko and I praised, "Yi Wu's idea is indeed bold, but I trust his judgment. I fully support this plan." Lai Jiaxi said seriously, "This idea may seem dreamy at first glance, but if it was proposed by Yi Wu, I am sure he has feasible calculations that we have not considered." Manhwa nodded in agreement, "That's right, it is precisely because of Yi Wu's presence that I feel things that seem too difficult suddenly become feasible." Not only Manhwa but even Mo Long spoke up, "Yi Wu, then please elaborate on your specific plans." Yi Wu, with a determined expression, replied, "Doubt or fear arises from the unknown. Wilderness is the same. Although we have had some understanding of the wilderness over the past few hundred years, that knowledge is still very limited and not comprehensive. However, there are those who dare to try, and I believe we can do it." Yi Wu pointed to the screen and said, "With this map, we can choose a safe route, steering clear of the beast-infested areas, to create a bridge between the 2 major cities. Around the bridge, we will build transportation routes and information stations, then gradually expand the area while eliminating the beasts. During this process, we will also control the dungeons along the way. This issue is actually not too difficult to resolve." He continued, "The wilderness always symbolizes the unknown and full of dangers, but at the same time, it also contains vast resources that have yet to be explored. We can leverage these resources as a springboard for development." Hearing this, Lai Jiaxi was somewhat skeptical and asked, "How detailed is this wilderness map? I find its information even richer than the top-secret maps our corporation has drawn." Emoko and I added, "Indeed. It seems, Yi Wu, you have prepared very thoroughly." However, Manhwa still had doubts. He shook his head and said, "So many resources that have never been discovered until now. Such a waste of heaven's gifts. But, Yi Wu, is this map trustworthy?" Seeing that everyone was still not fully convinced, Yi Wu plainly explained, "Of course, it is trustworthy. This map comes from the legendary wilderness hunter Mu Wei." Upon hearing this name, the entire meeting room was stunned. Mo Long, who had not heard Mu Wei's name for a long time, could not hide his excitement. "It truly has been a long time since I heard this name. But if it is his masterpiece, then it is surely accurate. With the help of this map, building a super safe zone will be many times more effective." After a long hesitation, he continued, "But surely you are well aware of the value of this map. You could easily keep it for your own use. Why are you willing to share it with us?" Yi Wu, presenting himself as a leader, calmly laid out his perspective. "If it were me before, I might have hesitated. But after going through a series of events this time, facing many formidable opponents one after another, I realized that the strength of an individual is still limited. Especially when facing great dangers like the blood tide, it is necessary to rely on a collective with similar strength." At this moment, he smiled happily and replied, good for the saying move forward together, retreat together, live together, die together. Without Ye Wu's help, my Han Mo group would have collapsed long ago in Huang Zheng's conspiracy. Now that you present such a sincere and appealing proposal, how could I not be tempted? Immediately, Emoko and I continued to question Ye Wu. So how do you plan to deal with the newly emerged beast hordes and the random fog zones? And how can you avoid conflicts with other major territories? Ye Wu responded, the newly emerged beast hordes from the spatial rifts and the random fog zones both stem from the distortions in spatial oscillation. Lai Jiaxi and I will create an observational testing field that can provide advance warnings. He continued, as for the issue of conflict between the major regions, that is completely unavoidable. I believe everyone is aware of what happened in Kaigo City. Because of me, the eastern region has likely targeted us from the very beginning. But regardless of whether it is cooperation, neutrality, or enmity, that cannot hinder our determination to develop. We just need to start out more humbly. He nodded in agreement with Ye Wu's opinion. That's right, the relationships between the major regions are all based on interests. If interests conflict, turning against each other is just a matter of time. Therefore, to survive, we cannot rely on the charity of others. There is no such thing as a risk-free endeavor. If we want to survive and develop, we must be aware of facing new problems. Without experiencing pain, one cannot grow. After that, Mo Zunlong declared, I, as the deputy president of Han Mo Corporation, will fully support Ye Wu's plan. Even if we have to exhaust all our resources, we must successfully build the super safe zone and gain everyone's support. Mo Long partnered with Ye Wu and continued, whether it is in manpower or financial resources, the company will dedicate all its strength to support you. You can proceed according to your ideas. The entire Han Mo Corporation will be your strongest backing. Ye Wu responded to that sincerity, promising, rest assured, I will definitely not let everyone down. Jia Wangchuan's gaze from a distance looked at them, filled with admiration. Ye Wu's words not only show his determination but also highlight the vast distance between him and me. If I don't quickly become stronger, I won't be able to become a force that helps him. But how can I catch up to him? Emoko and I folded her arms, looked at Moko and I, and asked, this time, Ye Wu truly treats our Han Mo like home. So when will you become one of his family? Hearing this, Emoko and I blushed and awkwardly replied, you. What are you talking about? Seeing that, Emoko and I laughed, look at your expression. A grown girl can't hold back anymore. On the rooftop, Ye Wu approached the balcony, looked at Xiaochun, and asked, have you been having fun these past few days, uncle? Xiaochun laughed heartily in response, of course. The beauties in this safe zone are top-notch, and the good wine is even sweeter, making it enchanting. He continued, his tone filled with excitement, thanks to you, I've made a fortune. It feels like I could retire now. Ye Wu smiled faintly, as long as you're happy, uncle. Next, come with me to a place. The space gate opened. Xiaochun agreed but still asked in confusion, alright, where to? Ye Wu replied nonchalantly, of course, it's back home. Light appeared as Ye Wu continued, back home. Xiaochun stepped out, unable to help but exclaim, oh my god, kid, you really? In front of the two of them was a welcoming scene that had been prepared in advance. Receiving a warm welcome, Ye Wu beamed, replying, everyone, I'm back. Ye Wu's father joyfully said, son, you are back. Yi Yanfei walked over to her brother and gently called, brother. Nana quickly ran after them, her face beaming, master. Master. Nana has been waiting for you for so long. Ye Wu looked at everyone and softly asked, have you all been doing well these past 2 days? The time before really made you all suffer a lot. Shishi stepped up, wrapping an arm around Ye Wu, and said with a smile, Ye Wu, your safe return is the most important thing. Welcome back. Ye Wu nodded gently, yeah, I'm fine. Ye Wu's father and mother stood by, watching the scene, secretly thinking, could it be that during our absence, these two kids experienced something good? At that moment, a robotic maid approached, carefully handing Ye Wu a chip and said, Master, I have followed your instructions and completed the construction of the base. Please confirm. Ye Wu took it, smiling as he said, everyone has worked hard. He looked at the imposing, magnificent base in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim, finally, it's finished. Now I have my own home. AI disappeared, beginning to introduce the overall situation of the base. AI said, "Yes, master. The overall situation of the stronghold is as follows: the central area is the heart of the stronghold, and only the master has the authority to enter and exit. Other functional areas are divided into zones, including the living area, entertainment area, ecological planting area, and weapon manufacturing area. The outermost circle consists of a large number of defense units. The master can renovate or update at any time. All areas are assigned patrol and defense personnel, ensuring safety. One could say that whatever you want, it's all there. The entire stronghold is covered by a gigantic shield." Ye Wu enthusiastically praised, "Great, great. The functions are very complete." He then turned to father and mother, asking, "Father, mother, are you familiar with this?" His father replied, "Familiar, of course. Compared to the high-level living quarters of Han Mo, this place is even better." Ye Wu laughed, "Ha." Yi Yunfei also contributed, "Although we have only been here for a short time, we can escape the oppression of the apocalyptic era. Our meals are abundant, and there are even entertainment devices. The baby beetles are also very nice to us. Compared to the outside, this place feels like a paradise. It's hard to imagine that just a few months ago, we had to fight in that dungeon." Yi Wu patted Yunfei's head and said, "As long as everyone is happy, that's enough. Your hard work can be considered worthwhile." She replied, "Yeah, it's thanks to you." Baby Beetle flew over and exclaimed, "Yi Wu, you're back." Yi Wu smiled, "It's been a long time, Baby Beetle." He asked, "So, has the construction of the base caused any negative impact on your production? For example, has it harmed world culture or affected ecological balance?" Baby Beetle took out a remote control and said, "Don't worry, this base is like blending into this world. It helps humans and the insect race, two species with different civilizations and technologies, unite with each other. It's amazing, just take a look." After saying that, Baby Beetle pressed a button on the remote control. In front of them appeared images of Nana, Yi Yunfei, and Baby Beetle watching cartoons together. Yi Wu asked, "This is a recording from before, right?" The baby beetles seemed to enjoy it. Next came images of Yi Wu's mother and others harvesting fruits. Aivis explained, "They have applied the most advanced techniques brought by Yi Wu and Mr. Lai Jiaxi. As a result, the time for harvesting agricultural products has significantly increased, and the yield has also grown remarkably." When Yi Wu saw his father working with Nana on something, he exclaimed, "This place must definitely be a mechanical crafting hub. Father, it turns out you really like this place the most." Hearing this, his father smiled happily, "Ha, you still remember this little hobby of mine? Researching mechanics is really interesting, and Nana helps me with a lot of things." After the presentation ended, Yi Wu turned and asked, "By the way, weren't there people opposing this before? Is there anyone left to argue now?" Baby Beetle replied, "Actually, most of them have been subdued by your base. Only a small group of stubborn ones remain, but I've exiled them to the edge of the world. They can't stir up any trouble anymore." At this moment, Miao Bao stepped forward and announced, "Master, dinner is ready. Everyone, let's go to the dining area." "All right, Miao Bao." Yi Wu turned back and waved to the whole family, "Let's go. This is our first reunion dinner in the new home. I can't wait any longer." Yunfei was running and said, "Okay." Xiaoqian stood with his arms crossed, and seeing this, he spoke up, Hey. What's with this warm and cozy scene of the family having a reunion meal? It doesn't match the vibe of the apocalyptic era at all. Does having power mean you can do anything you want?" He looked at Yi Wu, his eyes filled with meaning. This kid is really not simple. Inside the dining hall, everyone raised their glasses in unison. Everyone was cheerful and enthusiastically enjoying themselves. Yi Wu stepped outside and saw three people sitting in front. He asked, "What are you three talking about?" Lan Shengyan smiled and replied, "Yo, Yi Wu, are you out here to catch some fresh air too?" Another person chimed in, "Of course, we are talking about you." Baby Beetle, sitting next to them, joined the conversation. "After all these earth-shattering changes are thanks to you." Yi Wu sat down, his eyes revealing a thoughtful expression. He recalled the tumultuous events that had transpired over the past period. Then, he said with a serious tone, perhaps what I'm about to say will surprise you all. Lan Qingyun asked curiously, what are you planning to do? Ye Wu spoke slowly, I want to build a super safe zone, stretching from the southwest safe area all the way to the Kaigo City area. This will be an unprecedented large project. Lan Qingyun exclaimed in surprise, no wonder you are who you are. This idea is truly groundbreaking. Another person slammed the table excitedly, oh my. This plan is truly enticing. For those with grand ambitions, this is an opportunity that cannot be missed. Not only does it have the potential for profit, but it will also provide safety for those struggling in the wilderness. Whatever you need, just say it. I will definitely support you wholeheartedly. The group was in awe, seemingly feeling the weight of Ye Wu's words and plans. Lan Qingyun said, but the difficulty of this matter is not small. Besides the issues everyone has raised in the meeting, there are also various armed forces in the wilderness, which is a significant obstacle. Most of them are very rebellious. I am sure they will not easily give up their power for the safe zone to take over. Especially now that Wu Ji has been eliminated, the situation in the wilderness will definitely return to chaos, with factions splitting and vying for power. Everyone wants to become the next Wu Ji. Ye Wu replied, I understand this. When the time comes, I will directly negotiate terms with them. Building a super safe zone will not only not affect their current interests, but will even bring benefits and opportunities they never expected. However, if they remain stubborn and refuse to cooperate, I will not hesitate to let them experience the same fate as Wu Ji. Ye Wu continued, for the initial negotiation, can I leave it to you guys? After all, you are from the wilderness, and talking to them will definitely be more effective than someone from the safe zone. Lan Qingyun and Mei Deke nodded, both happily accepting the order, of course. I will make use of all my connections to persuade the disobedient forces. We must make them understand that the super safe zone is the best path for the future. At this moment, Baby Beetle spoke up, seeing you all so spirited, I want to go to your world to take a look even more. But after my uncle passed away, his time travel experiment was also cancelled. Ye Wu spoke up, our world is not as beautiful as you think. Baby Beetle thought for a moment and then replied, if we talk about the good side, then perhaps the world is vast and has limitless unknowns. But if we look at the bad side, it is full of accidents and dangers. At any moment, one could face the risk of losing their life. Compared to that, your world is indeed better. He continued, oh, and there are shooting stars too. Let's make a wish. As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. But soon after, he noticed something strange, wait a minute, these are not ordinary shooting stars. It seems like there are more and more. A meteor shower? The green gas orbs flew past the place where Ye Wu's group was sitting. Lan Qingyun spoke up, her voice full of doubt, that's not right, these are not shooting stars. This is. A huge explosion of blinding light shattered everything, and small rocks were flung away. At that moment, Yi Yunfei and several others rushed over. She anxiously asked, brother, we heard a very loud noise inside the house. What on earth is happening outside? Nana also worriedly asked, is something going on outside? Right at that moment, the emergency alarm sounded, warning, warning. Intrusion of space detected. The base defense system is being activated. Ye Wu furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly anxious. Xiaoqin stepped forward, his voice calm yet serious, I told you before. There is no place safe in this world anymore. Not even in this dungeon. It seems this time I was unfortunate enough to be right, Ye Wu. Ye Wu replied, it's okay. No matter who invades, anyone who dares to disrupt my happiness will definitely have to die. He looked at AI Vis and asked, this dungeon has a 5-star compatibility mode, right? How come we just set up the base and are already facing trouble like this? AI Vis stammered in response, I'm fine, master. The absolute compatibility is definitely not a problem. There must be some other reason. As he spoke, AI Vis checked the system panel. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, Just now when I scanned, the compatibility was 5 stars. Why has it suddenly changed to Zhang Chang 6 stars? Could it really be a bug? How is that possible? Ye Wu speculated, the sudden increase in compatibility must be related to this meteor shower. Could it be that there is something good hidden in that meteorite? He continued, this is the time to unleash the potential of the new account. System, switch to the account the peeping one of the local dimension. Immediately, the system announced, switch to the account the peeping one of the local dimension. A dazzling beam of light shone around. In the sky, a giant robot appeared. Ye Wu thought to himself, in an instant, a massive amount of information flooded into my brain. Everything transformed into visible data. This feeling is truly unbelievable. He used a robot to detect a crack in space. He wondered, is this space crack caused by a meteorite? It looks like it's shrinking, but it can't completely heal. The system explained, this crack is a primordial crack that has existed in the space of the dungeon. Inside the crack, one can sense endless chaos and distortion. This could be some kind of space-time energy. Objects from other realms have the ability to pass through this crack to reach this dimension. Ye Wu's mind raced with tension. It seems that the Sword Saint the Lone may have also crossed over from this crack. Assuming the meteorite and the Lone did not come from the same world, this means the crack connects two or more foreign spaces? If left unchecked, who knows what else will cross over here? The system continued to scan the surroundings and reported detection of small-scale spatial corrosion at the target. Ye Wu was determined, regardless of whether there are good items or hidden dangers, I must definitely go check it out. Suddenly, the baby beetle ran over and said, Ye Wu, if you want to go check it out, take me with you. That direction happens to be the location where I stashed a lot of treasure. Even if they are the enemy, still, they are the people of my kind. I cannot abandon them. Ye Wu agreed and said, but we must prepare thoroughly before going. After all, we don't know what is waiting over there. He turned back to Avil and said, I'm sorry, uncle. I originally intended to treat you very well, but encountering this, I can't leave you behind. Avil replied cheerfully, it's okay. You go handle it, no need to worry about someone idle like me. If you need help, just say a word. Ye Wu thanked the kind intention of the uncle but added, I can handle it, there's no need to trouble you anymore. Avil glanced at Ye Wu and the baby beetle leaving. Taking a sip of wine, he thought to himself, it seems this kid doesn't want to continue owing me a favor anymore. But that's what he says. It's quite boring here, how about I sneakily follow and check it out? As soon as Ye Wu returned to the base, he immediately ordered AI-Vis, activate the defensive mechanism of the outpost now. AI-Vis replied, understood. The highest level defense order was activated. An energy shield covered the entire base. And Cheng anxiously asked Ye Wu, only you and the baby beetle are going, is there really no issue? Ye Wu calmly replied, no need to worry. This type of risk I have anticipated early on, and I have also devised a response plan. In front of them were 3 giant robots, equipped with modern weapons. Ye Wu introduced, welcome everyone to my weapons depot. And Cheng exclaimed in astonishment, is this an arms exhibition? Suddenly, 3 female subordinates appeared. A blonde one reported, Master, the preparations are almost complete. We can deploy at any time. Ye Wu nodded in satisfaction, well done. You all have worked hard. Everyone's gaze turned towards the massive vehicle nearby. Xiaojie spoke up, Ye Wu, can we use these things? Ye Wu replied, of course. All the equipment has been registered with your information. Feel free to use whatever you want. And Cheng joyfully exclaimed, awesome. Fatty, I'm tired of that car, I've been wanting to switch to something cooler. Wan Hao quickly climbed onto a large motorcycle. He smiled and asked, your equipment really makes one eager to try it out, but I guess you must have set up many additional functions. Can we operate them in flight? Ye Wu stepped closer to the fighter jet, silently thinking, after the last battle, I need to learn how to conserve energy. For long-range fights like this, it's better to use the fighter jet to move. He instructed the system, switch to the ace pilot account Karaznable. The system replied, the initial driving skill account has been upgraded to 100%. Ye Wu donned the protective suit. Wan Hao saw this and was astonished, exclaiming, wow. You even know how to pilot a fighter jet. I really want to ask, is there anything Ye Wu doesn't know how to do? Ye Wu did not respond, calmly entering the fighter jet. The machine then announced, the master has completed preparations for takeoff. Ready to depart at any time. Before leaving, manhwa reminded, leave the defense at the base to us. Wish you a smooth journey. Ye Wu smiled and replied, okay, go ahead and command loudly. The fighter jet quickly soared away, leaving the base. As it approached the meteor storm area, a strange fire erupted violently, illuminating a corner of the sky brightly. A subordinate of Austin Els questioned, Master, what is it after all? Austin Els replied, one can feel a great surge of power and a vague sound calling me. Could this be a hint from the heavens? The subordinate then asked, but sir, this meteorite came in a very peculiar way, almost destroying our gathering place. Is it dangerous? Austin Els, furious, clawed at the subordinate's face. He shouted, what do you know? This is a heaven-sent opportunity for us. If we can harness the energy from this meteorite, we will have the chance to drive humanity out, overthrow the current royal regime, and establish a new world order. The subordinate cried out in pain. Austin Els' wife hurried over, clinging to his arm, pleading, my dear, please don't do that. If you do, the world will plunge into war again. Though the present days are very difficult, at least there is stability, no fear. For the sake of our child, who can grow up healthy, can you not initiate war again? He immediately pushed her down to the ground, then shouted angrily, what do you know? What does this artificial peace mean? It's just looking up and watching others be controlled by humans. The world of the insect species should be controlled by the insect species. I must drive all the beings from the other world out. The lady lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Two of his subordinates hurried to help her up. One anxiously reminded, lady, be careful. My lord, the lady is pregnant. At that moment, Austin Els suddenly comprehended. He exclaimed in astonishment, then turned around abruptly. After that, he commanded, leave one person to take care of the lady. The others will follow me. This is an order. The group of subordinates responded in unison, yes. As they ventured deeper inside, they saw a gigantic blue meteor shining brightly. Austin Els exclaimed in astonishment, it's a blue meteor. How truly breathtaking this scenery is. Suddenly, he signaled to stop and asked, wait, do you hear something? The piercing sounds emanating from the meteorite compelled the subordinates to cover their ears. Standing before the colossal meteorite, Austin Els shouted, it's a god. A god is calling me. Oh God, please grant me strength. The subordinates painfully called out, my lord. Wait. Oh, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. It feels like something is crawling into my head. At this moment, the vines wrapped tightly around the lady of Austin Els. She screamed in agony, Austin, please save me. He replied, lady, just accept it, submit, and then bear offspring for me. The system announced, estimated time to location, 3 minutes remaining. The warship sped forward. Baby Beetle praised, as expected of the Kingpin account. The feeling of control is completely different from MOC. The handling is so smooth, like you are a combination of man and machine. Suddenly, a lot of strange lights appeared before them. Baby Beetle quickly warned Ye Wu, be careful. It seems there's something flying towards us. The alarm system blared, warning. A large quantity of high-energy projectiles detected ahead, approaching rapidly. Please prepare for engagement. High-resolution images from the camera are projected on the main screen, hypothesizing that the flying objects are otherworldly dead entities, their bodies mingled with insect species. Power unknown. Baby Beetle asked in surprise, Zerg flesh? Could it be that Austin and his group have? The bullets flew straight towards the fighter aircraft. Ye Wu reminded, there's no time left. Break through head-on. If you don't dare to bathe in the storm of bullets, how can you claim to be a master engineer? Their fighter aircraft began firing energy beams, causing the bullets to explode. Baby Beetle exclaimed in astonishment, wow, Ye Wu is amazing. With bullets flying thick like this, none of them hit him. Suddenly, Baby Beetle started to vomit. He wondered, But why is a flying beetle shaking so much that I feel like throwing up? The system unexpectedly sounded an alarm warning. A large amount of airborne power has appeared ahead. It is speculated that the mutated insect species has undergone transformation. In front of them, a giant swarm of bees with long, sharp stingers was charging towards them. Baby Beetle lamented, "Here we go again, an endless bombardment." He anxiously asked, "Aren't these insect species the ones I exiled? Even if they are wild flying insect species, there shouldn't be so many, and they're also transformed in such a bizarre way. I suspect this might be related to that strange gem." The fighter aircraft began firing energy beams again, attacking the swarm of bees. The system announced, "The fighter's shield index is at 70%. The remaining force of the enemy is at 70%. Ye Wu was focused on controlling the fighter jet while confidently saying, "You think you can repress me with numerical superiority? How na ve." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the red button on the control panel. Instantly, a swarm of small fighter jets were launched from his jet, forming a dense formation. Ye Wu chuckled softly and said, "I never said I would fight alone." He commanded, "Go. Lead the insect species to converge in one direction." Then, the small fighter jets immediately deployed, surrounding the enemy and driving them towards a single point. Then, Ye Wu shouted loudly, "Seductive figure in an empty chessboard." A massive explosion rang out, flames erupting violently across the battlefield. The system reported, enemy forces remaining 60%. Ye Wu did not stop, he shouted, "One more time. Attack!" A barrage of bullets was fired, and the small fighter jets charged directly into the formation of the insects. A piercing scream rang out, "A." The system continued to announce, enemy forces remaining 40%. After a devastating blow from Ye Wu, the enemy forces dropped to 20%. In an instant, this number fell to 0. The system reported, enemy airborne forces have been completely annihilated. Time 10 seconds. Ye Wu commanded, "Bring the fighter jets closer to the target area." As we approached the colossal asteroid, he furrowed his brows and wondered, what is this? Could it be that the bullets flying before were all fired by it? Baby Beetle replied, "Our world has not seen this kind of bizarre and evil object. It must be due to that meteorite. But nearby, I can't sense Austin's energy. Could it be that something truly happened to them?" Ye Wu's warplane shot beams down to the ground, trying to destroy the meteorite. Ye Wu urged, "Don't be pessimistic like that. We'll know if we go down to check." Seeing the strange blue flames nearby, Baby Beetle said, "I found the concentration area of Austin. They are close by." Although they weren't affected by the meteorite, there is still no sign of anyone. It seems they just left here not long ago. Could it be that they went into this deep hole? He bent down to probe the hole and asked, "Oh, Ye Wu, what are you so fascinated by?" Ye Wu replied, "It seems that the secrets hidden in your world are more than I imagined." Baby Beetle looked down into the deep hole. Each layer of soil contained villages. He wondered, why does our world conceal this secret? I had read all the ancient books and manuscripts left behind, but I have never seen any mention of this place's existence. Ye Wu worriedly said, "From the degree of erosion of the ruins, it seems that the time it has existed may exceed our imagination. Even your adventurous spirit hasn't discovered this. Then, it's impossible for others to detect it." He thought silently, then continued, "The name of this dungeon is New Zerg Temple. Previously, we always thought that the Holy Temple referred to the ancient Zerg god buried underground. Could it be that we were mistaken? This place in front of us is the true New Zerg Temple?" Thinking for a moment, he urged, "Let's go, we need to explore below first." Baby Beetle replied, "Okay." Suddenly, the system announced, "Account for dimensional observer Luke has been changed." Delving deeper inside, Ye Wu contemplated, each level of the ruins contains fragments of dimensions. It seems that this ruin was originally an architecture from various timelines brought here, but due to the spatial rift's compression, it was damaged during the time travel, eventually becoming the chaotic form it is now. Perhaps the sudden increase in compatibility of the dungeon is related to these ruins. There might be some treasures inside, and I will seize the opportunity to explore. When the two of them had just descended to the bottom of the cave, they suddenly heard a shrill scream, "A." Ye Hao asked, "Whose agonizing cry is that?" Baby Beetle replied, "That sound seems to resemble that of the Austin family. I must quickly go save them." Ye Hao placed a hand on the rock and reminded, "Don't act rashly, I have a bad feeling about this. We must proceed with caution." Baby Beetle responded, "Whom?" At this moment, Austin's wife was screaming in pain, "Oh, a." After a while, many eggs were born. Around each egg, luminous spots appeared. Baby Beetle wondered, is this the pregnant wife of Austin, and is she being controlled to become an egg-laying tool? Meanwhile, Austin and his minions raised their hands to petition Mother God, wishing to drive away the humans. Suddenly, loud EC sounds echoed fiercely. The eggs kept exploding, and scorpions began to crawl out, EC. They were screaming while rushing into the cave, and he commanded, "Reclaim the heart of the insect species." Baby Beetle furiously smashed the rock, shouting, "Damn it! My people have been tortured into this state, I can't hold back any longer. Regardless of the origins of this stone, I must destroy you." Ye Hao shouted, "Wait, Baby Beetle. Let me. Dare to touch the heart of the insect species? Let's see if I can burn you to ashes." Saying that, he drew his sharp sword, filled with killing intent, and stepped forward. Baby Beetle froze, feeling a pain in its head like a hammer strike. It quickly reported, "That thing gives me an indescribable feeling of discomfort, like there are countless people flying around my head, whispering softly, 'You have to be careful.'" Hearing that, Ye Hao replied, "Got it." In such a difficult situation, Ye Hao kept racking his brain, searching for a solution. He realized, inside the crystal exists a mysterious substance. It's this substance that has increased the compatibility of the dungeon by 1 star. He told himself, "It seems I have to be careful when I act, don't destroy that thing." Suddenly, Ye Hao's weapon and energy armor vanished, leaving him very surprised. A loud alarm rang out, "Warning! Warning! Detection of a powerful, strange energy contamination. To ensure the safety of the account, the system has forcibly disabled most accounts. Currently, only the Fallen Valkyrie account is available." Ye Hao asked in shock, "What is polluted?" The system immediately explained, this could be severe cosmic air pollution coming from a certain dimension. Any organic or inorganic entities within its radius will be affected and lead to mutations. Hearing this, he exclaimed, "Cosmic-grade EMP is terrifying, but why hasn't the Fallen Valkyrie account been affected?" The system hypothesized, perhaps it's because the female martial god has already been contaminated by the void. The pollutant is speculated to be similar to blue crystallization, hence it is not impacted. Ye Hao clicked his tongue, WTF, truly a play of fate. He mumbled, his face scrunching up, "I'm not even mentally prepared to use a female account." Just thinking about the scenario of disguising as a girl made Ye Hao feel chills, cold sweat running down his spine. Afterwards, he summoned his wings to fly alongside Baby Beetle. "The plan has changed. We will go protect the heart of the insect species first, and later we will deal with that bizarre thing." Baby Beetle immediately complied without any objections. While flying, Ye Hao dropped bombs onto the ground, constantly pondering, these worm eggs seem to be able to explode continuously. I need to set up some landmines along the way to hinder their reinforcements. Gradually, a dense array of landmines with a destructive power of level 100 was formed. After flying for a while, the system announced, "You have left the signal disturbance radius, all recovery accounts are functioning normally." Hearing this, Ye Hao immediately commanded, "Switch to the Alamangako account. Increase speed." In the blink of an eye, he shot forward like an arrow, surpassing the speed of sound. A thunderous boom echoed through the air. In another battlefield, the monster brigade, equipped and ready, was preparing to charge. One of the monsters shouted joyfully, "Ha! The core is right in front of us. As long as we can seize it, this world will be ours." Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook violently. A gigantic worm unexpectedly emerged, throwing their formation into disarray. "What is that?" The monsters screamed in panic. It was the Sandstorm Incubus, a level 120 creature, furiously attacking the brigade. It roared menacingly. The monster commander coldly uttered, "You betrayed the insect species and kneel before humans?" He laughed confidently, "No worries. A wild beast like you can never stop the army blessed by the mother god." He waved his hand, commanding, "Soldiers, charge!" The soldiers rushed forward, continuously shouting, their cries echoing throughout the battlefield. The two sides collided fiercely, and the fighting situation became incredibly intense. Sandstorm Incubus continuously used its sharp teeth to tear apart the monsters that were lunging at it. The sound of screaming echoed without end. Looking at the gigantic form of Sandstorm Incubus, one would think it could easily defeat the minions. However, these monsters were enveloped in a tough blue crystal layer. This armor prevented Sandstorm Incubus's teeth from piercing through, and even the outer shell of the baby beetles became a significant barrier. Ha! You are no longer the terrifying Sandstorm Incubus of the past. We are blessed by the crystallized mother god, you are nothing to be afraid of. Meanwhile, Sandstorm Incubus was powerless in this situation. The monsters, encouraged, unleashed wave after wave of attacks covering its entire body. The numerous wounds caused the giant worm to writhe and moan. Despite struggling and roaring frantically, gore. The health and energy of Sandstorm Incubus continuously plummeted, from 80% down to 60%, then to only 40%. When its life force was reduced to about 1/5, the monsters gathered to cast a spell. A high-voltage current surrounded the entire body of Sandstorm Incubus, making it jerk violently, humph. The agonizing wails echoed. Seeing the effect, the commander urged, "Continue the attack. Without my orders, you are not allowed to stop." In a short time, the Sandstorm Incubus had fallen into a critical state, with only 5% of its blood left. It struggled to break free, letting out weak whimpers, but every effort was in vain. The commander snickered coldly and said, "You are so loyal to humans that you won't let us pass even if we spare your life. Then I shall fulfill your wish." Before he could finish his sentence, an aircraft suddenly swooped down, continuously firing at the monsters to provide cover for the Sandstorm Incubus. Shockwaves swept through, and dust filled the air. One monster stood in confusion and asked, "Humans, how do you know we are here?" At that moment, Ye Hao landed beside the Sandstorm Incubus. He gently said, "You've worked hard, Sandstorm Incubus. From now on, we will fight side by side." Ye Hao activated the system, used the Pandora box to mechanize an army in the Sandstorm Incubus. The system's voice echoed, received signal from the master, proceeding with harmonizing mechanization. All over the giant worm's body, an exquisite layer of metallic scales grew. In the blink of an eye, the transformation was complete. The Sandstorm Incubus, version mechanical demonic creature, appeared beside Ye Hao. The roar that emanated sounded like machinery, exuding pride, gore. Gore. The system notification, fusion complete. The commander hurriedly commanded, "Attack." But at that moment, the mechanical worm easily tore through the defenses of the monsters. It swiftly vaporized a large area, and the cries of the people echoed throughout the land and sky. How is this possible? You crushed the essence of the mother god. In another development, Baby Beetle flew in front of the insect species and said, "I know you are being controlled by that unknown evil material. While there is still a chance to remedy the situation, stop what you are doing. I will not hold you accountable." One of the individuals below, surprised, questioned back, "Controlled? Foolish. Being chosen by the mother god is an honor for us. Look, under the blessing of the mother god, we have achieved an unprecedented evolution. We have surpassed normal insect species. Soon, this world will belong to us." He acted arrogantly, exuding a challenging demeanor. Seeing that the opponent showed no signs of repentance, Baby Beetle retorted, "I never wanted to use this move, but don't let evil consume you anymore. Wake up." With that, he unleashed Regal Domination, a special ability inherited from the king of the insect species. This skill had the power to suppress his kin, restoring their rationality and compelling them to submit. Under the influence of the ability, the insects suddenly regained their awareness. They looked around in bewilderment and stammered, "King of Wu, what have I been doing? We never wanted this. It's just. There's been this strange voice in our minds. That whisper amplified our anger and desires to the extreme. "Forgive us, King of Wu, please save us." Their pleas for help had barely ended when each of them had their heads suddenly explode. Baby Beetle froze in stunned horror. Watching his kin slaughtered so mercilessly, his body shook with rage. He soared into the sky, his determination blazing. "Damn it! I'll kill whoever did this." Ye Wu, witnessing his teammate lose control, quickly flew up to intercept him. "Don't act rashly, Baby Beetle. That guy is far too sinister. If you keep going like this, you'll end up being controlled too. Leave him to me." Baby Beetle had just regained his composure. He said, "I'm sorry, Ye Wu, although it is crucial not to have distractions during battle, I still ask you to definitely save Austin's wife and him. After all, he is my subject, and I don't want to watch them die with my eyes wide open. You must think I am hesitating, indecisive, and not making progress, right? I apologize." But Ye Wu did not blame him. He empathized with his friend in front of him. As the king of a tribe, cruelty can be easily seen, but kindness and benevolence are very difficult. Just be yourself. You and Sandstorm Incubus will protect here in the hearts of the insect species. The rest is up to me. Baby Beetle was touched, But Ye Wu's actual thoughts were different. The important thing is, if I open a female account and someone else sees it, I fear I will never be able to hold my head up high for the rest of my life. Austin's wife cried out in pain, My children are all dead, my children." She screamed, her eyes streaming with tears. Austin stood proudly in front of her, stretched out his arms wide, and said, "Do not be sorrowful, as long as you have the strength of Mother God, you can continue to reproduce. To bear children for the deity is our honor." He continued, "As long as we can seize the hearts of the insect species, we can drive the king's turn and humanity away, reclaiming the world that rightfully belongs to us." Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The continuous rumbling sound shook the entire area. Austin Owl startled and shouted, "Who dares to disrespect the divine?" From the sky, Ye Wu descended. He spoke coldly, "Indeed, the usual tactics are useless. But your tricks of pretending to be a god only make me more curious about what you're hiding inside." Ye Wu activated all his attributes, boosting his energy, and immediately deployed a protective shield. Upon seeing him appear, Austin Owls roared, "You, the instigator! You dare to come here alone? I will turn you into nourishment for the Mother God." As he spoke, he immediately threw a powerful punch at Ye Wu. Ye Wu quickly used his shield to block the blow, but the force from the punch was too powerful, causing the shield to shatter. The tremendous shockwave sent Ye Wu's body flying, and he thought to himself, "This is not good. Even though I have prepared multiple layers of shields and attribute-enhancing potions, fighting against a being over 100 levels higher is truly difficult." Seeing Ye Wu at a disadvantage, Austin Owls laughed triumphantly, "Why have you weakened so much? Where is your Emperor's aura from before? Killing you now won't bring any satisfaction at all." Then, in his hand, he was preparing to launch a blue attack. At that moment, Ye Wu had already flown into the air, avoiding that attack. In his mind, he silently thought, "If I disregard their lives and directly open the fallen Valkyrie account to kill everything, it would be easy. However, I promised Baby Beetle that I would save them, so I have to make it happen. Taking advantage of the little speed I have left, I need to figure out how to cut off the crystal's control over Austin." He said, "You're running pretty well, aren't you?" As he spoke, he continuously launched attacks aimed at Ye Wu to break his armor. The ground and stones around him cracked whenever they were hit. Seeing the situation before him, Ye Wu stood still. The one named Austin spoke up, "I'll kill you, then it's that king's turn. As long as I collect the heart of the insect species, I can lead the insect species to the peak of glory." Hearing this, Ye Wu shouted loudly, "Don't harbor such delusions. Everything is merely a mysterious crystal-covered winter coat that's been bestowed upon you. Wake up and see reality." Then suddenly, a bolt of energy lightning struck directly at Austin. He screamed in pain, unable to move anymore. The lightning restrainer was activated. The system announced, "Lightning restrainer, this is a device taken from Wu Ji, created by Tian Xian. It has the capability to bind enemies up to level 130 for a duration of 30 minutes. If the enemy's level exceeds 130, the binding time will be reduced by 90%. Ye Wu said, this thing was originally a failed product manufactured by Tianxian to limit the ancient gods, but using it on you is sufficient. As he spoke, he gently dusted off the dust lingering on the hem of his clothes. He angrily shouted, despicable human! Daring to use dirty tricks. Even if you kill me, it will be useless. The mother god will not stop breeding endlessly. Our army is limitless. Sooner or later, we will flatten this land. At that time, you, your friends, and your family will all die in the most painful and miserable way. Ha ha! Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain from his head. A strange helmet was placed on him, the clarity helmet created by Tianxian, the only successful experiment capable of preventing external mental interference, helping to concentrate and maintain one's consciousness. Seeing him in such agony, Ye Wu spoke, if it weren't for Baby Beetle asking to spare your life, just based on what you just said, I would have more than enough reason to kill you 1,000 times already. Ye Wu continued, but instead of sinking into impossible illusions, it is better to open your eyes wide and see what you have done. From afar, Austin's wife screamed in pain, husband, save me. Austin, seeing the scene before him, panicked and exclaimed, lady, what? What am I doing? AAA. I remember now. I was enchanted by that cursed crystal. How could I have done such unforgivable things? Why was I so foolish? He approached Ye Wu, knelt down, and bowed his head, pleading, I'm sorry, it was my mistake. I should not have become your enemy. Please save my wife, I beg you. Hearing this, Ye Wu soared into the sky and landed, even if you don't say it, I will take action. What I promised Baby Beetle, I will certainly accomplish. But when I act later, it may affect the surroundings. It is best for you to hide far away. After I sever the link between the crystal and your wife, quickly take her away from here. Hearing him say that, Austin lowered his head and replied, yes, thank you, thank you. Ye Wu thought, it seems that the crystal has undergone some changes. Previously, it was just an obscure black object, but now it has taken on a heart-like shape. It appears that mother god is not far from manifesting. I must seize the time. Ye Wu moved closer to the mysterious blue crystal. It was surrounded by massive strands. Austin's wife's connector tube is the crucial bridge, it must be severed. Immediately, Ye Wu launched an attack, slicing straight towards the crystal. The system suddenly sounded a warning, the host has reached the limit. The mental pollution level is currently at 100%, which will cause significant damage that cannot be reversed. The system reported, the dragon eye ring is embedded in the magic ring. It has the potential to help maintain the clarity of human will, enhance willpower, and mental strength. The Fang Dragon Sword, made from the sharp fangs of a dragon, is sharpened into a lethal sword that can enhance damage by 50%, especially when attacking enemies with less than 30% health. Additionally, when equipped with the Dragon Eye Ring, the user will be immune to mental control skills such as paralysis, confusion, and enhanced resistance to abnormal status effects. Ye Wu spoke, for now, it's fine. A while ago, different auras dropped this piece of equipment that I hadn't used yet, and today, it can finally come into play. He swung his sword in a rapid succession towards the crystal. The system announced, increasing spiritual contamination speed, it can be reduced but not completely immune. Please be cautious, host. Spiritual contamination level at 30%. Austin's wife screamed in pain, AAA, Austin, save me. Hearing his wife's plea, Austin could only rely on Ye Wu, then anxiously said, lady, I'm sorry, please hold on for a little longer. Lord Ye Wu will surely save you. He rescued her from the crystal. Both of them soared into the air, moving forward. The system reported, spiritual contamination level at 60%. Warning. Spiritual contamination is rising rapidly, please host. Not letting the system finish, Ye Wu immediately interrupted and replied, it's fine, I will switch to the Fallen Valkyrie account once it reaches the threshold, spiritual contamination level at 80%. Right below the crystal, hundreds of creatures began to move. They emitted sounds, see. Ye Wu said, Austin, catch her. Ye Wu immediately threw the wife of that man towards him. He quickly reached out to catch his wife, saying, lady. The system announced, mental pollution level 90%. The monsters immediately headed towards him. He knelt down on the ground, shouted loudly, "System change, switch to Fallen Valkyrie." Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, Ye Wu's entire being disappeared, returning to the classroom. The bewilderment was evident on his face. Ye Wu's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before him. Everyone around him turned to look at him, each person confused by his attitude. He looked out at the scenery outside and exclaimed, "Ah, where is this?" The astonishment was clearly visible on his face. Nisli, angry, hit the board with her hand and shouted loudly, "Ye Wu, why are you looking out the window? Did you hear my question and report your answer? If you want to play outside like that, what about me and you standing in the hallway now?" Wanhao spoke loudly, "You put too much importance on him. Ye Wu, the student who is the worst in this class, how would he know how to solve this kind of problem?" Others hearing this nodded in agreement and burst into laughter, "Haha." Nisli shouted loudly, "If you can't answer, then go stand in the hallway for me. If you don't study, don't affect other students." Upon hearing this, he walked out with a displeased expression, "Yes." In his mind, he thought, "Something is wrong, there's something off, I have this feeling that I have forgotten something very important. Inside, I feel a strong inner conflict, but I can't express it in words." He placed a hand on his head, looking somewhat exhausted. "What the hell is going on? The more I think about it, the more it hurts my head." The class dismissal bell rang, and everyone moved together to go home, all joking and laughing in the hallway. Meanwhile, Ye Wu thought to himself, "I feel empty inside, like I've lost something very important." Ahead were Wanhao and Ci Shaojie, and they said, "Hey, the King Account launched a new version yesterday. Did you pull any cards?" Wanhao replied, "Of course, I opened 10 new SSR accounts in one go. That's the super cool Shadow King." Ci Shaojie said, "Damn, you European dog. King Account. That name sounds a bit familiar. It seems to be a very popular game recently." Ye Wu's mind wandered. Suddenly, a cheerful female voice shouted, "Ay. Come and see, it's Senior Jia Wangchuan. Not only the most handsome guy in the school but also the student council president, handsome and wealthy, I want to date him so much." The group of girls were excited to see their idol appearing right before their eyes. They surrounded the area where Vong Xian was and couldn't stop their excitement. On the other side, the boys were also thrilled and called out, "Miss Mo Konai is here too." The heiress of the Han Mo Group, the richest real estate business in the city, who is not in the same class, it's usually very hard to see her. Just look at that face, that figure, and that car, everything is exquisite, she's completely the goddess of my dreams. She walked closer to the car that had its door open. The boys watched with increasing excitement. At that moment, Ye Wu felt exhausted, sighed, and continued to think, "That's the person who has won in life. If I were like them, having both money and being chauffeured around, that would be great. Unfortunately, I can only fantasize about it in my dreams." Suddenly, a hand touched Ye Wu's shoulder, and a voice said, "Ha, look at that silly face of yours, what are you daydreaming about?" Yi Yunfei appeared, causing Ye Wu to open his eyes wide in surprise. Seeing his brother suddenly crying, Yi Yunfei quickly approached and asked, "Are you okay? Why are you crying like this? Could it be that guy Wanhao bullied you? I won't let him get away with it." Ye Wu quickly wiped away his tears and replied, "It's not that, it's probably just the wind in my eyes. I'm fine." Yi Yunfei sighed with relief and smiled, saying, "That's good then. Let's go home, it's getting late, and we might miss the bus." Ye Wu nodded and thought, even though my mind is still chaotic, I feel happy at this moment. Because at least I still have a home. The two of them walked together towards the distant sunset. "Dad, Mom, we're home." Yi Yunfei called out as they arrived home, and hearing this, the family responded, "You're back?" Yi Yunfei turned to ask Ye Wu, your house is on the second floor, right? Don't you want to come inside and hang out?" Hearing her words, Ye Wu was a bit surprised. She went inside the house, hiding behind the door, and continued, "But I still have so much homework to do today, and there's also an online tutoring class later, so I can't entertain you today. Let's meet another time. So, goodbye, see you tomorrow." Having said that, Yunfei slammed the door shut, leaving Ye Wu standing outside in confusion. He couldn't believe what was happening. He put his hands on his head and thought to himself, I need to wake up. My life has finally started to come back to me. My home is no longer there. 2 years ago, my parents died in an accident, and I was the only one who survived. Relying on the money saved from my parents' house, I barely get by. As my childhood neighbor, Ye Yunfei's family living on the first floor has helped me a lot, allowing me to get out of that dark period. Images suddenly flooded Yiwu's mind as he sat in the quiet house. He couldn't stop thinking, why could I forget even such an important thing? Am I running away? But can I really escape? No matter how dark and desperate this reality is, life must go on. There are only a few months left until I graduate from high school, then I will have to find a part-time job. On the table, there was still a box of beef noodles. The phone displayed a notification, electricity bill this month 100, water bill 20, housing bill 30, management fee 180, internet 50. The remaining living expenses for this month is 120. A familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. This happiness, I had once longed for, but it seemed I had forgotten it. Yiwu's gaze fell upon Ye Yunfei's family. They were enjoying their meal together, chatting happily. Wow, Mom's cooking is so delicious. I love this dish too. Dad worked hard to cook today. Come on, try this. Wow, this is also really good. Yiwu thought, but what am I thinking? Isn't this life something I have been used to for a long time? Why does today feel so different? Yiwu lay back on the sofa cushion, angled down, staring intently at the phone. Although I don't usually play games, right now I can only rely on it to distract myself. King Account? Never heard of it. Must be a pay-to-play game. Let's see if I can play for free. At that moment, a notification from the game sounded. Hello, esteemed contractor. Welcome back. Upon hearing that information, Yiwu was astonished, his eyes wide open, exclaiming, the host returned? What do you mean? I don't remember ever downloading this game, let alone playing it. The system promptly replied, we have prepared a return gift package for you. After receiving the gift package, Yiwu immediately got a random account. There are also these benefits? He was surprised, his fingers tapping on the phone's keyboard. The system continued, congratulations, you have received the legendary SSR account, the Fallen Valkyrie. Do you want to accept it now? Hearing this, Yiwu pondered, this legendary account seems very powerful, but what's it for? Then, he pressed the red button next to it. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck directly into the house. Immediately after, a woman appeared. She spoke, excuse me, are you my master? Yiwu stared at her in confusion, his tone bewildered, do I know you? But why does it feel both familiar and foreign? Please clarify, what is happening to me? She replied, are you ready? That statement left Yiwu bewildered, exclaiming, what? Ready for what? The phone rang, and a cold voice came through, destroy the world. Destroy this fake world that is like shit. Yiwu was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. Destroy the world? How could this happen? Am I not just dreaming? In front of him, a female spirit appeared. The voice from the phone continued, currently, the place where the host is located is not the real world. This is an illusion created by spiritual pollution to imprison consciousness. To return to the original world, the host must break this pollution by destroying the illusion. Yiwu trembled, holding his head, my head hurts too much. Although I have always doubted this world, the memories of the past 10+ years feel too real. What is real? What is fake? How can I trust what you say? The system reminded him, the reason this world feels so real is that the pollution you are facing belongs to an extreme cosmic level. It can reconstruct a real-world level atomic in your consciousness to hold your consciousness and soul captive, rendering you powerless to resist or hope. The system paused for a moment, then added, fortunately, when you were polluted, a part of the power from the account switch to Fallen Valkyrie infiltrated your body. It is precisely because of this that I was able to connect and enter this world. She continued, although there is a limitation HC61, as long as I can harness the power of the Valkyrie, I am sure I can. Yunfei stepped forward and kicked the phone hard, causing it to shatter into pieces. Don't listen to this phone talking nonsense. Yunfei rushed forward and hugged Yiwu. Are you okay? I'm so worried about you. This place is the world you have lived in for 17 years, how can it be fake? He was astonished, looking up at her. Yunfei. Yiwu's parents were also present, and his father said, Son, could it be that you were too immersed in the game before, confusing reality with some unreal things? This is definitely some virus on the phone. Don't let it enchant you, it's all an illusion. Yiwu tried to refute. No, that's not right, this world is completely different from the world in my memory. I'm about to remember, but it hurts so much. Yunfei hugged him tighter. Don't remember those bad things, isn't everything good right now? If you feel lonely, why not move in with me? That way we can become a real family. He repeated, a real family. She clearly revealed her dark intentions. If you don't want a little sister, we can still be closer as a household. Yiwu's eyes widened as he realized this was not his world. He pushed the fake Yunfei away, causing the parents in the virtual world to become enraged. Yiwu, what are you doing? How can you treat Yunfei like that? She's only caring for you, wanting what's best for you. Didn't you always want to become a family with us? She was pushed away, a bit surprised. Yiwu began to gather his strength, his voice cold. The fake lies end here. You people took advantage of my wavering consciousness to commit unnatural acts. But thanks to your performances, I have inadvertently hit the right spot, allowing me to fully awaken. He stood up, a killing intent radiating from him. Now, you all can disappear. At this moment, the female demon began to tear apart the virtual world. Ugh. Spit. However, it did not completely disappear as the fake Yunfei was still trembling and pleading. Why? I love you so much, why do you want to kill me? Yiwu glared, his gaze icy. No matter what you are, if you dare to exploit my bond with my family to imprison me, then you must die. The girl impersonating Yunfei transformed her face, becoming more horrifying. Huh? It's astonishing how quickly you've denied your true memories of 17 years. Your resilience surpasses my imagination. But even if you regain your consciousness, you ultimately cannot escape from this world that it has prepared for you. Many beams of light targeted Yiwu, but fortunately, both he and the girl managed to evade. She scoffed, confronting this world, huh? An army below and helicopters above were all aimed at his position, detecting the target and executing a bombardment. The building seemed on the verge of collapsing after being surrounded. Cries for help echoed. Help, help, a. The witch asked, has it begun? Yiwu was being shielded by her wings. If I guess correctly, these attacks are not directed at me but at you, Marilyn. Marilyn reveals little emotion. As long as she can erase me from your consciousness, she can rebuild the prison world for me once again. He somewhat disagreed, but everything here is exploding as if a war is happening. Before I can destroy this world, it might self-destruct first. Yiwu and Marilyn looked towards the virtual world that was self-destructing. Marilyn softly said, but at least, according to my speculation, the laws of this world imprison me, not kill me. So even if I enter the universe, I can still live. Yiwu laughed and said, I used to often use a reverse faction account. Now, on Earth, in the eyes of those independently conscious beings created, I would certainly become a grand faction of destruction, right? Marilyn speculated, perhaps it is because of this consciousness rule that the Valkyrie, who should be going crazy with iron, can quietly listen to your commands. Yiwu stood tall, arms crossed, looking around thoughtfully. If this world was created based on my consciousness, can I also leverage it to enhance the Valkyrie's abilities to a cosmic strategy level? If so, let's make it a bit bigger. Marilyn said nothing further and immediately used all her power to destroy this planet. She began to unleash her strength, completely obeying Yiwu's command. Her sword cleaved the virtual earth before her. Suddenly, another demon appeared, its voice filled with mockery. It seems I underestimated you. I didn't expect you could get to this point. If a planet cannot contain you, then I will use the whole universe. Yiwu was not afraid. If the one behind has shown himself, then let's settle this with a battle of victory and defeat. Marilyn, use your strongest move. She complied with the command, replying, at your command, master. Immediately after, Marilyn transformed into a different form and launched a powerful strike directly at the mastermind. Her weapon pierced deeply into him. He could only scream in despair before collapsing. Ye Wu, filled with confidence, said, "You want to use the universe to imprison me? Then I will destroy this universe." Destruction. Marilyn gradually returned to her original form. Ye Wu looked at her and shook his head, commenting, "After expending all her energy, she returns to the degenerate form. What a pity, if that pure form could be sustained longer, that would be better." The two prepared to escape together. Marilyn led the way through the dark tunnel to return to reality. While they were trying to pass through, Ye Wu pondered, "Even in these shattered stars, I can sense a powerful spiritual pollution. This opponent is indeed not ordinary. But in any case, it has come to an end. Once we are back in reality, I will immediately destroy that crystallization." Suddenly, Marilyn clutched her head and cried out in pain, "Aaaaaaa." Ye Wu anxiously asked, "Marilyn, what's wrong with you?" He began to think about her current state. "If I'm not mistaken, it's because she's getting closer to reality that she is gradually transforming into a frenzied killing machine, descending into depravity. I must also prepare myself to bear the risks of this account." Images from Marilyn's past began to appear around. These images are her previous experiences. Could it be that the pollution in the universe resonated with her spirit, creating these images in her consciousness? At the position where Ye Wu was standing, beams of light started to appear, generating, "The pull is too strong." Just then, the system unexpectedly displayed a notification, "Activate hidden mission, enter the world of the Valkyrie, save the Valkyrie, change the fate of depravity." He felt confused. "System, are you online now? But what is a hidden mission?" The system explained, "This hidden mission is a special mission. It can only be activated when the host is under specific conditions. Once missed, the mission cannot be restarted." He asked again, "Does that mean there's only this chance to change Marilyn's wretched fate?" In front of them, a space-time rift appeared. The entrance was close, just one step away from returning to reality. However, Ye Wu held Marilyn's hand, leading her into another world to complete a hidden mission. "Ye Wu, I'm not ungrateful. You saved me before, and now it's time for me to save you." Both of them stepped through the space-time rift, and Ye Wu said, "Let's go to your world." Marilyn's world is called Asgard, the realm of the gods. Ye Wu wondered, "Is this really Marilyn's world?" The system confirmed, "Correct. This is the world where the Valkyrie Marilyn resides, belonging to Asgard, the realm of the gods Lengator. This place was originally a paradise of the gods, but after thousands of years of pollution from the evil energy in the universe, it has turned into a dwelling for ferocious and dangerous demonic beasts. However, apart from Marilyn, all accounts and items here have been restored and can be used normally. Additionally, money from the real world can be exchanged for currency in the current dimension at a 1:1 ratio." The reminder system said one more thing: the host has acquired a special limited ability of this dimension, time manipulation. This ability allows me to freely accelerate or rewind the time stream of the current dimension. However, it cannot be paused and can only be used in this dimension. The final mission in this dimension is to prevent the Valkyrie's fall. Upon completion, the Valkyrie's affection will be raised, eliminating the debuff of indiscriminate killing madness. The Valkyrie's account will restore its divine form. Ye Wu felt invigorated, as if he had just received great news. "My powers have finally been restored to what they used to be. Strength surges throughout my body. This feeling is one I haven't had in a long time. The most important thing is that this time manipulation ability is incredibly enjoyable, truly overpowered." Ye Wu continued, "With this ability, even when facing the treacherous realms of the gods, I can respond freely. The accumulated frustrations of the past can finally be released. The reward for this mission is precisely what I desire. If I could also cancel the enforced transformation into a female, that would be even better." However, the system advised, "Don't think about that." Ye Wu asked again, "Wait a minute, if we stop the Valkyrie's fall, then she will welcome happy. Doesn't that mean it's impossible to become a candidate?" The system replied, "Not exactly. While the host can prevent the Valkyrie's fall, the destruction of this world and the inevitable death of the Valkyrie cannot be changed." Ye Wu thought about the previous dimension. Is it like Laguna asserting he will become the Shadow King? This is also a tragic dimension. But then he felt very excited. If that's the case, then I definitely cannot let the rare treasures of this world go to waste. I must seize. No, I mean protect them. The system was also at a loss for words when a group of neatly dressed people called out to him, "Hey, young man. What are you doing here alone? This place is very dangerous. Why not come with us to a safe location?" Ye Hao felt a little suspicious. How can a local easily join them? By the way, this is a good opportunity to gather intelligence about this world. Thinking like that, Ye Hao quickly joined the group of locals. The man driving the carriage, who seemed to be the leader, struck up a conversation with Ye Hao. "Young man, you don't look like a local. Could it be that you are a wanderer from another world?" He continued, "But it's not surprising, because the number of demonic beasts in our divine domain is increasing day by day. More and more people are venturing out to exterminate demonic beasts, but it is not easy for young people to do so, as their numbers and ferocity are more terrifying. Previously, our Ymir village could not withstand the waves of attacks from demonic beasts, so we had no choice but to relocate to a relatively safer place." Ye Hao spoke up, "Thank you, village chief, for the warning. But this place is a world under the protection of the gods. Why are demonic beasts still so rampant? Are the gods neglecting this matter?" The village chief explained, "It's not that the gods are unconcerned, but they are too busy to take care of it. For thousands of years, the realm of the gods has undergone many large-scale wars. Their divine power and military strength have suffered heavy losses." He continued, "The holy temple can only focus its energy on countering greater threats. Ordinary people like us can only protect ourselves and hope for blessings." Ye Hao thought to himself, so this is a world full of dangers? But it also means that treasures and opportunities are everywhere. I absolutely cannot waste this chance. I must seize this opportunity to earn a big reward. Just then, someone in the group shouted loudly, signaling a warning, "AAA. The mountain monster has appeared. Ha, so many humans brought to my door is indeed great luck. Today I can have a hearty meal." The villagers panicked, stop it, don't let it rush through and harm the children and the elderly." But it swung a large wooden club, causing everyone to fall over, unable to resist. It shouted, "Get out. You old men can only make sausages. I want to eat the children and women, their meat is more tender." Its gaze fell upon the mother and child in front, hungrily, "Let me have you two as an appetizer first, ha." The villagers were desperate, thinking, "It's all over for us." At that moment, a hand severed the arm of the mountain monster. It was not Ye Hao, but a strange girl who had appeared to save them. The mountain monster roared, "A." Without waiting for it to retaliate, the girl snatched away its only eye, causing it to lose its strength to resist and collapse to the ground. The villagers who witnessed the scene cheered joyfully, "Marilyn! Why did you just arrive now?" Marilyn, who was now standing proudly on the corpse of the mountain monster, was very different from her image in the virtual world with Ye Hao. She said, "Sorry, killing the pursuers took a bit of time. Is everyone all right?" The villagers saw her and joyfully shouted, it's okay. But you really scared us earlier. With Xiao Marilyn here, our safety is definitely guaranteed." Ye Hao stood outside observing, looking surprised and silently comparing, "This energetic personality is really different from the scheming Valkyrie I know. Is this her true nature? Marilyn." However, he pretended not to know anything and asked, "Village chief, who is that girl over there?" The old village chief proudly introduced, Her name is Marilyn, the little girl I found while hunting before. But now she has grown up and become the hope of the entire village. Truly a comforting presence." Ye Hao was somewhat surprised by her background, abandoned girl, Both of them got on the carriage. The honest village chief continued to tell, "That's right. This girl has been clever and lively since she was little. She has grown up with the love of countless families, everyone here considers her a part of their own family." The old man explained further about the current situation, "Besides, she was born with great strength. At such a young age, she has taken on the responsibility of hunting and protecting the village. Our village has been able to endure until now thanks to her liveliness. But later on, the demonic beasts grew stronger and more aggressive, forcing us to move. Marilyn stood at the front, announcing to everyone, "We can continue now." Hearing those confessions, Ye Hao thought to himself, this time, the mission is to go against the Shadow King, to take care of the Valkyrie from her early days, preventing her from becoming corrupted. But the task of purification is much harder than that of corruption. It seems I must take advantage of the fact that I haven't yet affected this world. Utilizing time manipulation, I need to fast forward the original timeline of this world to find the key points here to begin my intervention. Suddenly, a shout rang out. A huge level 120 mountain monster general jumped right in front of Marilyn. With a spiked mace in hand, he sneered, "It was this little brat who killed my subordinate." Very good, very good. Without a word of warning, he struck first, slamming the mace straight towards Marilyn's face. She smirked coldly, "Are you worthy of me taking action myself?" Marilyn was lucky to maintain her vigilance and dodge to the side. Inside her mind, she wondered, how can a level 120 mountain monster appear here? The figure of the monster zipped by in an instant, leaving her no time to react, so fast. A thought popped into her head, but before she could act, the mountain monster grabbed the girl, sending the great sword flying. "It mocked her, where are you running to?" "Ha ha." Marilyn silently compared her strength and speed to that of the monster. "I'm on a completely different level than it." The villagers behind, upon seeing this, panicked and rushed to help. "Marilyn, we're coming to help you." She quickly shouted, "Don't come over here. It's not a monster we can deal with. Run away, I'll think of a way to hold it back." Realizing the clear disparity between the two sides, Marilyn knew that if she didn't stop it, more people would perish. The mountain monster gleefully sneered, "Hold me back? Ha ha. How do you intend to do that?" Without hesitation, Marilyn directed the great sword to charge forward and struck fiercely at the monster's hand. It howled in shock. "A sword can attack on its own? Are you the Valkyrie candidates?" Seizing the opportunity, Marilyn broke free from captivity and jumped back. She shouted, "That's right, even a monster like you knows of the existence of the Valkyrie, so you should feel fear and run away." Though she spoke boldly, inside she told herself, even if this threat is useless, at least it can buy time for the villagers to escape. On the opposite side, a mountain monster silently reached behind him, secretly preparing a sneak attack, but he still feigned surprise, fear, run. Immediately, he threw a restraining cord that tightly wrapped around Marilyn. His face lit up with delight as he laughed heartily, "Ha, what luck! The Valkyrie hasn't even fully materialized and I've already captured her. My fortune is truly marvelous." Marilyn, horrified, exclaimed, "This is..." She was stunned to realize her predicament. This restraining cord cannot be cut. As she desperately tried to escape by cutting with her sword, her efforts were futile. Watching his opponent struggle helplessly, the mountain monster laughed loudly with glee. "I worked hard to capture a candidate for the Valkyrie like you. I won't kill you just yet, let me eat my fill first, and then I'll take my time to enjoy you." Ha ha. Marilyn, unwilling to accept her fate, continued to struggle. "Even if I die, I will never succumb to your humiliation." The monster, seeing this, became even more excited, revealing its lewd face. "Don't worry, you can't die. My hunting device has a sedative effect. Before you can successfully commit suicide, you will lose consciousness." "Ha, I didn't expect someone to come knocking so soon." As Ye Hao approached, it seemed like he wanted to devour him, "But your tiny body isn't even enough for me to shove into my teeth." Ha ha. In an instant, the monster's body was sliced apart in a flash attack, and it only had time to exclaim in denial, "AAA, what just happened? Why am I?" Ye Hao coldly sent it to the leaderboard, not forgetting to leave a comment, "Look at this type of monster, just looking it in the eye counts as me losing." He then moved to help Marilyn sit up and inquired, "Are you okay?" At this moment, Marilyn was still dazed. Suddenly, she spun around 180 degrees, gazing intently at him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "You are so impressive. How could you do that just now? Can you teach me?" Before she could finish speaking, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed Marilyn, causing her to lose consciousness. Ye Hao saw this and immediately panicked. He thought to himself, "Indeed, she is a lively girl, maintaining her cheerfulness and optimism even in dangerous situations. Don't worry, I will definitely help her keep this smile until the very end of the world." With that thought, he gently carried her to a resting place. After a while, Marilyn gradually came to. She blinked her eyes, looking around in confusion. In front of her, Ye Wu was sitting and chatting with an elder. The old man exclaimed, "I didn't expect Ye Wu to have such extraordinary strength. I was conceited in wanting to protect him, but it turns out I just made him see it as a joke." Ye Wu humbly replied, "Elder, please don't say that. I'm not that amazing." Marilyn suddenly sat up and hurriedly said, No. You're too humble. You really are very impressive, just like Glenn." Ye Wu smiled and turned to Marilyn, asking, "You're awake? But who is Glenn?" The elder immediately explained, "Glenn is the instructor of our Valkyrie candidates, and also a god." Ye Wu was surprised, "A god?" The old man said, "Ye Wu has just come from the other world and does not yet understand the situation here. Have you ever heard of the Valkyrie?" Ye Wu replied, "I have heard a little, I am willing to listen to the details." Seeing this, the old man began to explain, "The Valkyrie is chosen by humans, possessing high combat power. They are young women who follow we, your humble servants, into battle. We, your humble servants, stipulate that every 10 years there will be a selection of the Valkyrie. Marilyn is currently one of the Valkyrie candidates. She needs to go through the selection and grow to become the true Valkyrie. Glenn is the instructor sent by the gods to train the Valkyrie candidates. He is a god, not only possessing great strength but also having a glorious image, admired by many girls." The village chief continued to introduce Ye Wu to the organization rules and Glenn's identity. Marilyn excitedly praised, "That's right. Although Glenn is very strong, Ye Wu, you can kill a level 120 elite monster in one blow, your strength is almost on par with him. Moreover, you are still a human." Ye Wu quietly observed and discovered that Marilyn's favorability towards Glenn was 50%, while towards him it was only 30%. He thought to himself, favorability? What the hell is that? Having favorability towards Glenn is one thing. He continued, "Why is there a part of me in this? Wait." In the summary of the Fallen Valkyrie account, there's a line that reads, "Fallen from grace after falling in love with a mortal." This mortal couldn't possibly be me, right? Ye Wu suddenly linked this to the system's note. The Valkyrie fell into chaos because of her love for a mortal, then, driven mad by the death of her beloved, eventually became tainted by the evil from the cosmos, transforming into a manifestation of slaughter, destroying everything. He wondered, could it be that I came to this world to break this ending, yet now I have become an unwitting participant? For her sake, Marilyn must absolutely not fall in love with me. Ye Wu silently wished, "I hope I am not the one mentioned in that summary." In front of him, the vast mountain range revealed a village. In the distance, a procession was moving along the narrow path through the canyon towards that village. The village chief in the procession announced, "Ahead is our destination. Fortunately, Mayor Melvin has agreed to take in our refugees. Otherwise, because of the demonic beast attack that delayed Marilyn's Valkyrie selection this year, I really don't know what we would do." Marilyn replied, "Don't say that, village chief, the matters of the village are more important than my selection. If I can't protect everyone well, what significance does it have even if I become the Valkyrie?" The village chief was moved, praising, "This child is always so kind-hearted." Marilyn looked at Ye Wu, smiling and asked, "Speaking of which, Caitlin also wants to participate in the selection this year, right? I wonder if her swordsmanship has improved compared to before." Ye Wu asked in confusion, "Who is Caitlin?" Marilyn explained, "She is my best friend and the daughter of Mayor Melvin. We have grown up playing together, and now we have become rivals. Because only one person is qualified to become the Valkyrie, that's why." Marilyn excitedly stood up, looked at Ye Wu, and said, "Please teach me how to become stronger, because you are so powerful, you must have your own methods. I beg you, Ye Wu." Ye Wu smiled awkwardly, politely declined, "Oh, actually, my way of becoming strong is very special. In this world, apart from me, there probably isn't anyone who can use it or teach you. I'm sorry." Marilyn looked at him with a regretful face and said, "Oh, I see. Well, regardless, thank you for saving me. I won't forget this kindness." Above her head, a notification appeared, "Loyalty decreased by 10%. Ye Wu's loyalty is 20%. Ye Wu smiled and thought to himself, "Oh, the loyalty has finally decreased. I must matchmaker Marilyn and Glenn to break this situation. If she falls in love with me, wouldn't everything be in vain? The wheel rolled to a stop. Someone announced, "Chief, we have arrived." At the village gate, Mayor Kelvin and Caitlin were waiting to greet them. The status board displayed, Kelvin level 60, Caitlin level 80. The members of the group exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's Mayor Kelvin, he personally came to welcome us. And there's Caitlin too." The chief stepped forward to shake hands, greet the mayor, and expressed, "Mayor Kelvin, thank you for agreeing to take in the people from our village. I will remember your great kindness in my heart." The mayor cheerfully replied, "You're being too kind." "Ha, we've been old friends for many years, and you're in trouble, how could I just stand by?" Caitlin worriedly held Marilyn's hand and asked, "Shao Marilyn, what happened to you? Why are there so many wounds on your body?" Marilyn smiled and replied, "It's nothing, just minor injuries, let me tell you." Marilyn recounted what had happened to Caitlin, saying, "Here's how it went." Marilyn hugged Yiwoo's arm, excitedly introducing, "See, he saved me, he's incredibly powerful, with one move he defeated a level 120 mountain monster." Upon hearing this, Caitlin felt grateful and bowed her head to greet and thank Yiwoo, saying, "Hello, thank you for saving my best friend." Yiwoo smiled and replied, "No need to thank me, I'm just doing what I should do." Caitlin looked at him and said firmly, "Marilyn and I are like sisters, you saving her is equivalent to saving me. I will never forget this kindness." Suddenly, a warning from the system appeared, "Master, this woman has issues. Don't be deceived by her seemingly docile and understanding nature, the dark purple phantom indicates that she is not only wicked but also has a strong sense of vigilance towards you." Yiwoo thought, "It doesn't matter, she's just someone I met once. As long as her feelings for Marilyn are genuine, that's enough." Mayor Kelvin, with a troubled expression, approached Yiwoo and said, "I have heard the stories of your presence. I appreciate your protection, but the traditions of the town do not welcome outsiders. To avoid causing further trouble for the residents, you can only stay here for one night at most. Tomorrow morning, you must leave." The village chief standing beside him also said, "I'm sorry, Yiwoo." Yiwoo smiled, waved his hand in response, "It's all right, chief. I didn't plan to stay here for long anyway. If you are safe to your destination, then I will take my leave." Suddenly, a voice shouted, "No." Marilyn rushed over, grabbing Yiwoo's hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him and said, "You have helped us with such great things, you can't just leave like this. At least stay tonight for the feast and leave tomorrow." She pleaded, "Stay, stay, stay." Yiwoo's face showed a struggle, and he finally agreed, "All right, fine." He thought to himself, this personality is indeed not easy to deal with. Under the full moon, a feast was taking place. Many people gathered around the pig being roasted over the fire, raising their glasses and cheering, toasting one another. Yiwoo lay in the room, his hands behind his head, deep in thought. The taste of food in a foreign land is not bad, but I still long for Miaobao's culinary skills more. Tomorrow, I will set off to search for the treasure of Asgard, the realm of the gods, first. Over at Marilyn's, they're making a stealth drone to monitor the development of the timeline before, waiting for a new situation to intervene. A knock on the door sounded. Yiwoo opened the door and replied, "Come in." He wondered, everyone is drinking now, why would anyone come looking for me? As soon as he opened the door, Caitlin suddenly rushed in, hugging Yiwoo tightly, startling him and making him ask, "Caitlin, what do you want to do?" Caitlin, her face flushed from the alcohol, shut the door and looked at him, asking, "What do you think we could do in a quiet room late at night, just a man and a woman?" He replied, "Miss Caitlin, you're drunk." Caitlin placed her hand on his chest, speaking in a seductive tone, "No way, I'm very sober. I'm saying I will never forget the kindness you've shown me, so isn't it time to repay that kindness?" Yiwoo's expression darkened in silence, and the system's robot displayed a warning, "Master, be careful, she wants to eat you." Yiwoo was pushed down onto the bed, and Caitlin sat on top of him. He teasingly asked her, "Oh, is this how people in your place repay others with such enthusiasm?" She replied, "Well, it depends on who the other person is. If it's a handsome and strong man like you." Caitlin leaned her face close to him and continued, "I'd be begging for it." She pulled out a knife and lunged at him, stabbing repeatedly. Her face turned wicked as she broke into a sinister smile and shouted, "Die, die, die, die." She wore a cruel smile, her eyes wide open as she asked, "Why are you so close to Marilyn?" "Go die." Ye Wu's voice came from behind her, questioning, "You still say you aren't drunk?" The room was filled with pillows flying everywhere. Caitlin turned her head, her face panicked, and saw him sitting on a chair, legs crossed, smiling as he asked her, "Why are you stabbing randomly at my pillows? You said you were repaying me, but instead, you won't let me sleep peacefully. What's your purpose, Miss Caitlin?" She shouted, "How can you?" Caitlin stood with her back to him, frowning, her eyes glaring menacingly. She laughed loudly and said, truly worthy of being the man that Marilyn has her eye on, but the more so, the more I want to ensure she doesn't get you." "Based on what?" Caitlin lunged forward with a knife, her eyes filled with furious rage, shouting, "Based on what that Marilyn is the center of attention wherever she goes, like the sun making everyone like her. And I can only be the cold moon, forever revealing a similar side, hiding in the shadows as a backdrop for her. Therefore, I must take away what she loves so she can taste the flavor of pain." Ye Wu quickly grabbed Caitlin's hands, looking at her and saying, "Marilyn sees you as her best sister, and you treat her like this. For now, I will consider your earlier behavior as jealousy and resentment of a girl." He tightly held her wrist, making the knife fall, glaring angrily and saying, "You can vent your emotions on me, but if you dare to lay a hand on Marilyn, I'm afraid you won't live to see the day you become the Valkyrie." Caitlin shouted, "You." Ye Wu thought, although it is said that the growth of anyone is not a smooth sailing, facing a dark-hearted best friend like this, Marilyn's path to becoming the Valkyrie is still very long. Ye Wu spoke to her in a solemn tone, "Go to sleep, you're really drunk. I hope that when you wake up tomorrow, you'll forget everything that happened tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck her at the back of the neck. Caitlin let out a cry, her eyes rolling back as she became unconscious. Marilyn, who was drunk and holding 2 glasses of wheat smoothies, kicked the door open and laughed loudly, asking, "Ye Wu, why are you going to sleep so early? Get up and drink more, I haven't had enough yet." Marilyn looked up and saw Ye Wu holding the unconscious Caitlin, her face instantly turned tense as she asked, "Ye Wu, what are you and Caitlin doing?" Ye Wu exclaimed in a panic, "Oh my god." Marilyn was so embarrassed that she stammered, "This. That. You too. Then." Quickly turning around, she said, "Sorry to disturb you too, I'll step out right away." Ye Wu was frightened that she might misunderstand, so he hurriedly called out, "What are you thinking? Come back here." After explaining, she calmed down a bit and replied, "So it's because Caitlin came specifically to thank you. Then she drank too much and forgot to go home, huh?" That really startled me. He asked in fear, "If not, what do you think it is?" She ignored him and changed the subject, because Caitlin doesn't have a good tolerance for alcohol, she rarely drinks on ordinary days, and today she only had a few extra drinks out of joy. I really have no choice with her. Hearing this, he thought to himself, not telling her the truth is also to protect the purity in her heart. Even if this relationship will eventually be broken, it should not be due to my doing. A few minutes later, she, despite him, said at the party, "Let's keep drinking. I see you've only had half a drink and lost your spirit, so I came to find you. We haven't won that drinking contest yet." Ye Wu immediately refused, "Oh, I really can't drink anymore." Marilyn shook her head and said, "It's okay, you just need to cheer me on. Watch me drink until everyone else passes out." Just as they were about to leave, a shadow appeared behind the house. That shadow stood in front of the house. Kelvin opened the door and silently cursed Ye Wu, "What a useless man. Just for this small matter, he nearly ruined all my plans. Seeing the defeated look on my daughter's face makes me feel so frustrated. In this pathetic state, how can I trust him with the plan?" The next morning, everyone gathered to bid him farewell, "So, you must take your leave now." The village chief spoke differently from his demeanor the previous night. This time, Kelvin, feeling disappointed, said, "With your abilities, we are no longer worried. May the light of we, your humble servants, illuminate the path before you." Caitlin bowed and said, "Take care, we did not host you well, I hope for your forgiveness." The village chief continued, "We cannot keep you any longer, I sincerely apologize. It is just that the tradition of the town cannot be broken." The hospitality of the locals made him shake his head politely. "No, not at all, I have been the inconvenience." Aivas floated beside him and warned, "This mayor has problems. Don't be fooled by appearances, he is smiling cheerfully, but the spectrum is black, indicating he is scheming something in his heart. He transmitted, I know, keep observing. Just as he was about to leave, Marilyn suddenly appeared, embracing him tightly. I will definitely not forget you, Ye Wu. In just 10 days, it will be the Valkyrie selection day. You must come to see me. He nodded, of course, I will come. Just for that simple promise, his favorability towards Ye Wu increased by 35%. After saying goodbye to everyone, he took off, leaving the villagers astonished. Look there. That young man has wings. No way? Could he really be a god? Did we just chase a god out of the town? Only Marilyn was not surprised at all. She watched his figure disappear and softly said, Ye Wu, you must come visit me again. While flying, Ye Wu couldn't help but think, that hug just now increased my favorability once again. If I keep getting closer to her, won't my favorability keep rising endlessly? Standing in front of the god's castle, Ye Wu commanded the system, activate the time manipulation skill. I want to see how the timeline of this world will develop if I don't get close to Marilyn. What will be her final fate? The system immediately responded, time manipulation ability granted. There are several types of acceleration, forward or backward. Please choose, host. On the screen, the choices appeared one by one, speed 10, speed 50, speed 100. Without hesitation, Ye Wu chose immediately, speed 100, quickly fast forward through a cycle of Marilyn's fate in this world. Meanwhile, record important milestone events, and finally, before the world is destroyed, I will rewind time back to the current point. The time wheel began to shift, and at that moment, a response echoed, initiating time acceleration at 100 times. Important event number 1. The time runs to the selection ceremony of the Valkyrie. A voice resounded from the stage, welcome to the venue of the Valkyrie selection, held once every 10 years in Asgard, realm of the gods Aranjards. After the thrilling duel round just now, we would like to congratulate the winner, Marilyn. Although there were some minor issues during the competition, in the end, the winner is the Valkyrie candidate Marilyn. She has officially secured her place in the next training round. Let's look forward to her exciting performances. Marilyn breathed heavily, her heart filled with emotions. She softly said to remind herself, I won. I won. Do you see that, Ye Wu? But when she looked up to the stands, disappointment flooded her mind. The person she secretly admired, Ye Wu, was not present. This made her think, Ye Wu, why can't I see you? Did you not come to watch me compete? You promised you would come. Why is this happening? Did you lie to me? Marilyn tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, her brows furrowed, a mix of sadness and disappointment. Nonetheless, in her heart, her feelings for Ye Wu remained unchanged, even deepening. Her favorability towards Ye Wu increased by 40%. Notification system, continue with the second important event. The wild arena quickly transformed, replaced by the image of a giant mountain. The screams echoed. Marilyn, hold on. Even though we don't have any healing potions, the final boss is almost dead. Give it your all one last time to kill it. She replied, got it, Catalina. A loud scream rang out, die. Immediately, the frost giant was defeated. However, the condition of both was not promising. Thinking everything had come to an end, Marilyn turned to celebrate with Catalina, we killed the boss. Just as the smile on her face was about to last, a blade pierced straight through her body. Catalina coldly said her farewell, this is the final goodbye. Even in a critical state, Marilyn struggled to ask, why? Why do this? Catalina lowered her head, helplessly answering, have you forgotten? The winner of the final trial must be the sole survivor, killing the boss and reaching the end point to obtain the Stone of Covenant. For the honor of the city and to fulfill my father's plan, I have no other choice. She paused for a moment and continued, what I bear is different from what you carry, Marilyn. But I cannot bring myself to kill you with my own hands. I will just leave you here to await your death. Catalina turned away, but did not forget to emphasize, still, our 10-year bond is real. Catalina's hasty explanation tightened Marilyn's heart. She choked on her words and questioned, I'm asking you, why do this? You're all I have left, why do you have to betray me too? In despair, humans often struggle. Marilyn was no exception. She poured her strength into a violent strike, screaming in pain, "What did I do wrong? Why does everyone have to abandon me?" Before being split in two, Catalina could only utter one last question: why do you still possess such great power? Silence engulfed the space. Despair consumed Marilyn's mind. Even as the victor, her heart had suffered too much. It cried out in pain and longing for compassion, "Where are you, Ye? In her weakest moment, her affection toward Ye increased by 45%. System notification, important event number 3. Marilyn descended from above, her enormous wings glowing. Glenn's resonant voice continued to announce, "I am here, bearing the command from the divine." The ultimate victor of this selection contest is Marilyn. She is granted high-level divine power and the title of Valkyrie. Below, everyone cheered joyfully, "O divine being! The divine decree has finally been issued. Marilyn, she has done it." The compliments continued, "Valkyrie Marilyn, Valkyrie Marilyn." However, her expressionless face left everyone wondering. Marilyn doesn't look very happy, her eyes are blank as if something has happened. Time went on. After becoming a Valkyrie, Marilyn gradually lost her smile and the vibrant spirit that once shone like the sun. She buried all her feelings deep inside, wholeheartedly following Glenn, the main god, fighting tirelessly against the monsters and giants at the front lines. When she struck the arm of a monster, it let out a howling scream of pain, then furiously stood up. It raised the staff in its hand and shouted loudly, "You bastards have slaughtered my kin. I want your life." Marilyn was startled, and before she could react, Glenn rushed in. He effortlessly shattered the monster's body with one hand, then turned his head to her, looking at her with a cold gaze. "Don't be careless, Marilyn." Hearing this, she lowered her head and softly replied, "I understand, Glenn." The system continued to recount. The two of them relentlessly charged forward, winning battles where they fought. It was Glenn's kindness and extraordinary strength that gradually opened the door to Marilyn's heart, which seemed to have been closed off. As time passed, the wheel of fate rolled to another important event. Standing outside on the balcony, the two exchanged longing glances, feelings seemingly conveyed through a tender handhold. Glenn spoke up first, "Beautiful Valkyrie Marilyn, would you be willing to become my love?" Marilyn was a bit taken aback, so she exclaimed a little louder, "What? What did you say?" He took her hand and placed it on his chest, smiling as he said, "Beneath your cold expression like snow, there actually hides a pure kindness like a lily. Along with the sunshine and enthusiasm like a magnificent rose, your figure has long been deeply imprinted in my soul. The nights without you leave me tossing and turning, and tonight I finally have the resolve to let the stars witness this. The moon bears witness, will you accept my request?" She hesitated a bit, not looking him in the eye, and replied, "About that, I'm just not prepared yet." Hearing her say that, he continued, "Actually, I know there is always one person in your heart." Glenn smiled and added, "Time keeps passing, yet your heart remains in the same place. But no matter the reason, that man has ultimately betrayed your feelings. Must you wait wholeheartedly for him? It's time to let go of the past." Marilyn's eyes filled with tears, struggling to say, "Glenn. I." He boldly stepped forward, kissed her lips, and whispered, "I love you, Marilyn. Please accept me." She let her tears flow down her cheeks as she embraced him. The timeline begins to move again. After determining each other's intentions, the feelings between the two quickly deepened, and their cooperation on the battlefield became even more intimate. However, the main god has followed a strict rule for countless years to ensure pure bloodlines. Gods are not allowed to love mortals. Even though Marilyn has become a Valkyrie, she is still forbidden to love, so the two can only secretly maintain this relationship in silence. The fifth important event occurs. Glenn is being shackled and tortured in agony, screaming loudly. A god standing nearby looks down and says, "The main god actually loves a mortal, disregarding the law, with no shame. From now on, imprison Glenn in the celestial dungeon, apply torture, and strip Marilyn of her divine power and status as a Valkyrie." After being expelled from the holy temple, Marilyn wants to rush up to save him, but is blocked, struggling and shouting his name, "Glenn." After she is expelled from the holy temple, because her beloved is still desperately banging on the door, shouting, "Open the door, give Glenn back to me." Marilyn has been stripped of her divine power and expelled from the holy temple. All her lifelong efforts suddenly crumble into nothing, and she cannot even keep the one she loves. She slumps down in front of the holy temple, tears streaming down her face, crying and screaming, "I've already lost Ye, I can't lose Glenn too. Quickly return him." Marilyn, in a frenzy, stood up and pushed the door, which burst open. She yelled loudly, "Give it back to me." She stepped in with a new armor, filled with killing intent. In a state of extreme sorrow, a mysterious power within Marilyn was activated. This power was so immense that it surpassed even the divine power of the Valkyrie she once possessed. Significant event number 6 took place. At this moment, she had rescued Glenn and was fleeing with him. Marilyn reversed back to the holy temple to save the one she loved, initially believing she could escape, but nonetheless, a tragic fate awaited her. She had never stopped. For gods appeared, looked at her, and said, "Who are you? Clearly, I have taken your divine power, why can you still grow stronger? You are not a being of the realm of salvation, what exactly are you?" Glenn, supported by her, tired but still spoke, "Father of the gods, I am willing to renounce my divine body and become immortal. I only ask that you can forgive us and grant us freedom for our years of brave fighting." The gods were furious, threw their swords towards the two, and screamed, "Damn it, the law is the law, it cannot be bargained. If you love each other so much, then I will change the way of payment for you." Glenn saw this and rushed to block a blow for her, shouting. Marilyn carefully, crying loudly, rushed to call his name. Glenn, covered in blood, painfully said, "I'm sorry, Marilyn." He raised his hand to wipe her tears, continuing, "I never expected my love would bring you such a tragic ending, but I have no regrets. If given another chance, I would still choose to love you." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and lay still. Her tears flowed down as she was in shock, unable to believe her eyes. Marilyn cried out in pain, "No!" Immediately, a bolt of lightning erupted from her, shooting straight up to the sky. The gods saw this and shouted, "What is that? The sky is cracking." From the crack, a strange entity appeared, saying, "Your power can open a pathway to remove those who affirm tragedy." Her pain and sorrow had taken it all. The gods, terrified, asked, "What on earth is that?" The system continued to narrate, "The mysterious power of Marilyn opens the link to the evil power of the cosmic abyss. While being tainted by evil, she has gained immense power. That strange power began to merge into her." Marilyn shouted in anger, "Glenn, what meaning is there in this world without you?" Event number 7, the final sword fight. The main god of dusk appeared from the sky, leaving behind a destructive streak that annihilated everything. Marilyn commanded the destruction of everything. Ye Hao also said, "Come here, it ends." The moment of time rewound to the original point, and the system quickly responded to his words, receiving the moment of time that was reversing. The thread of time returned to the starting point. He gasped for breath, slammed his fist down on the ground, and shouted, "Damn it, I didn't expect my appearance and disappearance to bring such great suffering to Marilyn. Even the main god Glenn couldn't give her a happy ending. Why in this world is there a law prohibiting gods from loving each other?" He frowned, thinking to himself, "To untie the bell, you need someone to tie it. Others can't rely on it, ultimately it needs me to break this cycle. Although this mission is more complicated than I thought, if I must do it, no matter what happens to the world, I will ensure Marilyn's happiness and welcome the final conclusion." Kelvin spoke up, "Wishing you to the Valkyrie trial, may you win tomorrow, everyone raise your glasses and toast." Marilyn placed her hand on Catalina's shoulder and smiled, "Ha, so happy, Catalina. Although my uncle and I are best friends, in the official competition, I won't hold back." Catalina replied, "Of course, I will give my all not to lose to you." Suddenly, Marilyn clutched her mouth feeling nauseous, she exclaimed, and her father worriedly asked, "Marilyn, what's wrong with you?" Her face was flushed from drinking. Marilyn hesitantly replied, "I probably drank too much earlier, and plus I've had some minor issues with my body these past few days, but I'm fine." "Ha, how can I still be laughing? Tomorrow is the trial, and my health absolutely must not have any issues." After saying this, both she and her father stood up to head out, then turned to smile at the mayor. "Sorry, Mayor, I think we will leave after tonight. I'll take Marilyn home to rest." He said, "It's okay, you two go on." A moment later, the mayor's face was full of malice. He chuckled to himself, "Ha, go ahead and sleep, my plan is about to succeed." The next day, at the arena where the trials took place, a voice announced, "This trial will use a point system. Each contestant needs to undergo 5 trial rounds. Winning a round will earn 2 points, losing will deduct 1 point, and if there is a draw, each participant will receive 1 point. Contestants with points in the top 20 will enter the finals tomorrow. I hereby declare the competition officially begins." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone around began to cheer. Finally, the once-a-decade competition was starting. The first match was between Audrey, level 81, and Marilyn, level 80. Audrey slashed at Marilyn and said, "You are the most highly rated contestant in this trial. This is the result." She had a bit of difficulty blocking a strike from Audrey. She had to stumble back. Marilyn knelt down, panting, and thought, "Damn it, my body feels heavier and heavier, I can't exert my strength at all. What's going on?" Marilyn's father, watching from the stands, was deeply worried. "Something's wrong with Marilyn's body, this is not her usual strength. What's happening?" Mayor Kelvin spoke up, "This is not good, if it continues like this." But deep down, he was quite pleased, thinking to himself, "She's definitely going to lose." Ha ha. Audrey knocked her away and said, "It's over." Marilyn stabbed her sword into the ground, determined not to give up. "I absolutely cannot give up. I showed exceptional performance before, if I lose this round, I won't even make it into the top 20, I'll be eliminated." Her expression became resolute. Then, she jumped up, moved closer to Audrey, and raised her fist. "I will absolutely not allow this to happen." Audrey was hit repeatedly by her opponent and unexpectedly said, "How can this be?" Her strength suddenly increased. Marilyn replied, 10 years of effort just for today, I absolutely cannot lose." After that, Marilyn claimed victory. Audrey, exhausted, fell to the ground. The announcement rang out, "The life indicator of contestant Audrey is below 5%, the training session is terminated." The winner of this round is Marilyn. She achieved a record of 3 months with 2 ties, ranking 20th, and earned qualification for the final showdown. Those around were cheering joyfully, "We've won, finally passed the test." Ye Hao also came to watch, standing in the stands, clapping and praising, "Well done, Marilyn." She looked at him, happily thinking, Ye Hao, he kept his promise to come watch my competition. That's great, that's great. I hope my performance didn't disappoint him." As she thought this, she raised her hand to wave at him. After the competition, Mayor Kelvin was furious, called his daughter, and scolded, "You have disappointed me greatly. This dog, I told you to poison Marilyn, yet you voluntarily reduced the dosage. And now, what is the result? She still made it to the final showdown, all my efforts to build this plan were in vain." Catalina replied, "The amount of poison you gave is too much. I just wanted her to lose, but I didn't mean to kill her." He kicked her and shouted, "The compassion of women. What I want is for her to be accidentally killed in the trials. Only then can you become a Valkyrie, and I, as your biological father, can qualify for the finals too. This is my lifelong wish." Catalina endured the pain, forced herself to rise, and looked at her father. "Even without using such underhanded tactics, I can still beat her. Can't you see that I won 5 matches today, ranked first, while she is only in 20th place?" Mayor Kelvin scoffed, "Does this ranking mean anything? Try counting with your fingers. Since we were young, how many times have you won against her? Don't underestimate the gap between the two of you. Regardless of technique or practical experience, she is far stronger than you. To make you a Valkyrie, I have spared no effort. First, I sent people to lure a monster to their village, forcing the entire village to leave. After that, I pretended to accept them, making it easy for Marilyn to fall into my trap. She would never suspect her best friend would poison her. And yet now, because of a trivial matter of pride, you have caused everything to fall apart. Truly the foolishness of women." After saying that, he bent down to touch her head, sighed, "My child, now bringing this up is too late, but tomorrow is the last opportunity. You must seize this chance. Just think, as long as you become a Valkyrie, accepting to bestow blessings on the main god, would you have to worry about Amalian anymore? Think for yourself." Catalina softly replied, "I understand." After that, she stepped outside. At that moment, a voice came from behind, so it turns out everything is a scheme of yours? That foolish Malian girl naively sees you as a sister, not knowing that she has already been sold. Catalina turned back, glancing at Ye Wu standing behind. If you already know, are you planning to tell her or kill me right here? Ye Wu answered, I will do neither. She is stronger than you think. If she always has to rely on others to deal with schemes and dangers, she will never become a true strongman. Catalina asked, why do you care about Malian so much? You two just met a few days ago. Ye Wu replied with a question, compared to Malian, shouldn't you care more about your own situation? Are you truly willing to live your whole life under your father's control? If so, what meaning is there in becoming a Valkyrie? He said seriously, think carefully before making a decision. Tomorrow will be the day that determines your future fate. Catalina felt a bit sad. She replied, my matters do not need your reminder. The next day, Glenn stepped out from the portal and spoke, ladies, welcome to the final trial. I will explain the rules of this trial clearly. Another contestant looked at him and exclaimed, look. It's Glenn, he's so handsome. Glenn continued to announce, you 20 ladies need to go into the secluded valley ahead, find and defeat the frost giant. Ultimately, the mission is to obtain the Stone of Covenant. However, there is only one piece of the Stone of Covenant. Whoever gets it first will be the winner of the final trial. He emphasized with a serious expression, I must remind you, the level of danger in this trial is completely different from before. Once you enter the secret realm, there will be no way out until the trial ends. Whether you live or die, it all depends on your abilities. If anyone is still worried, it's not too late to withdraw right now. Marilyn thought to herself, thank goodness for Ye Wu's medicine. My body has not only fully recovered but is even in a state that exceeds before. This feeling of security has never been experienced before. She stepped forward, saying seriously, please start the trial quickly. Glenn nodded slightly and replied, Valkyrie, I am already prepared. A moment later, from the stands, a voice sighed, they have been in there for a long time. I wonder what is happening inside. Mayor Kelvin stood next to him, his face showing obvious worry. He said, I heard that in the trial 10 years ago, apart from the final winner, no one among the participants returned alive. Marilyn's father sighed softly, I hope both Marilyn and Catalina come back safely. Even if they do not become Valkyries, it is fine as long as they survive. Hearing this, Mayor Kelvin grew angry and shouted, how can you so easily dismiss their efforts? Becoming a Valkyrie is their belief and ideal all along. They have already attained the awareness of sacrifice. What you say is nothing but an insult to their determination. Catalina's father retorted, his voice equally heated, but Catalina is your own daughter. If she dies, will you not regret it? Kelvin's voice deepened, resolute, Catalina will not die. I have always believed she will win. Yet despite saying this, his expression darkened. Deep down, he thought, if Catalina had obediently followed my plan, everything would have been decided long ago. I wouldn't have to worry as I do now. However, he could not deny one fact, Marilyn and Catalina were the strongest among the 20 participants. The others were completely inconsequential. When the final trial began, space was completely sealed. Those outside could not see what was happening inside but could only wait for the results. Therefore, Catalina's mission was to defeat Marilyn to win. Her father stood beside her and said, good daughter, this is the last opportunity. All my glory and wealth depend on you. Suddenly, Ye Wu appeared beneath the arena. He spoke loudly, excuse me, may I ask a question? Can the process of the final trial be shown to everyone? Or do we all just sit and wait in despair? Murmurs began to rise around him. A person standing nearby sneered, who are you? Your identity is not enough to approach this trial platform. Step down. Glenn, the supervisor of the trial, spoke up to reassure, it's okay. He then turned to Ye Wu and explained, it seems you come from another world, so you don't understand our traditions. The world within this trial's boundary belongs to a different dimension. The barrier between dimensions prevents all, even gods using all-seeing glass. It's not that we don't want to display it, it's that we cannot. Ye Wu smiled and replied, I see. But what if I say that I have a way to accomplish it? May I have a chance to try? In his mind, he silently thought, it seems that this world has developed magic too much and has overlooked technological science. The so-called all-seeing glass sounds like a high-level magical product. Perhaps I will have the opportunity to learn more. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience in the stands began to stir. Leading the charge was Mayor Kelvin. He scoffed and said, "What kind of joke is this? Even I couldn't accomplish such a feat. How could you possibly do it? Get out of here." After that, Marilyn's father and the villagers couldn't stop discussing, this is something even the gods would find difficult. "Ye Wu, who are you? Are you a god from another realm?" Another person spoke up, "That's right, didn't you see his wings? Those could be divine wings, something only a true deity could possess." Glenn looked at him, thinking and murmuring to himself, those are indeed divine wings, but why can't I sense any divine power from him? Is he deliberately concealing it? This person is not simple at all. Then, Glenn said loudly, "If you're that confident, let's see you try." Ye Wu replied succinctly, "All right." He shouted, "Go, transmit the images from the training secret realm back here." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of flying camera robots rose up and responded in unison, "At your command, Master." The images were transmitted. It was a mountain with a small crevice in the middle. A greenish light emanated from the crevice, all captured clearly by the robots. The crowd gasped, "So this is what the training secret realm looks like. He's really done it. Incredible, I can't believe this is real." Around them, the cheers echoed endlessly, how could he possibly achieve this? He spoke up, "Science, technology, and engineering are heavy matters, nothing to be surprised about. Mayor Kelvin, this time you can finally see your daughter bravely fighting the enemy. Are you happy?" Mr. Kelvin felt a bit tense, responding, "Happy? What kind of happy is that? I'm worried to death here." He thought to himself, it's over. If this image truly appears in the realm of secrets, my plan is ruined. The robot continued to display images from within. A gloomy scene emerged, red as blood. On the ground, the bodies of the contestants lay scattered. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Look over there. Is this really a trial? How could it be so brutal?" Another person yelled, trembling, "No. That's my daughter. Oh no, she's dead. Hoo-hoo." A woman burst into tears, sobbing, "Sister. Sister. We thought it was just a trial. How could it be this cruel?" She turned to Lord Glenn, questioning, "Why is this trial so merciless? If it weren't for that brother intervening, we would have been kept in the dark. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have let my daughter participate." Glenn silently looked at the crowd. After a moment, he spoke up, his voice resolute, "Do you think that you live in peace without knowing where it comes from? It's thanks to us, those on the battlefield, risking our lives to kill the enemy, that you can have such peace. The real battlefield is 1,000 times more brutal than this trial. If you fear a strong enemy and death, how can you become a Valkyrie leading to victory on the battlefield?" The crowd fell silent, no one daring to say another word. Glenn frowned, thinking to himself, the words are like that, but the state of the trial this time is beyond my expectations. Has the pollution level gotten worse already? Just then, someone exclaimed, "Look over there." Marilyn and Catalina had teamed up to defeat the final boss. One person exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my! Those two are incredible. A Valkyrie is supposed to be one, but now they are both killing the boss together, how should this be accounted for?" Before their eyes was the scene of Marilyn and Catalina working together to take down the boss. Mayor Kelvin quietly rejoiced, "Well done, my daughter. Just one last step, kill Marilyn, and you will become the Valkyrie. Even if everyone sees it, it doesn't matter because the rules don't forbid sneak attacks." He. In another corner, Ye Wu silently thought, the moment of destiny has arrived. Marilyn was sitting on the ground picking up treasures. She murmured, "This boss was really tough to deal with. Let's see if it has any treasures." At that moment, Catalina stood behind her, looking at her helplessly. Catalina suddenly raised her sword, blocking a monster that was about to attack Marilyn. Catalina sternly reminded, Marilyn, you are being too careless. Don't just focus on picking up equipment while ignoring the danger behind you. Hearing that, Marilyn turned around, slightly flustered. But Catalina immediately pointed her sword at her, speaking with eyes full of determination, now it's just the two of us, but there can only be one Valkyrie. Come on, let's have a duel. This time, I absolutely will not lose to you. Marilyn stood up and replied, of course, I'd been prepared for a long time. Little Catalina, a villager, spoke up, indeed, it must be a duel to determine the winner. At least it doesn't have to end in death. Another person commented, this little girl is truly remarkable. I thought she would take a different approach. Mayor Kelvin trembled and asked, why? Why? Then he shouted, why didn't you follow my instructions? Just one stab from behind would be enough. What fair duel are you talking about? Do you think you can defeat Marilyn in a direct match? Catalina heard this and lowered her head without responding. Marilyn's father, standing nearby, anxiously asked, Mayor Kelvin, what did you just say? Are you suggesting Catalina should ambush my daughter? Kelvin was startled and realized he had misspoken, quickly backpedaling, No. That's not it. I was just joking. I'm the mayor, how could I do something like that? Marilyn's father firmly rebutted, joking? But clearly everyone here heard what you said. Mayor Ye Hao also spoke up, we all saw clearly. Now you can't pretend anymore, can you, Kelvin? Kelvin fumbled, unable to say anything further. The crowd became restless, their eyes fixed on him, filled with suspicion and anger. Kevin, furious, stood up, pointing at him and shouted loudly, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't make up stories to slander me. Glenn, quickly, capture this guy. As soon as he finished speaking, the robot immediately projected an image of him slapping his daughter and scolding her the day before. In the video, he said, I'm so disappointed, this worthless being. Kevin couldn't believe these images were real. He sneered and asked, have you forgotten what happened last night so quickly? Then the video played a scene of Kevin kicking his daughter. He held his head and screamed in despair, don't show it anymore. The images continued to replay his words from the day before, to make you a Valkyrie, I spared no effort. First, I sent people to lure monsters to their village, forcing the entire village to leave. After that, I pretended to take them in, so Marilyn could easily act in front of me. She would never suspect that you, her best friend, were the one who poisoned her. But tomorrow is the last opportunity. You must seize it. Think about it, as long as you become a Valkyrie and accept to bestow blessings on the main god, why would you care about a Marilyn? Think for yourself. Mayor Kevin screamed in panic, I'm telling you to stop. Turn it off right now. Ye Hao said, your daughter has her own life. Don't fantasize about controlling her entire life. I hate the most when others use familial ties to threaten. What is the taste when a scheme is publicly exposed and punished? The villagers in Maryland questioned him, how could this be? I thought you had the kindness to take us in. I didn't expect you to be so cruel and malicious. Everyone has been deceived by this hypocrite. This man is nothing but an immoral tyrant. How can such a person be allowed to be mayor? Drive him out. Get out. Kelvin still insisted, you can say I'm cruel, malicious, or that I disregard everything for victory, but what's wrong with that? There's no rule that forbids backstabbing or scheming, so I haven't done anything wrong. Glenn said coldly, although it doesn't explicitly prohibit, I absolutely do not acknowledge such ruthless tactics. No one wants to be on a battlefield and have to turn their back to someone who's stabbed their teammates in the back. Guards! I am imprisoning him in the dungeon for violating the code. You wanted to go to the Golden City, right? Now I will fulfill that dream for you. The soldiers followed the order. Mayor Kelvin was dragged out by 2 soldiers. He screamed for mercy, no. I was wrong. Please, for the sake of my daughter, forgive me. Glenn looked at Ye Hao, smiled, and said, thank you. Ye Hao, your righteousness and divine power impress me. If you can't lend us your strength, it would be a pity. I will definitely recommend you to the god Chi parent so that you can have the qualifications to enter the Golden City. Ye Wu replied, I am truly honored. He thought to himself, this result is not bad. Entering the Golden City, of course, I must go to the Divine Treasury to have a look. At this moment, a panicked voice exclaimed, it's bad. Everyone look, how can there be an even more powerful boss appearing in this trial? What is going on? From the space portal, a gigantic boss entirely made of ice emerged. It emitted a heavy voice, after such a difficult effort to open a teleportation door, I ended up being sent to a place like this. Marilyn and Catalina were both astonished at its appearance. It was the Frost Giant Hammer, level 180. It sneered coldly and said, Valkyrie in reserve, huh? Forget it. If you want to destroy the base of the main god, you must annihilate the future first. Are you two ready to die? Get ready. Frost Giant Hammer, furious, wreaked havoc around and growled, is this really the future Valkyrie? You're too weak. How could Glenn possibly train you? It's truly a waste of my expectations. The formidable power of the monster made Catalina feel fearful. She frowned, her voice trembling, the gap in strength is too vast. Why do Secret Realms trials have to summon monsters like this? Marilyn could not hide her anxiety, replying, we've already taken all the medicine that Ye Wu provided. This time, there really is no way back. The monster roared, its voice full of menace, go ahead and kill me, you are all so dull. If you have any last words, say them quickly. It would be best if you cried and screamed in pain, so I can enjoy your suffering. Suddenly, it shouted, starting with you. Right after that, the monster swung its sword, stabbing through Catalina's shoulder. She screamed in agony, ugh. Marilyn, seeing this, was terrified and rushed towards her, shouting, Catalina. Catalina gritted her teeth, stopping Marilyn, don't come over here, Marilyn. If there are truly last words to say, I actually have something to tell you. I don't want to take these words to the grave. She suppressed her pain, each word escaping with difficulty, the villages of your people were forced to relocate. It was because my father sent people to lure the monster here. He wanted you to come to our town. To make it easier for him to deal with you. She paused for a moment, her breathing heavy, then continued, a few days ago, your body wasn't unwell because you were sick. But because I poisoned the wine. Even just now, when you had your back to me. I contemplated stabbing you from behind, to claim victory in this trial. Marilyn could not believe what she had just heard. She asked again, you. What are you saying? Catalina, are you lying to me? Haven't we been good sisters growing up together since we were little? Catalina sadly confessed, it's because I both liked and hated you. Clearly, I'm not inferior to you in any way, but in everyone's eyes, there's only you. That's why I've always wanted to win against you fairly, rather than through underhanded means. It's just a pity that now there's no longer any opportunity for that. Seeing that scene, Hammer angrily shouted, what are you two doing? I gave you time to express your sorrow and lament. As a result, you're putting on this awkward emotional display for me? After saying that, Hammer mercilessly kicked Catalina, causing her to crash painfully through the ice barrier. Suddenly, Marilyn, with her sword in hand, rushed towards him, threatening, stop. Hammer remained calm and asked, but then, thinking it over, wouldn't it be more interesting to let the two reserve Valkyries fight to the death? After finishing his sentence, he only needed one punch to send Marilyn flying backwards. Hammer coldly said, if you want to have a direct confrontation, then I'll give you that opportunity. Glenn woke up and said, as long as you please me, the one who wins might just be spared by me. He laughed loudly, full of arrogance. Harem was taken aback and replied, huh? Their lives and deaths are not for you to decide. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light appeared, shattering the layer of frost surrounding Harem. He exclaimed in astonishment, the light. Glenn! On the other side, Ye Wu spread his wings wide and swooped down to save Marilyn. She was surprised, Ye Wu. He reassured her, don't worry, it's all right now. Marilyn jumped up, full of indignation, all right? How can it be all right? I almost got sliced into 5 pieces. Ye Wu chuckled lightly, hi. But immediately afterward, his expression became serious. Ye Wu shouted angrily, do you think that was enough to kill me? Do you think I came here unprepared and dared to barge in? With the support of this secret weapon, I want you dead. Seeing his fury erupt, Ye Wu anxiously thought, this evil corrupt aura is exactly like the pollutants from the deep space before. If that's the case, then this must definitely be related to the issue of causality. Did the pollutants invade this world through that rift as cause or as effect? Glenn was astonished and asked, the mysterious power that was investigated in the previous reports. It even managed to pollute your kind? He replied, pollution? No. That is the supreme blessing. With this blessing, no matter how fast your sword may be, you cannot kill me. Glenn raised his bow and answered, if that's the case, then all I need to do is make sure you can't reorganize. Ye Wu stood by, secretly speculating, level 270. That's impressive. No wonder I haven't seen his status until now. It turns out he was intentionally hiding it. Now his real health bar is showing. Arrow after arrow struck its body. Hammer screamed in pain, haha. Do you intend to pin me here forever? Useless. As long as you cannot completely destroy me, I will keep reincarnating and fusing. Ha. Suddenly, Ye Wu created a purple array surrounding its body. He said, his voice calm, so? It seems the law of villains die from excessive talking applies universally to every world. It screamed in anger, you. What are you doing? Even the gods cannot kill me. You are just a small human, how can you do anything to me? Ye Wu stood still, smiling, of course, I'm going to use my passion to melt your icy heart. Melting in the literal sense. Unable to accept, he exclaimed, impossible. Stubbornly, he continued, I have the backing of the blessing team. How could I lose to a mere human? The system announced, kill the frost giant boss, gain 1 million experience points. Acquired the heart of the frost giant, an epic grade primitive material. After use, gain the power of the frost giant, enhancing ice attribute abilities. Ye Wu's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, although this primal resource might not benefit me, it seems to have effects on Shui Lu. I wonder if she will clear more than 2 billion of my debts. Over here, Marilyn proudly said, incredible. Whether it's Glenn or Ye Wu, you both are amazing. Catalina was taken aback. She thought, I can't believe Ye Wu has the strength comparable to the main god Glenn. Clearly, he could easily kill me, yet he gave me a chance to turn things around. She approached and praised Ye Wu, you are truly impressive. Not only do you possess exceptional skills, but your combat strength is also formidable. This is the first time I have met such a strong mortal like you. Once I return to the Golden City, I will definitely recommend you to the ranks of the gods. Ye Wu humbly replied, oh, it's just okay. My fire attribute ability just happens to counter the ice attribute. He worriedly thought, if I can enter the main god in the Golden City, it would be best. But the main god like Glenn has already reached level 270, not to mention the level of their father. With my current strength, I cannot confront him. The next step I should take is to enter the Golden City, clarify the specific situation, and then decide on a countermeasure. Ye Wu instructed the two girls, I have seen everything. You both fought very valiantly, and logically, you both deserve the honor of promotion. However, Catalina and her father have committed a series of illegal acts in the selection competition. By rights, they deserve punishment. Therefore, it is a balance of merits and demerits. Although they will not face additional penalties, Catalina's qualification to be promoted to Valkyrie has been revoked. Marilyn asked in confusion, why is that? Catalina, she was just. Catalina interrupted gently, Marilyn, you don't need to say anymore. This is the outcome I deserve. In fact, compared to what I have done, this outcome is a great mercy. My situation is not important. Right now, the most important thing is. Catalina approached to hug Marilyn, joyfully saying, congratulations on becoming a Valkyrie. Marilyn smiled in response, thank you, Catalina. Glenn stood up and announced, I would like to declare that the winner of this Valkyrie selection contest is Marilyn. The crowd cheered excitedly. Marilyn did it. She really succeeded. Glenn looked toward Marilyn and continued, before the ceremony begins, I still have one question to ask you. He held the divine sword, seriously asking, becoming a Valkyrie is just the beginning. Ahead of you will be dangerous battlefields and life and death confrontations day and night. Despite that, do you still wish to become a Valkyrie? Marilyn confidently replied, of course, I am willing. Becoming a Valkyrie is my greatest dream. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, I will bravely move forward and absolutely not take a step back. Hearing her resolute answer, Glenn nodded and agreed to unlock the treasure. He said, very well. From this moment on, your destiny will be rewritten. With the power of a Valkyrie, step into a completely new journey. She donned a beautiful Valkyrie outfit. Welcome to the team, Valkyrie Marilyn. She replied strongly. The crowd around cheered proudly, Valkyrie Marilyn, Valkyrie Marilyn, Valkyrie Marilyn. Seeing that scene, Ye Hao thought proudly, compared to the previous timeline, this time she finally smiled brightly and became a Valkyrie, Marilyn. But this is just the beginning. If her world cannot escape the fate of destruction, I will definitely find a way to help those she loves avoid that tragic fate. At the top of the icy mountain, he said, we have arrived, welcome to the home of the main god, the Golden City. Looking up at the magnificent palace before him, Ye Hao exclaimed, it's so glorious. Next to him, Marilyn nervously replied, I don't know why I feel so tense. Suddenly, a group of Valkyries descended, surrounding Marilyn and saying, the little sister has finally arrived, let us have a look at you. The Valkyrie looked around and asked the person next to her, I heard this time there's also a very powerful mortal. Is that the young man over there? Valkyrie introduced herself, Marilyn, I represent the Valkyrie Legion and welcome you to join us. We look forward to your future combat performances. Marilyn cheerfully replied, got it. So Slay, is this the true Valkyrie? She turned to Ye Hao and asked, you are the mortal who killed the frost giant, right? No need to be modest. The father of the main god has allowed a mortal to enter the Golden City. It's truly a once-in-a-century event, enough to show they recognize your strength. Ye Hao responded, that's right, beautiful Valkyries. However, it's not solely my achievement, it's also thanks to the main god Glenn's support. Glenn smiled and instructed, next, I will take Ye Hao to meet the father of the main god. You all take Marilyn back to the lounge. Conveniently, let her get acquainted with the new environment. The Valkyrie cheerfully replied, understood, you must be tired too. When looking at the couple in front of her, Marilyn couldn't hide her excitement, wow, they really look good together. Ye Hao thought to himself, they could not be more suited. If only she knew the outcome was that the Valkyrie and the main god were in love, would she still say such blind words of love? But with this old, ridiculous law, it's clear that the father of the main god is conservative. Although he is quite difficult to deal with, in order to defeat the final boss, I absolutely cannot be cowardly. Suddenly, someone spoke up, the main god of Light Glen, the mortal Ye Hao has been granted permission to enter the Temple of the Gods. The main god has not yet reached a unified stance regarding the entry of mortals into the City of Gold. Pay attention to your actions and words later, do you understand? They murmured, the father of the main god actually allowed a mortal to enter the holy temple. This is the first time since the creation of the world. But will it break the rules and laws established for thousands of years? The Valkyrie has been granted divine power, that's one thing, but how can a human have the qualifications to enter the holy temple? Augustine, the father of the main god, sat on the throne and said, I have permitted it, no need for further words. Mortal youth, previously you displayed an extremely marvelous technique in the trial location. If you can present it to me, it would facilitate the management and oversight of the 9 realms or be utilized on the battlefield. Are you willing to offer it? Hearing this, Ye Hao replied, of course, the craftsmanship of a mere mortal like me is regarded with esteem by the great father of the main god, therefore I shall present it with reverence. Then, he curiously asked, what is this mechanical service? We have never encountered such strange new technology before. Looking at the item before him, he praised, indeed, this is a technique never seen in the 9 realms. The internal structure is exquisitely extraordinary, and the energy conversion rules are also unlike any magical system. You are not an ordinary mortal in the 9 realms. Where do you really come from? Seeing that expression on his face, Ye Hao thought to himself, the father of this main god doesn't seem as conservative as I imagined. How is he different from the previous timeline? Or should I probe further? He replied, where I come from is not important. What matters is what I can bring to you, right? Hearing Ye Hao's tone, another main god suddenly shouted, how bold! You dare to speak like that to the father of the main god? Guards! Seize this rude mortal for me. Augustine, angered, released a beam of golden light and shouted, be silent. They hurriedly responded, yes, we will heed the father of the main god's wishes. He said, although you are an ill-mannered one, you do not speak wrongly. I am looking forward to what you will bring. However, your mortal body cannot stay long in the Golden City. This divine craftsmanship power is a reward and expectation for you. Take it. Suddenly, a golden light surrounded him. He exclaimed, divine craftsmanship power. The system immediately explained, divine craftsmanship power belongs to the divine level limited divine rank. It can enhance the abilities of the account that possesses this attribute. The host can use emergency skills at the master level in the limited divine world to craft the strongest divine level artifacts. Ye Hao was overjoyed, thinking, I can craft divine level artifacts? Amazing! But the account already had the ability to craft divine level artifacts. So what's the difference between the two? At that moment, Avis appeared beside him, explaining, I will clarify for the master. The two are actually very different. In different dimensions, the definition of divine level is also completely different. Right now, we are in a high divine level dimension. Therefore, divine level artifacts created here will be much stronger than those in other dimensions. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao's eyes lit up. He silently calculated, so that means, with divine craftsmanship power, I can freely craft artifacts in this golden city. This trip is definitely worth it. Looking at the divine level guide in his hand, Ye Hao murmured, however, the materials in this guide seem really outlandish. I wonder if I can find enough in this world. Divine level drug translation guide, resurrection fruit of life, crown of destruction, aura of supremacy, proof of immortality, leading to resurrection. He continued, to obtain divine power, there is a price to pay. Every month, you must generate 3 god auras of different levels. If you fail to do so, not only will your divine power be revoked, but you will also be expelled from the City of Gold. Do you understand? Ye Hao nodded and replied, understood, I look forward to good news. In his heart, he thought, it's fine to do a little work for this buff. After that, he ordered, Glenn, take him to the god of craftsmanship. If there are no other reports, the meeting is adjourned for today. Everyone replied in unison, understood. While walking, Ye Hao curiously asked, Lord, who is the god of craftsmanship? Glenn explained, the god of craftsmanship is not just one person, but all the top-level craftsmen in the 9 realms, combined into a guild in the Golden City. However, all the members are from the dwarf race. After all, they are the best at this in the 9 realms. But Ye Hao, even if it is the god of craftsmanship, in 1 month, at most, only 1 top-tier artifact can be created. The father of the main god requires 3 top-tier artifacts. Can you do it? He replied nonchalantly, I will think of a way to make it work. Right, earlier you mentioned the pollution in the frost giant, what exactly is it? He responded, I only know a little about the details. It's just that in the 9 realms, there are some news circulating, it seems like it's about to cause quite a bit of harm. The main god is also negotiating on how to handle it. Suddenly he tensed up and said, hypothetically. Is there a possibility that this pollution could spread within the Golden City? Glenn turned to look at him and replied, are you worried about this? Don't worry, this can never happen. Because the dwelling place of the main god is protected by divine power. That evil infectious substance will never be able to corrode it. Ye Hao answered awkwardly, is that so? He secretly speculated, then why did I just hear a familiar whisper of evil in the holy temple? It seems that this golden city is not as divine and safe as Glenn said. After that, he pointed to the gate ahead and said, we have arrived. This is the entrance to the god of craftsmanship. But next we will have to go deep underground. The average temperature down there exceeds 100 degrees. Do you need me to cast a heat protection magic for you? He gently declined, thank you, but I don't need it. I inherently belong to the fire element, and higher temperatures aren't an issue for me. They passed through the gate. Glenn spoke up, well, let's head down. I bet these two brothers have been arguing fiercely again. Ye Wu unexpectedly asked, arguing? Indeed, Sidori and Blower were arguing. Sidori exclaimed loudly, I told you to listen to me. I know how to forge the king's sword. Yet the other stubbornly countered, what are you joking about? Your method is truly crap. The king's sword must be made my way. They were in a heated debate when Glenn and Ye Wu walked in. Glenn asked, are you two arguing about the new artifact forging again? They were startled, turning back to say, Glenn, what are you doing here? And why is there a little human kid behind you? Ye Wu greeted them warmly, if the two seniors don't mind, I'd like to try forging the king's sword. Both of them gaped and shouted, what? Glenn introduced, this is Ye Wu. Although he's human, he has also been granted divine craftsmanship power by the father of the main god, along with the privilege of being a guest of the Golden City. Ye Wu bowed and said, hello, two seniors. Sidori greeted, so you are the person with the marvelous craftsmanship technique from the legends. Welcome, welcome. Blower looked displeased, warning, what? Even though I don't want to dwell on why the father of the main god has made an exception to allow a mortal into the Golden City, if you dare disturb our work, I will absolutely not let you go. Ye Wu calmly explained, I apologize for interrupting your work, but I have no choice. Your father requested that I create 3 top-tier artifacts each month. I can't afford to be lazy because no one dares disobey your father. Sidori was surprised, asking, what? Our entire god of craftsmanship takes over a month to create 1 top-tier artifact. The father of the main god wants you to create 3 in a month? How can that be done? Blower burst into loud laughter, mocking, I didn't expect the father of the main god could also misjudge. A lowly human daring to forge artifacts, what a joke. Even if the king's sword is not a top-tier artifact, I will absolutely not entrust it to you for crafting. Doing so would only waste materials. Get out of the Golden City. This is not a place for you. Blower was furious, pointing his finger and shouting loudly, don't you have the slightest seriousness of a craftsman? My work always requires care, especially when crafting artifacts, this is not a joke. You are tarnishing the honor of a sacred craftsman. I absolutely will not allow a mortal to pollute it. Ye Wu crossed his arms and calmly replied, ultimately, whether this is a joke or not, let me try and you will know. If I fail, I am willing to compensate double the cost of the lost materials, along with a wish that both of you desire. Blower burst into laughter, to the point of tears, ridiculing, you really make me laugh until I die. Compensation? Granting a wish? Do you think that just because you have been granted a bit of divine craftsmanship power, you can stand on equal footing with a god? Fine, if you are so mad, I will let you try. But if you truly succeed, I will give you an additional artifact as a reward. Sidori, hearing this, could not help but feel anxious and asked, are you sure? The materials for forging artifacts are extremely valuable, stardust meteorite, ecliptic fragment, god of war steel. These things are basically unobtainable. Ye Wu smiled confidently, don't worry, I have never done anything that I was not sure of. Ye Wu entered the crafting room. He held the design blueprint and thought for a while. From the design map, he realized, the king's sword is indeed an artifact, but only at a level slightly better than legendary. There are no special breakthroughs in any aspect, but its flexibility is very strong, making it extremely suitable to support the special effects of various attributes. Ye Wu had prepared the forging, enchanting, and gemology techniques. He used all of his abilities, combined with the god of craftsmanship, to craft this sword into a high-level attribute artifact. Ye Wu gathered his energy, raised the hammer, and began to forge. Sidori looked at him and praised, truly impressive. It sounds quite remarkable. Blower, however, sneered and said sarcastically, humph, no substance, just putting on a show. He turned to Glenn and asked, Glenn, why haven't you left yet? Didn't you say you were busy all day? Glenn replied calmly, staying a little longer is fine. The most important thing is that I am very curious to see how far Ye Hao can go. After all, he has created equipment never seen before, such as the interdimensional secret realm monitoring device. Blower was surprised and asked, "What? He was able to do that?" Sidori could hardly believe it. Ever since the Spectrum Road broke down, even the omniscient crystal of the father of the main god cannot penetrate through time and space to investigate the peak. How could he do it? Blower added, "This kid always appears calm, could he really be?" Suddenly, the room emitted a blinding light. Blower shouted, "These are 3 people rushing in." Blower still couldn't believe it. No way? Could this kid have really done it? Moreover, it hasn't even been half a day, while this sword at least needs 3 days and nights to forge successfully. Sidori urged, "Stop doubting, let's go see, won't we know then?" Inside, Ye Hao held the sword and joyfully said, "It's done." The system displayed information about the King's Sword, a legendary sword containing true power. Only those worthy of kingship can fully unleash its strength. Fusion, the sword's body can change shape according to the career of its owner, activating unpredictable attack methods. Spirit Blade enhances all attributes of the owner. If the owner is a god, it increases divine power. Myriad forms, the King's Sword will change according to the current attributes of its owner, and it will also assist in executing the corresponding ultimate skill based on those attributes. The King's Sword turns out to be merely a mid-level artifact, but now, its entire energy has achieved the level of an artifact. Sidori gasped, not only has he completed the divine level team. Blower added, he even reinforced it. How can this be possible? Ye Hao handed the sword to Glenn, saying, "Glenn Lord, you have extensive knowledge, please take a look at this sword." Glenn took the sword, inspected it for a moment, and suddenly exclaimed, "This is the first time I have felt the resonance between the sword body and the divine power, the attribute within me. This sword truly harmonizes perfectly with my attributes, transforming into the most familiar weapon. This feeling is completely different from using any artifact I have used before. It's too shocking." Blower snatched the sword from Glenn's hand. "I can't believe the Sword King has this kind of ability. This must just be an illusion." He channeled energy into the sword and suddenly felt a strange power, exclaiming, "What is this power emanating from this sword? It feels like, in just a moment, I have rejuvenated by 200 years. My peak state has returned. I could forge iron continuously for a month without rest." Sidori snatched the sword, shouting, all right. Before this, you looked down on them, and now you're so infatuated. Don't covet it any longer, quickly return the sword to its owner." Blower lamented, "Huh? I haven't had enough fun yet." He pretended to cough for a few moments before saying, "Forget it. I admit that I misjudged. Your skills are indeed extraordinary, no wonder you are recognized by our father. Although I have a hot temper, I've always kept my word. The artifact I promised before, I absolutely will not go back on my word." While saying that, he thought differently, am I stupid enough to give you a truly effective artifact? How about I give you a little surprise instead? He suddenly tossed out a wig. "Next, I gift you this artifact, golden long hair." Ye Hao caught the wig, his face full of confusion. "Huh? Golden long hair?" The system displayed the information, golden long hair of Sisyphus, long and free-spirited, made from pure gold, containing auxiliary divine power. It can be attached to the head to grow long hair permanently, never to fall out. Ye Hao remained silent, his expression deep in thought. Sidori stepped forward and said, "This is ridiculous. Blower, are you cheating? Why are you giving me an artifact that has no effect? I'm not bald." Blower sneered, "Just mind your own business. I only said I would give a gift, but I never said what I would give." Suddenly, Ye Hao was overjoyed to the point of tears. He ran over and grasped Blower's hand, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Blower Sr. This artifact of yours truly has a tremendous effect on me. I had never thought I would receive such a precious gift." Blower chuckled softly, replying, "No need to thank me." Ye Hao delightedly thought, with this artifact, can't I completely eliminate the depression related to the account Immortal Baldy? Moreover, I can use it indefinitely without worrying about any side effects. An incredibly useful artifact like this is truly a great deal. This only makes me look forward to the next treasure hunting expedition even more. In another place, Ye Hao began to calculate. He carefully considered, true eye is a magical skill. If used carelessly, it's easy to be detected. Should I use a cloaking device? This person has the ability to scan the entire Golden City without leaving a trace. Looking at the map, Ye Hao smiled. He discovered the treasure and realized that the number of guards around was even fewer than expected. He thought to himself, this is utopia, a place where at night one doesn't even need to lock the door. The scenery before me is truly wonderful. Then I won't hold back. Let's see what treasures the God's Vault holds. It's really something to anticipate. Ye Hao approached the door, telling himself that he had swiftly overcome all obstacles to get here. Where he stood was before the door leading to the treasure of the Father of the Gods. He observed the large door and noticed that it was sturdy, not easily broken. The mechanism on the door seemed to require a precise series of actions to open, and any mistakes could potentially trigger the alarm system. Though unwilling, he had to give up the idea of breaking down the door. Suddenly, someone grabbed his shoulder and asked, Ye Hao, why are you here? Ye Hao was confused, wondering how he could be spotted when he was clearly in a state of invisibility. The person in front of him was Marilyn, her face flushed as she said, I've been looking for you for a long time, I finally found you. Ye Hao was surprised, Marilyn, what do you want with me? She hugged him tightly with an emotional expression, saying, Ye Hao, I missed you so much. Since entering the Golden City, you haven't come to find me, I feel so lonely. Ye Hao pondered, then coldly replied, miss me? Don't joke, pretending to be someone else to tease me is a bit disappointing. Which deity are you? If you don't mind, please reveal your name. Marilyn laughed and admitted, oh, how could I be seen through in just 1 second? Haven't you all reached that level of intimacy yet? The deceiver transformed while nervously stammering, I apologize, I'm sorry. I added a little drama. Just as you said, this is just a joke, please don't mind. Let me reintroduce myself, I am Lokier, a main god. Seeing a mortal wandering around the treasure at midnight, I couldn't help but want to tease you. Are you also interested in the treasures within this vault? Ye Hao smiled in response, Lord Lokier, you are too modest. If you truly wanted to deceive me, how could I ever have seen through it? I'm here merely out of curiosity, wanting to tour what lies inside the vault. But seeing the large door locked so tightly, I intended to leave when I encountered you. He thought to himself that this woman was quite strange, it would be best not to linger around her. He turned to bid farewell, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. She quickly called out, wait. Lokier pointed at the door, implying, having come this far, wouldn't it be a pity to just leave? Aren't you quite curious about this treasure? I can open this door. Would you like to join me in exploring? Ye Hao readily agreed, that sounds wonderful. Thank you, Lord. At that moment, this appeared with a warning, Master, there is absolutely no emotional spectrum emanating from this woman. I cannot discern her intentions. Is this truly the terrifying power of a main god? Ye Hao made plans, and now she could only go along with her and find an opportunity to ask for the purpose, in short, she had to be cautious. Lokier urged, what are you still standing there for? Let's go. This moment is for expanding your horizons. Ye Hao replied, all right. Inside, a tree shimmering with golden light made Ye Hao exclaim, oh, is this really the treasure of the gods? It's truly magnificent. Lokier introduced, this is where everything has been kept since the Father of the Gods created the world until now. The most valuable artifacts and treasures are displayed by the golden tree. It symbolizes the pillar of the 9 realms, and it is also the world tree Okir. Ye Hao stood before a large door, unable to hide her amazement, standing before these artifacts, a mortal like me feels so small. Is this truly something a mere mortal can behold? She glanced at Lokier and asked, Lokier Lord, what is your true intention in bringing me here? A beautiful and powerful main goddess like you surely wouldn't be kind to a mortal without reason, would you? Lokier smiled and replied, you have a sweet tongue. Being trusted by the Father of the Gods to the extent of having you forge the king's sword shows you are clearly not an ordinary mortal. She winked and continued, as for my purpose, I hope you can assist me in a task. Upon completion, I will allow you to choose any artifact here as your reward. Ye Hao asked again, his voice full of doubt, is the reward really that precious? The difficulty of this matter surely cannot be low, right? Can an insignificant mortal like me really accomplish it? The girl in front of him smiled and replied confidently, of course. Only you can do this, it's actually quite simple. She leaned close and whispered into Ye Hao's ear, just make a slight adjustment to the special equipment you provided to the father of the main god for monitoring the 9 realms and secret realms. Make it so that it cannot display certain things that I don't want him to see. Ye Hao hesitated for a moment and took a small step back. He said, this really isn't a difficult task for me. But if the father of the main god discovers that I've deceived him, my little life may not be safe. Lokier smiled, hugged Ye Hao, and gently said, don't worry. The final interpretation of the technique lies in your hands, he won't notice. Moreover, if you are truly discovered, I promise to ensure that you won't die. She looked directly into Ye Hao's eyes, her gaze seeming to reassure him, so, what do you think? The promise of a god should have alleviated your concerns, right? Upon hearing this, Ye Hao nodded and made a decision, if that's the case, then I agree. The girl smiled with satisfaction, that's more like it, very obedient. However, in Ye Hao's heart, there were still private thoughts. He wondered, what is it that shouldn't be seen? Could it be pollution from deep space? This is quite troublesome. Being able to easily enter and exit the treasure vault indicates that her strength is absolutely terrifying. If I refuse, my life may be at risk. Damn it, I don't want to get caught up in the struggle between gods. Ye Hao spoke up, it's getting late, let's just end it here for today. Suddenly, she pierced through Ye Hao, her voice dripping with mockery, of course, you can make your exit now. The system announced, all attributes are punished, reduced by 90%, and the use of recovery items and magic is prohibited. Ye Hao spat blood, panicked as he questioned, why? Didn't I agree to help you? Why are you still harming me? Lokier laughed heartily, a main god like me relying on a mere mortal like you to do work? Did you really think this was sincere? Killing you directly would solve everything, wouldn't it? Luring you here was merely to have a reason to report to the father of the main god. Lokier continued, his tone dripping with disdain, humans are greedy, scheming to steal forbidden artifacts, and I discovered and killed you. I'm having a lot of fun tonight. I'll grant you a reward, and at the same time, give you a warning before your reincarnation, never trust any words from a deceitful god. Ye Hao gritted his teeth, no longer holding back. He retorted, if you dared to provoke me first, then I will not be polite. A deceitful and scheming god, right? I will make you pay dearly. Lokier smirked condescendingly, oh really? I was looking forward to seeing how you would do that. But now, you don't have the opportunity or time anymore. Ye Hao laughed, filled with confidence, time? I have plenty of it. He activated his ability to rewind time. Notification system, the time has returned to the exact moment designated by the host. Ye Hao breathed a sigh of relief, that was really dangerous. I didn't expect the level and strength of the high-ranking main god to be so terrifying. If it weren't for this time manipulation skill, I definitely wouldn't stand a chance against her. He returned to 3 hours earlier, but this time it wasn't without gains. At least, Ye Hao had remembered the method to unlock the main god's large door. He thought to himself, from now on, I can always go back. The only thing is, the lying god and the scheming Lokier suddenly appeared. She seems to be afraid of me like this, she must be concerned that my abilities will allow the main god to uncover some of her schemes. Ye Hao seriously pondered, I have to uncover the secret so I can devise a strategy to win against her. He slightly worriedly asked, system, can I use the time manipulation skill to observe Lokier? Her level is truly formidable. The system responded, the time manipulation skill surpasses all existing beings in the current dimension. The host can use it with confidence on any person or god. Hearing this, Ye Hao felt more at ease, then let me see. What truth is being concealed in her schemes and lies? Initiate the time control wire. He snapped his fingers, and the system immediately announced it was starting up. The location is recreated, the first significant event. The scene before me is a colossal castle. There, the land of giant Jomniatan is advancing towards the castle. At the center of the castle stands a giant named Ram Hufe. Ram Hufe spoke, "What brings you here?" "Lokier, if your movements are discovered by Augustine, our plan will be threatened." Lokier replied, her tone completely calm, "Don't be timid about such matters. Ram Hufe, the old man's spectrum road has already been destroyed by me. He can no longer freely monitor the affairs of the realm and other dimensions." She continued, still maintaining her calm demeanor, "Recently, a mortal has come to provide the old man with something that can monitor the 9 realms. Although the effectiveness of it has yet to be determined, I am here to remind you to strengthen the protection of our secret." Ram Hufe furrowed his brow, puzzled. Can Augustine actually see through a mortal's possessions? Is he pretending to be clueless? The secret personally guarded by me is absolutely error-free. Do you doubt that I am inferior to a mere mortal? She turned her back and slightly curled her lips. Don't be so serious. You are an important partner of mine, why would I doubt you? It's just a reminder after all. That mortal, I will find a chance to deal with. Now, I must go see my beloved treasure. In another place, she stared intently at the object in front of her, her eyes filled with satisfaction. "Ah, my treasure has grown obediently today, hasn't it?" A different voice rang out with warning, "The pollution of evil power from this thing is not something you can control." Nearby, a skinny man named Solto was tightly bound high above. He shouted, his eyes full of resentment, "Lokier, you crazy woman! Daring to lure me here and imprison me for so long. I should have torn you apart. But if you release me now, I might still leave you a way out." Lokier removed her mask, sneering, "You truly are a tough man. You interest me. I intentionally restrained you next to the superpossession for so long, and yet you haven't been tainted. Quite surprising. It seems I must increase the level of pollution. Without your cooperation, the effectiveness of my plan will be significantly diminished." Solto was pushed to the brink of screaming in pain. "Ah, you bastard. Just wait until I regain my freedom, I will make sure you die a gruesome death." The third important event, Lokier and Glenn stood facing each other beside a small waterfall. "Why do you refuse my sincere feelings?" "Glenn, even though I am the goddess of deceit and wicked schemes, my feelings for you are genuine." Glenn replied, "I'm sorry, Lord Lokier. Your love gives me a headache, but I cannot reciprocate. In my heart, there is someone else." She felt as if struck by lightning. "What?" "In the Golden City, there is no woman stronger than I. Why must you refuse me for a small, weak woman?" He looked at her with a lovesick gaze and answered, "Because love does not only come from admiration of power, but also from a smile or an act. I'm sorry, Lord Lokier." Her face darkened. "You may leave now." Glenn immediately responded, "Very well." He turned and walked away. Lokier lowered her head slightly, her face darkened, her eyes showing pain, but she said no more. At the same time, at the fourth important event, the Father of Gods was pierced through the heart by a spear. He cried out in pain, "How do you possess such great evil strength?" Lokier held the spear, a wave of dark power surrounding her. "That is because I have given up myself, yielding my body to the embrace of the outer god. Your era has come to an end, the main god. Rest assured, I will inherit your legacy and lead the main god into a new, greater super era." He fell silent. "So it turns out you were just playing tricks, but truly it's embarrassing, Lokier. You, being a main god, yet still have to bow down before that dark outer god's power. It's really laughable." She laughed maniacally. "Laughable? Then so what? With absolute power, I can forsake everything. With absolute power, I can control everything, including the lives and deaths of gods." She continued, "That's right, your long-lost son, for refusing to cooperate with me, I killed him as well. The feeling of killing such a powerful main god is truly irresistible. Next, it will be your turn." The spear pierced his body, creating a large hole. The spear struck the ground hard. Lokier, clad in the armor of a main god, sat upon the throne. The era of supremacy belongs to the outer gods, and it begins here. Ha ha. After seeing everything clearly, he recalled the order, "Come here, end it." The system responded, reversing time. Command received, starting. Time reversed. He returned to the moment at the beginning. In his mind, the pieces gradually came together, and the truth behind the events had essentially become clear. He sat in deep thought. The deep space hypercube is the outer god from deep within the universe. It has contaminated the 9 realms in Lokier. Lokier kills and disguises herself as the main god, all because she harbors a grudge against Glenn. When I was with Marilyn, she targeted me like that. However, Lokier absolutely did not expect to ultimately lose to the mysterious force from Marilyn. I exchanged with the system to aim for a perfect conclusion. I absolutely cannot trigger that power of Marilyn. But if I want to kill Lokier before she can act against the main god, I must find another way. Vis asked, but master, that woman is cunning and very powerful. What should we do to turn the tables on her? Should we directly report to the Father of Gods? He tightened his grip. That would be ineffective. I would be seen as a mortal, falsely accusing the main god, and would be heavily punished. But I have thought of another way. Vis questioned, truly deserving of the title master. To have found a method to deal with a powerful foe in such a short time. Amazing. What is that method? He smiled wickedly. It's very simple. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The next target, save Thor, the god of thunder. Blower and Siduri were stunned. Siduri exclaimed, "Oh my god, Ye Hao! Do you know what you are doing?" The three stood in front of a colossal furnace. Ye Hao replied calmly, "This is the furnace and forging platform that we have upgraded using techniques that have been over 10,000 years in the making. This is an ancient artifact, a masterpiece that took thousands of years to create. I am not mistaken, am I? The divine flame has the ability to harness divine fire from the Earth's core to melt rare metals. After being upgraded with special technology, the melting rate of metals has been increased by 30%. The forging platform is made from fragments of the creation god's iron. Through technical upgrades, the stability during forging has been improved by an additional 30%. Hearing this, Siduri exclaimed, "That's amazing. We were only tasked with crafting artifacts, and you went ahead and improved an ancient artifact, elevating it to an entirely different level." Ye Hao smiled. One must sharpen their tools if they want to do their job well. I am just building upon the foundation laid by the seniors and making slight enhancements to the divine flame and forging platform. He continued, "With these upgrades, the process of crafting artifacts will be much more efficient. Along with the king's sword from before, our task of creating the 3 artifacts assigned to us by the divine orders can now be considered complete, right?" Siduri asked. "Of course, these 3 items are all top-tier artifacts. We consider them peak-level artifacts. But Ye Hao, seeing you in such a hurry, is there something else you need to do?" Ye Hao nodded. "Indeed, there is something. Senior, if I want to go to the land of giants, Jotunheim, what should I do?" He widened his eyes. "Jotunheim? That's the main battlefield of the gods and the giants, a place of extreme danger and cold. Why do you want to go there?" Blower interjected, slightly annoyed. "What are you hesitating for? If Ye Hao wants to go, he surely has his reasons. Don't pry into his private matters." Mr. Blower added, "If you want to go to Jotunheim, you should look for Glenn. He's the master of that battlefield, the leader of the Valkyrie Legion. He will definitely have a way." Ye Hao waved his hand. "Thank you, Senior Blower. Then I will take my leave now." After Ye Hao left, the two turned to chat, sighing, "This kid is truly remarkable. His presence may just bring about a series of changes." Blower chuckled softly. "Isn't that quite interesting? We old-timers have been too rigid. Now, embracing change isn't a bad idea." At the Valkyrie Gate of Victory, a group of people is gathering. Glenn, the lord of the group, stands in front of them and announces, "The Valkyrie has completed the assembly. Our stronghold in the land of giants, Jotunheim, is under a large-scale attack by the giants. By the decree of the gods, we need to immediately provide reinforcements. Everyone must be particularly attentive. This battle is extremely dangerous, and there could be life-threatening risks at any moment, so focus all your spirit." Ye Hao flies closer to Glenn and says, "Are you planning to go to the land of the giants? Then take me with you. I also have matters to attend to there." Glenn looks at him with surprise. You want to go with us? Ye Wu nods firmly, that's right. After all, I need to resolve some issues there. Glenn thinks for a moment and then agrees, alright, if you want to go, then be prepared. We will depart immediately. The warriors quickly organized their formation and prepared to set out. Everyone understands that this mission is not only dangerous but also decisive for their future. Vachely pointed at him with an attitude, impudent. Lord Glenn is conveying the edict of the god of creation. How dare you, a mere mortal, interrupt? Besides, is the land of giants a place where mortals can tread? It's one thing at ordinary times, but right now is a critical moment before the Great War. If you act impudently, you should know how to distinguish the situation. He scratched his head, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, it was wrong of me to barge in suddenly. But my intention to go to the land of giants is no joke. After all, I can contribute my meager strength to the fight. The other members began to argue. What? Do we need a mortal like you to help? Are you looking down on our Valkyries? You're just a blacksmith, and yet you dare to speak so grandly. You'd better go back to forging iron. Another voice countered, don't underestimate Ye Wu's power. He is very capable. Glenn furrowed his brows and spoke decisively, alright, I will make the decision myself. Having your help would certainly be great, but the task that the god of creation has entrusted is the most important. What if we are held accountable if it is not completed? He interrupted, don't worry, I have already taken care of the 3 god spirits. Glenn was a bit astonished. What? To complete such an almost impossible mission in such a short time? You truly have refreshed my understanding. His gaze gradually became serious as he transformed into battle-like form. If that's the case, then I have no reason to stop you any longer. This matter should not be delayed. Seeing Glenn in that state, Ye Wu couldn't help but think, great, is this really Glenn's true battle form? His power and level have significantly increased like this. Glenn raised his hand toward the portal and said, departure. Ye Wu replied confidently, yes. In the land of giants Jotunheim, divine outposts everywhere were blown to smithereens. Some said, this final defense line must be held firm. Absolutely do not let the frost giants advance a single step. But this attack from them is fiercer than ever. What is happening? People around were discussing in confusion. What is happening? Our side is dying in greater numbers, yet their forces are increasing. What kind of nonsense is this? The frost giants roared, roar. They said, this time we are surely doomed. Just as the situation was in chaos, a brilliant light descended from the sky. Shadows with wings slowly appeared within the beam of light, causing all eyes to be drawn to it. That is. The crowd led by Glenn arrived, and the roar of cheers erupted. Glenn of the Lion, the Valkyries are here to lead us. Great, we are saved now. Glenn turned to Vachely and said, Vachely, you lead the other Valkyries to clear the enemies near the main entrance. At the same time, Ye Wu and I will deal with the boss of the enemy faction. Vachely, dissatisfied, pressed, why? Didn't I always go with you to kill the boss of the enemy faction before? Why the sudden change now? Ye Wu, he is just a mortal, how can he be your right-hand man? Glenn's eyes turned cold. Now is not the time to argue. Follow my orders. Vachely was scared to paleness but reluctantly replied, fine. Okay. She led the group to slay giants while Glenn shouted, everyone here, follow me, kill all invading enemies. Do not let any giants pass the city, not even half a step. On the other side, Ye Wu and Glenn approached the boss. Glenn reminded, be careful, Ye Wu. Based on the current situation, the boss we have to face is likely a necromantic frost mage. Ye Wu silently noted, necromantic frost mage. But just a moment of distraction caused him to be hit by the boss's attack. Glenn narrowly dodged and shouted, Ye Wu. The boss is Diggins the giant frost dragon, standing tall before them, next to Amlys, the frost witch. She mocks, you brought a mere human to fight me? Glenn, are you underestimating me too much? Glenn, in a battle-ready stance, smirks, I didn't expect it would be you, Amlys. Your king is so determined to counterattack the divine realm, yet he sends you to the battlefield? It seems today's battle will be tougher than I anticipated. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. followed by Ye Wu's challenging voice, I admit, high-level fairies like you all are indeed beyond my capability. But it's not like I'll be killed immediately, right? So Glenn, that giantess is yours. I'll handle the frost dragon. Diggins opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, tauntingly saying, a tiny human wants to fight me? Are you tired of living? You're not even worthy for me to stuff between my teeth. Amlis, the giantess wearing a veil, burst into laughter. Huh, you got hit by one of my ice spikes and still didn't die, which shows you have quite a bit of life in you. So why don't you take your time and play with him? Isn't that fun? The frost dragon contemptuously looked ahead, its tone cold. Take your time playing, I have no interest. I will bite through his belly, leaving him no chance to regret choosing me as his opponent. Ye Wu spread his black wings and flew beside Glenn to discuss tactics. Glenn, I will draw the dragon away. Do you think you can win one-on-one against that giantess? Her level seems higher than yours. Glenn was slightly moved and replied, you are doing this for me. Well, it's not a matter of whether I can win or not, but I must win. You also have to be careful, the frost dragon is not a trivial opponent. After their discussion, Ye Wu spread his wings wide and flew straight toward the frost dragon, loudly provoking, come on, dragon. Let me see if your strength is as rotten as your mouth. Indeed, this taunt angered the frost dragon. It quickly shifted its target, soaring toward Ye Wu while roaring, how can a mere human like you have dragon wings? I am becoming more and more interested in this one. After I kill you, I will study you slowly. Upon finishing its words, the frost dragon unleashed a massive blast of icy breath, freezing everything below. The soldiers panicked, frantically shouting, damn it! Why is the frost dragon attacking indiscriminately? Stop it quickly! Ye Wu quickly darted to the side, evading the attack. Stopping mid-air at a distance from the dragon, he swung his hand, conjuring a massive red flame that rushed straight toward the frost dragon. While attacking, Ye Wu silently analyzed the situation. The level of the Qi Yin Emperor could contend with level 220, but this dragon was level 320. Even utilizing the elemental advantage, the gap of over 100 levels could not be bridged. The frost dragon did not dodge at all. Instead, it used its sturdy dragon body to withstand the fire. As a result, the great flame only reduced its health by 2%. The giant dragon sneered, so it turns out to be fire attribute? Is this your source of confidence? Unfortunately, this attack is not enough to break my defense. Ha ha. You think being small makes you nimble? Let's see how long you can keep running. As soon as the words left its mouth, the frost dragon flapped its powerful wings, creating a massive vortex carrying frigid energy, sweeping straight toward Ye Wu. Within the vortex, numerous sharp ice shards spun round, charging at terrifying speed. Ye Wu dodged while trying to formulate a countermeasure. That's right, not only is there a significant level difference, but this is also its home turf. The cold air and magical power in this atmosphere, it uses them as if they are limitless. I must draw its aggro away first, then think of my next move. Ye Wu was deep in thought when he suddenly jolted, realizing that the frost dragon had appeared right in front of him at some point. It unleashed a powerful breath of icy air and roared, die. The terrifying burst of cold air sent Ye Wu flying, crashing hard into the icy wall behind him. A loud thud echoed, and ice dust flew everywhere. The frost dragon looked at its opponent being thrown away and laughed loudly, ha. A pesky fly should be swatted dead without mercy. This time, I fear there will be nothing left of you. Struggling to sit up, Ye Wu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The previous blow had knocked off 80% of his health, leaving him in pain all over his body. Looking at the arrogantly laughing opponent in front of him, Ye Wu thought helplessly, this dragon is too powerful. Combined with many unfavorable factors, it looks like a desperate situation. But I didn't come here to kill it, rather. Ye Wu silently contacted the system with his mind. System, switch the account to Void Beast King Lai Fan. I'll take this ice dragon for sure. The system quickly responded, receiving order. Switching. The system announced, the skill Void Beast King Lai Fan is divided into 3 stages. The primary stage can tame 100% of tame beasts below level 300, the intermediate stage can tame those below level 600, and the advanced stage can tame those below level 900%. The notification system, current account level, beginner Beast King can enhance 30% of combat pet attributes, master various traps, and methods to tame beasts. Players need to reduce the target's health below 20%, then use trapping equipment to capture, and finally use the Beast King mark. Ye Hao smiled brightly after hearing this. Awesome. This is exactly why I chose the Frost Dragon as my opponent. With its power equivalent to level 300, it also has an additional 30% soul link from Crimson Comet, raising its combat strength against dragons to nearly level 400. Next, let's see you then, Crimson Comet. Crimson Comet excitedly looked at Ye Hao and let out a few sounds. Gur, gur, gur. Outside the icy cliff where Ye Hao had just fallen, the Frost Dragon was staring intently at the ice wall, trying to search. Humph. Why can I still sense a faint breath? Is this guy still not dead? Let me take one last breath to finish him off. But before the Frost Dragon could strike, a gigantic red dragon broke through the ice, its size comparable to its own, then roared, Gur. Crimson Comet unexpectedly lunged forward, biting hard into the Frost Dragon's neck. The Frost Dragon's health immediately dropped to only 70%. The Frost Dragon cried out in pain, It hurts. What is happening? Why did this guy suddenly turn into? Before it could finish speaking, the Crimson Comet charged in once again, sending the Frost Dragon flying away in just a minute. Its health dropped sharply, reduced to only 50%. The Frost Dragon roared in disbelief, Impossible. Such power absolutely cannot come from a human. Ye Hao stood tall on the head of the Crimson Comet, mocking, with your brain capacity, it's hard for me to explain much more. Just obediently become my mount, to avoid further pain. The enormous red dragon that had knocked the Frost Dragon down to half its health was the Void Beast King Red Dragon. The appearance of the Void Beast King changed according to the battle dragon that Ye Hao controlled. The Frost Dragon struggled to stabilize its body, furiously shouting, even the Frost Giant's king could not subdue me to become a mount. How dare a human think of riding on me? What a delusion! Super compressed frost breath. Saying this, the Frost Dragon unleashed a blast of freezing breath, far stronger than before. Unfazed, the Crimson Comet also released a surge of blazing heat, directly confronting the Frost Dragon's super compressed frost breath. A strong stream of breath collided with another. Ye Hao, while attacking, advised, put your hands down. A dead ice dragon holds no value for me. The icy breath that the Frost Dragon spouted was gradually pushed back by the scorching heat of the Crimson Comet. Eventually, the heat from the Crimson Comet shot straight into the mouth of the Frost Dragon. A hissing sound erupted, as if several of the Frost Dragon's teeth had broken. Its blood level drastically decreased, leaving only 18%. The Frost Dragon held its mouth and groaned, I hate you, Ye Hao. I will kill you. Ye Hao rode the Crimson Comet closer to the Frost Dragon and sighed, I told you to give up resisting, but you didn't listen. Now you know pain, right? Come on, obediently let me ride. Hearing Ye Hao say he wanted to ride on it, the Frost Dragon roared in anger, Even if I die, I absolutely will not allow anyone to ride on my head. As it stood up, the ground beneath the Frost Dragon suddenly lit up. Chains of brilliant gold appeared simultaneously on its neck and limbs. The Frost Dragon thrashed wildly, but was immediately ensnared by streaks of golden lightning from the chains, causing it to become even more furious. This is the trap of that damned human. Let me go. The system notification echoed in Ye Hao's head, the target has triggered the binding trap, health below 20%. The taming condition has been met, but the target is above level 300 and is in an extreme frenzy state. The success rate for taming is 70%. Ye Hao muttered, 70%, huh? As long as it's not 100%, there's a chance of failure. I can't take that risk. Ye Hao's mind raced to find a solution. I've finally managed to catch a big one, I need to find a way to ensure I don't fail. But how? The Frost Dragon, trapped by Ye Hao's binding trap, lay flat on the ground, frantically cursing, damn it. This shabby thing, don't think you can bind me for long, just wait until I freeze this trap into pieces. The Frost Dragon thrashed violently, lightning seeming to be on the verge of spiraling out of control. The system immediately issued a warning, 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 the binding trap will lose effectiveness in 1 minute. Upon failure, the cooldown time will be 30 minutes. Please make a prompt decision on whether to attempt taming. Yet, Ye Hao still could not come to a decision. Wait, there must be another way to increase the success rate of the taming. Let me think. Ye Hao suddenly remembered, got it. How could I forget the good item I obtained from Aval? Isn't it perfect for this situation? System, quickly use that skill book. The system immediately carried out the command, received. Learning in progress, please wait a moment. At this moment, the frost dragon had wriggled free and approached Ye Hao, proudly laughing. Ha, what now? You're out of options? Do you really think you can ride me with just this little power? Dream on. Even if I'm forced to endure humiliation for my survival, I will still yield only to true power. You think you're worthy to ride me? Ha ha. Ye Hao stepped forward, walked toward it, and calmly spoke, is that so? Don't speak so absolutely. Whether I ride or not is not important, what matters is that I sincerely want to be your friend. The frost dragon looked disdainful, be friends? I never make friends with the weak. A human like you wants to reach me? Dream on. You're only fit to be crushed under my foot. Ha ha. At this moment, the system announced again, the host has learned the skill Toxic Immunity, Friendship Across Rances, which permanently increases friendship with dragon companions. At the same time, the system announced the completion of the skill, the frost dragon's mood also shifted. Its eyes gleamed brightly. What is this? My rage suddenly vanished? And again, my hatred toward him has disappeared, this guy looks much more pleasant. The frost dragon gaped at Ye Hao as he approached, are you calm now? Can we have a proper conversation? The frost dragon closed its mouth, suddenly smiled amicably, and spoke, I apologize, bro. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly earlier, don't take it to heart. But we do need to settle this between brothers. It's fine being brothers, but wanting to ride me, that's not really cool, is it? As soon as this statement was made, the system announced to Ye Hao, the affection level of the target has improved, the success rate of taming has reached 100%. Would you like to tame now? Ye Hao commanded the system to tame with his thoughts and then turned to the frost dragon, so that's settled then, whether I ride or not is another matter, mainly I just want to have this brother here. The system worked very quickly, soon announcing the result, the target has been tamed. Frost Dragon Reign is in hand. The Frost Dragon is a boss-level combat pet and a common mount, which can be used normally without going through the Void Beast King account. Immediately after, the binding trap on the Frost Dragon was removed. The Frost Dragon also regained its full strength, flapping its wings and excitedly saying, hey, feel free to ride me, brother, I totally accept this. You go big, I go small, one day as elder brother, a lifetime as elder brother. Ye Hao was pleased, very good. Then, Ye Hao quietly turned his gaze toward a distant castle, next is the royal city of the Frost Dragon. Thor Solto is imprisoned there, breaking in will definitely be extremely dangerous. I will help Glenn defeat this invasion first, then find a way to save him. On the other side, in a fiercely contested area, the entire sky was engulfed in a sea of flames and smoke, with loud shouts boosting morale echoing throughout, Valkyries must not retreat. Vacheli spread her wings wide, wielding her sword to sweep across, as another group of armored soldiers fell. Vacheli fought while commanding, we must hold this final defense line. The subordinate below anxiously shouted, but Commander, the Frost Necromancy Factory is unrelenting, the enemy will keep coming back to life, we can't hold on any longer. Vacheli, drenched in sweat and looking disheveled, still clutched his sword tightly, not daring to show his worry, fearing it would dampen the morale of his side. I know, but it's been so long, and Glenn still hasn't killed the enemy boss, Ye Hao must be dragging it out. Damn it, if I had teamed up with him, we would have definitely killed the boss by now. As Vacheli paused to think, an attack nearly struck him in the back. Fortunately, Marilyn appeared just in time, using her shield to block the blow. Marilyn anxiously reminded him, please don't just stand there, the Valkyries' captain must trust Glenn and Ye Hao. They will surely succeed in killing the boss. Vacheli was startled and thanked her, Marilyn, thank you. Marilyn didn't linger long, once again charging into the crowd of monsters and soldiers before her, shouting, come on, I absolutely will not let these ice shards defeat me. Vachely looked in surprise at the brave figure of Marilyn as she rushed away. All of us are exhausted and pushed to our limits. Yet this Marilyn, despite her low level, seems to have boundless energy, still full of vitality. Vachely thought to himself, but no matter how many waves of attacks we repel, as long as the boss is not defeated, we cannot win. I have to disobey Glenn's orders. Should I leave the battlefield to help him? But now I'm exhausted, what good can I possibly do? Damn it! It's all Ye Woo's fault. At that moment, a gigantic ice dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, continuously letting out a thunderous roar, roar, roar. Everyone below, upon seeing the frost dragon flying towards them, panicked and shouted to Vachely, "Captain, look at that frost dragon. Level 320, we should." Vachely, tense, looked at the frost dragon and commanded, "Everyone, hold your swords tightly. Even if our final outcome is death, we must choose to wield our swords and fight bravely." Saying this, Vachely took up his sword and flew up to lead the attack. The whole team immediately followed behind Vachely, fighting with all their might, yes. As a result, the frost dragon, just as it got close, unleashed a blast of icy breath aimed straight at the attacking soldiers of Vachely's team. Roar! Frostbone rage. The soldiers below were baffled. What's going on? The frost dragon is attacking our own people. The frost dragon continued to fly, unleashing its icy breath along the way, freezing all the soldiers and monsters below. Roar! The people present at the scene were stunned and exclaimed, "Am I dreaming?" That frost dragon's breath, it froze all the monsters solid, which means they won't be able to resurrect anymore. Who on earth has controlled this dragon and made such an unbelievable feat happen? Ye Woo rode the frost dragon and flew down in front of the Vachely team, landing heavily on the ground. Vachely immediately instructed, "Everyone pay attention, we have not yet determined the intentions of the opponent, we cannot be careless." They all responded in unison, "Yes, Captain." Ye Woo crossed his arms while standing atop the dragon and spoke, "No need to worry, it's me." As soon as everyone heard that familiar voice, they instantly recognized it, it's Ye Woo. Marilyn was the first to rush over and hug Ye Woo tightly, joyfully saying, "Ye Woo, it's really you. I knew you could do it, even this level of frost dragon you could tame, you're amazing." The girls took turns crowding around Ye Woo, laughing and saying, "That's right, you came just in time, we were almost wiped out. How did you tame this ice dragon? We really can't believe it, even the gods couldn't do it." Vachely felt regret for having wrongly blamed Ye Woo earlier. She was uneasy, clasping her hands in front of her, cautiously stepping forward and opening her mouth to say, "Thank you, Ye Woo. Your timely arrival has saved all of us. Yet I treated you like that. In short, I must apologize to you." Ye Woo was slightly surprised by Vachely's unusual attitude, smiled, and asked, "What? What did you do to me? Why do you have to apologize?" He merely brushed over the issue and then threw some green potion bottles to the girls, "But now is not the time to talk about this. Take the recovery potions, and then you continue to defend this place." The girls received the potions, nodded, and replied in unison, "Understood." After Ye Woo finished his instructions, he put on his helmet, mounted his dragon, and bid them farewell. "The battle is not over yet. I need to go help Glenn. You must keep a good watch here, do not be careless." Seeing Ye Woo about to leave, the girls also wanted to follow. This place is no longer dangerous. Everyone's strength has recovered. We'll go with you. Vachely immediately stepped forward to stop them. "No. You all heard what Ye Woo said. We must continue to defend this place, do not add more trouble for Ye Woo and Glenn. This is an order." The women felt a little frightened seeing the captain so serious. "Yes, yes." Vachely quietly embraced her arm, feeling embarrassed by her previous thoughts. "I was really foolish to underestimate Ye Woo like that. I truly have no face to meet him again. If there's another opportunity, I must officially apologize to him, hoping he and Glenn can return safely." Ye Woo softly spoke to the frost dragon, who had now become his good brother. "Let's go, Diggins. There are many battles waiting for us next." The frost dragon flapped its wings and took off, replying, "No problem, elder brother. Wherever you go, I'm not scared." Diggins reminded, "Brother, even if you and the god of light Glenn manage to defeat Yamri's, the frost witch's body at this level, after dying, will enter a far stronger wraith form. At that time, both of you will likely be in a state of exhausting all energy. Being killed easily by her wraith form in that blood-filled condition is a certainty. Ye Wu was surprised. What? She has such a skill hidden? This information is very important. Thank you, Diggins. Diggins continued, between us brothers, there's no need for politeness. Although her death wraith state is very difficult to deal with, I have a way to resolve it. In the past, she promised to give me a divine-level artifact if I cooperated. As long as I have that, I can enhance my strength to counter her wraith form. However, she is a very cautious person with many schemes, so she will definitely not easily give it to me. Ye Wu then replied, this is not difficult. As long as you find a way to break her state, she will obediently give you that divine-level artifact. After that, you just need to follow my instructions. At the sorrowful snowfield, explosions rang out one after another, and the dust was thick. Yamris arrogantly waved her hand, you are still as formidable as before, Glenn. Even though the level gap between us is 20 levels, you can still fight me for so long. It's a pity that we could have used a different method to battle. The Frost Witch Yamris level 480, health at 60%, strength at 75%. The ice monster roared, roar. Glenn with just a few sword strikes had dismantled the ice monster's body. You are being overly modest, Yamris. Didn't you always defeat me? Compared to your ease, I am merely doing my utmost to hold on. Glenn level 460, health at 20%, strength at 30%. Glenn silently thought to himself, the difference in rank is not the important thing. The reason she has become even more powerful is due to that corrupting power of evil she carries. And the blessing of Quang Chi cannot dispel this current of power. This time, it truly is difficult to resolve. The Valkyries behind will undoubtedly face a life and death challenge like a tide, not to mention the safety of Ye Wu. Damn it, how am I supposed to defeat her? Just then, Diggins swooped down from the sky, calling for help, roared, Yamris, save me. Glenn was startled and immediately turned to Ye Wu, asking, are you okay, Ye Wu? Ye Wu replied, I'm fine. Next, you must definitely do as I say, we have to take that giantess away immediately. Glenn immediately agreed, understood. Yamris looked at Diggins and sighed, how useless. Even a human cannot take care of this. You truly disappoint me, Diggins. Diggins reacted, roar, no, don't underestimate this human. His skills are very special. I was careless and fell into his trap. Diggins urged, hurry up, bring out the frost essence that you promised me. I must tear that guy apart. Yamris immediately said, although I promised to give you frost essence as payment for our cooperation before, you have not contributed anything at all. Yet you still dare to seek me out, you can get lost now. Killing you is as easy as turning over my hand. Diggins angrily replied, what? You dare to deceive me? Yamris sneered, deceive? So what? The premise of trust is equal strength. A weakling like you no longer has the right to negotiate with me. If you want to oppose me, I won't mind a 1 against 3. Diggins was left speechless in anger, you. Suddenly, Glenn used his powers to bind Yamris. However, Yamris remained unperturbed, provoking him, oh, I didn't expect you, Glenn, to enjoy this kind of game. Just say it early, if it's you, I wouldn't mind satisfying your request. Glenn shouted, I've exerted all my strength to bind her, but at most I can only hold on for about 30 seconds. Ye Wu replied, that's enough, follow my plan. 30% of her health shouldn't take 30 seconds. After that, Ye Wu used reverse flame execution. In his heart, he calculated, previously, I used the power of the Void Beast King to hide Diggins' attributes. It seems I have deceived this giantess. Next comes the crucial part of the plan. Despite being entangled by Ye Wu, Yamris was still quite interested, wow. Oh, you two really know how to play, these games are really getting me pumped up. Ye Wu reminded, is that so? This is just the beginning. Next, Ye Wu shouted, now it's time to burn you. Suddenly, Yamris screamed in agony, roar, this fire is not ordinary fire. At this moment, Yamris's health was at 25%, strength at 0%. Yamris was still dazed, thinking, can this kind of fire break through the divine blessing of mine? I must have underestimated my opponent. If I can't break through this binding, does that mean I can only resort to that move? I absolutely cannot fall into that irreversible form unless it's absolutely necessary. Then Yamries threw something to Diggins and commanded, "What are you standing there for? Frost essence for you, hurry up and help me." Diggins caught it and laughed in delight, "Ha." He also marveled inside, "Brother thinks like a god, this guy is trapped now." System notification: Frost essence, a divine level rare essence, born along with the giant realm, can enhance ice attributes beyond imagination. Creatures with weak vitality will be countered as they cannot withstand its freezing power. Please use with caution. When the prey is trapped, one can close the net. Diggins turned his face, laughed loudly, "Huh? So you have your day now? Weren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want a 1-on-3 fight? Why can't you take it anymore? Do you want me to help? It's too late now. Hayes, I'm just here to watch the show." Yamries, in rage, shouted, "You dare to play me? I don't care about this body anymore. You all must die." At this moment, both Yamries' blood and power were depleted. Glenn exclaimed, "The frost dragon isn't coming to help her. Our luck is really good. Finally, we can kill that giantess this time." Ye Wu immediately countered, "It's not over yet. What comes next is what matters." Right after that, Yamries transformed, roaring, "Now is your time to die. Death Wraith Frost will." The Death Wraith Frost will level 480 form appeared, blood and strength overflowing. Glenn was astonished, this Wraith form. She has such a powerful move hidden? Yamries charged forward, swinging her hand to strike Ye Wu. Glenn hurriedly warned, "Quick, dodge. If this form touches you, your soul will be sucked away." Ye Wu remained calm, leisurely saying, "Diggins, it's your turn to act now." Diggins conjured a sphere of power from his mouth, "I know, brother. With this frost essence, I can absorb the wraith form of this woman without being harmed." Spiritual energy devour. Attacked and infuriated, Yamries ordered, "Diggins, what are you doing? You're listening to a human, so you've colluded to play me from the start. Stop it. What has he given you? I'll give you double, stop now." Diggins replied seriously, "The bond of brotherhood we share cannot be measured in money, this old hag deserves to die without pity." This statement left everyone shocked, especially Glenn. "What, how is this? The frost dragon, who has always been arrogant and never subdued, is calling Ye Wu brother. What's going on?" Diggins first handed the frost essence to Ye Wu. "Brother, please accept this frost essence. It can absorb the ice attribute magic of wraiths." Ye Wu took it and exclaimed, as expected of a divine artifact, "Just holding this ice attribute makes me feel an ice-cold chill, soul suppression. It would indeed be a waste to keep it for myself, I know someone who can unleash its full potential." He said, "I know." After settling everything, Ye Wu arrogantly left. "Let's go, Lord Glenn." After picking up the equipment, more important matters await us. Glenn replied, "Ahem, understood." Glenn thought, "Ye Wu, this guy truly makes it hard for me to keep a straight face. His strength is indeed unfathomable. What he refers to as more important matters is what?" System notification: successfully defeated the boss, received 50 million experience points, 10 million gold, frost death necklace that can summon the soul of the dead to fight for you at an equivalent level. The targets include all creatures with a soul, but summoning stronger souls will consume more frost aura. Frost Ice Crown once worn can automatically absorb frost aura from the surrounding atmosphere. It performs best when situated in icy, snowy ground. Frost Mask once worn can harmonize your energy with the environment, but it must be in icy, snowy ground to achieve 100% concealed efficiency. At the same time, it requires a large amount of frost aura to be consumed. Ye Wu felt, these pieces of equipment are entirely designed for my next steps, but to use all the equipment inevitably requires frost aura. What is this? Diggins explained, frost aura is a special magical power hidden within the atmosphere of the giant realm. It is the energy source of our giant and ice dragon clan. But you don't need to worry. The frost essence in your hand is a concentrated product of frost aura. Thanks to it, you can use these equipment infinitely. Glenn said his farewell. Our mission has been completed. What we need to do now is return to the main city and wait for the defensive project of the main city to be repaired. We will then return to Golden City. But Ye Wu, what is your next plan? Ye Wu replied, your mission is over, but my mission has just begun. He pointed into the distance. Do you see the Royal City Giant over there? That is the next station I must go to. Glenn was stunned. What? Royal City Giant? He raised his voice. Do you know where that is, Ye Wu? That is one of the most dangerous places in dangerous places. It is God's forbidden zone, and even gods do not dare to set foot there. Why do you want to go there? Ye Wu thought to himself, Glenn doesn't know about Lochiel and Solto. I cannot tell him the truth right now. If I do, with Glenn's righteous and purely innocent character, he certainly wouldn't be able to cope with the cunning schemes ahead. Ye Wu softly said, I know that place is very dangerous, but I have my reasons. I must go. Don't worry, if I dare to go, I will definitely find a way to avoid danger. In the end, Glenn had no choice but to accept. If you insist on going, I have no reason to stop you. I will wait for you at the main city as support. Ye Wu raised his hand to bid farewell. Don't worry, if the plan goes smoothly, it won't take too much time. I will return. Saying that, Ye Wu rode Diggins and set off. Let's go, Diggins. Diggins let out a strong cry. Roger, no doubt about it, brother. The Royal City Giant, a place where even the Ice Dragon clan doesn't dare to approach casually, yet Ye Wu says he will go. Diggins thought to himself, although I am still a bit scared, as long as I am with my brother, I have nothing to fear anymore. Glenn smiled faintly as he watched Ye Wu's figure grow distant. He thought, although Ye Wu is hiding something from me, he surely has his own reasons. I completely trust his decision. I hope he returns safely. Meanwhile, Ye Wu reminded himself, before I sneak into the royal city, I have one important thing to do, which is to locate Lochiel first. I cannot let her stab me in the back when I come to rescue Lord Thor. The system announced. Currently, Ye Wu has identified two important positions. One is Marilyn, who is now in the realm of Yamnatan. The other is Lochiel, but her current position in the realm is still unclear. Ye Wu was stunned. This means she is not in the two realms that have been explored. Forget it, as long as she doesn't obstruct my plan, it's fine. Diggins called out to Ye Wu, brother, ahead is the Royal City Giant. I know you are very brave, but as a brother, I still have to remind you of one thing. The reason the Royal City Giant is dangerous is because it is located at the edge of the Giant Realm and the Realm of Death, simultaneously drawing power from both realms. Diggins continued, the Giant King in the Royal City has terrifying strength, comparable to the power of Zeustin. Although he hasn't acted for over 1,000 years, I think his strength has only increased, not decreased. Previously, I boasted that I wasn't afraid of him, but if I really had to face him, I fear I would be nothing. Ye Wu reassured him, don't panic. I definitely won't be foolish enough to confront the Giant King directly. I come to the Royal City for another purpose and will only win swiftly. Diggins replied, then I'm at ease, brother. Standing before the Royal City Giant, Ye Wu thought to himself, Diggins is not wrong. This Royal City Giant not only emanates a bone-chilling coldness but also mixes with an energy that makes one feel suffocated. But Ye Wu wore a mask, changed his coat, standing there mumbling, with this frost-formless mask, it can conceal my energy. If I don't want to enter the Royal City, it really would be a waste of effort to cover up. The large door opened, a towering figure appeared, and a cold voice rang out, who are you? Nim, the gatekeeper at level 700, with abundant strength and health, asked, why did you intrude into the Royal City? Ye Wu was at a loss for words, wondering, WTF, isn't the mask supposed to completely conceal my energy? But the outcome is that I was still discovered. Isn't a legendary gear insignificant in front of the Royal City? Nim curiously asked, you carry no repulsive scent, but instead emit a unique smell of the giant race. Could you be one of our giant race? But why are you so short? Ye Wu suddenly understood, the mask has transformed my energy into that of the giant race. Phew, this is indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. If so. Ye Wu immediately knelt on one knee and declared, Your Majesty is wise, I was deemed a freak because of my short stature and was expelled from my clan. Fortunately, Lord Lochiel kindly raised me to become a person. This time, I am representing her to visit the royal city to check on the maturation status of that thing. Nim questioned, isn't it true that she always comes alone? Nim continued, why send someone like you this time? Ye Wu immediately replied, lying without batting an eye, because she had business to attend in the realm, that's why I was sent. Nim contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to agree. I don't smell any lying energy on you. Come with me. Ye Wu cautiously said, thank you, sir. He glanced around, wow, it's so big, this is my first time in the royal city, it's been a lifetime wish of mine. Ye Wu looked at Nim with admiration in his eyes. I truly admire you, sir, for being able to hold the position of the gatekeeper of the royal city. You must be very strong, right? Nim warned, in the royal city, it is forbidden to talk too much, we've arrived. He pointed to a door, this is where that thing is, but only Lochiel and the king know how to open it. The king is currently asleep. Nim lowered his voice, if you were sent by Lochiel, she must have told you how to open this door. Nim aimed his spear at Ye Wu, his killing intent palpable, either open it, or die. Ye Wu fell silent, not responding. Suddenly, several signals on the door lit up in sequence. Ye Wu pretended to ask, what are you talking about, sir? Nim calmly replied, of course I know how to open the door, otherwise, why would I come here? Ye Wu silently sighed, fortunately, before controlling the time thread, I paid attention to how Lochiel opened the door, otherwise, it would have been hard to avoid a fierce battle. The door opened, Ye Wu deliberately asked Nim, are you coming in with me, my lord? Nim turned and walked away, responding, no need, what's inside here is not something I can look at. I'll wait for you outside the door. The door closed, and Ye Wu breathed a sigh of relief, phew, finally here. If it weren't for so many methods, I'd have been dead at least twice by now. This door definitely can block all energy. The next important thing was Lord Thor, who was shackled with both hands in one place, yelling, hey, kid, the only ones I've met here are the giant old man and Lochiel. Who are you to dare come here? Looking at the energy on you, you're from the giant race, but I've never seen such a short giant before. What do you want? Ye Wu raised his hand to hold his mask, seeing you so spirited, I can rest assured, Lord Thor. As for me. Ye Wu took off his mask and replied, of course, I'm here to save you. Lord Thor was momentarily stunned, this energy of yours, are you immortal? Solto was tightly bound, exhausted, his eyes filled with fear. He spoke in a trembling voice, save me. A mere mortal like you dares to speak loudly? There's a super being here, you can't even get close to me. You're one of Lochiel's people, right? Come here to toy with me? If so, then go back and tell her that I will definitely make her die a miserable death. Ye Wu ignored the harsh words and continued to approach. Solto panicked further, his eyes clearly showing surprise, and inwardly thought, wait a minute. Is this mortal really coming towards me? I can sense a dense aura of power emanating from his body. This kid. Is he serious? Ye Wu coldly looked at Solto, his voice filled with authority. He transformed and said, if I say I will save you, then I will save you. But with your attitude, I'm even less inclined to help you, Hayes. Upon hearing this, Solto turned pale and hurriedly shouted, don't. Please. I believe you, I believe in you. From your demeanor, I can see your strength. Please save me quickly. At that moment, a notification echoed from the server, warning, warning. Using the account, the immortal Baldy poses a risk of consciousness being devoured. Please be cautious. Ye Wu replied, I know. If it weren't for wanting to save you, I really wouldn't want to use this account anymore. He stepped closer to the man, his head shining. In his mind, he thought, in the end, I can only take a gamble this once. Can the divine artifact that the dwarf gave me help eliminate the side effects of the immortal Baldy status? The system explained further, the divine artifact is supported by Sisyph's long golden hair, combined with divine power, helping to attach the hair to the scalp, enabling a fusion that allows for eternal growth and prevents hair loss. After completing the process, the system announced, the emo status, the immortal Baldy has been dispelled, restoring the majestic appearance from before, regaining enthusiasm for life, and feeling full of energy. The system explained, when excited, everything you see becomes interesting and fresh, and various attributes increase significantly. After the hair transplant, Ye Hao happily shouted, "A. This is so exciting. Everything I see becomes interesting. This feeling, I haven't experienced it in a long time." Then he walked towards the gate, speaking as he went, "After being emo for countless years, now I want to activate the serious state." Solto asked, "Based on your own knowledge, can you resist the super dimension cube pollution?" "Well done. But if you want to save me, you must destroy the device that is holding me captive." "What do you plan to do?" He drew the hammer, using his ultimate skill with a resounding bang. He said, "Of course, it must be done." He struck the gate with the hammer and exclaimed, "No wonder it's a weapon of the gods. Just touching it, I can feel the dense lightning power operating within. Interesting. From inside, Solto heard the other person using Mjolnir to save him and quickly raised his voice to intervene. "If you intend to use my Mjolnir to save me, I advise you to abandon that plan. Not to mention that it is currently being suppressed by the super cube. In the 9 realms, besides me and the old man, no one else can wield it. A mere mortal like you absolutely cannot." Ye Hao, upon hearing this, immediately asked back, "What are you talking about?" Just then, the gate was broken down. The blonde-haired man saw it and gaped in astonishment. "Oh my god, how is it possible? How can a mortal wield my divine weapon? Wait a minute. The charm of Mjolnir cannot be resisted. Could it be that he won't return it and will just escape with the hammer?" Seeing Solto's panicked expression, he asked, "What's with that look on your face? Like I'm planning to take your hammer or something?" "Don't worry, I won't waste the treasures of heaven like that. This hammer can only reach its greatest value in your hands." He heard this and took up the hammer, praising Ye Hao. "I admit I've underestimated you. You're quite something, kid. Regardless of character or strength, this is my affirmation, Thunder God Ancestor." Ye Hao looked at the cube and thought, "This cube indeed comes from the outer god deep in the sky. It is absorbing the power of the land of giants, the realm of death, and Mjolnir is developing rapidly. Moreover, this energy is similar to the pollution that has invaded the stronghold. Could it be that the fragment comes from the super micro cube?" He prepared to strike the cube, thinking to himself, "Destroy it." At that moment, a girl emerged from a tunnel, and upon seeing Ye Hao, she said, "Oh, I never expected someone could enter the royal city of giants. Moreover, it's a handsome and powerful person. A man with your strength truly captivates me. Are you the righteous messenger coming to save Solto? By the way, my name is Lochiel, a god, and I'm also here to save Solto." Solto saw her and shouted loudly, preparing to swing the hammer, "Don't be seduced by that crazy woman. She is lying. She is the one who imprisoned me here. She's best at deceitful schemes, especially seduction. Someone like you won't be able to handle her, let me deal with her." Solto's hammer struck hard against Lochiel's face, but she only lost a little blood. Seeing this, Solto immediately grabbed her and shouted, "You wicked girl. I told you before, didn't I? When I regain my freedom, I will definitely make you pay a terrible price." After saying that, he slammed Lochiel down onto the ground. However, right after that, she completely disappeared. Solto stood in shock, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Enraged, he roared, "She's up to her tricks again." Outside, 2 people were observing the situation. One of them spoke up, "It seems that Solto has been corrupted by the cubic virus deep in the sky. He's gone mad. I should leave this cube and go somewhere else to avoid further contamination. Solto, you are both handsome and valiant. This matter is up to you to deal with, alright?" Inside, Solto was still furiously destroying everything around him. He bellowed, "Wicked girl, if you're skilled, stop running. Come here and fight me face to face." Ye Hao slowly approached Solto. Upon seeing him, Solto angrily shouted, "Damn it! The more beautiful the woman, the better she knows how to lie. Don't believe a word she says, or you'll die. I will beat you to death." Ye Hao calmly replied, "Of course I don't believe her. I have seen through all her deceitful tricks and schemes long ago." Hearing this, Solto was astonished. "Fellow friend, have you also been charmed by her?" It's a pity that you let her escape. Ye Wu quickly reassured, don't worry, she can't escape. As long as I know her ultimate goal, I will find a way to stop her from activating the time control device. The server announced, time has returned to the designated point set by the host. Solto said, she ran again. The system notified, activated the 10th time rewind. Solto remarked, she ran again. What good is your method? The system notified, activated the 100th time rewind. Time has returned to the host's designated point for the 100th time. At that moment, Ye Wu swung a punch at Lochiel. She merely smiled, ha, you told him to subdue Solto, so why are you throwing punches at me? Never mind, I will take my leave. Someone bigger will come to play with you. Having said that, she vanished. Ye Wu, furious, exclaimed, damn it. No matter how far back in time I go, Lochiel always has various tricks up her sleeve to cope and escape with the cube. Her god-level escape skills truly make it impossible for me to predict. It seems I have to change my strategy. A voice echoed, Guardian of the Royal City Nim, how is it? Letting a mouse slip in. At that moment, a figure appeared. Lofei stepped in, coldly saying, you filthy mortal, you have overstepped your bounds. This place is not a realm where lowly beings like you can tread. Done, he continued, prepared to welcome death. Solto rushed towards Lofei, shouting loudly, Frost Giant King Lofei. You conspired with Lochiel, I must defeat you for revenge. Lofei immediately criticized, son of Augustine, Lord Thor Solto. Compared to the father of the gods, you are too reckless. Before challenging a king, do you not have the necessary respect and etiquette? Solto retorted instantly, one blow from Mjolnir Thor is the greatest respect I have for you. Having said that, he swung the hammer violently to attack Lofei. However, Lofei blocked it with his hand. He angrily said, humph. I never expected the title of the god of lies and schemes of Lochiel to be so easily seen through. But fine, I originally wanted to declare war on your father. So, let's start by killing his son first. Lofei gathered a large amount of power and then shot it straight towards Solto, coldly declaring, today, you will definitely not survive to leave my royal city. Solto quickly used his skill to resist that enormous power. He shouted in anger, you talk too much, giant. Today I want to see who will be the one to die. After a while, a loud explosion occurred, blowing everything away. Ye Wu excitedly exclaimed, this is the battle between the high-level god and the giant king. Just a bit of the residual might from these two sources of power colliding is equivalent to a nuclear explosion. Exciting, truly exciting. Fighting at this level makes the blood in my veins boil. At this moment, Ye Wu was filled with exhilaration, he was ready to charge into the battle alongside the two. He wanted to take it seriously for once because with such a magnificent sight, how could he possibly be absent? But before Ye Wu could finish his words, he was unexpectedly transported to another space. He panicked, why have I been teleported out of Royal City Giant? Could it be that? Before he could speculate, an angry voice rang out, as the gatekeeper of Royal City who has never failed, I let myself be deceived by a little bug like you. Damn it, truly damn it. You will experience the agony of your body and soul being torn apart by me. It turned out that it was the gatekeeper of Royal City, named Nim. Without giving Ye Wu a chance to react, Nim summoned his undead. He shouted loudly, come forth, warriors of the spirit who died for Royal City. I command you to continue fighting. Immediately, two giant undead named Tang Mu and Jie appeared. One of them laughed heartily, ha! Just waking up and already there's a fresh body and soul waiting for us. This is truly a gift from the king. The other chimed in, ha! This kid is so scared he can't even speak, it's a bit disappointing. Ye Wu sneered, his voice full of sarcasm, scared and trembling? No way. It's just that I'm so excited I'm shaking. Even if you two are merely two lumps of stone condensed from undead energy, I find the thought of smashing you to bits quite entertaining. With that, Ye Wu lunged forward, punching off the heads of both giants. Watching this, Nim felt a bit of admiration for Ye Wu but still laughed contemptuously, without using any weapons or magic, just relying on your physical strength to kill my giant undead. It seems you're quite confident in the strength of your body. Then next, how long can you endure against the creature once favored by the king, the strongest beast of the land of giants, who was once slain by Augustine? Ha ha! A fierce beast suddenly appeared, staring at Ye Wu and growling threateningly. Ye Wu immediately knocked it out in an instant. Looking at the beast lying motionless, he found it quite interesting but still didn't feel satisfied. Nim stood there, panic-stricken, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Fenrir. Ye Wu with his glowing red eyes stepped toward Nim. You can control this thing, which proves your own strength is quite formidable, right? Come here, I hope you can make me feel a little more excited. Sweat poured down Nim's forehead as he quickly retreated and slammed the royal city door shut. In his mind, he was confused. Who would dare to fight him? Even the ultimate move couldn't challenge him. This guy's strength is nearly at the king level. Fortunately, the large door of the royal city is sturdy enough. Even Augustine couldn't break through. Just by closing the door, I am safe. Suddenly, Ye Wu charged straight in, delivering a punch that shattered the large door. He smiled, his gaze icy. Don't run. We haven't fought yet, why are you running? You were acting so imposing before. What about now? Saying it disappears just like that? Nim, terrified, shouted, how is that possible? A door this big. Before he could finish, Ye Wu launched a series of punches at him. Nim could only retreat, his initial momentum vanishing without a trace. Didn't you say if you couldn't open the secret door, you would have to die? Ye Wu scoffed, didn't you say you wanted to tear me apart? Why are you so quiet now? Ye Wu continued, the result is only this, a bit disappointing. He screamed in pain, is the power at this level really that of a mortal? What kind of monster are you? I have tried my hardest. In the end, Ye Wu also defeated Nim. The system immediately announced, you have successfully captured Frost Giant King Nim into Ice Essence, as Frost Giant King Nim has collected many Frost creature undead. The Frost Essence obtained a large amount of Frost Aura reserves. Hearing this, Ye Wu was delighted and said, this time I bought one and got so much, truly interesting. On the side of Solto, he was almost defeated. Damn it, I have been out of the Golden City for too long, the divine power in my body is almost depleted, only relying on Mjolnir Thor can I hold on until now. While the Giant King on his territory can replenish strength almost endlessly, this time it's troublesome. Laufey immediately charged towards Solto. He raised his fist and shouted, Lochiel's plan is not without some success, at least it has weakened a nuisance only second to Augustine, allowing me to easily kill. Suddenly, Ye Wu rushed towards them. At such a crucial moment, how can I be absent? He immediately equipped the god-breaking gauntlets, which could shatter space randomly. Laufey immediately deflected Ye Wu's attack. You are still alive? This proves you have defeated Nim, that useless piece of trash. Clearly, I bestowed upon him a very powerful divine weapon. Ye Wu smiled and replied, is what you speak of the lamp in his hand? Indeed, it is quite interesting, but not powerful enough. Laufey exclaimed in astonishment, so you have encountered my deathly lovehound. I must admit, you are stronger than I expected. Your strength, in a mortal, is truly rare. It's just a pity that on my territory, you stand no chance of winning. In the distance, Solto observed the two fighting, full of surprise. Behind the Giant King, cracks in the beast essence keep appearing. Can Ye Wu truly generate beast essence with his strikes? Is this something a mortal can achieve? But then, Solto muttered helplessly, but it's useless, each time I make him bleed, he absorbs the frost and death energy to heal. What more can I do? Just as Solto finished speaking, Laufey gathered energy and fully recovered. He arrogantly shouted, I told you, on my territory, no one can defeat me. Augustine also looked at Ye Wu, calmly saying, the strength of your body truly exceeds my expectations. But as long as I trap you in eternal eastern soil, you are sure to lose. He immediately rushed towards Ye Wu. Now, this final punch is the frozen coffin for you to have a good sleep. Ye Wu also charged forward and shouted loudly, I know you're constantly healing, that's why I have to use this method to fight you. Right after that, a fireball appeared behind Laufey. It seemed like my opportunity had finally come. Saying that, I immediately pushed him towards the fireball and yelled, I want to see who will be turned into ice first, you or will you melt away due to the temperature of this planet. Luffy remained oblivious and mocked, "Ye Wu, immortal, I really overestimated you, thinking you could use illusion to deal with me? Do you really think this kind of illusion can trick me?" Ye Wu scoffed in reply, "Whether it's an illusion or not, you just feel it with your 1,000-year frozen body." As soon as Luffy's body touched the fireball, it immediately began to melt. He panicked and thought wildly, "Wait, why is my body melting? Isn't this an illusion? Could it be that Lucio ran away to leave me with this troublesome opponent?" Then, he immediately shouted to negotiate with Ye Wu. He believed that both he and Ye Wu had been deceived by Lucio, so there was no need to fight recklessly. Seeing that Ye Wu had no intention of letting him go, Luffy hurriedly suggested, "As long as you are willing to spare me, I promise I will never invade the divine realm again. Treasures, power, rights of mine, whatever you want, I will give you all." Ye Wu immediately refused. "You say that now, but all I want is to kill you." Luffy was furious, constantly shouting, "This madman! We have no grudges against each other, both being exploited by Lucio. Why do you have to capture me like this? Do you want me to die? Fine, but don't think you can live either. Let's die together in the heat of this star." Ye Wu pushed him hard into the fireball, coldly saying, "Who wants to die with you? A bit of warmth like this is no different for me than soaking in a hot spring." Luffy, astonished, shouted, "How is that possible? With a mortal body, how can you stand firm on this star? What on earth are you?" In the end, he was completely consumed by the fireball. The system immediately announced, "Successfully killed the boss, received 2 billion experience." After the system updated the collected rewards, Ye Wu immediately checked the list of items. Frost King's beheading axe, weapon of the Frost Giant King. Concentrates the power of the enemies defeated by Ye Wu. Shield of Absolute, God-level equipment, carries the power of wind. When used, increases evasion by 30% and movement speed by 30%. Cloak of Winter, God-level equipment, harnesses the power of winter wind, increases evasion by 30% and speed by 30% when worn. Seeing these items, Ye Wu could not hide his joy, shouting, "No wonder they call him the King of Frost Giant." All top-tier equipment dropped. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a warning, "Alert! Alert! Due to hair damage, the suppression power of the Immortal Baldy account is about to appear. Please quickly exit the current account." Hearing this, Ye Wu suddenly became anxious. He thought to himself, "This is not good. Sif's long golden hair can't withstand the heat from this star. If it gets burned into a bald head again, this dominant account might really be rendered useless." Then, Ye Wu immediately flew towards the core of the account. Even though he was moving away from this star, his hair continued to burn under the radiation of this star, and he felt he had to quickly leave this place. He needed to return to the current account. As soon as Ye Wu approached the core of the account, he noticed it was shrinking rapidly and was about to disappear. He felt like he no longer had time. Suddenly, Ye Wu noticed something very bright near the core of the account. He immediately flew closer and discovered it was Sun's Mjolnir Thor. The moment Ye Wu grasped Mjolnir Thor, he instantly returned to the original account. "I'm back. Solto, did you save me? How did you manage to do that? Clearly we are in different accounts, and the account crack has already closed." Solto smirked and said, "Ha, aren't I clever? Seeing the entrance to the account close, I bravely acted with ingenuity and threw the hammer. Because no matter where Mjolnir Thor is, in any time or account, I can summon it back in an instant. It's just that this move consumes an enormous amount of energy. I've used almost all of my remaining divine power. This feeling is really unpleasant." Ye Wu immediately instructed the system to escape from the Immortal Baldy account, then reached out towards Solto. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Solto, for saving me." Solto clasped hands with Ye Wu and excitedly said, "I should really thank you, because you saved me first, and you also dealt with my god's greatest enemy. Alright, starting today, Ye Wu, you are officially my brother, Lord Thor Solto, and the only mortal I fully acknowledge." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a growling sound echoed from somewhere. Ye Wu was confused, unsure what that sound was. He suspected it came from beneath the earth. Solto immediately shouted a warning to Ye Wu, "Not good, the giant sleeping beneath Royal City has awakened." It must be because of the giant king's death, which has loosened their powers binding. After saying that, Solto slumped to the ground, helpless. Damn it, I'm exhausted right now. The High God's weapon can directly open a portal to the Golden City, but unfortunately, I no longer have enough divine power to open the portal. Ye Wu immediately spoke up, then we only have the way back to the main city at the front checkpoint, leaving through the ship's entrance there. I came that way before. Solto silently thought, I am just a burden to you, as I have exhausted all my energy. Then, Solto stood up, walked toward the giants, and shouted, Ye Wu, you go ahead, I will fight these guys with everything I have. Even though I am exhausted, I still have the strength to deal with these rocks. Ye Wu chuckled and said, now is not the time for heroics. Then the system immediately switched to the ace pilot account Sham Hui. Solto was puzzled as to where Ye Wu suddenly got such a large chunk of metal. Ye Wu replied, no time to explain, get in the plane, I'll take you flying. After that, the two got into the plane and took off. Solto exclaimed in amazement, Ye Wu, you are truly incredible. The speed of this iron bird is about to catch up with Father of God's eight-legged horse. At the giant realm Jotunheim, the commander of the God Watchtower, the martial god, noticed an unfamiliar object flying towards them and immediately reported to Glenn, Lord Glenn, there is something approaching at high speed over there. Could it be a new ambush? Glenn immediately ordered them to prepare for battle. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar energy from that aircraft and instructed all the Valkyries to prepare to pay their respects. As soon as Solto stepped off the plane, Glenn spoke up, Lord Thor, Your Highness, you who have been missing for so long, it brings us great joy to see you return safely. Solto said, this matter must be thanked to Ye Wu, for he saved me. Glenn immediately turned to thank Ye Wu, so you took the risk of going to the royal city giant to save Lord Thor. You have fulfilled the responsibility that was supposed to be ours. On behalf of all the Valkyries, I extend my sincerest gratitude to you. Ye Wu replied, now is not the time for thanks, because this matter is not over yet. Saying that, he pointed behind him and explained seriously, the Frost Giant King is dead. Without his control, these crazed frost giants will continue to attack the main watchtower. Their numbers may be great, but if we destroy the main watchtower, we can trap them here, preventing them from ever invading the divine realm. The guards overheard Ye Wu's words and immediately rebutted, what? Destroy the main watchtower? How many casualties have we suffered to hold this place, and now you want us to just abandon it? The Frost Giant King is dead? Are you joking? Do you think I will believe you? That's right, the soldiers guarding the main watchtower won't act at all. Based on what should we listen to a mere mortal like you? Just because you say we should abandon it, does that mean we will? Solto angrily shouted, is it your turn to spout nonsense here? If even he doesn't have the qualifications, then who does? Everyone listen carefully to me. Ye Wu's opinion is my command. If anyone dares to be discontent, I'll throw him out for the giants to feed on. The guards, hearing this, became flustered and quickly complied, understood. Lord Thor, please calm down. We will immediately follow Master Ye Wu's orders. At the main checkpoint of the God City, the monsters were attacking while shouting, get out here, you dogs of God. I will chop you up into pieces. Another one laughed loudly, mocking, it seems those cowardly ghosts have all run away. What else can they brag about that the main checkpoint will never fall? Is that all they have? They continued to shout, it's the perfect time to use the teleportation gate in this main city and kill all the way to Divine Realm. I will definitely twist Ozis's head off to avenge our king. However, before the plan was completed, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. They panicked and yelled, it's a trap. This is a trap. Retreat quickly. Inside the city, hurried footsteps echoed. In Golden City, inside the Holy Temple, the gods were talking excitedly, look. Is that Lord Thor? Is it really Thor? Hasn't he been missing for a long time? They were discussing among themselves, next to him is a mortal. That is the person whom the God of creation specially allowed to enter the Holy Temple last time. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Solto slung an arm around Ye Wu and walked in, a bright expression on his face. The people around couldn't help but murmur, Lord Thor seems to be very close to that mortal. Am I not mistaken? Lord Thor, who has always been arrogant, is now interacting so familiarly. Solto ignored the gossip and boldly declared, "Old man, I've finally come back." A deity shouted, "Solto, where have you gone this time? Why have you been missing for so long? I thought you were dead." Solto quickly replied, "Father, you're still as serious as ever. This time I wasn't missing in a usual way, rather, I was trapped by a rotten woman. She secretly colluded with the Frost Giant's king and imprisoned me deep within the royal city of ice and bone." He continued, "Fortunately, Ye Hao saved me. Not only that, but he also killed the Frost Giant's king, resolving a major hassle for us. The whole uncontrolled bunch of Frost Giants was also dealt with thanks to his clever plan to wipe them out. Thus, we cannot treat him poorly." A deity nodded, "Of course. Thanks to my divine wisdom and strength, Ye Hao stayed to help our gods." "You speak the truth." The gods could not help but be alarmed upon hearing this news. One of them exclaimed, "What? Am I hearing this wrong? Is it Lord Lochiel who has imprisoned Lord Thor?" Another one spoke up, "This is hard to believe. Lochiel, being one of the most noble gods, how could he harm Lord Thor, who is also a master, right?" There was someone in the group who raised a question, "What is the background of this mortal, that he possesses such celestial abilities?" Solto, overhearing their words, was filled with rage. He pointed directly at the two people who were talking and shouted, scolding, "Are you doubting me? Am I still lying?" The two stood there, seeing Lord Thor react in such a way, instantly felt afraid. One replied, "No, we wouldn't dare." The other added, "Our father, I think I might have some insights as well." Solto turned to Ye Hao and asked, "I have sent people searching everywhere, yet cannot find the whereabouts of Thor. Ye Hao, how did you manage to locate him?" The other gods below began to discuss again. One of them could not help but exclaim, "No wonder he is the father of gods," one phrase and it hits the mark. Another god continued to question, "We, the gods, know nothing of Lord Thor's whereabouts. What does this mortal named Ye Hao rely on to possess this knowledge?" Finally, a curious god speculated, "Could it be that he is a spy controlled by Lochiel, acting as a double agent between the gods and the Frost Giants, thereby helping Lochiel achieve some goal?" Hearing this, Solto turned to Ye Hao and asked quietly, "Ye Hao, it's not that I doubt you, but what God just said does make sense. How did you know I was trapped in the royal city giant? I know you are not ordinary, you must have used some special means. But you should explain to everyone to avoid misunderstandings." Ye Hao calmly replied, "Now that it has come to this, I will no longer conceal it. But what I am about to say next, you all must prepare yourselves." Solto asked back, confused, "Prepare ourselves? Prepare for what?" After a few minutes of silence, Solto suddenly shouted, unable to believe, "What? Ye Hao, are you saying you can control time?" A murmur arose, with another voice following up, "Moreover, you even come from the other world, and you've prophesied the destruction of the god realm and the dusk god destroying the 9 realms. This is really hard to believe. Stop scaring people here. Controlling time? Even a deity can't do that, let alone a mortal like you. And about prophesying the destruction of God and the 9 realms? With the Father of God, eternal here, the 9 realms will forever be safe and sound." Ye Hao patiently continued, "I have not only seen the sunset of God, but I have also witnessed the demise of Lord Thor and Father of God. If we leave it unattended for too long, this outcome is likely to occur." Hearing this, the group became furious, shouting, "Incredible, a mere mortal dares to utter such words, you absolutely lack the capability. You are clearly presiding over Lord Thor and Father of God, I implore you to punish this mortal." Upon hearing this, Ye Hao immediately stood up and shouted, "Silence! Be quiet all of you." One elite among them spoke up, "Ye Hao, if your abilities are genuine, then you surely know where Lise is right now?" Another person agreed, "Even if what this mortal says is true, Lochiel, being the goddess of schemes and deceit, if she wishes to hide, no one can find her." The elite one nodded in agreement. Indeed, ever since the path of radiance was destroyed, even Father of God is unclear about the whereabouts of God. How could a mortal possibly know? He confidently crossed his arms and replied, "Of course I know, back when I was at Royal City Giant, I traveled back in time 100 times. While I let Lochiels take the super virus cube and run away, I also discovered that in those 100 times, she always ran in the same direction, into the realm of blazing flames. Hearing this information, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Solto quickly said, "What? Is it that place? That's somewhere our gods absolutely cannot step foot in. How could it be there? This time it's a hassle." The Father of God understood something and immediately ordered, "Gods, hear my command. From now on, the God realm is to enter a state of battle readiness, the entire area on high alert." All the gods answered the order loudly. Ye Hao turned to Solto and asked, "Gods seem very afraid of that place. Are they really that scared?" Solto replied, "As a mortal, it's normal for you not to know. That realm is the Fire Nation in the 9 realms, situated in eternal extreme heat." As he spoke, Solto began to imagine that place. He continued, "The realm of blazing flames has been a forbidden land for gods since the creation, and it is also a place where gods cannot set foot. At the same time, this is the domain of the giant King Tursu." Ye Hao continued, "Thousands of years ago, when the old man was still young, he was at his peak, leading the forces of the entire divine realm, but he only barely managed to defeat Tursu." Solto continued, his face becoming serious. "In fact, from the very beginning of creation, Father received the prophecy of the twilight of the god. Everyone knows this day will come, but no one knows when. The condition to open the twilight of the god is related to the realm of blazing flames, which is why everyone is so anxious." After listening, Ye Hao understood and replied, "So that's it. A god has an opinion, Father of God. In the 9 realms, only the realm of blazing flames is a place where our gods have never set foot. There is also no stronghold of ours there. So who should we send to capture Lokier? After all, even a god cannot withstand the heat of the realm of blazing flames." Solto agreed with this perspective and replied, "That's right, even I cannot last half an hour there, so old man, definitely do not send me." The Father of God was helpless and speechless. Just then, Ye Hao's eyes lit up, saying, "I'll go. Us humans are not afraid of heat, it lies where warmth accumulates." The gods were taken aback and mocked, "What? This mortal dares to raise his voice now?" Not stopping there, they continued to discuss Ye Hao. "He truly knows nothing. The realm of blazing flames is a place that even Lord Thor does not dare to enter. He will be incinerated within a second." Another countered, "But he can manipulate time and even defeated the frost giant king. Perhaps he has some special tricks, who knows, he might actually succeed." The Father of Gods remained silent for a long time, then spoke as he walked, "Let's discuss this matter later." He turned to Solto and Ye Hao, "You two come with me to the treasure vault." Solto happily draped his arm around Ye Hao, laughing, "It seems the old man has acknowledged and trusts your abilities, he wants to reward you. This is the first time he's been so generous." Ye Hao was equally pleased and replied, "If he is so sincere, I won't be polite." A thought flashed through his mind, "I didn't expect to use this method to enter the treasure vault. This time I must boldly take something significant to make up for the regrets of the past." At that moment, in the treasure vault of Augustine, there stood a gigantic tree with shining golden leaves. Solto looked at Ye Hao, smirking with satisfaction, "Kid, today you are considered very lucky. The old man took the initiative to lead you to his treasure. Throughout my life, I can count on one hand the number of times I've been allowed in here." Ye Hao, equally delighted, laughed and replied, "Really?" Augustine frowned, reminding, "Solto, don't say such nonsense." He turned to Ye Hao, speaking gently, "Ye Hao, to thank you for saving Solos and exposing Lokier's evil scheme, I permit you to choose 2 items at will from the divine artifacts hidden here." Solto immediately showed a confused expression, pouting at his father, "Dad, that's a bit biased. The items here you don't even let me touch normally, yet now you're giving Ye Hao 2 items." Ye Hao's eyes lit up, unable to hide his happiness. He responded, "If you are that generous, I have no reason to refuse." Solto let out a cunning laugh, patting Ye Hao on the shoulder and saying, "Ye Hao, let this big brother choose for you. I guarantee I will help you pick 2 top-tier artifacts that will make the old man vomit blood." After saying that, the two stood before the treasure vault, admiring the divine artifacts that were shining brightly. Solto pointed to a gigantic sword, speaking in a serious tone, "This sword of victory originally belonged to a powerful god. After he perished, the sword was stored here. It falls under the special category of divine swords. He chuckled, continuing, "This sword has the ability to automatically lock onto targets and strikes with extreme sharpness and power. What do you say, are you interested?" Ye Hao shrugged in reply, if Solto doesn't fancy this sword, then let's swap it with another." Both of them shifted their gaze to another gigantic sword. Around the sword, powerful arcs of electricity flickered incessantly, creating a sense of majesty and danger. Solto spoke up to introduce, "If we say the Sword of Victory is a weapon imbued with brilliant light, then this turfing is a demonic blade steeped in darkness and malice. Its attacking power is greater than that of victory, but once drawn from its sheath, it must be stained with fresh blood. Otherwise, it will turn against its wielder and consume them." Ye Hao smirked, casually commenting, "That's rather sinister. But compared to these two swords, I prefer a different sword." With that, both of them looked up at another sword, the Sword King. It radiated a colossal source of power but did so without ostentation, quietly spreading a peculiar divine aura that captivated those who beheld it. Solto was astonished, pointing at the Sword King? "Why have I never seen it before? Is this a new item your father has kept?" He thought to himself, on the outside, it looks ordinary, but the divine essence it emanates is indeed surprising. Turning to his father, Solto asked, "What is the origin of this sword?" Augustine remained silent, not answering, merely frowning slightly, his gaze lingering on the Sword King. Ye Hao chuckled softly, thinking to himself, "It seems the god has specially kept this Sword King in his treasury. He must be quite pleased with it. But I'm sorry, I have my eyes set on it." He pointed at the sword and asked, "I want this sword. Is that okay?" Augustine closed his eyes, sighed, and then, with regret, said, "This treasure of mine contains many precious items, yet you chose this sword. I also like it very much, but once I have made a promise, I cannot go back on my word. Take it, the Sword King is originally an item created by you, consider it a return to its owner." Ye Hao stepped forward and carefully took the sword. Solto, standing beside him, exclaimed in astonishment, "What? This sword was made by you? Kid, you are truly amazing. You are skilled even in weapon forging. There are not many treasures that can make my father show such a reluctant expression. Let me borrow it to take a look." Saying that, Solto snatched the sword from Ye Hao's hand. At that moment, the sword began to slowly dissolve, its form changing in a wondrous way. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a gigantic axe surrounded by powerful arcs of electricity. Solto was astonished, raising the axe high and feeling the strange power emanating from it. He said, "This sword can change into the type of weapon that suits my attributes. Even though I have never used an axe, why does it feel so familiar? Furthermore, this axe releases power that is no less than my hammer. Truly amazing." Augustine looked at Solto with a calm voice, "Don't get too engrossed with it. Ye Hao, you have one more divine artifact to choose from, go ahead." Ye Hao nodded, but his gaze lingered on a massive black stone tablet placed in the corner of the treasure chamber. After a brief contemplation, he looked up and asked, "Before I choose, I have a question. What is that huge black stone tablet? I am very curious about it." Pointing at the blackboard filled with strange symbols, he thought to himself, "You brought this here before I arrived, you must have noticed it. It looks just like a fragment from a black stone that once existed in my world. The only difference is that this board is complete." Augustine explained, "This is called the World Stone. It appeared at the same time as creation, recording all information and rules of the world. Your world does not have this." Ye Hao wondered, since it is called a recording of the world, could it be related to the origin? While he was lost in thought, Augustine suddenly reminded him, "Solto, have you played enough? Hurry up and return the Sword King to Ye Hao. Did you think I wouldn't know your thoughts?" Solto sheepishly replied, "You saw through it." He then returned the sword. Ye Hao placed his hand on the sword, quietly thinking, if the World Stone can record the information and rules of the world, then the rumors about restarting the world are not without foundation. Previously, the Han Mo group collected these fragments. Did they know its true purpose or was there another goal? I need to investigate this clearly after returning. Suddenly, a circle of blinding light appeared on the World Stone. Suddenly, the system announced, an extraordinary divine artifact has been detected reacting to the account plane watcher. The account has been automatically activated. Yi Wu was surprised, silently thinking, this abnormal aura can automatically activate the account? How strange. The system continued to notify, the plane watcher determines that this aura comes from the demonic plane. It has the ability to activate the transmission door to the demon realm, only demons can enter. Therefore, it is very wicked, please avoid this object, host. Yi Wu picked up a red gemstone, quietly pondering, the demon realm can only be entered by demons, quite interesting. But isn't this a coincidence? One of the skills of my demonic wings is the ability to freely traverse the demon dimensions. So, all of this is not a coincidence but fate. Solto approached, curiously asking, what's wrong? Are you interested in this gem? This demon blood jade is indeed very strange. Although it carries a tremendous demonic power inside, until now no one knows how to use it. Frankly speaking, it can only be looked at, not used. Yi Wu replied nonchalantly, is that so? He held the gemstone out in front and asked, may I take this one? Solto was surprised, asking back, huh? Do you really want to take this? What are you thinking? There are so many treasures, but you choose this one? Augustine nodded slightly, his gaze serious as he looked at Yi Wu. He said, alright, the 2 treasures I promised you are ready. Next, I want to discuss a few serious matters. His voice became calm yet weighty, the schemes and betrayals of Lokier are matters internal to our divine race. As the god, she knows the strengths and weaknesses of each member of the clan. However, it is surprising that despite her intricate calculations, she could not foresee the emergence of an unexpected factor like you. In the end, she placed all her hopes on a mortal from another world. I sincerely apologize for this. But I hope you understand that even as the All-Father, I cannot accomplish everything. There are matters beyond my reach. Nonetheless, regardless of your true intentions, your willingness to assist our divine race is commendable. On behalf of the divine race, I thank you for all you have done. Solto stood nearby, arms crossed, an uncomfortable expression on his face. Father. What's with that gentle expression of yours? I've never seen you like this. I am your son. You have never treated me this way and dare to say you are not biased. Yi Wu smiled faintly, not paying attention to Solto's complaints. He replied, his tone calm yet full of implications, it's alright. This is the arrangement of fate. The most important thing is that Lokier has bound her fate of enmity with me. Therefore, I will not easily let go. Looking up at the sky, Yi Wu said in a deep voice, I plan to reorganize and then set off to the realm of blazing flames. Augustine replied, when the time comes, I will personally take you there. Solto reminded, Father, don't overexert yourself. No matter how strong you are, you can only withstand the high temperatures of the realm of blazing flames for at most 1 hour. Suddenly, Glenn and Vachely rushed over in a panic. Glenn, out of breath, said, All-Father and Lord Thor, I have urgent news to report. Augustine frowned and asked, what has happened? Glenn replied, next, please allow Valkyrie Vachely to explain clearly. Vachely knelt down in salute and then seriously reported, an hour ago, I saw Yi Wu master with Valkyrie Marilyn leaving the City of Gold. Given their previous relationship, I didn't think much of it. But when I clarified this with Glenn, I learned that the Yi Wu was an imposter. He tricked Valkyrie Marilyn away. Yi Wu was taken aback and asked, what? Solto curiously interjected, tricking the Valkyrie away? Is this the kind of good deed Lokier would do? But Marilyn is merely a new Valkyrie, what's the benefit of tricking her away? Yi Wu responded seriously, it's not what you think. Marilyn is the key to this world. She will determine the ultimate fate of this world. Then he gritted his teeth in anger. Everyone was astonished and asked, what is it? Yi Wu was worried, could it be that Lokier has discovered the importance of Marilyn? Damn it, the system's time control mechanism failed to lock Lokier. I have to prevent her from getting close to Marilyn. The system announced, locking failed. Target Lokier has disappeared from the timeline in the present world. Do you want to continue using time control? Yi Wu wondered, disappeared from the timeline. Could it be that my ability has been exposed? Could it be because I used the timeline reset in the current world that she discovered? This is a bit troublesome. Ye Wu thought to himself, if I can't locate Lokier, then the system should use the time control mechanism to lock Marilyn, she is the most important one. The system announced, locking failed. Target Marilyn has disappeared from the timeline in the present world. Ye Wu panicked and asked, Marilyn has also disappeared from the timeline. Damn it, it must be that Lokier used a similar trick to hide Marilyn. Lokier truly lives up to the moniker of a god of cunning, this move was calculated. Then I will return to the time before I came back from the giant king city, starting to keep an eye on Marilyn from then on. Notification system, this plan is feasible but will encounter bugs because Lokier and Marilyn have completely vanished from the current timeline. Although their disappearance can be understood as hidden or dead, Lokier himself still exists in the current spacetime. However, Lokier and Marilyn have been severed from this world's timeline by a force greater than themselves. The current timeline no longer encompasses the existence of the two. After that, a blinding light appeared, forming a new timeline. The system reminded, if you go back, it means opening a new timeline, not returning to the existing timeline. In the new timeline, the mission to prevent Valkyrie from falling will only achieve 50% effectiveness, significantly reducing the crazed slaughter debuff of the Valkyrie account. However, the outcome will still be mediocre. Only by completing the final mission in the main timeline can a perfect result be attained, completely eliminating the debuff of the account, allowing Valkyrie to restore her divine form. Ye Wu thought, determined, no matter how much effort it takes to reach this point, I absolutely cannot stop midway and choose a mediocre outcome. Even if the difficulty increases, I must complete the final mission in the main timeline to achieve the perfect result. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists and shouted, O Father of Gods, please take me immediately to the realm of blazing flames. On silently thought, even if Lokier leads Marilyn to disappear from the thread of time, they might still be in the realm of blazing flames, having to fight a life and death battle with Lokier there. Moments later, they arrived at the center of the earth. The realm of blazing flames in this cave was filled with molten lava. Suddenly, a voice rang out, you're awake. At this moment, Lokier was disguised as Ye Wu, looking around. Marilyn called out to Ye Wu. She looked around in confusion and asked Ye Wu, where is this? Also, when did I faint? Lokier pretended to gently answer, my darling, the great deep space hypercube and giant realms battle sensed the extraordinary power radiating from you, that's why I came to find you. At this point, she placed her hand on her cheek and smiled softly. She turned around cunningly and said, unlike that boring old god, powerless against the fate of the twilight of the gods. All it knows is to follow the will of heaven, my treasure, it will help me, guide me, save me. The fate of everyone is in your and my hands. Then she extended her hand to tempt Marilyn, you are destined for greatness, do not be held captive by the gods, becoming their tool. You must live for yourself, so abandon your identity as a Valkyrie. Join me in resisting the gods, then we will soar together. Marilyn was filled with dread, wondering, why is Ye Wu saying such strange things? He is different from usual, too unusual. Could it be that he has been influenced by some kind of monster? Worried, she called out, Ye Wu, wake up. This is not you, you are not like this. Don't let that cube enchant you. At that moment, Lokier was still in Ye Wu's form, gently touching her chin, calmly replying, no need to worry, Marilyn. You don't need to think so much. Saying that, she moved closer, her voice soft but full of intent, didn't you say you like me a lot? Just do as I say, and you will be fine. I won't harm you. Marilyn was taken aback, quickly realizing the oddity. She immediately pushed Lokier away, her eyes filled with suspicion, asking bluntly, you're not Ye Wu. Who are you? At this moment, Lokier revealed her true form, her face full of mockery, you really are so stubborn, Marilyn. Whether I used the deep space cube to corrupt you or exploit your feelings for Ye Wu to control you, it would all be useless. Marilyn stared directly at Lokier, her face igniting with rage. She declared, so it turns out you are pretending to be Ye Wu. God of lies and trickery, Lokier. Lokier snickered lightly, but before she could say anything, Marilyn continued firmly, yes, I like Ye Wu. But I am not an idiot. No matter how you are the god of trickery, you can never mimic Ye Wu's special aura. Suddenly, a powerful source of light appeared, the brightness so dazzling that it enveloped the entire space. Gradually, the light transformed into the figure of a man, majestic and strong. He coldly said, if you don't listen to me, then there's no need to waste any more time. I will directly break this aura and seize the power of the outer god within your body. Even if I lose a portion of my strength, it doesn't matter. Your abundant power will definitely help advance our plan by a significant step. Lokier turned to him, hugged tightly, and gently replied, I will listen to you completely, my darling. After that statement, she suddenly took her spear and ruthlessly pierced through Marilyn, sending her flying far away. Marilyn, in pain, struggled to grasp the spear, thinking to herself, so fast, I couldn't react. Is this the power of a god? Nevertheless, she still fought back with all her strength, holding tightly to the spear, but Lokier looked at her with contempt and softly said, the power within her body belongs to you completely, my darling. Saying that, Lokier bent down and kissed the man deeply, as if to affirm her absolute loyalty. Elsewhere, Ye Hao had arrived at the center of the realm of blazing flames. He gazed in amazement at the surroundings and muttered, no wonder they call him the father of gods. Even though there is no main city here, I can be directly brought to the central area through the blazing realm. Augustine, standing beside him, said in a steady voice, this is not a difficult feat. My divine power is enough to encompass and resist the heat of this place. But why did you choose to rush directly into the center? Ye Hao explained, instead of searching around like a fly, it's better to directly ask the master of this place. This way will be more effective and quicker. A moment later, the fiery giant King Tursu appeared. He ferociously asked Augustine, do you dare come to my domain? Have you forgotten the non-aggression pact we established 10,000 years ago? For the past 10,000 years, I have always adhered to the pact, yet now you break it. Do you intend to declare war on me? Suddenly, Ye Hao was enveloped by a wave of dark purple power. He calmly replied, no need to be hasty. We came here to find Lokier. In your realm, she is hiding a god. Don't you know where she is? Just then, the system sounded a notification, account the blazing emperor is under a temperature exceeding the standard. Received limited buff, the ultimate blazing dance. This buff temporarily upgrades to level 999 but only works in the realm of blazing flames. One of the giants surrounding them roared in anger, this mere mortal dares to provoke our king? Tired of living, are we? Let's see if I can roast you into a pig to eat. However, this group of giants was insufficient to disturb Ye Hao. With a single strike, he neatly eradicated them all. Augustine calmly said, I did not come here to declare war. I only want Lokier to show herself. If she appears, we will leave immediately. But it seems she is not here. The fiery giant king laughed loudly, his voice dripping with sarcasm, you can't even manage your own subordinates and dare to come to my domain to demand someone? Augustine, are you so old that you've become senile? Moreover, do you think this blazing domain is a place for others to hide? Augustine raised the weapon in his hand, his gaze cold as he replied, your failure to directly deny it proves she is here. Call her out now. Otherwise, I will kill you once more, and this time there will be no feelings left. The fiery giant king showed no fear, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he said, the wound you left me, Augustine, is something I will never forget for the rest of my life. Even after countless years, that pain still aches, reminding me that the time for my revenge has come. Augustine turned to Ye Hao, his voice steady but filled with urgency, I will hold him off to buy time. You must quickly find Lokier and Marilyn. Hurry! Ye Hao immediately agreed and leaped away. In his mind, he could still sense the intense murderous intent emanating from the fiery giant king. He silently thought, could the matter between Augustine and him have anything to do with the twilight of the gods? Well, this is not the time to think about that. Just as Ye Hao moved, the fiery giant king roared, have I let you go? He prepared to attack Ye Hao, but Augustine immediately blocked with his weapon in front, declaring fiercely, your opponent is me, Tursu. If you want to fight, then fight me. An overwhelming surge of power spread, both Augustine and Tursu had entered a state of full combat readiness. The divine shield Augustine declared boldly, the unfinished battle from 10,000 years ago will conclude here today. Tursu charged forward with a tumultuous momentum, shouting, align with my will. The two collided, commencing a life and death showdown. Every strike they exchanged created violent tremors, causing the realm of blazing flames to shake. Ye Wu could clearly sense the immense power from their confrontation. He thought to himself, this force is truly terrifying. But I must delay time quickly, otherwise, it will be disadvantageous for Augustine. Ye Wu looked around, wondering, with the immense size of the realm of blazing flames, where should I begin my search? Right, the drones. But they can't withstand the temperature here. How could I forget such an important matter? He took a deep breath and reassured himself, now that I possess divine level power, with the rank of the Blazing Emperor reaching 999. This is entirely my territory. Therefore, finding someone shouldn't be difficult. Ye Wu raised his hand, casting his power to form a gigantic eye in the sky. He commanded powerfully, "True Eye full level, locate Lokier for me. No matter what schemes she has employed, I must find her." The system immediately reported, target position locked, Lokier and Marilyn. The time manipulation skill has recovered to normal. Would the host like to execute the command right now? He looked towards the position of the two others and replied, "No need, I am in the realm of blazing flames like a fish in water, I have no need to go back, instead, I want to think of a way to suppress her here so she cannot escape." Ye Wu's gaze suddenly changed, "But first, we need to deal with the giant here to avoid unexpected events." Returning to the battle, the fiery giant king had been pierced through by the Father of Gods, his health only remaining at 20%. He did not expect, Augustine, although old, still hasn't diminished in strength compared to his peak years ago. Tersu knelt on the ground and said, "I have underestimated you, I never expected to fight you with this frail body. I must apologize for my disrespect." But immediately after, he suddenly erupted with flames, "I will use all my power to fight you to the death." Augustine was astonished, "Eternal flame, I thought I had separated it from your body in our previous battle and hidden it in the divine realm. Could it be?" Tersu replied, "That's right, the eternal flame is a gift from Lokier, a condition for me to protect her." As the Father of Gods, you didn't expect this, did you? At this moment, Tersu had recovered his health along with level 940, using the full form of the fiery giant king to prepare for battle and said, "I originally intended to rest a little longer, but if the timing is ripe." He charged to attack Augustine, "Then let me open the twilight of your gods." With one slash, Tersu had severed the weapon in Augustine's hand, leaving him with only 30% health. Tersu held his sword ready to stab Augustine and said, "You have no way out anymore. Augustine, accept your final fate." Suddenly, the sword was blocked by an unseen force. Tersu could not help but be astonished by the current situation. At the moment that seemed hopeless, Ye Wu suddenly appeared, saving the god. It was only midday now, to say twilight had arrived was a bit early. Tersu Su exclaimed in surprise, "You." The beast with firepower was quite shocked by Ye Wu's prowess. "A mortal can withstand my attack? The flames on you do not belong to our world. Who are you?" As this man advanced, he also swung his sword. No wonder he was a god-level combatant with fire attributes, his gaze keen. "But who I am isn't important, what's important is..." Ye Wu, filled with killing intent, pointed his sword at Tersu. "I am very curious about whose fire is ultimately more powerful." Ye Wu severed the sharp claws of Tersu. "You're sharper than I thought." This sparked his interest in Ye Wu, but that only makes it more enjoyable. "Augustine completely drained my excitement, only you make me feel the thrill I haven't experienced in a long time." Saying that, he threw a fist toward the small figure in front of him. A powerful punch crashed down, sending rocks flying and creating strong gusts of wind. However, Ye Wu had completely transformed and was able to withstand this dangerous blow. "Well done, the force of this punch, if I hadn't reached full level, I would have probably been smashed to pieces. The advantage in terms of physique is quite apparent, isn't it?" A sphere was gathering power high above, but if we're talking about physique, I am by no means inferior. Manifest, Flame Demon. Another beast appeared, growling at its master's command, known as the Flame Demon Complete Form. The system provided more detailed information about it. The Flame Demon Complete Form is the final boss in the world of the Blazing Emperor. After being defeated by the Blazing Emperor, it was bound by armor that restricted its power. The Blazing Emperor at full level could lift those bindings, unleashing the full might of the Flame Demon. The older man fighting alongside Ye Wu couldn't believe his eyes, a surge of ominous power that surprises the onlooker, truly no less than Tersu with eternal fire. "Ye Wu, What kind of world do you come from? Tursa quite enjoyed this opponent. Having strength nearly equal to mine makes it interesting, doesn't it? The flame demon sneered, interesting. Haha, wait until I bite off your neck, then see if you still feel joyful. Ye Hao turned back to speak with him. Father of gods, continuing to stand here could put you in greater danger. Quickly leave this place, I will handle it here. He reassured him, no need to worry, I can still hold on, but there is one thing I want to clarify. He asked, your strength has surprised me, even someone as knowledgeable as I am is astonished. But you have grown so powerful, why have you come to our world? What is your ultimate goal? He looked towards the two beasts locked in an unending battle. If so, then I will tell you everything. A tremor shook the ground, causing large rocks to shatter into countless smaller pieces. After hearing Ye Hao's story, he had to exclaim, so that's it. The destruction of the world is still unavoidable? I never imagined even a ruler of the 9 realms like me would be unable to withstand the fate of my world. He was astonished that the burden could only be placed on a Valkyrie named Marilyn. It was truly unacceptable. However, even if the outcome could not be changed, there still existed another way to salvage the situation, to lessen the consequences. Though the destruction of the world could not be avoided, as long as one could leave before the world perished, the people in this realm could still have hope for survival. Father of gods, you will definitely find a way to make this happen, right? He said, this is a good idea. Ha, that's right, I really am getting old and senile, falling into this negative emotion. Thank you, Ye Hao, for waking me up. He wasn't arrogant because of the old man's compliment. No need to thank me, this is what I should do. Saying that, Ye Hao picked up 2 spears and asked, by the way, can I borrow these 2 eternal spears? The Father of Gods hesitated a bit, but they are already in your hands, and the divine power has also lost more than half, so they probably can't become your fighting strength now. It's okay, I will harmonize them with the royal sword to repair. Don't forget that you previously granted me divine craftsman. Ye Hao transformed into the blazing emperor. Then the next step is to end this battle. Both sides have already exhausted much of their power. Tursa still remained arrogant. This is so enjoyable, being able to fight someone of your strength. Even if the battle shakes the heavens and earth, I won't feel tired. The flame demon was different, it showed no interest. Who is your kind? I have no interest in fighting to shake the heavens and earth with you. My only purpose is to prolong the time. At this moment, the flame demon shouted as if to announce, Tursu, you can go die now. Meanwhile, Ye Hao charged straight towards Tursa with the spear. Being stabbed, Tursa merely scoffed, is that all? This kind of attack, which doesn't hurt or itch, is ineffective against me. But unexpectedly, Ye Hao had another way, isn't that so? Using the blazing realm to separate your source of power, can you still be so speechless? He immediately endured the pain and cursed, damn it, my eternal fire, I will kill you. The flame demon had inserted its hand through his body. Tursa's form was torn in half, and it said, you no longer have this opportunity, only the screen remains. Tursu was officially annihilated. The body of the ferocious beast from before was now divided into small flames falling down below. As for the old man, after witnessing this fight, he thought, this is the true power of the strongest among worlds. Even if it were me in my youth at my peak, I surely could not reach this height. The system notification, boss feat has been defeated, the enemy received 1 billion experience, 500 million gold, and the player received equipment. These items include the Twilight Sword, a heavy holy sword crafted from the stone of creation that fell into the realm of blazing flames, cultivated over countless years, containing blazing flames, capable of cutting through space and dimensions with its ultra-high temperature. The second item is the original flame tomahawk. Although it is a war axe made from fragments of the stone of creation, its power is also classified as a high-level blade. The body of the axe is hot, lacking extremely high fire attributes, making it uncontrollable. The third is the fiery shield wall. The flaming shield is inlaid with fragments of the stone of creation tempered at ultra-high temperatures. It has both ultra-high defense and ultra-high attack power. Regarding this, the fourth equipment, the burning demon longbow does not require arrows and can shoot hot arrows like Mars, with extremely high attack power and accuracy. The fifth item, the burning magic wand, can summon powerful flame demons to fight, with a maximum of 5 able to be summoned at once. The sixth item is the crown of destruction, a symbol of fire, once a testament of the king. Finally, the eternal flame, also known as the primordial flame in chaos, rises from a fire that burns dust, creating hot air and forming the sky. Although intangible, it is eternal. Ye Wu was thrilled by these items. No wonder it is a boss with 900 experience points and divine level equipment. He held them until his hands felt weak from joy. However, Ye Wu descended, for he had only just completed the first step in his plan. It was not yet time to rejoice. He said, "Father of gods, I still wish to request another special divine from you." The deity was alarmed. "Your divine is already strong enough, do you still need my divine?" Deep in the earth, in the flame domain, the girl said, "My treasure, do you hear the earth-shattering sounds of battle outside? It must be the Father of gods clashing with the fiery giant king. Our plan has taken another step forward." A soul standing nearby remarked, "And now the sounds of battle outside have disappeared. It seems the outcome has been decided. I just worry about Tersu, that pawn. Will he really defeat Augustine? Let's go, let's verify." She embraced this person. "I bring eternal fire to Tersu, he will absolutely not lose." She added, "In the past, the Father of gods could only subdue Tersu by gathering all his strength in the divine realm. But now he is old, and he can no longer win. There is nothing to worry about. As long as we absorb the outer god's power within Marilyn's body, we will be able to start destroying this world. Then, at that time, I will be eternally immortal with you, transcending the ultimate latitude, spreading wings to do as we wish." She laughed loudly, "Ha ha." A man approached from behind. "Lord Lokier, do you want to leave me behind?" She abruptly ended the conversation, and he clutched his bleeding arm. "That's great, I finally found you. I'm tired of fighting, I'm exhausted, I don't want to be caught up in this anymore." Glenn continued, "Now I understand, Lord Lokier, you were right. Refusing your confession before was my foolishness. Now, the only person I want to rely on is you. Are you still willing to accept me? Is this person like me, an illusion? Was he created by Lord Lokier? I didn't expect my rejection to cause you such deep wounds. I'm very sorry, but rest assured, I will definitely repay you double in the future." Lokier looked at him and speculated, the energy and divine essence on him are nothing unusual, there is no doubt it is Glenn. Furthermore, even if someone else were impersonating him, it cannot possibly be Glenn, the one I once confessed my feelings to without success. However, with Glenn's strength, he would not be able to cross through the realm of blazing flames to come here without being injured. This is clearly a fake. Lokier held her head. "Why is my heart in such turmoil?" The essence with the soul behind spoke, "There is no need to struggle. Regardless of whether he is real or fake, killing him is enough, do not let him interfere with our plans." She remained silent upon hearing this. The soul approached Glenn. "Lokier is hesitating, what is it? Do you need me to take action personally?" Suddenly, she grasped the arm of the entity. "What are you doing? Why do you want to stop me from killing him?" Within her, she had her own considerations. "He cannot die yet, I have my own arrangements with him." Glenn ran over. "Lokier, thank you for not giving up on me, I have already grown weary. With my ineptitude in battling in the giant realm, I realized my own insignificance. A humble, weak deity like me, no matter how hard I try, there are enemies I simply cannot defeat. Therefore, I no longer wish to struggle, I just want to be by your side. You will definitely protect me, right?" In an instant, she thought, even though everywhere is filled with absurdity and illusion, this feeling of the embrace is so real. She said, "It's alright if you don't want to make an effort, just being beside me is enough. I assure you no one can harm you." He unexpectedly turned hostile. "Is that so? I should thank you then, Lord Lokier." She couldn't catch Glenn. Turns out this person is Ye Wu in disguise. She was deceived. "Lord Lokier, now I am sure I have forgotten everything. But I once said, in the past she did that to you. The lies and schemes of her will return double, suffering twice as much, both physically and mentally. Are you satisfied?" Caught off guard by Ye Wu's sneak attack, Lokier's strength was weakened enough that he couldn't endure. She shouted, "Absolutely impossible. How could the disguise of an ordinary person fool my eyes? Who are you really? How do you have the shape-shifting ability that not even I recognized regarding my affair with Glenn? How do you know?" The true self held her back. "Don't let your guard down, you might receive a serious blow. It proves he is definitely not an ordinary person. We should retreat first. She was gradually recovering from his ambush, telling herself, I can't let him continue to impersonate Glenn to deceive me, and I absolutely will not forgive him. Ye Hao said, the god plan has been trapped by my scheme, doesn't it feel unpleasant? Curious, are we? I know about you and Glenn, but I won't say a word. Lokier split his clone and aimed his space at Ye Hao. You damn mortal dare to underestimate a god like me. I will torment you in the most painful way, making you suffer for over 1,000 years. He said, is that so? Ye Hao swung the large sword, causing the illusions to vanish. If this had been before, I would have believed you. The sword in his hand lit up, but now the power from the mirror began to surge, and she no longer had this chance. He thrust straight into her back. Why can you see through my true form? Ye Hao's face was filled with murderous intent. You are about to die, no need to know too much. Glenn's true form caught her. I told you, don't act rashly. This small matter is insignificant compared to our grand scheme, but she remains obstinate. She still refuses to let go. Lokier hissed, let me go, I must slay him. Ye Hao could not grasp the objective. Running again, huh? He said, the energy entity resembling Glenn is quite cautious, undoubtedly a tough opponent in the realm of blazing flames, in another underground space. Lokier screamed, why? Why must you stop me? I was toyed with and overwhelmed by a mere mortal. Revenge is something I must achieve. The true form of Glenn, drawing power from Marilyn, said, don't let hatred diminish your intellect, Lokier. The more furious you are, the easier it is to fall into his schemes. Our strength is clearly at a distance. Facing him directly before was not a good opportunity. Lokier was still seething with anger. I know he is powerful, but I cannot bear the humiliation of his deceit, and I cannot endure running away. The true form, after being merged, said, who said anything about running away? I merely sensed that the absorption of the true form is about to be completed to take over the body. Now the outer god power within Marilyn is entirely mine. No one in this world can defeat me anymore. Lokier said, luckily, our plan has succeeded. This unprecedented pressure has far surpassed Augustine at his peak. I never expected Marilyn's energy to carry such terrifying strength. She added, that Ye Hao guy is getting close to Marilyn like that, he must have set his sights on her power, right? Now that the power has been completely drained, becoming a useless person, his purpose has also vanished. I can't wait to see his defeated look to relieve the hatred in my heart. Ye Hao overheard their conversation. Thank you very much, you really helped me with a big issue. I initially had no idea how to deal with the unstable power within Marilyn's body. She was astonished. What? Ye Hao, with a combative expression, moved closer, but now that you've drained it all away, I no longer have to worry. Are you all prepared to receive my return gift? Lokier's face was filled with panic at this scene. She wondered, how is this possible? This man has chased us down, and he doesn't care at all about the outer god power within Marilyn. The energy emanating from him exudes an overwhelming strength. It doesn't feel like a joke. What should I do? I'm no match for him. Should I run away again? The ultra entity behind Lokier shouted loudly at her, Lokier, what are you worried about? I am now the strongest existence in this world. Dealing with him is as easy as flipping my hand. But the grudge between you is something you must resolve on your own. With this great outer god power, don't let me down now. Upon finishing his words, he placed his large hand on Lokier's head, channeling a surge of tremendous energy into her. Lokier's body was enveloped in a blinding light. She transformed into a different form, her body and hands turning green, sharp claws emerging, and her body covered in spikes. Several tails appeared below, and a dragon's head with glowing red eyes, bearing sharp teeth, let out a fierce roar. Lokier laughed heartily, showing her sharp fangs, and said, my wounds have healed, and I feel like I've been filled with immense power. Truly a joy like never before. A system stats board appeared, Boss Lokier level 900. She challenged, come on, mortal, you're so close to me, let's play together. Lokier lashed out her tail at Ye Hao, sending him flying. She laughed loudly, asking him, with this power, how do you want to play? I can play until the end. But can you afford the price of losing flesh and soul? Ha ha. Ye Hao was struck, flying far and crashing into a rock due to the violent impact. Lokier rushed over and asked, "Why aren't you fighting back? Weren't you very strong earlier? Are you now afraid of my power?" BNPHNUIVURN, CTALAUNTN seeing VOEWU, LMBT, HTWNI, that's it. This is the feeling of looking down on all living beings, right? It's simply wonderful. I want to kill endlessly. Lokier shouted loudly. What's wrong? Hurry and resist at least once, just like this. I can end you as easily as crushing an ant. I truly find it very boring. After saying this, she used her power to strike down from the sky at Yiwu, causing the ground and rocks to shatter. The super life form floated in the air, arms crossed, surrounded by the swirling dust and debris, saying, "To counterattack is impossible." Even if that mortal had a way to defeat Lokier before, she has changed now, and there is no reason for her to lose anymore. Surely that mortal has even lost their form now. Lokier and the super life form were surprised when a light appeared in the swirling fog. He shouted, "Wait a minute." That light was Yiwu transforming, wearing a green cloak and armor. He held a golden sword in his hand. The system data panel appeared, Yiwu, level 999, health decreased to 80%. He looked up at the sky and said, "The reason I do not retaliate is that I am very curious about how powerful the combined strength of a god and an outer god can become, but from the results, it seems that it is only this much." Lokier cupped her head, angrily shouting, "No, it can't be. Clearly, I used all my strength, yet it only caused a small amount of damage to you. I don't believe it, absolutely do not believe it." Lokier's body curled up, forming a large flower bud in the air, surrounded by a shimmering golden circle. She shouted, "I cannot spare you, I will definitely not spare you, even if it costs more than I can afford." She continued, "I must kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, the flower bud opened, simultaneously unleashing a tremendous power aimed at Yiwu. He calmly watched the attack charging towards him and said, "I told you, you will not have this chance again." The violet light power, when it barreled towards Yiwu, was met with his defense, causing it to explode aside. The life form from the microcosm observed the battle from above, thinking, "The power of this mortal has exceeded my expectations, Lokier cannot defeat him. It appears my investment has failed." A golden power struck the demons, causing their bodies to disintegrate. The demons panicked in surprise and screamed, "What's happening? The realm of blazing flames is about to collapse, run quickly." Yiwu raised the sword, looked into it, and touched the surface of the sword. Lightning appeared around the sword. He said, "In this turn-based game, it's my turn to counterattack now." Yiwu charged forward, striking at Lokier. Lokier endured numerous painful slashes, screaming, I'm not willing to accept this. Why are you so strong? I won't accept this." Yiwu rested the sword on his shoulder, standing directly in front of her. "Lokier, you really look both ugly and disheveled. You have abandoned your noble god identity, falling into darkness, losing everything." Lokier collapsed to the ground, a status panel appearing, Boss Lokier level 900, health only 20% remaining, fighting strength completely depleted at 0%. She furiously shouted, "Damn it, the noble god identity, this kind of restrictive identity I have long grown tired of. I want to play hard, to cheat wholeheartedly." Unable to contain her anger, Lokier slammed her hand on the ground, continuing, "Even Thor and the Frost Giant King have been tricked by me, how can I not trick you? Even if my combat power is not as good as yours." Lokier returned to her original form, wielding a scepter and using a Lokier clone to bind Marilyn, who lay on the ground. She said, "I can still use cunning to strike straight at your weakness, making you regret to the point of wishing you were dead." Yiwu glared at Lokier in anger and asked loudly, "Do you think I only care about fighting you and have no means to protect Marilyn? Your schemes are too despicable." An attacking force struck, severing Lokier's hand that held the staff, catching her by surprise. The super-life entity floating in the air created a technique, directing it at Lokier, saying, "Do not touch that woman." Lokier, at this point, any scheme is meaningless. Lokier, enraged, transformed and shouted at him, asking, "Are you attacking me? Why? I clearly sacrificed everything for you. Aside from you, I have nothing. Why are you still betraying me?" He looked at her and replied, "It's because you have disappointed me too much. With the power I bestowed, not even a mortal can win. It seems only Marilyn, who possesses external power, can be the woman who walks with me to the end. Lokier screamed in anger, "No, you can't treat me like this. You must be joking, right? I have done so much for you, how can you abandon me?" The superlife entity in front of Lokier responded, "Emotions, let them go. Such things are of no value to me. I only care if the one allied with me has the ability to achieve the goals I desire." He continued, "Your current appearance clearly indicates that you cannot control the power of the outer god within you. Now that you are broken, do not drag me down. But for the sake of your previous contributions, if you dare to continue obstructing me, then you must die." After finishing, he made his move, causing Lokier to be crushed under a powerful magic circle. The status board appeared, Boss Lokier level 900, 2% health. Lokier screamed in pain, "I have spent my whole life using every trick, uttering countless lies, and in the end, the only true feeling I offered resulted in this ending." She laughed loudly, "Ha, ridiculous, ridiculous, all this time I mocked others for being foolish, only to find out the real clown is myself." She laughed heartily before disappearing. The Ultra Being looked at Ye Hao and said, "The next battle is between you and me. You are the only obstacle I face in this world. As long as I kill you, my goal will be achieved." Ye Hao looked at him and asked, "Was Lokier's disappearance at this moment part of your plan?" He charged at Ye Hao to attack and replied, "No, I have absolute power, I never play with tricks. She was just a useless pawn, easily discarded." He looked at him and thought, this matter is absolutely not as simple as it seems. Even if he has no wicked schemes, based on Lokier's style, I know he won't easily let it go like that. At the Tree of Life, Lokier appeared in her original form. Before her stood a tall ancient tree with a wide canopy of bright yellow leaves. Lokier laughed loudly, "Ha, if my destiny is determined to be a farce, then I will destroy this world." Lokier angrily approached, touching the roots of the tree, her eyes turning purple, dark energies swirling around her. She shouted loudly, declaring it so that no one could laugh. Hovering in the raging storm that tore apart everything, the god looked down arrogantly at his opponent, "Mortal, to this world, both of us are outsiders. I know you carry some special power within you, but that power cannot serve as a foundation to oppose me, because our very existence is separated by too many layers. If we liken worlds to boxes, you are merely a mouse that is scurried from one box into another, forever unable to jump out of the constraints of this box. I am the existence that has escaped the confines of the world, standing outside to observe countless worlds." He declared with great authority as if he were the center of the universe, "You and I are not on the same level at all." As soon as he finished speaking, the god began to channel energy and unleashed his lava eruption skill. Under the ground, streams of vibrant red material surged upwards, twisting into a tornado aimed directly at Ye Hao. Ye Hao drove his sword into the ground, successfully blocking the attack. He said, "I know you like to show off, otherwise, you wouldn't go so far as to say such foolish things. But knowing I have the fire attribute, you still use lava to wash your feet for me, your combat experience is still somewhat lacking." He felt exasperated by the enemy's foolish handling of the situation. On the other side, the god was furious because he had been countered right after showing his strength. "What? You dare to brag even when death is near?" He tensed his body, gathered energy, and formed a dark abyss. "It seems that you haven't understood what I said, nor the true power of super beings. In words you can understand, I am capable not only of killing you in this world, but I can also enter your world, destroying everything in that world and everything you hold dear." As he shouted, he unleashed the dark abyss. Ye Hao refused to be outdone. He raised his sword and activated the blazing windstorm skill, with swirls of hot air spiraling, creating a vortex emitting heat of up to 1,000 degrees. "Oh, really? So, this super being is indeed very strong, but I will not give you that opportunity." Two opposing sources of energy collided, creating a thunderous sound, the shockwave generated sweeping away everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The god, seeing that the attack had been neutralized, became surprised. "You can actually fight on par with me, it seems I have underestimated you." Taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, Ye Hao charged forward, gritting his teeth, "This is nothing compared to what you think. Anyone who threatens what I care about usually pays a heavy price, you are no exception." As he spoke, he swung his sword at the god, but the latter easily blocked it, not forgetting to taunt, "Is that so? With your current strength, you might be able to achieve that, but when your opponent is me, all your experience is useless." The god shouted loudly as a mesmerizing formation appeared behind him. Ye Hao immediately became alert. The cosmic-like light beside him was incredibly eerie, seemingly capable of distorting time and space, necessitating a distance increase. The god continued to boast about himself. Although you are quite strong, just looking at your appearance, you have only lived for a little over 10 years, you fundamentally cannot comprehend the truths of this universe. Once Ye Hao regained his balance, he wondered, the truths of the universe, what are they? He said, destruction. Without hesitation, he provided the answer, destruction is the ultimate destination of the universe and all things. I am merely helping you choose the correct method of destruction. This is something only someone who can transcend dimensions like me can do. God continued to ramble on, we were born together with time and dimensions. Initially, I was just an observer, recording without any consciousness of my own. But after witnessing the casualties across various dimensions, I gradually developed my own consciousness. Reflecting on the great tragedies of the past, I commented that after an endless span of observation, I arrived at a conclusion. Different dimensions and civilizations, though continuously giving birth to new forms, will ultimately lead to destruction, and all of them are methods of destruction that are incredibly foolish. I possess an intellect that transcends dimensions, and what I detest most is that foolishness. Rather than allowing ignorance to reign, I would prefer to use my preferred method to bring about destruction. However, despite my intellect and power surpassing dimensions, I can only observe these dimensions and cannot interfere with them. Regret manifested in the heart of the god. He continued, it wasn't until I discovered that there exists a group of beings in the universe that stands in opposition to my power and authority. Outer gods, though they do not possess power beyond their realm, have the ability to influence said realm. Therefore, if I were to extract the outer god's power from within Marilyn without killing her, then I would directly summon its true form. Suddenly, a ray of purple light shot down from above him, striking directly upon his figure. A monster formed from energy appeared, with 4 orbs arranged in a diamond shape, each orb containing a singular eye. It screamed out, who is summoning me? The god looked up and replied, it is I. Grant me all your power, god of destruction, afterimage. He commanded the being. The 4-eyed monster stared intently at him and responded, you resemble me yet are different, but it matters not, those who summon me are all the same. Now let us begin. Upon hearing this, the god felt elated, wonderful, wonderful, this is the power I desire to intervene in the realm. From start to finish, everything has been part of my plan. I have observed for countless years, witnessed numerous destructions, and now, at last, the time has come for me to take control of everything. He felt the power continuously flooding into his body, filling each muscle and fiber. He laughed maniacally, but the monster rebutted, it is you who leads every destruction. No, this is not something you should be doing. The only thing you must do now is to offer this body to me, to become the stepping stone on my path to reincarnation. The purple energy quickly enveloped the god's body, only the sounds of screams could be heard from within. Wait, what is happening? The frenzied, depraved power is corroding my essence, stop it, this is not the outcome I wanted. The sound gradually faded, but behind it was a harsh reality. In a moment, he, the god, had completely transformed by the god of destruction. The remnants created an extraordinarily powerful being. Destroy, obliterate, the more this world is destroyed, the faster I can be reborn. It let out a savage laugh, to celebrate the successful reincarnation. The monster stomped down, causing the ground to tremble, starting from this world. This forced Ye Hao to rise into the air to evade the shockwaves. A thought flashed in his mind, the shadow of the god of destruction, isn't this the god of destruction split by the Shadow King? If this is true, then it's not good. I never expected the god of destruction to also be seeking a chance for reincarnation. He immediately made a decision, I must stop it here, I cannot let it use the destruction of this world as a pretext for rebirth. Suddenly, the high-energy monster blew Ye Hao away, sending him flying, you smell like someone I hate. It used its keen sense of smell to recognize the connection between him and the Shadow King. The power of the attack was so great that Ye Hao was slammed deep into the cliff, the surrounding terrain continuously cracking. Damn it, this overwhelming power is definitely the god of destruction. Even in this shadowy form, it can easily knock me away in my peak state. This time it's a bit hard. Ye Wu suddenly found himself in a desperate situation as his opponent had reached a new level of annihilation. The god of destruction did not allow its opponent to catch a breath. It shouted, "The smell on your body is similar to an enemy of mine, but I have already killed him. Therefore, whether by coincidence or other reasons, it is only fitting to annihilate you in this world." The monster immediately unleashed its skill world-destroying fallen star, with tens of thousands of meteors continuously crashing down, aiming to wipe out the battlefield. Ye Wu was incredibly surprised by the opponent's detection ability. "So you can detect the Shadow King on me, that's truly terrifying." Seeing his teammate lying unconscious, he began to ponder, "Although I used a shield to protect Marilyn, can I cope with its attack? Now there's only one way left, which is to absorb the burning power of the realm of blazing flames, then give it my all." Saying is doing. Ye Wu summoned the terminal dark flame form, his armor now thoroughly upgraded, energy levels skyrocketing. He tightened his grip on the space god in his hand, determined that this was the final battle, a great battle unfolding. Ye Wu held the long space, unleashed his move, thinking in his mind, "Facing a strongman like this, it must be a swift fight, it cannot be prolonged too long, I need to directly use a powerful move to resolve the issue." He launched the flame demon Long, a green dragon soaring towards the strongman. The strongman calmly said, "Oh, facing my attack and you still have the strength to dodge? You are quite powerful, reminding me of previous enemies, but all of you only have one outcome." Then, he jumped up, slashing at the dragon, splitting it in half. He said, "That is what being destroyed by me looks like." As soon as he landed, he was immediately bombarded by 6 energy orbs flying towards him. He leapt up, dodging the attack, still pursuing, huh? He analyzed the situation in his mind, realizing, this level of physical strength is still not enough, I must use caution against that guy. Suddenly, the 6 orbs released chains, binding him. Ye Wu's voice echoed, "Where do you think you're going?" Although he was chained, Ye Wu calmly replied, "Oh, this scorching power reminds me of the warmth when the universe was newly born." He then continued, "What do you intend to do with all the immense energy just condensed? This method of fighting has no effect on me." Ye Wu shouted, "Whether it has an effect or not, we won't know until we try." He summoned a fireball, sneering, "The god of destruction born in the universe, huh? Then let's use all the blazing flame power to converge into a star to determine the victor." At this moment, the other person, bound by iron chains, felt uneasy as he saw the fireball rushing towards him. This force isn't just for show, can it break free from the restraints? The fireball collided with him, creating a cataclysmic explosion. Ye Wu, now exhausted, knelt on the ground as the system displayed a warning, "Warning, the host has momentarily exhausted all the power of the Blazing Emperor, resulting in extreme fatigue and backlash, unable to use any abilities, please withdraw from the battlefield quickly." At this moment, the life of the super god of destruction was down to 15% health. The other person laughed loudly, "Ha, you startled me, I thought I was about to die at your hands." He tore off the steel chains, charged forward, and said, "You should feel grateful that my underdeveloped body has given you so many opportunities. Now you can rest easy and die." At that moment, Ye Wu was extremely exhausted, unable to move. When he saw the god of destruction charging at him, he worried, "Not good, my body can't move." Suddenly, a beam of light shone down on him, and a voice echoed, "Who gave you the guts to lay a hand on my brother?" A group of people with white wings landed on the ground, praising Ye Wu. "Ye Wu, well done. Thanks to you absorbing all the heat from the realm of blazing flames, we could come here to support you and then pursue those gods to clean up the battlefield. Gods, heed the call. Help our hero deliver a fatal blow to the enemies from outside." The followers replied in unison, "Okay," and immediately rushed to attack the god of destruction. Surrounded and being beaten, the god of destruction angrily cursed, "You little ants, even more of you still aren't enough to take me down." Solto, hearing this, became furious and said, "Aside from your endless nonsense, my big hammer has been hungry for a while now. Just watch, I might just punch you to death." In the end, the god of destruction was left with only 5% health, damn it. This group of pests was supposed to be an easy kill, but I've been completely overwhelmed by their numbers. I have to figure out how to hold on for now. Ye Wu leaped into the air, summoning lightning to strike down and shouted, "Leave our world, the evil forces from outside have come here, this is not a place for you." The god of destruction, enraged, yelled back, "How dare you, I worked hard to have this chance to be reborn." Suddenly, he transformed into a cube and flew into a cosmic hole. As he soared away, he joyfully thought, "What is happening? I was in the middle of a fight and now I've been saved. Thank goodness for you all, I have finally escaped the control of that outer god's power. As long as I get away from this dimension, those lowly beings like you will not be able to chase me anymore. Ha ha." At that moment, Solto's hammer came crashing down on the cube. "So your true form is that thing from the giant realm." Solto said, "Loki used that cube to torment me, and now I can finally take my revenge. Running away won't be so easy." Solto irritably exclaimed, "Damn it, some fragments are escaping." Ye Wu, witnessing this scene, was puzzled and wondered, "Wait, fragments escaping? Why does it feel like the fragments that infiltrated the stronghold before?" This feeling seemed to tie a series of events together, leaving him confused. In the meantime, Marilyn, lying motionless on the ground, was suddenly invaded by an external force. Ye Wu worried, "Not good, that terrifying external power has invaded Marilyn's body." The gods saw this and said, "Dear Father of Gods, we all know the terrifying power of that force, we must handle her before Marilyn loses control to avoid dire consequences. For the safety of the 9 realms, we can only sacrifice Marilyn. If she has chosen to be a Valkyrie, she must have already awakened to the notion of sacrifice." Ye Wu heard this and spoke up to intervene. "No, you cannot do this. Even if you are gods, you do not have the right to decide Marilyn's life or death. But if you force your hand, even in our weakened state, we will fight back against you." One god spoke up, Ye Wu. He asked him, "Earlier you said Marilyn is the key to determining the world's fate because of the external power she possesses, which is indeed extremely dangerous. I cannot ignore this matter concerning the safety of the 9 realms." Hearing this, Ye Wu replied, "Yes, in different timelines, it is this force that caused the world to be destroyed. My emergence is to prevent such a result, you must trust me." The previously silent god did not say anything else, but the other gods continued, "It's not that we do not trust you, but we cannot afford to ignore a looming threat like this. If we do not eliminate it, none of us can feel at ease." Another god added, "That's right, it's not that we do not trust you, but we cannot take the gamble. The chances of preserving both Marilyn and the 9 realms are too slim." At this moment, Solto supported Ye Wu, "Brother, no matter what they say, I believe in you, whatever you do I will support you." Glenn added, "Me too." A deity below said, "Solto, Glenn, how can you act on your emotions? The survival of the 9 realms is not the time for personal feelings." Marilyn had now woken up. She said, "You all don't argue over me anymore, I have finally remembered what kind of person I will become." Ye Wu was surprised to hear Marilyn's voice. "Marilyn." Marilyn continued, "Originally, I had all the memories from the moment I opened my eyes until now, only a few memories were forced to be hidden by myself. Now I remember, I am not from this world. I came to this world along with a shooting star. From the moment I opened my eyes, there was always a voice in my head, a voice that kept repeating, destroying, and ruining. It was a young village chief who discovered me while hunting and brought me back to the village." She recounted, "Even though I was just a child at that time, because of my impulsiveness and inability to control my power, I brought a lot of trouble to the village. But the village chief and his wife always treated me with utmost kindness, like their own daughter. Because of this, I gradually became touched and regarded them as my parents. The fierce aura on me also diminished significantly." She continued to recount, her voice full of anguish, "Not until I was 5 years old, when I went up the mountain with my mother to gather firewood, did I get ambushed by the monster. In the midst of panic, I once again used my power. But I couldn't control it. When I exterminated the monster, I inadvertently killed my mother as well. The pain and regret led me to seal that power along with the memories of the incident. It wasn't until the outer god power within me was awakened that I remembered everything." She bowed her head, her voice choking, "I am the one sent to destroy this world. I am the villain." Marilyn's eyes clouded with sadness. Ye Wu stood beside her, silently listening, feeling the pain in every word she spoke. Marilyn continued, "I don't deserve to be saved. If you want, you can end my life." Ye Wu said nothing, only quietly communicated with the system in his mind. "System, why must Marilyn's true identity be hidden?" The system replied, "It's not so much a concealment as it is the powerful disturbance caused by the outer god power within her, creating an obscure fate unknown to anyone. However, the arrival of a new host has altered the threads of this fate. This could provide an opportunity to achieve the mission with a perfect score of 100%, along with a special reward. Ye Hao did not care about the rewards that the system spoke of. To him, the reward meant nothing compared to saving Marilyn. He looked at her seriously, placed his hand on her shoulder, and spoke with heartfelt sincerity, "Marilyn, to me, you are the most deserving person to be saved in this world. The only reason I came to this world is because of you. You saved me when I was in trouble. If this time I cannot save you, then everything becomes meaningless." Hearing those words, Marilyn felt her face flush, unable to look directly at Ye Hao. She shyly opened her mouth. "Ye Hao, obviously you have always been the one to encourage and save me. But when did I save you?" Ye Hao looked straight into her eyes and said, "In my past, your future, this story is quite long. In short, you just need to trust me." At that moment, Solto nudged Ye Hao lightly on the shoulder, grinning slyly. My brother, is there anything else you're hiding from me? We're not strangers after all. Why don't you tell me what exactly your relationship with Marilyn is?" Before Ye Hao could respond, an old man clad in golden armor, with two horns protruding from his chest, cleared his throat a few times and spoke. "Solto, do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Now, in the name of Augustine, Father of Gods, I declare the campaign to be officially over. We have won." As soon as the old man in the golden armor finished declaring victory, the ground suddenly shook violently, with large cracks spreading everywhere. Everyone was startled, not understanding what was happening. An earthquake? But the enemy has been defeated. Why is this still happening? They looked around anxiously. At the same time, in the human town, the ground was pierced by countless enormous roots, the earth cracked, and houses collapsed into ruin. The sound of panic echoed everywhere. What is happening? These roots, why are they growing like crazy? Our town, our houses. Everything is destroyed. An old man, in despair, knelt on the ground, shouting, "Run! We must find a place that isn't being attacked by the roots." A gray-haired girl beside him anxiously helped the old man up, looking at the enormous roots piercing through the ground, filled with fear. Could it be that Ye Hao and Marilyn have encountered some trouble? No matter what, you all must survive. At the same time, in the City of Gold, a group of enormous roots also suddenly emerged from the ground, piercing through the entire city. The sound of panic filled the air. This is not good. The City of Gold is about to collapse. But the Father of Gods and the other deities are not here. What are we going to do? The soldier stood frozen, his eyes fixated on the gigantic roots that continuously pierced through the structures of the fortress. They were completely powerless, unsure of what to do. What on earth are these roots? The City of Gold has always been solidly protected by divine forces and sacred artifacts. How can it be destroyed now? They wondered in confusion. Meanwhile, Ye Hao's group was enveloped by the realm of blazing flames, protected by a golden barrier. Through the barrier, they could see the enormous roots rising from the ground, with white flames blazing from them. Ye Hao realized quietly, these are the roots of the Tree of Life, but now they are tainted. Is this the truth? The Tree of Life is the foundation of the 9 realms, everything relies on it for stability. If it really is tainted, then the entire 9 realms will collapse. But the one with the power of the outer god has been destroyed. Where did this tainted power of the Tree of Life come from? Marilyn has also lost control, so who could have caused this? Just as everyone was still in doubt, a distorted face suddenly appeared among the roots. It was Lokier. From her cheeks and chin, roots sprouted grotesquely, creating a chilling and bizarre image. Lokier laughed, her laughter echoing in the air. Everything has turned out this way because you all forced me. If I cannot live, then you shall not have peace either. You all must die. I will drag the entire 9 realms down with me. Solto thrust the hammer forward, channeling thunderous power into it, then shouted loudly, "Lokier! So it was you who did this, daring to use the power of the outer god to corrupt the Tree of Life. I will take your life." The old man clad in golden armor, wielding a golden trident, raised it high. Golden lightning surged from the trident, aiming at Lokier. He commanded loudly, "Solto, this is not the time to bicker with her. All gods, heed my command, join forces to kill Lokier, and prevent the destruction of the 9 realms." All the gods promptly lunged forward, their weapons ready to strike at the face emerging amidst the tree roots of Lokier, obeying orders. Everyone, put forth all your strength to kill the traitor of the gods. Lokier stood among the tree roots, laughing maniacally, a stream of light purple liquid trickling from the corners of her eyes, resembling water. Her gaze was filled with contempt as she spoke. Kill me? Even the space of eternity and Thor's hammer cannot harm me. What can you do? Gods or humans, all must die. She continued to laugh hysterically. I have abandoned the form of the god, merging into one with the tree of life, precisely to annihilate you all. Ha ha. Indeed, as Lokier said, the space of eternity and Thor's hammer simultaneously charged forward but could not break through the tough layer of roots encasing Lokier. Solto anxiously watched the frantic scene before him, wondering, what on earth has happened? Has Lokier gone insane to this extent? In their prophecy, has the twilight of the gods truly arrived? Marilyn slowly stepped forward from behind, calmly addressing everyone. Let me go, the strength of the outer god comes from my body, it all originates from me. Even if it costs me my life, I must suppress the corruption and madness of the tree of life. Solto was startled and called out to Marilyn, Marilyn. The gods below were also worried and tried to dissuade Marilyn from advancing, desperately urging her to step back. Father of gods and Thor are both taking action, and along with the strength of everyone, they have been unable to do anything to it. What can a Valkyrie like you possibly achieve? Solto suddenly shouted to silence the agitated crowd. Shut up. This is not the time for internal conflicts. Solto suddenly remembered and turned to Ye, asking, right, brother, don't you have the ability to control time? Why not simply go back to the moment before Lokier executed the evil plot and stop her then? Ye closed his eyes, appearing somewhat distressed as he spoke. I'm sorry, I had intentionally concealed some information before. The destruction of this world has already been predetermined. No matter what we do, it cannot be changed. What we have now is the best outcome. Next, Marilyn and I will do our utmost to control the tree of life, buying time for you. I believe the Father of Gods will surely find a way to lead the people of the 9 realms to escape. Ye then turned his gaze to the crowd around him. The crowd below, hearing Ye speak, was in disbelief. Taking the people from the 9 realms and fleeing? This is a pipe dream, absolutely impossible to achieve. The old man in golden armor fell silent, as if deep in thought. After a while, he finally spoke up to propose, let's go to Plan. If we take the ship to Plat and expand it to its maximum size, it should be able to accommodate everyone, leading everyone away. Solto joyfully agreed. This method of yours works. I can also use the god's weapon, Thor's hammer, and the space of eternity from the 9 realms to open the teleportation gate, bringing everyone onto the ship. The gods below, reassured by Solto, nodded in agreement with the plan. Great, even the Father of Gods and Thor have said so there should be no problem. Solto once again worried for Ye and Marilyn. However, whether this plan can succeed depends on how long your brother and Marilyn can hold out. Ye stood straight beside Marilyn, hands tucked into his pockets, asserting confidently, trust us, you all just need to hurry and carry out the plan. Solto felt touched and smiled, shaking Ye's hand for a final farewell. Brother, the debt of gratitude you owe to our world, I do not wish to wait until the next life to repay. You must hold on, and after everyone boards the ship, I will use Thor's hammer to come pick you up, just like before. Glenn also walked over, proudly smiling at Marilyn. Marilyn, although you carry the mission that no one could have imagined, I do not regret recruiting you into the ranks of the Valkyrie. Your performance truly lives up to the title of Valkyrie. Even if the destruction of the world is unavoidable, I still hope this is not our final farewell. We will wait for you at Plan. Marilyn was slightly taken aback, looking at Glenn, unsure of what to say. Captain Glenn, pressed for time, quickly led everyone to the Plan ship, the golden radiant light enveloping them. The voice of the old man in golden armor echoed as they departed. Ye, you are the hero of this world. The legend of a hero should not come to an end too soon. We have never abandoned a hero. We will wait for you. Ye and Marilyn silently watched everyone leave. Once all had gone, Ye extended his hand to Marilyn. Let's go, it's time to welcome the final moment. Marilyn. Marilyn grasped Ye's hand firmly, as if they had held hands countless times in the past, smiling brightly and saying, Yep, as long as I'm with you, I fear nothing, even if ahead lies only destruction and despair. In front, on the roots of the life tree that were polluted, countless faces were growing. All the faces of Lokier were looking down at the 2 people below, sneering and saying, Ye, do you really think you can stop me? You have just gone through a great battle and are not only weakened, but the outer god power in Marilyn's body is also out of her control. If you forcefully use the outer god's power to stop me, she might go crazy and kill people with me. Ha ha. A useless weakling and a madwoman out of control, what can you two possibly do? Don't struggle anymore, no one can escape in the 9 realms. Letting you die together is already the greatest pity for me. Lokier said, then controlled countless thick roots like tentacles to rush towards the 2 people below the ground, wanting to grab them. However, the roots had not even touched them when a purple light shattered them. Lokier was taken aback. What? Lokier looked in disbelief at the countless purple lights enveloping Marilyn. You dare to use this outer god power? Don't you fear that losing control of the power will implicate Ye Hao? Marilyn's voice was strangely calm. She said, this has nothing to do with divine strength. The reason I fell into madness and lost control was because I always rejected this current of power within me, creating a conflict between the urge to kill and destroy and the power itself. But now I have completely accepted this current of power. I just need to follow my inner self, using this power to continuously kill and destroy. And the target I want to kill and destroy is you. Marilyn said this as she swung her sword down, countless sword strikes aimed directly at the roots of Latches. Latches shouted angrily, damn it. No matter how strong you are, you cannot kill my roots. I have been running around the 9 realms, you cannot prolong your time, do not waste your efforts. The destruction of the world is inevitable, just wait to die and enjoy the destruction of your fate. Marilyn ignored Lokier's words, wielding her sword to chop through the roots of the tree before charging directly to the base of Lokier's tree and thrusting her sword down hard. She coldly stated, who needs to go through the trouble of chopping your roots across the 9 realms? I just need to make sure you cannot grow. As the tip of Marilyn's sword plunged down, energy rapidly gathered at the point of the blade. Lokier looked on in terror at Marilyn, who was absorbing the power and life force of the tree of life through the sword in her hand. She dares to siphon my strength. At this moment, no one noticed Ye Hao slowly approaching from below. The frenzied growth of the tree of life has diminished. It seems my previous plan has had an effect. The system's task was merely to keep Marilyn in a rational state for the finale. There was no stipulation against using external divine power. Next, I can only hope that the dissolution action of the Father of God can be completed quickly. As the roots of the tree began to wither due to the loss of power, Latches anxiously turned to attack Marilyn's psyche with his words in an attempt to stop her. Stop it, Marilyn. You cannot withstand the immense suffering brought by the tree of life's power when it dies. Lokier said, why? Why put in so much for those who look down on you? What do the Valkyries truly symbolize in victory? Merely tools of the gods, there's no need to go this far. As the roots began to lose their strength, Lokier's face on the tree also grew old and haggard. Lokier continued to assault Marilyn's psyche. Don't be so stubborn, no man is worth it. Lokier continued, even Ye Hao, the one you love most, is just using you. Once he is done with you, he will have no hesitation in tossing you aside. All the suffering you have endured will be in vain. Marilyn, hearing Lokier mention Ye Hao, finally reacted, fiercely retorting, so what? As long as it's Ye Hao, I will willingly be used and manipulated by him. Becoming his tool, a person who will never meet someone worthy of my devotion. Truly pitiful, Lokier. Therefore, the one who should give up is you. Your temptation towards me is futile. What I carry is more important than suffering and destruction. Lokier's face was almost drained, his eyes wide as he screamed, this bitch must die, it's all destruction. Why? Why stop me from seeking revenge? I cannot accept it, I cannot accept it. But no matter how unwilling Lokier was, in the end, he also withered away like a root drained of its strength, leaving only a withered, desolate branch at the scene. At the same time, at the boat God de Platini, many people were being led onto the ship. Hurry! This is the last group, everyone get on the ship quickly, this world is about to be destroyed. The gray-haired girl, hearing the situation explained by the divine technique, cried out in anguish, what are you saying? Is it really Ye Hao and Marilyn who are preventing everything, buying us time to escape? Receiving a confirmed answer, the gray-haired girl became so desperate that she sat down on the ground, covering her face and weeping, no, they cannot bear this life-threatening burden, Ye Hao, Marilyn. You absolutely cannot have an accident, you must survive and come back. Solto stood on the high platform and, seeing that everyone was on board, signaled, "Old man, everyone is on the boat, let's set sail. I will use Mjolnir to fetch Yiwu and the others." The old man in golden armor immediately waved his hand to signal, "Deplatni set sail." Yiwu and Marilyn stood below, surrounded by the thunderclaps of the sky, looking up at the distant ship and murmuring, "Has it finally set sail successfully?" Solto's voice echoed from the ship, "Yiwu, just like last time, grasp the handle of Mjolnir, and you will be able to transfer in time. Remember, you must hold on to the hammer's handle in order to succeed." Yiwu looked up in surprise at the divine ship. "Solto is transmitting through Mjolnir, isn't he?" Yiwu looked at the hammer floating before him, not gripping the handle to turn back as Solto instructed but gently touched the face of the hammer, smiling and replying, "I will not go with you anymore, I have to stay by Marilyn's side. I hope you find the path of survival in the other world. Solto, I am very glad to be brothers with you. This memory, I will never forget." The system notification echoed in Yiwu's mind, "The mission completion rate has reached 100%, the dimensional escape door is about to open. The teleportation door countdown begins, 10, 9. Yiwu slowly stepped toward where Marilyn was standing. "I'm sorry, Marilyn," Yiwu said, then hugged Marilyn tightly, whispering, "You suffered so much, but this is all I can do." Marilyn, touched, wrapped her arms around Yiwu. "Yiwu, you've done very well. This is already the best result we could achieve. The greatest regret for me is that I can't be with you forever," Marilyn said, then nestled into Yiwu's embrace. Yiwu smiled as he looked at Marilyn's blushing cheeks, gently saying, "No, we can be together forever now. This is also the biggest purpose I came to your world for." Marilyn softly replied, I believe everything you say." As the countdown finished, a dazzling light appeared, enveloping the two of them. When the countdown reached 0, the teleportation door opened, successfully transporting them to the real world. When Yiwu landed once more, countless insects appeared around him, rushing towards him to tear him apart. Yiwu hurriedly commanded, "System, switch to the fallen Valkyrie account." Marilyn immediately appeared, using her shield to block the swarm of insects attacking Yiwu, a happy smile on her face. "I knew you wouldn't deceive me, we can truly be together forever now." Yiwu smiled as Marilyn firmly swung her sword towards a monster, causing it to scream in pain, "Aaaaa." She shouted, "Yiwu gave me a new life, and with me here, who would dare to touch him?" After that, she raised her hand, smiling brightly, and said, "Yiwu, we truly will be together forever." Yiwu replied, "I told you I wouldn't deceive you." The two held each other's hands tightly, beaming with joy. Marilyn happily responded, Even if it's in this form, just being able to protect him is already incredibly fulfilling." Suddenly, the system announced, "Realm of the Gods Arangat begins to distribute the mission rewards for the dungeon. Mission completion progress is 100%, the Berserk Massacre debuff has been lifted, the Valkyries account has been cleared, and they can use their normal abilities." Activating the hidden lineage reward, Marilyn Defeminization, the Valkyries can fight alone. The Valkyries fighting alone, rewards will be recalculated, summoning 100% of the Valkyries' power, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown time 7 days. Reminder, summoning 100% strength has a huge effect, it will accumulate value far beyond madness. Please consider using it. Yiwu clenched his fists, joyfully exclaimed, being able to summon the full state of the Valkyries for 30 seconds. This is an existence that can destroy heaven and earth. He thought to himself, but if there are side effects, it should only be used in desperate situations. Then, a crown of destruction ring ignited in the sky. Yiwu was secretly delighted. This dungeon harvest is quite rich, not only have I obtained various powerful tools and weapons, but I also got another ingredient for the resurrection potion from before. This is too good. The cube thought to itself, I remember now, I finally remember, because of traversing through countless spaces, I forgot my purpose for coming here. I came here solely for revenge against that guy. He continued, but I didn't expect that he would bring Marilyn back to this world. What can I do now? I have to quickly run away. Marilyn and Yiwu had started to pay attention to him. Immediately, Marilyn brandished her sword and charged towards the cube, causing it to panic. It stammered, pleading, wait, let me speak. Our conflict was in the previous dimension, let's leave it there, we are in a new world now. Please spare me. Marilyn swung her sword fiercely, striking the cube and shattering it into pieces. The fragments flew around, and it screamed in anger, why? Why must you pursue and kill me? Damn it, the insects of the lower space, do you really think you can kill me? I am an immortal entity transcending space, even if I am shattered into dust, I will not stop growing stronger. Marilyn said nothing and used fierce flames to incinerate the cube. It cried out, wait, this flaming meteor is the power of the outer god, how can you inherit the power of the outer god? I am an eternal, indestructible entity, how can I be? Not finishing his sentence, the cube exploded, and dust spread everywhere. The system immediately announced, successfully eliminated the fragments of the cube, received 50 million experience points, 10 million gold coins, and obtained the divine item miniature hyperdimensional cube. The miniature hyperdimensional cube can only be powered up by collecting unique fragments. Once the power-up is successful, it can teleport to various levels of different spaces. Unique fragments can be sensed in the dungeons during battles. Ye Wu chuckled, then thought to himself, this divine item is exactly what I need right now. Compared to passively entering the dungeon without preparation, actively entering a space will be much easier. But what exactly is this unique fragment? Is it the world outside or the dungeon space? If it's the space of the outside world, then it's troublesome. When he looked up, he saw Marilyn gradually disappearing. Before leaving, she didn't forget to wave goodbye. She reminded Ye Wu, time's up, I have to go now. Remember, I will always be by your side, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Ye Wu replied cheerfully, me too, Marilyn. After she disappeared, Ye Wu sighed and thought, the story about Marilyn has finally ended beautifully. I finally didn't turn into a female jewelry boss. Vis regretfully replied, oh, such a pity. I was hoping to see the owner dressed as a woman, but in the end, nothing happened. Ye Wu immediately smacked Vis on the head and then suddenly glanced back, wondering, humph, why is it coming here? Avil hurriedly ran over, and Ye Wu called, Uncle. Then he stepped forward and asked, Uncle, why are you here? Avil smiled awkwardly, his steps unsteady, and replied, isn't it because I was worried and wanted to check a bit? In the end, I got attracted by some strange things instead? Ye Wu thought to himself, worried? I think there might be another intention behind it. Last time, you wanted the Mdue map but didn't return it. This uncle is very secretive. Then he asked, so, did you find anything from this site? Avil answered, of course there is. He took out a stone and asked, do you know what this is? Ye Wu replied, it is a fragment of the world of stone. Avil exclaimed in surprise, you know about this too? Then, Avil continued to ask, since you recognize this object, I think you also know that the world of stone contains the records and creation rules of this world. Avil continued, but do you know what its real effect is? Ye Wu replied, could it be related to the world reboot? Avil exclaimed, oh my, that's good. Is there anything in this world you don't know? He recounted, in fact, our world has long been divided into 3 factions, conservatives, restarters, and wait and see. Conservatives advocate maintaining the status quo, preserving their own power, and all resources are controlled by major corporations. Restarters consist of a dispersed team with a large number of people, hoping to reset the world and return to the Earth Network era. Whoever has the power to restart will dominate the world. The wait-and-see group remains neutral, with no specific goals. This organization is quite complex. The vast majority are either individuals or collectives from the wild forces, usually working for the 2 above factions to earn money. But regardless of which side they are on, they all chase after the fragments of the world of stone. After all, whether it's about re-establishing the world or maintaining the old regime, this object holds significant benefits for them. Ye Wu smiled and asked, wait a minute, uncle, why did you suddenly mention the establishment of the world? Don't you feel anxious? Ye Wu continued, although I am a bit surprised, now that it has come to this, I am very curious. Which faction does uncle belong to? Avil asked back, Ye Wu, which faction do you hope I belong to? Ye Wu quickly guessed his intent. He replied with a question, isn't your question actually an opportunity to ask me which faction I belong to? Because if I belong to any faction, I would surely hope to be with you. Avil laughed in delight, praising him. Smart, you truly cannot be hidden, no wonder you are the one chosen by old man Mu Wei. Ye Wu replied in surprise, how could I be chosen by Mu Wei? I have never met him. Avil explained, this has nothing to do with meeting, it's the old man's will entrusted in the map selecting you. Then he asked Ye Wu, did you see the content on the map? Ye Wu responded, maybe. Avil smiled and said, then that's right, wasn't I looking for you to borrow that map before? That map, in my eyes, was just a blank screen, yet you could see the content on the map which holds the will of old man Mu Wei concealed within it. Ye Wu rested his chin on his hand and thought and said, but the map only records a limited amount of information and detailed geography within a radius of 3,000 kilometers. While it does have its uses, I have not detected any existence of will. Avil replied, that shows you haven't researched deeply enough. That old man is very cunning, he has certainly hidden more important information within the map. Ye Wu curiously asked, Uncle, how do you know so much? What is your connection with Mu Wei? Thinking of the past, Avil replied, I followed him for 20 years in the wild, and one could consider me an unworthy disciple in his eyes. Ye Wu exclaimed in surprise, disciple? Avil recounted, later on, due to differing ideals, I parted ways with him because that old man Mu Wei disapproved of the 3 existing factions and chose a completely new and arduous path, the Reconstruction faction. Ye Wu gently inquired, Reconstruction faction? Avil then explained, the Reconstruction faction, as its name implies, aims to preserve everything that currently exists and build order upon the existing foundation. Mu Wei believes that even if an era is ushered in, the dangers to the world will not end, and the constraints will not be broken. Avil continued, the current era, while a risk of extinction for humanity, is also a completely degenerated opportunity. In this age, humans not only have access to nearly limitless nuclear energy but also possess scientific and technological advancements on different dimensional levels, even magic. Therefore, Mu Wei believes that the current unfavorable situation is entirely due to humans fighting amongst themselves, with everyone failing to develop in a unified and well-planned manner. What this world needs is not a restart but a truly powerful individual to guide everyone onto the right path. Ye Wu showed surprise. He thought to himself, the central idea of this Reconstruction faction aligns with the super safe zone theory that I proposed, doesn't it? This can be seen as heroes sharing the same aspirations. Avil continued, previously, I felt the old man's meaning was too fantastical, which is why I parted ways with him, but my thoughts have changed now. Because I have encountered you, Ye Wu, you are the strong person that old man Mu Wei has been searching for. A versatile individual like you may indeed realize the old man's ideals. This is something only you can accomplish. Ye Wu, if you choose Reconstruction as well, I will do my utmost to support you. Saying that, he gently placed a hand on Ye Wu's shoulder, and Ye Wu smiled in response, what I am doing now, while consistent with Mu Wei's ideals, does not extend to such long-term plans. Ye Wu continued, I never thought about leading and controlling the development of the world. Avil encouraged, it's okay, there's no rush, really. No one can be sure about the future. Then he cheerfully put his arm around Ye Wu and suggested, after you finish your business here, let's go back and continue drinking together. Ye Wu then asked, by the way, uncle, do you know the current whereabouts of Mu Wei? Avil replied, no, I don't know, but I'm sure he's not dead because the old man is very strong, incredibly strong. The next day, in the safe zone, a voice inquired, Senior, did you call us here for something? Ye Wu pointed to the system panels and said, these weapons are for you to try out. Ruan Tian received a bright red magic staff and excitedly exclaimed, wow, this staff is so beautiful. Holding it, I can feel the immense power contained within. What level of weapon is this? Yi Yunfei received a bow and arrows. She joyfully shouted, this bow can shoot arrows without needing them. I love it so much, you're really good to me. Meanwhile, Luo Feng received a sword. He asked the senior, can we really have such a divine weapon? He smiled and replied, it's all good. Weapons like this, I have plenty, and they aren't too rare. You just need to find one that feels right for you, so with these divine grade weapons, you guys should also level up a bit. Hearing that, everyone happily took the weapons and left. Ruan Tian expressed her understanding, we're going to level up, I've been eager to try this divine weapon. Luo Feng smiled with excitement and said, thank you so much, senior. Let's go to the dungeon for the training match. now I have both offense and defense, this time, I'm about to be the champion. Watching them leave, Ye Hao thought to himself, next, I should discuss the super safe zone with Emoko and I. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, Ye Hao. He was surprised and asked, why are you here? And coming through the back door, aren't you here to take revenge on me for eliminating Huang Zheng? She replied, Huang Zheng's existence or non-existence doesn't mean much to me. Without their restraints, I'm even freer. I'm not here for that. Ye Hao then opened the system and smiled, saying, so you're here to pay me back. You borrowed 200 million from me before, this much is mostly interest for you. At that moment, the system notification appeared on Xuelu's screen, Ye Hao transferred 230 million to you. Xuelu immediately clicked on the decline button. Ye Hao wondered, so what is your situation here? Xuelu replied, I don't need this money anymore, consider it payment for you. I need you to help me with something. Ye Hao asked, something? This task is worth 200 million, it must be quite difficult, right? Xuelu then made her request, come with me to the next level 200 dungeon. There is something I really desire inside. Level 200 may indeed be very challenging for an ordinary person, but it should not be an issue for you, right? Xuelu, level 190, stepped out and stated, according to the intelligence I have, the entrance to the large type dungeon is located in the Demon Fiend Gorge near the Dongfang area, but the entrance to the dungeon is very special. Because it opens in two directions, it means not only can we enter, but the demons inside the dungeon can also pose a threat to the surroundings. This dungeon is originally guarded by the eastern region, but recently they have finally decided to counterattack, starting to concentrate their troops for the first large-scale assault on this dungeon, while also opening the dungeon to the outside. She continued, the entire team and all individuals are willing to participate, even the hired mercenaries can join, so the personnel for this dungeon battle will be very mixed, and the competition will be fierce. This level 200 dungeon, although dangerous, also means that there will be incredibly rich rewards inside. Besides the personal benefits for the dungeon masters, individuals or factions will also receive honor and status granted by the East region upon defeating the final boss. Therefore, this dungeon battle is an opportunity that cannot be missed for those with skill. Xuelu looked at Ye Hao and said, I believe a person as greedy as you wouldn't refuse, right? He fell into a brief silence. Then, she turned around and waved at him, saying, let's go, we need to hurry on our way, after all, it's still very far. When she saw he was still standing there, she asked, why are you still standing there? Ye Hao spoke up, why are you so sure that I will definitely go? I haven't said whether I want to go or not. Xuelu inquired further, one more thing, faced with such generous rewards, don't tell me you will refuse? As soon as she finished asking, he replied, yes, I refuse. She was astonished and exclaimed, you. What did you say? Then, she ran around Ye Hao and angrily asked, why are you not really greedy for wealth? You have no reason to refuse. Are you deliberately trying to annoy me? You wouldn't suddenly be uninterested in money, would you? She continued, it makes no sense. Or do you feel that the rewards of this dungeon are not enough? He replied, it has nothing to do with these things. First, you haven't revealed your true purpose. Second, even if the compensation is generous, I'm not available. My super safe zone plan has just started, and I need to focus my energy on it. Moreover, I have absolutely no interest in working for the East region. Xuelu thought to herself, that's true. He is really making a lot of sense, I can't counter that for the moment. She sighed and admitted, alright, I can tell you my real purpose for coming to this dungeon. Actually, I'm here to kill someone. He immediately asked, who are you going to kill? Xuelu thought of that scientist and said, I want to kill an old man named Juku. He is the leading scientist in genetic research in the East region, and he will also be coming to this dungeon. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao was somewhat interested and asked again, isn't genetic science an ancient science that has been lost? Xuelu responded, not only genetic science, there are many related studies of similar lost sciences in the East region. Ye Hao inquired, so, do you have any enmity with the old man named Juku? She was a bit annoyed and shouted, I've said enough already, if you are not willing to go, then let's forget it, pay me, and I will find someone else. He said, if I am as important to you as that, then it's not impossible for me to go, but you must agree to two of my conditions. Suddenly, Xuelu came over and pressed a knife against his neck, asking, "Are you joking with me? You clearly want to go, yet not only do you want to pry into my secrets, but you also want me to owe your lover." Ye Wu replied, "Please don't be angry. If it were only for money or benefits, I truly wouldn't consider going. But if it's a personal grudge that needs to be resolved like yours, then it's different. Moreover, you seeking me proves that completing this task is very difficult. Previously, I owed you a favor, so naturally, I must help you now." Hearing Ye Wu's words, Xuelu felt a bit flushed and thought, so that's how it is? Could it be that I have been shallow and misunderstood him? He smiled as he pushed the knife away. "Of course, I cannot work for free. First, everything obtained in this dungeon must belong to me. Additionally, after this matter concludes, you must also join my formation." She secretly blamed him. It seems I wasn't wrong about him at all. Afterward, she also accepted that, "The dungeon doesn't interest me, you can have it all. But for you to want me to join Han Mo, that is absolutely out of the question. After all, I was once a part of Huang Zhang. Even if Huang Zhang falls, I cannot fight for the enemy, that's just not my style." Ye Wu smiled and said, "It's not about joining Han Mo, it's about joining me." She was a bit taken aback and asked, "What?" He continued, "Why don't you listen to my vision of a super safe zone first, then make your decision?" Xuelu, hearing this, immediately questioned, "What is this super safe zone?" After Ye Wu explained about the safe zone, she was extremely surprised and said, "What? Ye Wu, do you really want to go this far? Is this really achievable?" "No, if what you're saying is true, it might actually be possible." Xuelu thought to herself, "I never expected Ye Wu to have such distant ambitions. Is this the ultimate reason for his greed? I really misjudged him." Then, feeling a bit shy, she said, "Alright, fine, I support your ideals. As long as you don't restrict my freedom, I am willing to join." Ye Wu happily said, "Then let's make that decision." The two of them walked outside. Ye Wu pointed at the spaceship and said, "Let's go, we're setting off." Xuelu thought to herself, in a short time, his abilities and ambition have grown to this extent, even I am starting to look forward to the limits of this man. After all, what is his limit? As it was Xuelu's first experience riding in a fighter plane, she excitedly shouted, "Huh? The feeling of being in the plane is truly amazing." Hearing that, Ye Wu expressed his thoughts while admiring the scenery below. "This feeling is completely different from flying on my own. It's fresh, thrilling, and so interesting." Although he was focused on piloting, Ye Wu couldn't help but exclaim, hearing this laughter, "It seems you are really excited. I didn't expect the iceberg goddess to have such an adorable side. If that's the case, let's make her even happier." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a group of flying beasts appeared, targeting the spaceship for an attack. In response to the situation, Xuelu warned Ye Wu, "Be careful, there are flying beasts ahead." Ye Wu calmly replied, "Don't worry, I'm here. You just need to be happy and enjoy the thrill." True to his word, he immediately unleashed his skill of the agile dragon eye, which left Xuelu astonished. "Wow, the demon beast is being teased by you, Ye Wu, how did you do that?" He explained, "This is an ancient special flying maneuver, combined with the advanced capabilities of the fighter and my operations, so that these demon beasts can expand their horizons." After that, he executed the falling leaf flying mechanism skill. Xuelu asked, "Exciting, Ye Wu, you're really amazing. What do we call this move now?" Tricked by the skill, the monsters screamed, "Can't hit?" In the aircraft, he further explained, utilizing the fighter's ability to turn with no radius or a small radius, like a leaf falling from a tree, maneuvering unpredictably to evade attacks. Upon hearing this, the monsters became furious. One beast roared, "Damn, we see you as food, and you see us as materials to impress girls. Brothers, tear him apart for me." But Ye Wu calmly replied, "So what? To experience the wisdom of our ancients is a privilege for you demon beasts." Xuelu, enjoying the battle experience, joyfully said, "It's amazing, I love it, thank you Ye Wu. You've given me such an exciting experience of aerial combat." He simply responded, "As long as you're happy." Now, next. With a delighted smile, he pulled the lever up and announced, "I'm about to accelerate." She was fully excited, "Yes, yes." Outside the dungeon abyss of demon strife, the monsters howled as they emerged from the gate. One of them shrieked, "Delicious flavor! Fresh living people. Hungry. So hungry. Flesh brought to the mouth, no reason not to eat. I must chew them up. Wei Shuwen's subordinates, after dealing with the monsters, asked, Captain, wasn't it said that this time it was a major dungeon? But doesn't it seem a bit light? Someone next to him also voiced agreement, that's right, Captain. They're even worried that something might happen above, so they sent us here. Could it be an overreaction? Wei Shuwen shook his head and replied, don't be careless. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. The higher-ups arranged it this way for a reason. No matter what, we must remain cautious. After a few minutes of fighting, a subordinate reported, Captain, the demons at the dungeon entrance have been cleared. Wei Shuwen nodded, praising, well done. You've all worked hard. Suddenly, Juku appeared from the dust cloud. He angrily shouted, you fools, Wei Shuwen! What have you done? Why did you kill them all? My purpose for coming here was to study and gather important genes from the demons. If you've killed them all, what am I supposed to research? Despite being scolded, Wei Shuwen remained calm and patiently replied, Doctor, don't be angry. There are still unused samples in the dungeon. We can go capture more. Don't worry too much about these small monsters. But his thoughts were different. It's really hard to serve, that fat bastard. What does he think he is? If it weren't for this mission of the Phoenix Cola team to protect him, I wouldn't bother caring about him. Putting that aside, he asked, also, the best doctor, you better not casually mention the purpose of this trip of ours. If outsiders hear it, it could be problematic. Juku didn't care, retorted, so what if they hear? He pointed at the others and said, even if they know our purpose, what does it matter? Do they understand what genetic materials are? Advanced science has long been lost, these unevolved monkeys won't comprehend it. Wei Shuwen cautiously replied, that's true. Li Shaoxun, upon hearing this, couldn't help but angrily scold, stop talking nonsense. We are the mercenary brigade, the Wild King's destiny at the end of the century, ranked 5th in the Eastern Wasteland. We have no interest in any godforsaken genetic materials. The effect had the brothers cheering, Captain is mighty, Captain is mighty. He added, we only need money and tools, never thought of competing with you guys. Juku cunningly said, a smart decision, but deep down he scoffs. Monkeys are just monkeys, provoking them casually is all that's needed. These fools can't read a few words, they will never understand the true value of demonic genetic materials. Li Shaoxun looked at Queen's team and casually remarked, a group of beautiful girls like this entering the lair of a demon is quite dangerous, it's better to wait outside until we go in and earn a lot of money, then we can take you all out. Gufian, hearing this, brandished her whip threateningly, feeling that nothing irritates women more than rude men like them. I really look forward to that, but after you guys go in, it's likely you'll go in and not return. It's still better for us to go in ourselves, earning money is easier that way. Li Shaoxun chuckled heartily, his eyes sparkling with interest. A person meant to be scolded like him felt thrilled upon hearing this, you girls are really fiery, I like the type like you a lot. She replied, in the end, whether it's burning hot or the pain from the whip, it depends on whether your small body can withstand the trampling. While they were flirting with each other, Ye Wu's aircraft descended, sending a cloud of dust flying everywhere. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, cough, 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 oh my, the dust is too much, my newly bought gear is all dirty now. The first time I wear it, and instead of getting stained with monster blood, it's covered in dirt because someone is showing off. Who doesn't have karma like this? We came here to raid dungeons to earn money, and before we could even earn anything, we're already eating dirt. Xuelu stepped down, smiling and praising, you've arrived so quickly, this is much faster than flying by myself. Ye Wu, next time I have the chance, take me flying again. Ye Wu also stepped down, nodding in response, sure, just wait until you join me, there will be plenty of opportunities. This scene made Li Shaoxun unable to suppress his contempt, scolding, damn, with this lineup, I thought someone important was coming. Turns out it's just a kid trying to flirt. You two dare to come challenge a level 200 dungeon, if you're just showing off to impress a girl, get lost. The guy next to him chimed in, his voice full of mockery, that's right, this kid is so eager to show off in front of a girl that he doesn't even care about his life anymore. It's a shame such a beautiful girl would go along with him and end up throwing her life away. Unlike Li Shaoxun's attitude, Wei Shuwen appeared excited, commenting, "Ah, it's this guy. Previously, I wanted to kill him to steal the ancient, but Xiaoqin stopped me. Now he's delivering himself right to me, this time I won't miss the opportunity." Meanwhile, Shui Lu's gaze was fixated on Juku, causing Ye Wu to feel puzzled and curious. The look this woman gives me isn't friendly at all. But why does she seem so familiar, like I've seen her somewhere before? Never mind, the most important thing right now is to get the evil demon, the other stuff isn't important, but if you keep staring at me, be careful, I might use your beautiful eyes for an experiment right now. Ye Wu observed her expression and remarked, "This fat guy only has a level of 150, yet he makes Shui Lu feel so apprehensive. It seems he is hiding a lot of strength." Goofy and seductively looked at Ye Wu and smiled, "Handsome, I hope we can cooperate well in the dungeon." Upon hearing this, Ye Wu couldn't help but be astonished. When he saw a familiar face in the team, he instinctively thought, "Is that by Shueha? Why is she here?" Not only has she disguised her name and personal information, but she is also pretending not to know me. What is her purpose? After thinking for a long time, Ye Wu felt increasingly uneasy. Wait a minute. Shueha, Shui Lu. Both of them have appeared now. The secret relationship between these two might be unraveled in the dungeon. Juku stood in front of everyone, waved his hand to signal, and said loudly, "I won't repeat the rules again. You must remember that once you step into this dungeon entrance, your lives are your own responsibility. Don't come crying and begging for help later." Everyone shouted excitedly, "Of course. Don't dawdle anymore, fat man. I'm so eager. Let's get into the dungeon." However, luck was not on their side. As soon as they set foot inside, the entire team immediately encountered the boss Monaco Gluttony. Everyone said in unison, "As soon as we stepped into the dungeon, we encountered a boss," which frightened everyone. What kind of operation is this? Juku, filled with knowledge, reassured everyone, "Don't panic, although it's a boss, it seems to lack high-level intelligence. This ugly form is not the perfect magical orb I want to take. Quickly deal with it, then continue searching for a more ideal specimen." Li Shaoshen, although not fond of taking orders from others, nodded in agreement. "It may look like this, but if it's a boss, the rewards will surely be substantial." Goofy immediately spoke up to criticize, "This boss looks too disgusting. I'll leave it to you guys." Wei Shuwen's side also agreed, the Phoenix Cola team has no interest in this boss either. "You guys are free to handle it." He thought to himself, if it weren't for the master wanting it, we certainly wouldn't have to take action. With such a foolish person hiring others to clear the way, we have more time on our hands. Seeing everyone refuse, Li Shaoshen didn't hesitate to charge forward. "You all said it yourself, don't go back on your words. I am not the kind of vase like you all. The first boss in this dungeon belongs to me now." The group immediately echoed, "Senior is mighty. Senior is unmatched in wisdom and courage." The team Yi was still calmly discussed among themselves. "I predict the battle in this dungeon will probably last a long time, because previously I read in a book that the people from the western continent divided human desires into 7 types: pride, envy, anger, laziness, greed, gluttonous rage, and lust. Gluttonous rage is one of them. If the demon boss in this dungeon is categorized like that, then there will be at least 7 bosses." He glanced at Shui Lu and signaled, "So to avoid any unexpected situations, do we want to deal with Juku here and now?" Upon hearing this, she immediately refused. "No, if we just kill him like that, it would be too easy for him. I must strike when he is joyfully thinking he has achieved his goal. He must endure despair from both his body and his heart." Ye Wu respected her decision, nodding, "Follow your intuition, after all, I promise to help you. As long as you feel the time is right, I will act." He looked at her and added, "But I am really curious, what kind of deep hatred do Shui Lu and Juku have?" Seeing her angry, he sighed and gave up, "But if she is unwilling to bring it up herself, I don't need to press her. It's enough to silently support her." Returning to the battlefield, Shaoshen's team joyfully shouted, "Senior, this boss is about to go down, it looks like we are about to claim the main reward for the first kill." Seeing the opportunity, Shaoshen commanded, "Everyone quickly step back, I will deal it the final killing blow." The might they displayed made others exclaim in admiration. No wonder they are the 5th-ranked mercenary brigade in the Eastern Wasteland, their coordination with this boss fight is exceptional. Did we stumble into the wrong place? Should we join them? A person next to them said, earlier, judging by their appearance, I thought they looked absolutely unreliable. I didn't expect their actual combat experience and teamwork to be so high. Compliments continued, the poor boss has barely appeared and is already facing such a fierce encirclement. It's almost down before it even got out. But after the recent barrage, the boss still had 10% health left, causing Shashin to be astonished. Oh no, it's still alive, but no matter, it has lost too much health. Everyone, let's finish it off. Before they could attack, it exhibited strange behavior, prompting everyone to shout, Senior, something's wrong with this boss, why is it starting to eat its own kind? After a hearty meal, the boss has now entered a new phase. This evolution has instilled fear in everyone. It is covered in blood, recovering, and has leveled up to a new tier. What's going on here? Before the words could finish, it unleashed its devour skill, replacing the fear-filled words with please. Don't! Help, Senior, save us! The situation became even more perilous, causing Shashin to bow his head and plead, Hey, what are you all doing just watching this? Damn! Everyone is here to raid the dungeon, but I'm the only one risking my life. Upon hearing this, others mocked him, weren't you the one telling us not to intervene? He was infuriated, shouting, Damn, is the situation now the same as before? This boss has mutated. If we wait until it eats us all, you will be next. The heroic spirit of the Phoenix Cola team rallied to encourage, now's not the time to argue, the properties of this boss seem to grow stronger the more it devours. If we continue to ignore it, we will also fall into a dangerous predicament. Everyone rallied together, teammates shouted, Brothers, follow the captain so we can teach these country bumpkins what real team fighting is. Seeing Wei Shuwen launching an attack, the Queen's team panicked and reported, the big sister of the Phoenix Cola team is striking. Hearing this, someone from the Fei Yin team shouted an order, all ladies, support them. Today we'll let those useless men cling to our skirts. The scene of this battle made the onlookers cheer, look. 3 great battle teams are working together to surround the boss. The boss is being suppressed once again. We, the bad guys, must step up, we can't let others look down on us. Seeing everyone rushing in, Xuelu turned to Yi Wu, her voice filled with curiosity, I have no demands for this dungeon, which is why I don't want to intervene uselessly. But what about you? Aren't you going to participate? The rewards for the top 9 kills of the boss are pretty generous, with your personality, you definitely wouldn't want to pass that up. Yi Wu shook his head and replied calmly, not rushing. Let them work for me a while longer. When the boss's health drops to 10%, could you help me chop it into pieces no larger than a meatloaf? Upon hearing this, Xuelu couldn't help but be surprised, I have no problem doing that, but they've already beaten the boss down to this point, and it can still recover. Why do you want me to do something pointless like that? Yi Wu confidently stated, you just need to follow my instructions. In the end, the boss was left with only 10% health. Seeing this, everyone increased their attack and shouted, the boss's health is only down to 10%. Is it about to enter gluttonous rage? Everyone step back, be careful not to let it eat you. Before they could retreat, the boss was shredded into pieces by Xuehe. Witnessing this scene, they screamed in panic, oh my! What is this woman doing? Does she want to rob the boss? However, when they saw the boss starting to heal, Shashin mocked, so naive. Such an attack simply has no effect. She clearly witnessed me taking damage earlier, yet she still refuses to believe it. Shu Wen quickly considered and commanded, this woman wants to sabotage. Hurry back. If she gets eaten by the boss, it will recover once again. Without hesitation, Yi Wu utilized the skill devouring the heavens and earth black little cave before everyone's eyes. A strange black hole appeared, swallowing the boss before it could fully recover. Immediately, the system announced, Boss Monaco Gluttony has been killed. The first kill belongs to Yi Wu. Hearing the familiar sound, the soldiers shouted, this dungeon still brings system notifications. Another first kill gone. A series of notifications appeared, received 10 million experience, 5 million gold. Obtained an endless void bag, and epic level equipment that can increase the item capacity. Collected 10 units of touching the extreme taste, which has a strange flavor and lingering aftertaste, each tentacle eaten can restore 100% HP. increases strength by 30%. Accompanied by a hunger status lasting 1 minute. Fong of Gluttony and epic level equipment, a claw made from the fangs of the gluttonous rage demon, extremely sharp. Instantly tears apart enemies, increases armor penetration by 30%, reduces the opponent's defense by 20%. After hearing this, everyone exclaimed, "Oh my god, what on earth just happened?" Ye Hao stepped out from his skill, calmly remarked, "Gluttonous rage is nothing special. My taste is still greater." Shashin's group spoke up, "Oh, it turns out to be this show-off." Shashin angrily cursed, "I worked hard to defeat the boss and lost health, only to have you use that weird trick to steal the monster. Do you want to die?" Seeing this, he advised, "Senior, don't waste your breath on him. Everyone, let's surround and kill him." With a proud demeanor, he smugly said, "Isn't this dungeon supposed to be open to everyone? Everyone competes for the boss based on their abilities, isn't that the old rule?" His words made Shashin go even crazier. "Damn, you really think too highly of yourself, huh? It seems that unless I take action, you won't know how much you weigh. You want to talk about rules? Well, right now, I find you unpleasant to look at, killing you won't break any rules." Seeing that the other teammates weren't joining the fight, he suddenly thought, "Wait, that's not right." After being robbed of the monster, the Phoenix Cola team and the people from the Queen's team showed no reaction to this guy's provocations. He squinted to investigate, with the instinct honed over years of monster hunting in the wild. There must be some hidden danger here. What is this kid's background? To stand alone against everyone and still maintain his composure, there must definitely be something going on. It's better for me to not act rashly. The system chimed in again, "Kill the demon gluttonous rage, trigger the account linked to that man, special mission, kill 100,000 demons." He was taken aback by this announcement. "What? I have to kill 100,000 demons? Are you kidding me?" Seeing the powerful man on the screen, Ye Hao anxiously asked the system, 100,000 demons? Are there really enough demons in this dungeon to kill 100,000? The system immediately replied, "Oh, killing one boss is equivalent to killing 5,000 demons." Ye Hao further questioned, "With such a deadlock, doesn't it mean we have to kill through the entire dungeon to reach 100,000 demons?" The system responded, "Exactly. To accumulate a kill count of 100,000 demons, you must traverse and defeat the dungeon. If you switch to that man's account, you can enhance damage and optimize benefits when exterminating demons." The system continued to guide, "Make sure to use finishing moves to kill demons. These moves will help accumulate the elegance index and the fear index of the demons. These indices will increase based on rating levels, classified from low to high, a total of 7 levels, D, C, B, A, S, S. The system went on to explain, the elegance index along with the fear index of the demons can be converted to boost damage. The maximum damage can increase up to 500%. Finally, it added, additionally, if you use that man's account to kill 100,000 demons, you can unlock the upgrade for the Demon Destroyer account. After giving instructions, the system added, the Demon Destroyer can take advantage of the Demon Blood Ruby obtained in the realm of the gods Alengard to enter the Equatorial Demon Latitude. This is the stronghold of all demons, a mid-level dungeon of the demon type. In this dungeon, an ancient type of demon is the final boss. Hearing this information, Ye Hao became even more excited. He said, "An ancient is connected to another ancient. Although killing 100,000 demons sounds troublesome, aiming for this reward, I have to clear the dungeon." The atmosphere grew tense. Some, frightened by his aura, turned to ask Li Shashin in fear, "Senior, should we still take action against him?" Li Shashin shouted, "What action should we take?" Then, he thought to himself, as the saying goes, a shooting bird sticks its head out. If other forces do not act against this guy, I won't be the first to touch this misfortune. Damn, just endure it. In another corner, Wei Shuwen looked at Ye Hao, his gaze deep in thought. He quietly considered, the leader of the East region entrusted us with the task of protecting Juku. There is no need for an internal conflict at this moment. It's not too late to settle accounts with this brat after clearing the level. The announcement echoed, killing a boss will officially close the teleportation gate. After killing the remaining 6 bosses, the teleportation gate to the dungeon will be opened. Each time a boss is killed, there will be a 30-second delay. After the delay ends, the boss's attributes will increase by 10%, and the attributes of minions will increase by 5%. Thus, the one who kills the final boss will have the right to control the entire dungeon. They will have the power to decide the fate of all life within the dungeon, including both demons and participants. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with reactions. Are you kidding? If that's the case, this dungeon has hellish difficulty, why bother fighting? In contrast, someone exclaimed cheerfully, all life in the dungeon, not just us, but even those demons count too. If we can kill the final boss, wouldn't that make us a god? We could control the entire demon army to do our bidding. Shashin frowned, thinking, damn, the difficulty of this dungeon is indeed monstrous. But the rewards are equally tempting. I like it. He glanced around, secretly plotting, damn, let's take the risk. If I want pleasure, I have to go all out. Money, women, demons, I will take all. Goofy and chuckled coldly, her eyes gleaming with a sense of satisfaction, the power to control everything, huh? Haha, interesting. Just wait until I seize that power, I will kill all the men here. This world doesn't need men at all. It would be best if all of them died. Thinking of this, she revealed a chilling smile, but Ye Wu. Perhaps it won't be too late to kill him after he's played around. On the other side, Shuwen glanced at Ye Wu, a cunning smile creeping on her lips. In her mind, she secretly thought, as long as we gain control of the dungeon, no matter what tricks that brat uses, he won't be able to do anything to us. Kid, your time of freedom is running out. This time, there won't be anyone like Xiao Chen to protect you. In the dark corner, a sinister figure whispered to himself, the control of this dungeon will surely belong to me. This living laboratory was indeed created for me. Ha ha. I will turn all of them into materials for my research and transformation. Ye Wu stood silently, his gaze calm yet sharp, as if seeing through the entire scheme unfolding around him. He thought to himself, seeing their twisted eyes. The dungeon hasn't even opened yet, and they're already plotting against each other. This is truly a hellish dungeon embodying all 7 deadly sins. Mastering people's hearts is truly impeccable. He turned to Shui Lu and said, it seems we no longer have a way to turn back now. She replied, that suits my intentions. Her face clearly showed determination as she said, this time, no one can escape. I must take control of this dungeon for my own purposes, adding an extra layer of security. Her actions made him unexpectedly think, Shui Lu has always been calm, yet full of resentment, this is not normal. Putting aside her hatred for Juku, this dungeon seemed to magnify human emotions, triggering all the darker sides. Suddenly, Shuwen proclaimed, everyone, starting from now, it's best if we split up and act. Each team will go kill their own boss, then control the time to delay for 30 seconds, and at the same time, try to kill multiple bosses. He continued, that way, the accumulated enhancement of the next boss's attributes will be only 10%, thus reducing the difficulty of the dungeon. Recalling the battle with the previous boss, he excitedly added, the best scenario is that we can simultaneously kill all the remaining bosses. Then he advised everyone, of course, if anyone feels their team cannot defeat a boss alone, they can suggest teaming up with another team to take down a boss. Shashin, showing a contemptuous attitude, replied, that's right, we are the big team with many people, while you only have 2. I think aside from picking up scraps, you probably don't know how to do anything else. TSK, TSK, TSK. How about this, as long as you kneel down and beg, I will consider taking you along. The group outside also chimed in with laughter, loudly saying, huh, senior, you truly are great. Shui Lu spoke softly, her tone cold, empty-headed people love to point fingers at the world. Fierce tigers have always acted alone. It's absurd to form alliances. With your performance just now, are you planning to team up to offer your lives? Sorry, I might be saying too much, but with your level, you probably don't even understand what I'm saying. He was unconvinced and shouted, I think you're tired of living. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside to report, Senior, there's a new discovery. The disciple who ran over was pointing behind him, out of breath as he said, following your instructions, I surveyed the surroundings. The result is, besides us and the bad people, I found that there are other people here. He was startled and shouted, what are you saying? Shuwen was stunned, unable to believe, other people? It can't be. The dungeon's teleport gate has already closed. Wait. Could it be that someone entered the dungeon before us? He commanded, quickly go take a look. Upon arrival, they saw a group of zombies sitting around a formation. They exclaimed in unison, "This is. Look at the mummies bound in red crystal." They were taken aback and shouted, "Blood sacrifice demon essence, frozen dry corpses, what a dreadful scene is this?" Suddenly, Ye Hao spoke up, "Ancient Lords Advent Society, I never expected to encounter them here." The group surrounding the formation muttered, "Damn, what bad luck, encountering them again. The members of the Ancient Lords Advent Society are a bunch of lunatics, none of them are normal. These people act without reasoning, their beliefs are cruel and extreme, they can be regarded as the depraved ones of the apocalyptic era." Juku approached one of the corpses, interesting. These dry corpses must be over 100 years old, how could they not decay like this? Suddenly, he noticed a hole in the corpse, "Oh, this is." He thought to himself, the back of the corpse has a hole, it seems something has come out from within these dry corpses. Is this the reason they haven't decayed? This dungeon is more intriguing than I expected. The others were excited to hear him talk about the corpses, over 100 years old. These people have been here for over 100 years, but what exactly did they come here to create? The students said, "Who knows about this? In our East region, we only hear about the evil doings of the Ancient Lords Advent Society, and we haven't had any direct contact with them." Wei Shuwen pondered, could it be that they want to summon demons? Ye Hao replied, "No, the goal of the Ancient Lords Advent Society is not to summon demons but to summon ancients. The demons are probably just the results of their failed summoning attempts. Furthermore, I suspect that there are still 6 summoning formations corresponding to the 6 remaining bosses." Wei Shuwen was taken aback, "What? Are you saying that the members of the Ancient Lords Advent Society have summoned 7 demon bosses in this dungeon, and they still want to summon ancients?" Ye Hao nodded, "Yeah, that's right." Wei Shuwen frowned, unconvinced, "What nonsense? Do you even know what ancients really are? The Ancient Lords Advent Society summoning ancients? That's just crazy talk." Yet, deep down, Wei Shuwen thought, does this guy want to scare someone? Unfortunately, our East region has already delved deeply into research on ancients. The Ancient Lords Advent Society absolutely cannot summon ancients. He couldn't help but chuckle a bit, perhaps the abilities of the Ancient Lords Advent Society have surpassed your understanding in the East region. I was once in the southwestern safe zone and saw them summon a part of the ancient's body. Upon hearing this, the group tensed up like a drawn bowstring. What? The Ancient Lords Advent Society can really summon the ancient? And you actually saw the ancient with your own eyes? Even Wei Shuwen's expression darkened. I didn't expect this guy to have such extraordinary experiences. How many secrets is he hiding? In the future, I must be extremely cautious when dealing with him. His own spirit was uneasy as he contemplated this issue. The current situation truly exceeds my comprehension. The existence of the Ancient Lords Advent Society has lasted for over 100 years, but how did they know there was an ancient here? It seems there must be someone very powerful within that organization. This organization is no longer simply an apocalyptic cult as previously understood. In the future, we will definitely have to be more wary of them. Li Shen grew impatient and walked over to knock on the essence stone. You cultural folks only know how to show off. What's the point of discussing this? If these dried corpses are all over 100 years old, then what's there to fear? Instead of wasting time discussing this cult, shouldn't we quickly split up and take action to resolve it? What about the remaining boss? He kicked the essence stone hard with a straight leg, causing the corpse to fall. Corpse, bye-bye, I'm off to fight the boss now. The essence stone shattered, blood and corpses gushed out from within like a flood. He panicked and yelled, "Oh my god, what is this?" Juku hurriedly tried to stop him but was too late. You idiot. Don't casually touch things around here. He forced a smile, trying to evade responsibility. I didn't expect this thing to be so fragile. If it's broken, what can be done about it? Before the words were out of his mouth, the ground suddenly shook violently, making it hard for everyone to stand firm. Shashin looked around and said sternly, "What is this again?" From the ground, a decaying arm shot up, followed by countless other arms. The horrifying scene sent the crowd into a panic. Everyone be careful. Back away quickly. Something is crawling up from the ground. As everyone ran for their lives, he remained still. Someone kindly reminded him, "Kid, what are you standing there for? If you want to live, run now." Ye Hao showed no signs of panic, even standing there analyzing. This summoning formation is not simple. Seems like there are living beings buried underground used for ancient sacrifices. In no time, the undead flooded the entire area. People were fleeing in every direction. Holy crap, it really can break out as mutated living beings. He frowned and murmured, "The Ancient Lord's Advent Society is indeed not a good thing." Another voice chimed in, "Stop lamenting. There are too many mutations. Let's leave this cramped space first and then talk." Wei Shuwen brandished his sword, chopping the zombies into pieces, then shouted, "A bunch of cowards. With this little courage and strength, you dare to come into the dungeon to watch the excitement." But then something surprising happened. The chopped up zombies were still moving, causing Wei Shuwen to panic and step back. What the hell is this? Even being chopped to bits, they can still live? At the same time, someone else was careless and was attacked by a zombie, screaming in fear, "Ugh! It's sucking my blood! Help me! Someone help me! A. The people around were not spared from such a fate either. The screams of despair rang out, mixed with desperate struggles. Damn, what's going on? Regardless of whether the monsters can kill, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Counterattack! Counterattack now! Meanwhile, Xue Lu was equally tense. The battle raged fiercely. She furrowed her brow, her face darkening, commenting, "Bloodthirsty, yet can't be killed? These guys are really hard to deal with." On the other side, he turned to ask the system for confirmation. "System, does this mutated monster count within the range of 100,000 demons?" The system replied succinctly, "Counts." Suddenly, Li Shashan rushed towards him, dragging a horde of zombies behind. As he arrived, he shouted, "Damn! Kid, you're not putting in any effort, just standing there staring at the sky? You pissing your pants and too scared to move?" He laughed heartily and continued, "I'll lure the monsters over here, toughen you up. Don't be polite." When he saw the zombies surrounding him, he sneered, "Huh, foolish, aren't you? Today I will expose you, you are nothing but a pretender." Above Ye Hao, a large metal rod appeared. From his position, a massive surge of electricity erupted, turning the zombies into dust. Li Shashan was left in shock, stammering, "My god, what just happened?" Ye Hao spoke up, "Don't worry, I will definitely take action, it's just a bit unfortunate." The system update, weapon cache successfully delivered. The system announced, "The host has successfully transferred to that man's account. Please pay attention to the bloodlust of the account. You are equipped with advanced armor and heavy weaponry." He loaded his weapon, excitedly saying, "The small number of demons isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth, but that's okay." He began to charge forward to attack, his battle cry echoing, "The demon hunting feast begins now." She smirked, stepping on the man lying on the ground. The system warned, using this man's account for an extended period will accumulate a large amount of bloodlust. You need to use the skills to release it on the battlefield, otherwise, it will build up into a bloodthirsty rage. Host, please unleash it wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Ye Hao was enthusiastically firing at the monsters, laughing loudly, "Get high for me, the score doesn't matter right now." One hand he shot, the other hand chopped the monsters to pieces, coldly stating, "Is this all you've got? Not enough fun, the score right now is 8. While handling the monsters, he provocatively taunted, "Come on, gather around me, I will kill all of you demons, leaving no one behind." Xue Lu was using ice manipulation to control the demons. One of them shouted, "She is cleaning up the monsters for us. Senior, this is clearly looking down on our Phoenix Cola team." He glanced at Ye Hao, realized the reason, and continued, "No, she is helping that kid gain our monsters." Ye Hao, spinning around shooting the demons, cheerfully said, "That's more like it, just keep rushing towards me, that way I can kill more, and have more fun." The score is now 55. The battle was becoming more intense, with the current score at 555. Yin Zhongyi stood in the cave looking out, saw the two of them and thought to himself, TSK, Ye Wu and that woman really work well together. It's annoying, why do I feel this strange sense of jealousy? I must hold it back, I have more important things to do. Wei Shuwen was astonished and thought to himself, although I knew this person was not simple from the start, I didn't expect him to be this strong. I absolutely must not underestimate him anymore. In the future, I need to come up with a more thorough plan to deal with him. One of his underlings came over and said, Senior, they are stealing our monsters again. Oh my god, they are about to steal all the monsters. Hearing that, he was extremely angry, gritting his teeth and saying, if they want to compete for the monsters, then let them compete. After all, our mission this time is to protect Dr. Juku, so let's consider them as workers cleaning up the monsters for us. The system announced, the little monsters of the evil demon type in this area have been completely cleared, all of which were killed by the host, a total of 660. The two listened and felt somewhat pleased. The system continued, final evaluation SSS, rewarded with an additional 20% of glamour stats and fear stats of the demon. Yi Wu's face grew grim as he thought to himself, 665, this is truly pushing a person with a condition to the limit. He thought of someone and continued to think, I remember there was a cruel emperor in ancient the West, who was considered an incarnation of a demon. His name corresponded with the number in ancient text as 666, and thus he was viewed by the Westerners as a symbol of evil. Yi Wu frowned, thought for a moment, and then continued, so the number of demons here must be missing one more. At that moment, the dry corpses kneeling began to tremble. One person shouted, look over there, the dry corpses around the formation seem to be moving. These corpses continuously recited incantations, emitting a strange red light around them. Another person anxiously said, these corpses seem to be chanting some kind of spell, I can't understand it. The formation is starting to glow. Do you see anything? A strange light is absorbing all the corpses around here. Another person continued to scream in fear, oh my, this pull is sucking all the corpses away, so bizarre. I have a bad feeling about this. Just then, a demon appeared. It had a body resembling a centipede, with the upper half of a woman's body on top. It was Avarestan, the one filled with envy. It laughed loudly and shouted, Ancient has finally taken care of us. My god, this dense power, a body so strong, is this the power that was granted to us? I knew we were different, we are not an aberration. We are the ones chosen by the gods, we no longer need to fear that person. Avarestan recalled a woman with pink hair and said, Mu Wei, the name of that relentless pursuer. She almost wiped us out. My god, just mentioning that name makes me feel disgusted, don't you feel the same way? Avestan raised his face to the sky and shouted loudly, this feeling of this dreadful age is still continuing. It's disgusting, so disgusting. But in the end, we no longer need to fear her pursuit. Oh God, thank you for granting us strength, thank you for granting us courage. Yi Wu, upon hearing that name, was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself, Mu Wei? That name sounds a lot like the Mu Wei I know, right? But surely it can't be the same person, can it? Wei Shuwen was no less astonished, exclaiming loudly, isn't Mu Wei the one who suppressed the demon beast 500 years ago, one of the 5 heroes who brought peace to humanity? I never expected the name of a hero recorded in the historical archives of the East region could be heard from the mouth of this monster. Yi Wu frowned, thinking about Mu Wei and mumbling, Mu Wei. Mu Wei. Just hearing the name alone makes it clear that there must be some connection between the two. 100 years ago, if we consider the timing, could they be siblings or mother and child? Avestan continued to shout loudly, what year is it now? Ancient Lords Advent Society, are we dominating the world? Should we welcome the ancient and former rising sun glory? Li Shashan laughed loudly and said, not awake yet? Damn, still trying to dominate the world. I don't know how crazy your Ancient Lords Advent Society was 100 years ago, but now you are just a bunch of rats that everyone is hunting down. Hearing that, it became extremely angry, charged forward, and shouted, what? Our red vow has not yet been fulfilled, how could it be? How could it be? Useless ants, you have occupied the world for 100 years, it's not like I envy you. Envy? The guys below quickly shouted back in response, envy my ass, do you have any idea how hard we live in this world? Stop with the nonsense, aren't you just a boss? Brothers, let's kill it. Ye Wu looked up at the sky and saw a crack, thinking to himself that behind this boss there was an otherworldly rift. The system then announced, ordinary people cannot see. Only the host with the demon blood ruby can see. Behind Avareston, a very large red eye appeared. Everyone also looked up, thinking, this is the eye of the ancient demon, what does it want? Ye Wu stared directly at the eye in front of him, contemplating, this overwhelming sense of oppression, being in my account state right now, is making it hard to breathe under the pressure of an ancient demon's eye. He looked at the strange state of everyone, their movements have stopped, they must not see the ancient demon. It seems that the one who has stopped is me, I must have been pulled into this space. Ching is left alone now. A voice emanated from the eye, how can someone as lowly as you possess the demon blood ruby? A lowly ant like you is unworthy of having it. But now that I have discovered you, your life will not last much longer. However, if you obediently return the demon blood ruby to me, perhaps I might consider allowing you to become a member of the demon. Ye Wu replied, becoming a demon is unnecessary, but do not worry, I will take the demon blood ruby and find you. The eye questioned, find me? You are quite delusional, it is not easy to find me. A lowly ant like you can accomplish that? Ye Wu folded his arms and said, you need not worry about this, I have my own ways. You just need to sincerely wait until the moment you kneel before me to acknowledge me as your master and pledge your loyalty. The eye could not believe it. It was stunned, kneeling to acknowledge you as my master? Is this a joke from a lowly creature? You are quite interesting, I will look forward to your arrival, if you can survive until that moment. Ye Wu stood still, thinking, this ancient being is so concerned about the demon blood ruby, it seems that this blood gem is not simple. It not only serves the function of a key but surely also hides some secrets that I do not yet know. Previously, I chose the blood gem from their treasure vault, the Father of God is indeed wise. Time had been restored. Avareston, at level 220, was excitedly slashing at foes. God, can you hear it? The sound of the bodies being torn apart of those who do not believe in you is ringing out. How wonderful it is! The remaining ones quickly shouted, the boss fight has begun. Those who are skilled, step up to defend. Wei Shuwen charged forward, commanding, the Phoenix Cola team, maintain formation, it's time to showcase our team's strength. Follow me, let's draw the boss's hatred. The three others responded, understood, senior. Gu Fian, not wanting to be outdone, immediately sprung into action, calling for her sisters to assist. She thought, the boss is not defeated yet, my objective is still unfinished. I cannot let these stinky men die here right now. Li Shaoxin also couldn't sit still and rushed forward, damn it, brothers, hurry and follow me, don't let the Phoenix Cola team take everything. You all need to remember to support me. He silently thought, I missed out on the opportunity to kill the boss last time, this time, I must seize it. Juku observed from behind and laughed, these mercenaries have some skill after all, they managed to survive in the dangerous eastern region without relying on the east region. Xiaowei, don't finish it off too quickly, wait until the boss's health goes down to 5% and then stop. I'm interested in its genes. It's important research material. Shu Wen replied, understood. However, in his heart, he silently cursed, our mission is just to protect you. That damn fat guy thinks of us as servants? I will definitely take the credit for this boss down. Shu Wen reminded, everyone, don't let your guard down, we must maintain the boss's aggro tightly. His subordinates responded, Captain, don't worry, we will keep the boss's aggro tight, and we will take down anyone else. Suddenly, Ye Wu appeared out of nowhere, wielding a chainsaw to attack the monster. He teased, well, that's not certain. The way you guys are attacking, the aggro builds up way too slowly. Does the aggro need to last like this? The monster groaned from the attack, it hurts so much, I am protected by the gods, why can I still feel this excruciating pain? The monster switched its aggro, angrily shouting, stop right there, I will definitely devour you alive. Shu Wen was cursing at this bastard, but Ye Wu ignored the insults. He said, you can't blame me for this, if you want to blame someone, blame your paper-thin hatred index, a single stab and it shatters. The Phoenix Cola team could not refute this. One member of the team even had to agree, wow, he makes a lot of sense. We can't respond to that right now. Shuai Lu and Ye Wu worked together, causing the monster's health to drop to 58%. Fei Yan sighed, these two coordinate so well, it's nearly perfect. If there's a chance, I really want to teach these two a lesson. The monster, being relentlessly attacked, howled, Jukuin, why haven't you all gone to die yet? Being able to push me to this point, I will definitely not let you off. The monster unleashed a wide-range attack, with numerous claws rising from the ground that caused many to lose their lives. One person screamed, heavens! The boss released an area of attack, ignoring hatred. Damn, this is like gods fighting while mortals get dragged in. Screams of despair echoed everywhere. Shashin was sweating, thinking, damn, I was careless, I didn't expect the boss's health to drop below 50% and start unleashing his ultimate move. Fei Yan also furrowed his brows, panicking, could it be caused by that kid's hatred and attacks exceeding the limit? The monster laughed mockingly, how about this move of mine? Because you have caused so many people to die, how do you feel? Does your conscience reproach you? Ye Wu deflected the blow and asked in return, does your conscience reproach you? Are you joking? You are responsible for your own life, regardless of whether you are trapped or implicated. In the end, you can only blame yourself. Shashin exclaimed in astonishment, that kid is insane. Shuwen began to attack, he is not wrong, the survival law of this world has always been like this. Stop standing there dazed, everyone move out, don't give the boss a chance to unleash its ultimate move. The remaining monster, with 20% health left, roared frantically, why, after hundreds of years, have humans developed such selfish individuals? Why has the great love of the Ancient Lord's Advent Society not been carried forward? Clearly, the Ancient Lord's Advent Society could make this world better, why have you selfishly ridiculed it? The shout paralyzed the minds of those around. Shuwen immediately realized, this is a mental attack, the body is paralyzed, unable to move. The monster continued to scold, your existence is a disrespect to the countless teammates who willingly dedicated themselves to rebuild the glory of the Ancient Lord's Advent Society. Die! The crowd, motionless and fearful, moaned, damn. Surprisingly, Ye Wu was unaffected and even managed to withstand the fatal blow. He said, I am a crude person, unable to comprehend the great love you speak of. Moreover, this great love is proclaimed from the mouth of the Ancient Lord's Advent Society, don't you find it laughable? Xue Lu, feeling grateful for being saved, looked at Ye Wu and said, Ye Wu. The monster, astonished, remarked, you can still move? How are you not paralyzed mentally? Ye Wu calmly replied, no need to be surprised. Don't think you're the only one with a trump card. Coincidentally, I also have a few tricks up my sleeve. I possess a tool that grants immunity to mental control. The monster laughed loudly, excited, and said, very good. Among this crowd, only you are worthy enough to be my opponent. Next, I really want to drill into your head and fill it with great love. That way, you will understand its meaning. Ha ha. Ye Wu pondered his strategy, due to the gap in levels, the actual effectiveness of my mental immunity tool is only 60%. Therefore, I need to win swiftly. Ye Wu quickly lured the monster avarice and envy away. Juku shouted angrily, kid, what are you doing? It's an important experimental material for me. Inside, Juku was constantly in anguish, damn it. Although I have modified my body, I still can't be immune to the boss's mind control. Fortunately, even if my body can't move, my consciousness remains awake. Despite avarice and envy closely chasing after him, Ye Wu answered leisurely, you can still maintain your consciousness, that's quite impressive. But asking me what I'm doing, isn't that already obvious? After saying that, Ye Wu raised his hand to the sky and snapped his fingers. A stream of golden light quickly swirled around him several times, causing the earth and rocks to fly everywhere. He thought to himself, this place is far enough from the crowd now. Next, I'll use that technique to resolve the issue. From the sky, a streak of light shot straight down to the ground. Avestitin bore the full brunt of a close-range orbital bombardment, screaming in pain. The ground cracked open, debris flying up due to the immense force of the impact. Juku was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. He gasped, amazed, This is a railgun? It can't be. Satellite weapons have long become debris in space, how can it still be operational? Ye Wu, with his hands in his pockets, calmly observed each lightning strike descending, the earth and rocks shattering everywhere. He smirked, saying nonchalantly, "No wonder the Eastern researcher holds the techniques of the ancients. Your knowledge is indeed quite rich." At that moment, the system announced, "The account is linked to MOC's madness. The orbital close-range artillery support skill has been completed. Cooldown time, 4 hours. Juku was so furious that the veins on his forehead bulged, roaring in anger, "I don't care about your background. You dare to kill my important experimental material, you're dead for sure." But the monster, still covered in blood, slowly stood up. It let out a low, hoarse groan, "It's too hot. Too painful." Ye Wu stared intently at the creature before him, then smiled faintly, "Kill? Isn't this boss still alive and well? Which of your eyes saw me kill it?" Juku was no longer angry, instead, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He replied, "It seems you've reached your limit too, haven't you? Consider yourself lucky, the boss hasn't died yet. Otherwise, you would be the next one to die." In his heart, Juku was also thinking, he knows that the combination of demons and humans is rare, but only when using living entities does it hold value. Once they die, they turn into a useless pile of flesh. The control had also been lifted. The group of people who had been frozen were gradually regaining their ability to move. Li Shashan turned to look at Averiton, unable to contain his curiosity. "Damn it, what just happened? It feels like I lost consciousness." He looked toward the boss, muttering, "What luck, the boss was nearly out of health, yet got this lucky." Seizing the opportunity, Li Shashan swung his sword and charged straight at the monster. With just a few swift strikes, the creature's body was sliced into pieces. Li Shashan laughed triumphantly, "Meat served right to the mouth, and if I don't eat it, I'm either a fool or blind. The credit for taking down this boss is mine now. Ha ha." The announcement echoed again, "Boss jealousy has been defeated. First killer, Li Shashan. Reward, 1,000 experience points and 5 million gold coins." Avis whispered a report into Ye Wu's ear. "The host receives 1/5 of the experience for killing the boss and 1,000 demons." Ye Wu smiled with satisfaction. Li Shashan, upon hearing this, excitedly turned to celebrate with his teammates. The credit for the boss came so suddenly. A myriad of experience, 5 million. We're making a fortune this time. Indeed, I am the chosen one by the heavens. The subordinates did not forget to flatter. Wow, even we are promoted by 5 levels. The boss is truly capable. However, Juku was trembling with rage, grinding his teeth. He spoke up, full of indignation, "Do you even know what you just did? You dared to kill the crucial research material of mine." He turned sharply, commanding, "Wei Shuwen, kill all these blind fools for me." Shuwen quickly intervened, "Doctor, please calm down. Absolutely do not fall for that kid's scheme." He lowered his voice, speaking softly into Juku's ear. "Li Shashan deliberately killed the boss to level up, closing the gap between the mercenary troops and our Phoenix team. His aim is to instigate internal strife among us." Pausing for a moment, Shuwen continued, "That Ye Wu is not an ordinary guy. It is not the right time for direct conflict with him yet. We should use him as a pioneer, letting him clear the monsters first. Only then will we find the opportunity to deal with him." Upon hearing this, Juku pondered and nodded. "What you say makes sense. We will do it that way for now." Still, in his heart, he remained furious, mumbling, "Ye Wu, sooner or later I will conduct a series of experiments on you, turning you into my most prized specimen." Juku approached the group of people, pointing and commanding, "All right, let's start splitting up and act according to the plan to take down the bosses." Currently, the 5 remaining bosses have increased their attributes by 10%. We need to kill them all at the same time. Immediately, they divided into 2 groups of men and women. The leader of the male group shouted, "All right, guys, follow me to the north and kill as you please. Those who want to join my team, hurry up and follow." The female group was not to be outdone. One person in the group loudly declared, "Sisters, we're heading south. Keep your distance from those men who are just boasting." Wei Shuwen looked at Ye Wu and Xue Lu, then asked, "I'll take charge of the east. So, can the 2 of you handle the west? But with only 2 people, can you guarantee that you won't drag everyone else down?" Ye Wu replied nonchalantly, instead of worrying about us, you should worry about yourselves first. Let's go, Xuelu. On the western side of the dungeon, even counting could be heard steadily, 1001, 1200, 1500. The player heading west had already defeated 1898 demons. The monsters lay scattered along the way. Ye Wu walked while listening to the notification in her ear. The player accumulates in the dungeon has defeated 8,898 demons. Following behind Ye Wu, Xuelu was silent for a moment before speaking. Ye Wu. She hesitantly asked, since the moment I asked you for help until now, why haven't you asked me if I have any grievances with Juku? I myself am also restless and worried. Could it be that Ye Wu, you don't care about my situation at all? Are you simply wanting to repay your kindness? He looked straight ahead and replied, actually, I really want to know, but I don't want to make you feel pressured. I think that when you want to speak, you will naturally do so. Hearing these words, the young girl's heart was moved. Ye Wu, you truly are a very special person. Both violent and gentle. Ye Wu looked her directly in the eyes, his gaze full of determination. My violence and gentleness are all reserved for those who deserve it. Xuelu was taken aback by his words. She clenched her hands tightly, her voice trembling, then I have nothing to hide from you anymore. Actually, Xuelu began to recount her past. I was not born from a mother's womb but rather from a laboratory. The one who devised this plan and carried it out is Juku, a person from the Eastern District. Ye Wu was taken aback upon hearing this. Xuelu continued, Juku has exploited ancient gene editing technology to create a large number of infants. I am just one of them. She continued, the newborns will be raised in the laboratory until they turn 3. After that, Juku will quietly transfer them to wild concentration camps or other safe areas to fend for themselves. Of course, Juku is merely a tool. The real mastermind behind this plan is the leader of the eastern region. On the surface, they claim this is to strengthen the population, which has severely declined due to the apocalyptic era, but in reality, the true purpose is darker and more ruthless. Nevertheless, I have not yet uncovered the whole truth behind it. Xuelu reminisced about her childhood. Back then, I had to wield a stick to fight for my life. I have no memories before the age of 3, but everything that happened afterward, I remember very clearly. My memories began in the wild concentration camp in the southwest. Perhaps thanks to my superior genes, I was able to gradually fight on my own, survive until now, and attain the strength I have. In the past, I always thought I was just an orphan abandoned by my parents. Little did I know, during a chance discovery of the dungeon, I found out the truth about my origins. Her face darkened, seemingly trying to conceal her emotions. She continued, since that moment, I made a resolution to become stronger. I want to one day take revenge on Juku and the leader of the eastern region, the one who stands behind him. Xuelu's serious eyes were fixed on Ye Wu. She carefully reminded him, among the people you see now, I wonder how many are products of the secret plan of the East region. Looking at the girl before him, Ye Wu fell into deep thought. He silently pondered, Xuelu has really come a long way to reach this day. Ye Wu tightly grasped Xuelu's shoulder, offering continuous encouragement. Xuelu, thank you for sharing with me about your important past. But what has happened is merely a push. The future is what truly matters. With your strength, the future will surely be bright. Moreover, you are mine. Your goals are also my responsibility to help you achieve. Xuelu's face turned red, feeling shy yet still trying to retort, you. Mine? When did I become yours? Ye Wu smiled nonchalantly, responding, of course. As long as you join our team, you are all mine. Xuelu's face turned as red as a tomato, stammering, So that's it. Whatever you say. It's fine. Suddenly, a demon merchant appeared out of nowhere, interrupting their conversation. He grinned wickedly, rubbing his hands together as he said, I apologize for interrupting the sweet atmosphere between you two. But the road ahead is dangerous. Are you sure you don't want to purchase some weapons or premium items to take along? Ye Wu was startled, turning to look behind him and murmuring, Demon merchant. Xuelu was unfazed, directly brandishing her sword and charging forward. She shouted, You evil fiend! Do you dare to take advantage of the chaos? Go die! Nephi immediately curled up, trying to present a weak and fragile appearance, then complained, "Wait. Why are you attacking right away? Help! There's a beautiful girl who wants to eat the goods of a poor merchant, killing and robbing, is that it?" Instantly, Ye Wu spoke up to stop her. "Wait, Xuelu. Stop right now." She managed to halt just as the blade of her sword was mere inches from Nephi. Ye Wu observed for a moment, then spoke sternly, "This guy is not as simple as he seems. Don't act rashly." He continued, his gaze sharp, "Even when faced with your sword's aura, he's just pretending. This is clearly an act." The demon merchant, Nephi, immediately retorted, "Me? I'm not pretending or acting. This is just my inherent personality. You're overthinking it." Xuelu's face darkened. She coldly said, full of threat, "In this dangerous land of demons, do you think I will believe the words of a demon? Nephi, right? Tell me your true identity. If not, I will kill you right now." Upon hearing this, Nephi immediately retracted his small, fragile demeanor. He excitedly introduced himself, "All right. I am indeed a demon, but I am also a legitimate merchant. My special mission is to help those who wander into this world deal with the young demons." He said, "If you are a true man, then spend some money to buy equipment from me. After that, rely on your own abilities to overcome the challenge. Do not overly depend on the strength of women." Xuelu's expression turned cold, responding icily, "Ye Wu, this guy only knows how to spout nonsense. We don't need to waste words with him. Let me kill him right away, to avoid causing trouble that would ruin the plan." She turned to speak sternly, "You need to investigate more carefully. His words are contradictory, aren't they? As a demon, he is helping others challenge and kill demons. How can I trust that?" Nephi hesitated for a moment, then spoke out resolutely, "How am I supposed to know? From the very beginning, I was assigned this task, without caring why. If you really want to know, then go ask the one who created me. But I don't even know if that person really exists." Nephi snapped his fingers, interrupting, all right, that's enough dialogue. Next, let's move on to the main topic." Immediately, a large menu appeared in front of all three. Xuelu exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, there are so many weapons and items like this. Even divine-level equipment. Could it be that this guy is truly a merchant?" He confirmed, "Of course." But quickly displayed an extreme self-indulgent demeanor. He looked at Xuelu and said, "But don't let that make you fall in love with me. Though you are very beautiful, I am a super professional seller. Women will only affect my sales volume. Meeting me is a stroke of luck for you. After all, I am a rarely appearing demon merchant, not showing up regularly and only at random locations." Ye Wu, upon hearing this, was taken aback and then criticized, "Where did you learn this sales style? Your attribute of excessive talking is too heavy." Then, he hurriedly said, "Wait. This merchandise of yours is not right." In front of him was a seductive beauty on display. She was accompanied by a product called Demon Whip, which had the ability to summon evil. He explained, "You can use her to seduce your enemies or use her to serve yourself. This is the top choice in travel tools, do whatever you want. Selling price, 50 million. Ye Wu was stunned, seemingly about to explode. He looked at Nephi with a judging gaze and said, "You claim to be a merchant, but in reality, you are just a dishonest swindler." Nephi hurriedly explained, "Look at what you are saying. You know, demons are incarnations of desire and depravity. My responsibility, being a demon merchant, is of course to satisfy these desires." Nephi smirked, his expression clearly reflecting the demeanor of a petty merchant engaging in underhanded dealings. He continuously gestured, pointing to each item and asking, "Are you tempted? Want to buy?" "Ha ha." Ye Wu did not respond. He quietly observed his surroundings, appearing somewhat flustered, then asked, "Well, you make a point. I can't refute it right now. But is there something a bit more respectable? An item useful for combat and enhancing strength?" Right after his words, the items before him suddenly changed. A new item appeared, causing Ye Wu to involuntarily exclaim, "Wait! Is this proof of immortality?" This item was of divine grade, containing the memories of a depraved individual who had sold their soul to demons. It was the proof of immortality, imbued with the power to escape the shackles of life and death. Moreover, it was an indispensable material for crafting divine-level resurrection potions, with a staggering price tag of 5 billion. Ye Wu was stunned. He fell into deep thought. I never expected that this demon merchant would have such divine-grade materials. A series of thoughts spun in his mind. I already have the fruit of life and the crown of destruction. If I add the proof of immortality, the only material left to craft the resurrection potion is supreme breath. He bit his lip, struggling internally. This item is truly essential, but its exorbitant price is beyond my means. He looked at Xue Lu and spoke. Xue Lu, can you lend me some money again? I need to buy this material. Xue Lu opened the selection menu and shouted in panic, 5 million. It's not that I don't want to help you, but even if I gave all my fortune, I wouldn't have that much. Moreover, what kind of item is it that costs so much? Ye Wu stroked his chin, continuing to ponder. He thought to himself, while I could think of ways to borrow from others in the dungeon, that ruthless demon definitely won't wait for me. Rare merchants like him are hard to come by, and if I miss this chance, the likelihood of meeting him again is nearly zero. He turned to the demon merchant, deciding to negotiate. Nephi, I want an item from you, but I really don't have that much money. Can we do a trade instead? I can exchange anything on me that you find suitable. Nephi, hearing this, showed an annoyed expression and replied, What? No money? You dare to speak with no money? He grinned cunningly, his body adopting a bizarre posture as he mocked, Young man, I'm just a small businessman and can't offer credit. And you want to trade? You think you have something valuable? I'm a businessman, knowledgeable and well-informed. There's absolutely nothing on you that I would want. You are not satisfied and interrupt. Don't speak so confidently. Just try and see before you say anything. Immediately, a red stone appears. The demon exclaims in surprise, This is... Oh my god, I'm not seeing things, am I? You possess the demon blood jade. The demon cannot help but be astonished. Who is this person? After watching, Nephi coughs lightly and then speaks, Well, there really isn't anything I want from you. But if you show such sincerity and want to buy something, then the professional ethics of a businessman like me won't allow me to disappoint a customer. Let me put it this way, I will reluctantly accept this piece of demon blood jade from you as a trade. However, Ye Wu immediately changes his mind. He turns off the image of the jade, smiles, and says, Sorry, this is the one thing I cannot trade. Forget it, it seems this deal won't go through. Nephi is taken aback. What? He quickly runs after you and pulls you back. Wait, if the transaction doesn't go through, there is still humanity. Don't go just yet. I mainly find you quite to my liking. In business, we can still negotiate. Ye Wu secretly observes him, feeling delighted, so he finally took the bait? It seems the demon blood jade is indeed extremely important to demon-like beings. The way I deliberately showcased it to him truly worked. He quickly stopped and said, I really want to get that divine-grade material from you, but I have no money. What should I do? The demon merchant was also deep in thought, contemplating what to do. What else can be done? This kid definitely has a big background, he cannot be allowed to leave easily. But I also can't just give this precious item to him for free. While the three of them were immersed in their own calculations, suddenly, an elite demon appeared out of nowhere. It shouted, Nephi. I've been looking for you for a long time. You filthy creature, you go all over selling goods and killing your fellow demons. Today, I am going to tear you apart. Before the group could react, a loud explosion occurred. After that, everything returned to the quiet as before, but mixed in with that were faint sounds of moaning. The elite demon named Dak Booby was easily sliced into pieces by him and Xue Lu. This scene terrified Nephi, causing him to step back. He thought to himself, these two are so strong that they handled that elite demon chasing me in just 2 moves. Suddenly, Nephi had a flash of inspiration. He sincerely looked at him and said, You can also use Devil's Spirit to exchange for the divine grade material from me. Because now you already have 8,899 of them. Ye Wu suddenly felt anxious, wondering, how did he know how many evil spirits I've killed? He then voiced his question, how many devil spirits do I need to exchange with you? Nephi smiled and replied, not many, only 100,000 will do. This statement made Ye Hao hesitate. The number of devil spirits Nephi mentioned coincides with my mission target. He couldn't help but doubt, who is this demon merchant? Why does he understand my situation so well? Although Ye Hao's gaze was fixed on Nephi, deep down, he was still communicating with the system. If I proceed with this transaction with the demon merchant, will it affect my mission? Immediately, he received a response from the system. Feeling more at ease, Ye Hao compromised, alright, I agree to this transaction. But after it's done, how can I find you? After all, you are a very rare merchant. Nephi took a few steps forward, spreading his hand to reveal a sparkling red stone. He said, take this stone. It will allow you to summon me at any time without being restricted by time. Ye Hao looked at the stone, feeling a bit suspicious. Nephi added, however, the number of uses is limited to 3. I have never allowed anyone to use it, so you must be careful. The personal notification rang in Ye Hao's mind, you have obtained the demon bell, with 3 uses available. Immediately afterwards, Nephi, the demon merchant, also vanished into thin air. Before leaving, he did not forget to add, in the end, I give you one more piece of information for free. If you continue to head in this direction, you will encounter a powerful demon who holds one of the 10 sins, lust. This is a demon that is incredibly difficult to deal with. You should stay alert. Ye Hao stared blankly, lust? He was shocked and wondered, why is it lust? Why is that going along with Shuelu? Could it be something is going to happen? Seeing Ye Hao suddenly look strange, Shuelu asked, is something wrong? Ye Hao shook his head, trying to act normal, it's nothing, let's move on. Sweat dripped down his face. In his mind, he secretly thought, lust? That sounds ominous. I always have a bad feeling about this. But having come this far, no matter what lies ahead, I cannot retreat. After the two had walked a distance, a shadow suddenly appeared from behind. It was Mu Zi, a member of the Phoenix team. She carefully observed the two, thinking to herself, these two are indeed not simple. They easily dealt with an elite demon. Thankfully, my high-level stealth ability is skillful enough. Without the scouting tools, they definitely wouldn't discover me. Mu Zi immediately reported to Shu Wen, Captain, Ye Hao and the others are continuing towards the boss, but there is something I must report to you. Ye Hao just encountered a mysterious person who claims to be a demon merchant. They managed to obtain a pile of strange items, including the demon bell from this person. Shu Wen nodded and instructed Mu Zi to continue monitoring Ye Hao's group, but reminded him carefully, be mindful of the distance, do not let them notice. Wait until they are exhausted from fighting the boss, and then immediately execute the assassination plan. Mu Zi solemnly accepted the order. Shu Wen pondered, Ye Hao, I do not underestimate you, nor do I overestimate you. As long as I remain vigilant, the opportunity to kill you and seize the ancient god and the demon merchant's bell will arrive. Everything seems to be under my control. After eliminating all the demons, Shu Wen's subordinates came to report, Captain, the demons on our side have been cleared. Shu Wen nodded in satisfaction, move a little further, the boss demon must be deep inside. He then instructed his subordinates to take a break and contacted other teams himself. He opened the dungeon information to check the battle situation of the groups. In the southern part of the dungeon, the Queen team was preparing for the boss battle. Fei Yan proudly spoke through the communication channel, we have cleared the elite boss before the fight. Once we adjust a bit, we can continue to fight the main boss. You guys must not be slower than us, right? In the north of the dungeon of the mercenary group, Li Shashan was fighting. He said, on our side as well, we can initiate the boss fight at any time. Hearing this, his subordinate shouted, but boss, we haven't killed the elite monster yet. Before the boss fight. Shashan immediately yelled, damn it, if you don't know how to speak, shut up. Aren't we about to win? On Ye Hao's side, he calmly explained, we have been delayed on our side due to special circumstances. Right now, we are preparing to fight the elite monster before the boss fight. Upon hearing this, Shashan angrily shouted, what? You haven't started fighting the elite monster yet? And there are special circumstances? suddenly unable to proceed and dragging us into it. Do you dare to make excuses? Can you do it or not? Fei Yin sneered, mocking Ye Wu, you are handsome but useless then? You have truly let down her expectations of you. Shui He, standing beside them, thought to himself, Ye Wu wouldn't drag everyone down like this. There must really be something causing his delay. Suddenly, Shui He's face darkened, feeling angry, no way. Why should I worry about that guy? He is now living in a sweet, happy world for two. Shu Wen scoffed when he heard Ye Wu say that. He said, Ye Wu, it's fine if you don't have the strength, but from the very beginning, when we split up to act, you didn't put in any effort at all. Now, because of your vanity, the entire team is dragged down. The difficulty of fighting the boss has increased. How do you plan to make up for it? Juku, standing behind, chimed in, alright, the delay caused by that kid was expected. There's no need to blame him too much. The most important thing now is to prepare for the next boss battle. After saying that, Juku thought to himself, it seems like this kid Ye Wu is about to reach his limit. But that's fine, just when I need him to be material for body enhancement. Hearing Juku's words, Shui Lu was furious. A cat crying over a mouse's death is fake compassion. He definitely has no good intentions, and none of the others are any better. Ye Wu gently told Shui Lu, just ignore them. We only need to focus on the task at hand. A moment later, two demons appeared. One was a black succubus, and the other was a white succubus. One of them spoke with great excitement, look, sister, two new little pets have come right to us. The other nodded, clearly thrilled, yes, and their bodies look so young and full of life. This scent. So sweet, I can hardly resist. Shui Lu immediately reminded Ye Wu, don't act. Otherwise, they will control you. After saying that, she quickly stepped forward and actively attacked. The black succubus sneered arrogantly, not only men, but even women will be controlled by us. Truly a pet that doesn't know its place. My master hasn't even spoken yet, and you have already charged in on your own. So, we must punish you until you can't get up again. As soon as she finished speaking, the black succubus swung her whip, aiming directly at Shui Lu. However, Shui Lu remained undaunted. She immediately used Will of Ice to block the attack. This is a special type of magic that, when cast on the body, increases resistance and simultaneously protects one's will. This skill allows her to be immune to mental control effects, especially from entities of a lower level. The black succubus widened her eyes in surprise. What is this? How can you be immune to my enchantment? The white succubus, standing beside her, angrily shouted, stupid pet. Dare to resist your master's teachings? Then let us awaken the debauchery deep within your soul. After saying that, both succubi simultaneously attacked Shui Lu. The sound of the whips cracking echoed, causing the space to seem to pause for a moment. One of the succubi snarled, you truly have no awareness of being food. For this rudeness, you must be taught a very harsh lesson. Ye Wu saw the two succubi attacking Shui Lu fiercely and became worried that she was being overwhelmed. He quickly ran in to help her. Shui Lu immediately smiled and turned to say, Ye Wu, didn't I tell you? Don't intervene. In previous battles, you were always the first to charge in. For me, I haven't even warmed up yet. This time is different, I finally consider myself warmed up. Next, let me finish this battle. The two succubi laughed mockingly upon hearing this. Hey girl, this human pet is really trying to be funny. To say such things, haha. Sister, I think this poor pet is trying to attract our attention. How foolish, she doesn't even know how to win her master's favor. Shui Lu, furious, immediately used her magic crystal to summon the goddess of ice and snow. She shouted, do you think so? Let me show you whether I am just boasting. Having said that, she unleashed the eternal eastern ice calamity, continuously attacking the two succubi. At that moment, both were left with only 10% health. Succubus Black exclaimed in pain, oh girl, this human woman is no simple matter. We underestimated her. Clearly, we are no match for her now. The white succubus suddenly came up with a plan. She shouted loudly and charged towards Ye Wu, sister. I have a way. Let's follow me. If that woman is too strong and we can't fight her, then let's attack the man standing next to her. We can control him to change the situation. As soon as the white succubus finished her words, she was unexpectedly sliced in half by Xuelu. She screamed tragically, "What? We are defeated again by a human woman. I'm not reconciled." Ye Wu witnessed the scene and immediately approached, saying, "Xuelu, you are much stronger than before. You took down 2 elite ones at 190 level by yourself. If you kill Juku, I believe you can handle it alone." Before Ye Wu could finish his sentence, Xuelu suddenly lunged at him and kissed him. He widened his eyes in complete surprise. "What is this?" Ye Wu jumped in shock, wondering why Xuelu did that. Suddenly, he realized this was not an ordinary kiss. He tried to push Xuelu away, but his arms were completely powerless. A thought flashed through his mind, succubus. Suddenly, from behind Ye Wu, a succubus appeared, mocking him, "You are immersed in this endless lust. Are you excited? Are you enjoying it?" She leaned close to Ye Wu's ear and whispered, "But you are not yet fully immersed. You should immerse yourself even more, otherwise, you will waste my kindness, you know." She continued, "The 2 succubi earlier were merely bait for me, designed to stir your passions, so that you could continuously absorb the information elements I disseminate in the air." Having said that, she giggled, "This woman has absorbed a large amount of information elements, and now she is performing very well, just as I expected. But you did not participate in the battle. This has surprised me a bit." Her face immediately darkened, "So that is why you can maintain your rationality. It seems the absorption of information elements is indeed not enough." As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Wu gripped Xuelu's hand tightly and pushed her away. She smiled, still struggling, "Are you? Your strength truly exceeds my expectations." Then she snapped her fingers and said loudly, "Then let's make this atmosphere of lust even more intense. This is indeed a pleasant surprise." After saying that, she looked at Mu Zi. His invisibility spell had lost its effect, and he stood at a distance, watching secretly, apparently very interested in you all. "It's a pity you won't join in." Sari pointed at her and exclaimed joyfully, "Now, you have absorbed enough elemental information, go ahead and liberate yourself." Ye Wu was very surprised when he saw Mu Zi. "You have the Phoenix team? When has she been monitoring us? Damn it! I was careless, the whole way I didn't notice her." At that moment, Mu Zi could no longer control her body, and she felt a rush of warmth all over. She took off her coat and gave a silly smile. Mu Zi looked at Ye Wu, thinking to herself, "Why does this man, who is clearly my assassination target, make my heart race like this?" Then, she ran over and hugged Ye Wu tightly. Sari laughed joyfully, "Ha, from kissing to hugging, can you handle it? This is my favorite scene. Stop suppressing yourself, accept your truest self, let go." She immediately went to Ye Wu's side, tempting him, "Stop resisting in vain. I am the embodiment of lust, I liberate desires, I embrace desires, it brings me joy and satisfies you as well." Ye Wu began to worry, "I've faced many things, but I've never encountered anything like today. The ominous premonition I had earlier has come true." Ye Wu had a headache thinking, could it be that I have to use tricks to deal with the president of the Breaking Bad Club? Suddenly, Ye Wu came up with an idea. At this moment, Sari began to emit a kind of seductive pollen. She laughed triumphantly, "You can still hold on like that? It seems I can only use my ultimate move. This is the pollen of desire. It can stimulate extreme lust, leading you to ecstasy. Once you fall into the deepest place of the world of lust, no one can resist this temptation." After saying that, she spread the pollen around Ye Wu. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from Ye Wu, shining straight at Sari. She narrowed her eyes and shouted angrily, "You still want to resist?" She hesitated, her eyes revealing a hint of panic. This light. Could it be? At this moment, Sari realized that it was indeed the demon blood jade. She continuously asked, "Why do you have the demon blood jade? How did you obtain such an important thing?" Taking advantage of Sari's confusion, Ye Wu broke free from her control. He carefully helped Xuelu and Mu Zi up and coldly said, "What I hate most is the temptation of lust in human life. You are indeed very good at exploiting human weaknesses. But it seems that I have inadvertently grasped your weaknesses as demons too." Ye Wu smiled provocatively, want the demon blood jade? Then drop those dirty tricks of yours and come to rob it in broad daylight. Sari, upon hearing this, became wildly excited. I knew it. I knew you weren't an ordinary person. You truly haven't disappointed me. You have brought me a great surprise. She said lightly, before, I was always stimulating the lust of others. But this time, I can clearly feel the intense desire within me being stimulated by you. Ha, this feeling is wonderful, unparalleled. Saying that, she immediately transformed into a giant snake. System notification, the host has switched accounts with that man. Ye Wu smiled, it seems that your mutated body has captivated quite a few people to challenge you. Then he immediately transformed, if you've revealed your bloodline, then I will suppress all desires and unleash everything onto you. Ye Wu unleashed countless attacks, charging straight towards Lust. Lust used a targeting lock and fired downwards. Below, Ye Wu was preparing the gun, aiming directly at her. Ye Wu looked directly into Lust, his voice deep but full of challenge, isn't it true that you want to vent with me? Is your desire just this? If that's the case, unleash all your firepower and attack me wildly. Lust became furious, her eyes flashing with danger. But before she could react, Ye Wu had delivered a direct blow. Boom! The strike sent Lust staggering, and she unexpectedly exclaimed, What? What are you doing? Ye Wu smiled coldly, don't rush, you want firepower, right? I have plenty of that. He immediately controlled a fleet of drones, hundreds of them soaring towards Lust. Laser beams from the drones rained down, creating a storm of firepower. Lust was caught in the hail of bullets, screaming in pain. Ye Wu chuckled lightly, emphasizing each word, want more? I have plenty of ways to satisfy you. But remember to be patient. After saying that, he raised his gun, aimed straight at her, and fired in rapid succession. Overwhelmed, Lust panicked and shouted, wait. Just wait a moment. However, the laser beams from the drones kept firing, boom. A massive explosion shook the entire space. Lust fell to her knees, her body trembling in agony. She weakly screamed, her voice filled with panic. Ye Wu paused, looking down at her from above, his cold voice rang out, so, how is it? Can't handle it yet? Truly not worth it. Sexual Desire heard Ye Wu say this and sneered, replying, only you're attacking unilaterally, it's a bit boring. If I don't take the initiative to cooperate, how can I enjoy it? As she spoke, she thought to herself, this kind of intense attack really makes it hard for me to bear. But the more it is like this, the more excited I become. I can sense the depraved desire hidden deep within your soul, out of control and full of killing intent. Only I can satisfy you, only I am worthy of you. Around her, countless souls were resisting, wanting to escape from the body of sexual desire. The horrifying scene was evident as people collapsed before her lust. Monsters with crimson skin and horns on their heads began to charge forward. They bared their fangs, extended their claws, and slowly approached Ye Wu. Sexual Desire laughed loudly, they are extremely excited at the target that is you. Let me lead you to the bliss of desire. The screams rang out, and the horde of monsters simultaneously soared into the air and charged straight at Ye Wu, without hesitation. Watching the chaotic scene before him, Ye Wu smirked. He calmly said, I was worried I wouldn't have enough demons to kill. Now that you've brought so many materials like this, I really have to thank you. Saying that, 2 yellow saw blades appeared in Ye Wu's hands. With a powerful swing, he severed the bodies of 2 evil demons. With a determined gaze, Ye Wu continued to charge forward. Witnessing this scene, the lust grew panicked and exclaimed, this guy is completely immersed in the pleasure of slaughter, entirely suppressing the desires within. One of the demons that Ye Wu had eliminated became fearful, unable to believe what was happening. He shouted, what on earth are you? Is this really the strength of humanity? Ye Wu did not respond, his cold eyes continued to sweep away everything in his path. With one attack, 2 demons fell to the ground. He chuckled lightly, savoring the sense of satisfaction. Though Lust was frightened, she could not hide her excitement, speaking up, a monster, huh? That's quite an interesting joke. You are even more of a demon than we are. Ye Wu replied in a challenging tone, "AAA, is that all there is?" I'm still not satisfied. He stood atop the corpses of the monsters, leaning against his weapon, looking down at the opponent with contempt. Seeing this scene, Lust became even more thrilled. "You are indeed a strong man, your entire body radiates the desire for violence. You are no different from a demon, perhaps even more so." She laughed heartily, her voice full of allure. "If the thrill of fighting brings you joy, then just keep going." In her hand, she held aloft the head of a demon, raising it high. The demon army moaned at her feet. From their mouths, a thick red mist was spreading. Ye Wu stood alone, strong and dignified. He immediately unleashed a technique, spells flying everywhere. She laughed loudly, her voice sharp echoing, "Ha! How can ordinary tricks elevate my fighting power to its peak? As the embodiment of lust, I will certainly use a weapon filled with eroticism to conquer you." Saying this, a strange sword appeared in her hand, a lust sword, entirely red, its tip shining brightly. She raised the sword, pointing it straight at Ye Wu. Instantly, her body began to transform. This was the Queen of Lust, her second form. Her figure grew larger, her eyes filled with pride, looking down at Ye Wu. She smirked and said, "This sword carries the attribute of spiritual paralysis. It will make you experience combat in a state of euphoric numbness, reaching the pinnacle of pleasure." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged straight at him. The tip of the sword aimed directly at Ye Wu with extreme speed. The system's warning blared in Ye Wu's mind, detected host as being spiritually controlled by the lust sword. Control level reached 20%. Please, host, immediately escape the current area. Ye Wu gritted his teeth, retreating to create distance. He thought to himself, damn spiritual control. My artifacts cannot resist this level of control. Desire shouted while thinking, where do you want to go? The sword in her hand emitted a dazzling source of energy. Ye Wu quickly dodged that attack. Desire extended her wings and flew straight towards him, dust and smoke swirling everywhere. The sound of rumbling echoed continuously. She angrily said, if you want to reach the peak of battle, there can be no distance between us. Suddenly, Ye Wu's wings emitted a powerful golden light, charging straight at Desire. She was hit and immediately showed a look of discomfort. Ye Wu coldly retorted, you don't want me to get close? Have you suddenly become shy? Desire smiled, her voice full of confidence, facing my second form, suppressing desire is useless. Because unlike other desires, lust is the primal instinct of living beings. The more you suppress it, the stronger I become. Unexpectedly, she escaped from the previous attack and immediately charged straight at Ye Wu. He was astonished, unable to believe what was happening. In his heart, he thought, from this incredible recovery and obsession, she clearly isn't lying. Is this really her inherent power? Desire moved closer, her voice booming, lust is the instinct that prolongs the life of all things, the source of reproduction. No creature can stop this, unless that person dies. She wielded her sword and thrust it straight at Ye Wu. Blood gushed from the wound incessantly. The system emitted a warning, detected host under mental control. Control level is rising. Please, host, immediately increase the distance from the boss. She moved closer to Ye Wu, reaching out to touch his face, smiling as she said, I know you are very unwilling. But facing me, a being only inferior to the strongest of the 7 evil kings, it's not unjust for you to lose. Don't worry, you are not dead yet. The system continuously blared warnings, contamination level of the host has reached 80%. Please, host, leave the current area immediately. Ye Wu remained silent, not uttering a word. Seeing this, she leaned in closer, a smug smile clearly visible on her face. She whispered teasingly, because you are the man I have my eye on. Before I enjoy the pleasure, how could I let you die like this? The alarm persisted, mental control level has reached 90%. The host's body and mind are nearing their endurance limits. Please leave the area immediately. All around, countless spells surrounded the sword piercing through Ye Wu's body. Blood from the wound flowed along the blade, staining the ground. The seductive voice had a somewhat enchanting quality. She leaned closer to Ye Wu and continued, excitement, looking at your current state is truly unbearable. Stop struggling, give up your last resistance. I can make you happy, you satisfy me, this is quite fair, isn't it? As long as you hand over the devil blood jade, I will let you become my king, to die with me. Hearing her words made Ye Hao somewhat angry. He shouted, "Don't think you can seduce me, I only have one word for demons, kill." Saying that, he tightly gripped the sword lying in front of him, with a 96% control over his spirit. Seeing him say this, the seductress continued to plunge the sword deeper into him, saying, "No, no, no, you are not good like this. Be quiet, stop struggling. You are only forcing me to kill you to seize the blood jade. I truly don't want to do this. Among the 7 greats, my martial power isn't the strongest, but I can become the second strongest. Do you know why? Simply because of lust. This primal instinct cannot be suppressed or erased." With that, she relentlessly thrust the sword deeper into her opponent. Ye Hao was in so much pain that he could not speak. But humans can never completely conquer their inherent instincts. This is something that has been predetermined. It doesn't matter whether that person is still alive or has died, everything becomes meaningless, she said coldly, her hands tightly gripping his throat, lifting him high. The system continuously warned, mental control level has reached 99%. I once gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You were once a rare material, but now. Farewell. She continued, from now on, you no longer need to suppress your humanity. Humanity? I have never had that. My planet was once invaded by demons. Beings everywhere fell into despair. After countless years, I exterminated all of them, consuming the planet entirely. But the more demons I killed, the deeper I fell into the lust for slaughter, until I was ultimately countered by it. That is the fate of the evil reader, in the end, they become evil themselves. But I refused to accept this outcome. And what about you? Ye Hao spoke up, breaking the silence. At this moment, the panoramic image appeared, and he responded, "How do I see?" Of course, I use my eyes. But I still have to congratulate you. Finally, you have reached the final step. MOC emphasized, the energy core of the interdimensional communication device I gave you is almost depleted. It's a pity that I cannot witness you saving your planet. Or destroying it. Hearing those words, he sighed and said, "This planet, apart from the remaining demons, is left with only me. There are no other lives that can be saved. So, risking my life like this, does it have any meaning?" Ye Hao, feeling sorrowful, reached out to touch the mask. Hearing this, MOC seemed somewhat pleased, putting his hand behind him and saying, "Things like meaning are merely excuses to paralyze oneself. Everything we have done until now is simply to satisfy the desires within us, right? As long as we understand our own desires, everything else is worth less than a cent." Ye Hao replied, "This answer really aligns with your usual rebellious style." MOC would answer the same way. "You know it clearly too, don't you? The reason I have persisted until now is not entirely because of the righteousness in my heart. In fact, persisting for righteousness, to put it plainly, is just another way to satisfy the desires within me. Righteousness and evil, in the end, are merely different manifestations of inner desires. What you need to do now is to forsake those weak, vague thoughts and move forward. Don't pretend to be humane with that feeble smile anymore. Accept the change and understand your own inner self more deeply. It really is as simple as that." Upon hearing this, Ye Hao burst into laughter. "Huh? You truly are a madman, MOC. Your words really make me more clear-headed." At that moment, the system suddenly emitted a warning sound, power is about to be depleted. The full projection will shut down in 3 seconds. Before vanishing, MOC chuckled lightly and added, "If you can think clearly, then my efforts have not been in vain. Go complete your mission. Farewell." Ye Hao leaned against the wall beside him, his eyes filled with sadness as he murmured, "I have always cared too much about what is called justice and meaning. Only humans ponder things that cause themselves pain. In the end, none of it holds any significance for me, because I am not human." As he finished speaking, he removed the armored mask from his head, revealing a face with crimson eyes. Years of hiding behind the mask to conceal his identity had also clouded his own inner self. Ye Wu moved closer to the ultimate boss, who was growling with rage. It bared its teeth, mathagape, its fiery gaze fixed below. Violent lightning surrounded the area. Standing before the boss, Ye Wu tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze sharp as steel. He declared, as a demon, binding myself with the weaknesses of humanity is truly laughable. I am merely a demon who delights in justice and desire. There should be no more ambiguity within myself. Now, I will heed my inner self, unleashing my fury and the instinct to kill. Ye Wu emanated a fierce killing intent, the lightning around him rumbling incessantly. He growled, "My name is the Destroyer. If I am a demon, I must inherit the legacy of this world, ensuring no demon surpasses me." Without delay, he raised his gun, aiming straight ahead. A shockwave erupted from Ye Wu, blasting the enemy's body away. She panicked and shouted, "What suddenly happened? Wasn't he supposed to be in a thrashing state before death? Why is he exuding such a strong aura? Moreover, this aura is like that of a demon of the same kind." At that moment, Ye Wu had pulled the pure desire sword out of his body. Blood kept pouring out, and he painfully exclaimed, "Ugh." The system announced, due to the host's life being in danger, the protective mechanism has been activated. The account of the Demon Destroyer will be temporarily activated. Ye Wu suddenly transformed into the Demon Destroyer. The system continued, however, since the mission to kill 10,000 demons has not yet been completed, the Demon Destroyer state can only be maintained for 5 minutes. The cooldown time is 2 hours. Seeing the situation before her, Lust was in disbelief, exclaiming, "What is happening? The desire he is displaying is only one of anger and slaughter. My lust cannot influence him at all. This level is close to the strongest among the 10 deadly sins. No, it might even have surpassed it." The pure desire sword in her hand kept screaming, "Hohu! It's too hot, too hot. We're about to be burned to death by his rage." Ye Wu was furious, immediately charging towards the seductive creature and shouting, "Demon of lust, I must kill you." The succubus, realizing the danger before her, fearfully exclaimed, "Wait. I didn't expect you to be one of my kind. I was rude and disrespectful before, please don't do this." Without letting her finish, Ye Wu swung his sword to attack. She swiftly dodged and then turned to flee. His eyes never left her, filled with murderous intent. "Want to run? A demon that escapes my sight will never exist." He shouted a powerful word, "Die." With that, Ye Wu swung his weapon, delivering a slash towards his opponent. The pink-haired succubus revealed a bewitching charm. She pleaded, "Please don't kill me. Although I can't die, if I get seriously injured, it will take a long time to regenerate this body. It took hundreds of years to condense this perfect form. If it gets destroyed like this, it would be truly a shame. Let me serve you. My king, I don't want to miss the chance with you. If it's you, I'm willing to submit and do anything for you." She lay on the ground, her gaze alluring, her voice inviting. She immediately rushed to hug Ye Wu's leg. The strength of Ye Wu radiated alongside an alluring aura that captivated her. She said, "Right now, I genuinely want to serve you." Ye Wu stared at the scene, momentarily freezing before coldly saying, "Do you think I will believe such nonsense?" Aivis quickly intervened, "Wait, master. She is not lying." Ye Wu seemed slightly irritated. "If that's the case, then why is my MOC account in such disarray?" Aivis explained, "Because your current account is deeply linked to the MOC account. When the true state of the linked account is unlocked, I can also be utilized." She continued to add, "The emotional spectrum of this female demoness is very complex, including fear, excitement, lust, obsession, and distortion. All are clearly displayed, but there are no signs of deceit or conspiracy." Ye Wu grew contemplative. Is there a possibility that she is hiding those emotions? Aivis shook her head, resolutely stating, "No, master. This kind of lustful demoness cannot hide her true emotions and desires." Ye Wu turned to the succubus and said, "Now I give you a chance. Whether you live or die will depend on what benefits you can bring me. If the answer does not satisfy me, then I will strike you back to your original form." Hearing this, the succubus smiled brightly, "My king, the greatest benefit is, of course, bringing you pleasures beyond your imagination. My ability to manipulate lust is the strongest. I can control anyone through it, even those immune to magic or mental artifacts cannot resist. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. With me, as long as you are willing, we can transcend levels and races. I can make any target sink into an inescapable desire. As long as it is a being with lust, none can escape. The succubus slowly moved closer to Ye, lowering her voice. Of course, you are the exception, my king. The killings over countless bloody years have stripped away all desire from you, leaving only rage. Ye observed every move of the succubus intently, silently assessing, controlling the mind regardless of race or level. Indeed, a very useful skill. Its effectiveness surpasses even my own poison control. Later, when I go to the eastern area to face those of higher ranks, this skill will surely be useful. Ye finally made a decision. Alright, I agree to your request. The succubus was so overjoyed that she couldn't help but kiss Ye with excitement. I'm so happy, my king. Ye was completely taken aback. The succubus explained, the demon contract has officially been completed. Whenever you need to summon me, just call and I will come. System notification, the host has signed a contract with the succubus. The succubus has been stored in the system space. This is a support-type demon. Her skills can bypass level and race limitations, but using them requires a price. When facing enemies with a minor level difference, the cost is a kiss. However, if encountering opponents with a significant level gap, the host must satisfy her deeper desires. Ye was astonished to the point of reverting to his original form. What? AI Vis, standing beside him, grinned mischievously. Those deeper desires, master. You might find it hard to hold back. Ye sighed. It seems that desire is indeed a double-edged sword. On the other side, Shuailu gradually woke up. How could I have fallen asleep? What happened? I remember killing 2 succubi, then I can't recall anything else. Ye recalled the scene from earlier and laughed awkwardly. Don't worry, it's fine now. We absolutely cannot let Shuailu know about us kissing. Shuailu stood up, stretching comfortably. She happily said, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel so light. The fatigue I've felt before has completely vanished. Now I feel full of energy. Ye forced a smile. No need for that, the boss has been dealt with by me. Shuailu was shocked. What? Ye could only look at her helplessly. Shuailu's expressions are really diverse. He thought to himself, is this really her true face? Suddenly, a short-haired girl slowly woke up. She looked around, astonished. Why are my clothes so disheveled? Clearly, I was following the captain's orders to keep an eye on him. The girl glanced at Ye, realizing the current situation and thought angrily, he must have done something to me. Then she grabbed her sword and charged at Ye, shouting, you are a rogue, a beast. I must kill you. The girl's body trembled uncontrollably. She panicked. What is happening? Why isn't my body listening to me all of a sudden? Ye also knew exactly what was happening. There remains a bit of lustful energy in her body from before. Now that lust has submitted to me, she naturally cannot attack me. Ye spoke up, cutting through my train of thought. You really are a wicked one to accuse first. It's clear that you've been secretly watching me before. Now that your actions have been exposed, I might not kill you, but the price you have to pay is to return to the Phoenix team and act as a spy for me. The girl protested vehemently, be a spy for you? Haven't you underestimated me? Although I don't know what method you've used to control my body, you cannot control my spirit. The blade in her hand suddenly turned back, aimed straight at herself. Her voice was filled with determination. Rather than betray, I would rather end my own life. Even in death, I will not betray Captain Wu Wenshu. The girl tried to hold the blade tightly in her hand, but it seemed an invisible force was preventing her. She was confused and in pain. Why can't I even end my own life? What on earth have you done to me? Ye stepped closer, his gaze calm but chilling. You're so loyal, I can rest easy now. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. You don't need to do anything harmful to the Phoenix team. I just need you to return, to recount what you see, what you hear, back to me. The girl was still resisting fiercely. Absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. Ye immediately used seduction to gain control. Muzi instantly submitted, yes, from now on I am yours. For you, I am willing to do anything. What's wrong with me? Her heart was racing wildly. If it's this man, then deep down I can't refuse. Could this be the feeling of love? Suddenly, several notifications from others came through. All teams, report on the battle situation with the boss. The Queen team is in a tough fight and needs support. We're in the same situation. This boss is much stronger than the previous one. We can hardly hold on any longer. Hurry to help us. Ye Hao immediately reported the situation. The boss fight on my side has ended. Everyone was surprised. What did you say? Suddenly a boy spoke up. Ye Hao, why didn't you follow the plan we agreed upon before? What kind of hero act are you pulling? Your reckless behavior disregarding the larger picture will endanger everyone. The bald old man continued, I knew that brat would ruin things. Sure enough, it was a mistake to use him as test material from the start. But if that kid really could take down the boss alone, then it shows he has value. You will become my test subject. The man in the mask then spoke up, oh my. No wonder my boss suddenly became so difficult to defeat. So it was all you're doing. You intentionally sabotaged the plan to kill the boss so that the other bosses could increase their attributes to take revenge on us. The battle was still incredibly chaotic. In front of the arrogant monster Brett, one of the team members suddenly reported, Captain, it seems like the boss's attributes haven't increased at all. Another one, fighting against the lazy monster slot, updated the situation, that's right. The attributes of my boss haven't increased either. You guys simply can't handle the boss and can't blame it on the little handsome guy. Another fighter yelled out, oh my. The boss's attributes really haven't increased. But wait. If they haven't increased, why are we still struggling in this hard fight? Hearing this, the captain's face immediately turned proud. He looked at Ye Hao and coldly said, Ye Hao, if you don't have the skills, don't be so arrogant. Didn't you say you killed the boss? But the boss's attributes haven't increased at all. How do you explain that? The man in the mask didn't miss the chance to question, what else could it be? He's definitely just good at boasting. Clearly unable to do it but still wanting to scare us. Truly a kiddo who doesn't know how to do anything. Ye Hao joked, I only said that the boss battle with me has ended, I never said that I killed the boss. The attributes of the other bosses haven't increased because I've captured the boss. The captain's face turned grim, Ye Hao, it's fine if you want to be a useless teammate, but don't think that our intelligence matches yours. If the boss can be captured, then why do we have to struggle so hard in battle? The old professor added, haven't you realized yet? These bosses not only grow stronger, but they also excel at exploiting human weaknesses. That kid is so eager to show off his skills that he has definitely been targeted by the boss. However, I speculate that among these 10 crimes, there's no evil spirit that would lie. Could it be that this kid was defeated by the little monster before he even reached a critical point in the fight? The masked man immediately burst into laughter, makes sense. I find this highly likely. Isn't he a teammate? He shows no awareness at all. If you're going to be a fool, you might as well listen to the advice given. Clearly, a useless person should live like a useless person, dedicating themselves to strongmen like us until death is enough, yet he still wants to show off in front of us. This guy is about to make me laugh to death. Dungeon announcement, the lust boss has been subdued. The one who subdued it is Ye Hao. He has unlocked the hidden boss strategy, with rewards and experience points received being doubled. The attributes of the remaining bosses have decreased by 10%. Upon seeing such an announcement, everyone immediately turned pale. What? Is what he said true? He actually subdued the boss? Is that even possible? And there's this kind of operation? The boss's attributes are reduced by 10%. Not only is what he said true, but we also benefit from him. On the other side, teammates were still fighting. Although the attributes of the boss had decreased, it should not be underestimated, there are still plenty of dangers. Stop talking nonsense and quickly kill the boss. This is a rare opportunity, don't waste it. The greedy evil grumbled in battle, lust has been subdued, what a pity. I was quite fond of her. Her greed for lust was the only one that suited my taste among the 10 sins we possess. The arrogant pred standing beside him continuously mocked, "The saint is a mighty demon yet yields to a mere human. What a disgrace!" Lust spoke with annoyance, "This is truly a humiliation for our demons. A weak person like her, lacking in strength, should have chosen to die to atone, yet she dares to choose to betray us." Lazy Slot continuously shook his head, his tone revealing undeniable fatigue. "It's really hard, because of lust's betrayal, our attributes have been reduced, and we have to expend a lot of energy dealing with these humans. I'm so sleepy, so tired. After we deal with these rotten pests, I must sleep for a month." Meanwhile, the girl with green hair maintained her fighting stance, as expected of Ye Wu. "You have indeed successfully subdued the boss." One of the people nearby whispered, "If I could be like Shui Lu, having Ye Wu's support by my side, that would be great." But immediately, he blamed himself. "No, I am truly too useless. Even at this point, I am still thinking about relying on Ye Wu." Suddenly, Ye Wu appeared, supporting the body of the girl with green hair. His sword moved as fast as lightning, slicing through the monsters. Ye Wu gently said, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Ye Wu moved closer to comfort her. "Regardless of your purpose for infiltrating the Queen team to participate in this dungeon, just go ahead and do it. I am your strongest support." Suddenly, her face flushed red. She thought to herself, could it be that Ye Wu guessed what I wanted to do? Never mind, those things aren't important. The most important thing now is that I know Ye Wu cares about me. He hasn't abandoned me. Right after that, Ye Wu promptly moved to assist the Queen team. One member of the team exclaimed, "I can't believe you came to help us." Ye Wu responded lightly, "No need to take it to heart." The captain of the Queen team watched the situation, filled with doubt. But could it be that he wants to steal our boss? What should we do? Right now, we need him for support, but we don't want to just give up the boss. At that moment, Ye Wu spoke up, "Don't worry, I have no intention of stealing your boss. My only target is those small monsters. Shui Lu, let's go." Hearing this, the captain of the Queen team awkwardly thought, this kid really isn't ordinary. It's me who has a bad image, revealing a narrow vision. Ye Wu continued to fight relentlessly. In her heart, she reassured herself, not all men in this world are rotten. There are truly people who make me feel worthy of trust. Everyone is putting their full strength into defeating the lazy monsters. Slot, thanks to Ye Wu, we can finally focus on dealing with the boss without having to spread our strength and energy on the small monsters. With his help, the boss battle has become much easier. The soldiers continuously encourage each other. One person exclaims, "Hey everyone, look at Ye Wu. He's really strong." Another girl chimes in, "That's right. Before we had to fight each small monster one by one, exhausting so much energy. And now he kills an entire swarm so easily. He's so handsome." A voice filled with admiration echoes. Another girl humorously says, "Boss, I suddenly find myself interested in men." The person next to her laughs, "Ha, I feel the same way." Meanwhile, the captain of the Queen team keeps charging forward to attack the monsters. She shouts loudly, "You kids focus on attacking the boss. Don't let Ye Wu's support go to waste." On the other side, Ye Wu and Shui Lu are still fighting hard. Shui Lu pays attention to every action of Ye Wu, secretly thinking, this guy really has a deadly charm wherever he goes with the girls around him. Even that girl with blue hair earlier was drawn to him. I should completely trust Ye Wu. However, she hesitates a bit. It might be a bit hard to bring it up, but I must find an opportunity to tell Ye Wu the real reason I joined the dungeon this time. Suddenly, the captain of the Queen team became smug. Our Queen team has reduced the boss's health to only 22%. We can launch the final assault at any time. She looked over with a confident expression. The captain on this side was extremely surprised to hear that, only 22%? How is that possible? Even our boss's health is still much higher than that. The masked man was also taken aback, suspicious, are you kidding? How could you all reduce the boss's health to only 22%? Look over here, the boss still has 45% health. You women have started to learn from that kid Ye Wu to lie, haven't you? The captain of the Queen team remained calm, unfazed. Sorry, we have Ye Wu assisting us, clearing out the little monsters so we can focus all our attacks on the boss." Her words immediately left everyone stunned. What? That kid Ye Wu has gone to support the Queen team? A member of the team voiced their frustration. "Boss, this isn't fair. On what basis does their team get assistance while we have to face both the boss and the little monsters on our own?" Everyone was still struggling to fight against the monsters. Clearly, there were still 3 teams engaged in the boss fight, yet Ye Wu chose to help the Queen team. Another person growled, "With the strength of our team, if we had assistance, the boss would have been taken down a long time ago." Wu Wenshu was extremely angry at this moment, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? Don't get distracted. Focus on fighting for me. Does our Phoenix team still need support from others? Damn it, just one wrong step, and now I've completely been suppressed by that kid Ye Wu." On the other side, Mu Zi turned back to report. Wu Wenshu nervously asked, "Mu Zi, why have you returned? Didn't I tell you?" Mu Zi immediately bowed her head, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry, Captain, I failed my mission. I was detected by Ye Wu." Wu Wenshu's face turned red with anger, but he tried to suppress his rage. "What are you standing there for? Since you're back, quickly join the team and boost the attack. You useless piece of trash. If it weren't for the fact that we're short on people right now, I would definitely kill you right here." Wu Wenshu's complexion became increasingly grim. He gritted his teeth and pronounced each word distinctly. "Ye Wu, at first I just wanted to kill you to take what's on you. But now, I've changed my mind. I absolutely won't let you die easily." On the other side, the captain of the Queen team was trying to encourage the members. "Ladies, halt the attack. Just hold the boss back, don't let its health drop any further, otherwise it will trigger the berserk state," she said. "Let's take a little break first, then we'll simultaneously launch the final annihilation attack on the boss along with the other 2 teams." On the other side, Wu Wenshu was trying his best. He reported, "Captain, the boss's health has successfully been suppressed to only 21%. The captain nodded, responding with satisfaction, "Well done. Pause the attack for now. Mercenary squad, how's the situation on your end?" The masked man, feeling flustered, spoke up. "Why the rush? The boss's health is still at 35%. If you're so free, why not send some people to assist us? Our team has too many stragglers, and the coordination of formations is all chaotic. We have to deal with the boss at the same time too. Such a situation makes it hard for the entire team to concentrate their firepower to attack the boss." Some team members started to grumble at each other. One said, "Before entering the dungeon, didn't you say you wanted to take care of us? How come it's like this already?" The Queen team flatly rejected the request for assistance, leaving a tense atmosphere between the teams. Wu Wenshu began to explain, "The combat missions of the squads have been divided since the very beginning. I have no obligation to support you. Right now, you're just causing me more trouble." The Phoenix team has also declined to assist. Anyone can say polite words, but the reality is they refuse to provide assistance. "It's pointless for you to be angry." The captain of the mercenaries replied angrily, "Fine. Not willing to provide support, huh? I'll turn on you all. If we die together. If my boss can't handle this, don't think he'll survive either. The attributes of the boss will increase, and then it'll be too late for regrets." The mercenaries panicked. "Boss, what do we do now? We're about to exhaust ourselves, we can't hold on anymore. If both the Queen team and the Phoenix team won't help, should we try asking Ye Wu for assistance?" The captain immediately shouted, "Get out! No way! I targeted him before, how could he possibly help me now? Besides, do you think I can lower my dignity like that? Stop talking nonsense! If no one helps, then take care of it yourself, put all your strength into attacking for me." The monster unexpectedly accelerated, emitting a terrifying pressure that made everyone shiver. Some couldn't bear it any longer, starting to scream, "We can't take it anymore. Let's run, our lives are more important." Those who tried to flee were yelled back by the captain, "Run? Running only means waiting to be killed by the boss. If you want to fight, then fight yourself. I'm only here to make money from the dungeon, not to die here." The captain couldn't hold back at this moment and slammed his fist down on the ground. I've roamed wild for so many years, why have I come to this point today? Could it really be that there's no way out? Is it truly coming to an end like this? The monster continuously charged forward. He thought to himself, it's over, it seems everything is coming to an end. In my next life, I must be friends with strongman. My subordinates are no longer reliable, nothing can be done about it. The captain wept bitterly, the boss can be so easily broken, how am I supposed to lead the team in the future? Suddenly, a sword blade obstructed him in front. Ye Hao finally arrived. To be a boss, one must have awareness. One must lead by example, sacrifice more, endure more than anyone else. One must never be complacent at any moment. A group of others also returned. It's Ye Hao. Ye Hao has come to rescue us. The captain was overjoyed. Clearly, everything was about to end, he had already given up. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Ye Hao brought hope back to him. Ye Hao both attacked and encouraged everyone, don't just stand there. Everyone, deal with the boss, I will clean up the small monsters running around. The mercenary captain also shouted loudly, guys, charge with me. This boss has suppressed us for too long, now we must show it our strength. Kill them all. Immediately, the mercenary lunged forward. Diane sincerely said, no need to thank me. I was wrong to target you before. After this is over, I will make amends with you. Ye Hao was clearing the monsters while replying, let's talk about that later. On the other side, Wu Wenshu was extremely furious. Ye Hao. It's you again. You're just showing off too much. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You're not worried about the dangers on the battlefield, your main goal is to pull the two factions you established together. I see through your intentions. Wu Wenshu grew more enraged as he spoke, no matter what you do, it's useless. I still have my ultimate move to use. Just wait. Then, Wu Wenshu immediately ordered, everyone, exert all your strength to attack. We must eliminate the boss in the shortest time possible. Let's see how long you can be pleased with yourself, Ye Hao. As long as I use my ultimate move, the ancient god and the evil bell on you will ultimately belong to me. The group of monsters is still using all their strength. Wu Wenshu reminds, it's the final moment, give it your all. We absolutely cannot lose to the other teams anymore. We must protect the honor of the Phoenix team. Yes, Captain. On the side of the Queen team, the members are also doing their utmost. One person shouts loudly, sisters, don't stop attacking. Ye Hao's help has made it easy for us to suppress the boss's health. Next, we must secure the first kill on the boss. We also need to prove to Ye Hao that he has not made a mistake in helping our team. Over here, Ye Hao moves skillfully, effortlessly taking down each monster. When the group of monsters gathers in one spot, with just one shot, Ye Hao wipes out the entire group. The nearby mercenaries are stunned, wow. His monster pulling skills are so clever. Every time he strikes, he takes out a whole pack. So he used to help the Queen team take down monsters like this? So cool. With Ye Hao's assistance, the battle against the boss becomes much simpler. One team member excitedly says, finally, we can feel the joy that the Queen team experienced. The atmosphere becomes increasingly lively. One person reminds, everyone concentrate firepower, aim precisely at the boss and attack. We cannot waste Ye Hao's effort. A massive explosion occurred, engulfing the entire space in smoke and flames. The current reported number of demons is 46,000. I traverse the battlefield, realizing this number is still insufficient. I must think of ways to write more to increase the challenge. The arrogant monsters have become extremely aggressive at this point. The Phoenix team is in crisis. The boss's health on our side has fallen below a dangerous level, barely remaining. The boss has entered a berserk state, making the situation even more tense. Captain of the Queen team reports, we are still okay. Thanks to the support from Ye Hao earlier, our casualties are very low. We are definitely able to get through this berserk phase. The captain of the mercenaries also speaks up, my team also has Ye Hao's support. The boss's berserk phase is not a big problem. But the Phoenix team seems to still be struggling. Damn it, this boss's berserk state is truly difficult to handle. No one in the team paused to rest, everyone immediately plunged into battle. However, the group began to exhaust. The boss's attacks became increasingly unpredictable, forcing everyone to remain continuously tense to cope. Wu and Shu shouted continuously, "What are you doing? Are you afraid the other teams won't hear? Even if it takes more effort, we must hold our ground. With several teams operating at the same time, we absolutely cannot appear weak to be looked down upon by others." Juku at this moment also stepped forward to add, "The leadership of the East region sent you here to protect me, yet I see that your Phoenix Cola team is struggling to even protect yourselves. Go help them." Wu and Shu's expression immediately turned furious. "Our Phoenix Cola team was originally the strongest in this dungeon, but because of you, Wu, I'm now subjected to such humiliation. One day, I will settle this debt with him." Demon of Greed continued to roar, "You pests, didn't you come here for riches? Haven't you gotten any benefits yet? Do you have to risk your lives like this? Poor pests, fight with all your might. If you kill the others, you can solely take possession of the gold and magic crystals. Gold! Magic crystals! Get rich, get rich!" At this moment, the crowd became increasingly agitated. Gold! Magic crystals! Get rich, get rich! The captain of the mercenaries also fought back, "Get out! Don't anyone compete with me. Whoever tries to steal, I will kill that person." He said, "Damn it! Just because you say it's yours, does that make it yours? It's all mine, mine." The demon of greed was becoming stronger and stronger. That's right, exactly like that. Fully unleash your greed to serve me, to make me even stronger. Ha ha. Ye Wu noticed that internal restraint was avoiding his own desires. This attribute is again quite similar to lust. The desires temporarily created by the mercenary group are continuously enhancing the power of the demon of greed. I must stop it. Unfortunately, the level of the internal restraint skill is not strong enough. It can only interrupt the power of greed. Ye Wu grabbed the chainsaw and charged straight at the monster. He shouted, "Don't fall for the boss's trick. It deliberately spews out gold and magic crystals to provoke your greed to strengthen itself." The captain of the mercenary team suddenly regained his composure. He said, "This trick is really terrifying. Our mercenary brigade has always valued money above life. If it weren't for Ye Wu being here, even I would have fallen into this boss's trap. We almost died." He immediately stepped forward, slapped the mercenaries hard, and shouted, "Wake up a little. Just because you see money shining doesn't mean you can't tell when to be cautious. Damn it, do you want to die? That one keeps looting without stopping. Gold, my magic crystals, mine. So much, so much. Ha, with this much, how can I possibly contain it all?" The captain of the mercenaries standing behind wore an angry expression, muttering, "Senior, what should we do now? My subordinates are all low tier, their consciousness completely controlled by greed. Hitting them doesn't wake them up. With just the two of us, how can we possibly kill the boss?" Ye Wu smiled confidently, "Who said I want to kill the boss? This is the best opportunity to subdue it." The captain of the mercenaries was taken aback, unable to hide his surprise. "Though I do not understand what Ye Wu was saying at all, it makes me feel that he is very powerful. To be honest, I consider myself somewhat knowledgeable, but why have I never heard of a character like him before?" Demon of Greed laughed mockingly, "Ha, you want to subdue me? What a whimsical thought. I am not a useless demon like those consumed by lust. But you, with your ambition, are not a form of greed as well? You are someone whose desires are greater than mere lust, aren't you? That's why you could overcome lust." The demon of greed remained incredibly confident, mocking, "You rely on lust to conquer desire, but you cannot overcome this challenge of mine. Because it is your own greed that makes me even stronger." Ye Wu calmly replied, "Don't speak too absolutely, creatures like you." He delivered a powerful kick towards the demon of greed, causing it to fall to the ground. The demon of greed sneered, its eyes filled with provocation, "Do you want to anger me? Ha, you are thinking too naively. Apart from greed, I have no other desires." However, the demon of greed quickly got back up, its expression excited, "Now let me see just how far your greed can reach." The team leader of the mercenaries warned, "Senior, be careful." Ye Hao held the demon blood jade in his hand, smiling as he said, "Greed? All my life, what I have never minded hiding is my own greed. In this era, what is most abundant is also greed. But my greed is not for myself." The demon of greed grew more and more excited, its voice filled with ambition. "Demon blood jade. Do you have demon blood jade?" Ye Hao replied cheerfully, "Sure enough, demons like you are very drawn to this demon blood jade." Greed's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, his voice full of enthusiasm. "Of course. Do you know what you are holding in your hand?" Ye Hao feigned innocence, replying, "Oh, isn't it just a key that can open the demon realm?" Greed burst into loud laughter. "Huh? To have demon blood jade and not know its true value. This foolish human has never failed to disappoint me. You should know, this demon blood jade is not just a key. It is a supreme product condensed from the blood and power of the Demon King after his death." Upon hearing Demon King, Ye Hao could not hide his surprise and exclaimed, "Demon Lord." He quickly regained his serious demeanor. In his heart, Ye Hao silently thought, although I had long suspected that the demon blood jade served more purposes than just opening the demon realm, I never expected it would have such a terrifying origin. At that moment, the image of the Demon King surfaced in Ye Hao's mind. The demon of greed continued to explain, "Demon blood jade inherits the power and essence of the Demon King. Whoever possesses it not only wields the power of the Demon King but also holds the ultimate authority to command all demons." Ye Hao stared intently at the piece of blood jade in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He chuckled softly, "To command all demons, this is truly a remarkable item." At this moment, he immediately raised the piece of blood jade, his eyes filled with greed. "Do you want it? Then come and take it. As the demon of greed, how can I not be tempted by this treasure?" But at this moment, the demon of greed was incredibly flustered, murmuring, "No, this blood jade is not something a low-level demon like me can touch. While I do crave its power, risking my life for a strength I cannot endure is still not worth it. Preserving my life is far more important." Ye Hao immediately sneered, provoking, "Oh, so you're the type who is both greed and cautious, huh?" The demon of greed replied without hesitation, "Of course. Otherwise, how could I sit here and chat for so long with a human like you?" His attitude changed immediately. His gaze toward the blood jade became cold. Demon blood jade is not something everyone is worthy of possessing. Only those chosen by it have the right to touch it. If one who is not chosen dares to approach, they will be consumed by it instead, becoming its nourishment. The demon of greed lowered his voice, as if revealing a rare secret. "This has never been made public. Only a few demons truly understand this danger. But precisely because of this, more and more greed demons seeking the power of blood jade are being turned into its nourishment. The exact locations of their deaths are unknown." He looked directly at Ye Hao, his voice becoming sharp. "How could a human like you possibly obtain this blood jade?" The demon of greed became increasingly intrigued. He squinted his eyes, his voice filled with suspicion. "Why not try to explain why blood jade would choose a human like you as its successor? This is completely out of the ordinary. Humans cannot inherit the power of demons." Ye Hao, hearing this, fell into deep thought. He began to ponder, the choice of the demon blood jade surely isn't about me, but rather the demon destroyer account within me. This thought caused him to break into a faint smile, and his attitude immediately shifted. "Isn't this just perfect? Now you have even more reason to surrender to me. Don't you want to witness with your own eyes the birth of a new king? Or do you not want to personally taste the flavor of power by becoming the demon envoy for the Demon King?" Ye Hao's words became increasingly tempting. Of course, besides power, you could also gain satisfaction on the financial front. The demon of greed began to waver. He sneered to himself, "To have me, one of the demons from the 7 deadly sins, surrender to a human? Don't joke." But then the temptation began to take hold of the demon of greed. "Damn it, it seems I have no reason to refuse him. Power, wealth. Isn't this exactly what I've always craved? Greed is, after all, the source of my strength." At this moment, all the members of the mercenary team were astonished. One person in the team exclaimed, "Since I was a child, I've only seen scenes of killing bosses or being killed by bosses. I've never seen anyone negotiate or converse with a boss like this." Senior, although I don't understand what they are saying, it feels really cool. The captain of the mercenary team was also taken aback. In his heart, he thought, Senior truly is a senior. Not to mention the boss surrendering, even I want to surrender immediately. But I can't, I must endure, I must endure. After all, I am the captain of the wild mercenary team, ranked 5th in the East region. The demon of greed was now kneeling on the ground, his voice solemn yet determined. I, Grande Greed, am willing to surrender to you. However, shortly after, he immediately added a condition, but a demon representing strong lust like me, when becoming your demon envoy, will bring you buffs, but simultaneously also generate significant debuffs. I just don't know if you can handle it. Ye Wu was slightly suspicious. Buffs and debuffs? Explain, what are the differences? The demon of greed began to explain. The buffs are divided into active and passive types. The active type is when you must pay a large amount of money or power to satisfy my desires. By using this method, you can utilize me to engage in combat. Ye Wu softly exclaimed, investing money to summon boss-level combat power? A fighting method that isn't bad. Demon of Greed continued to explain, the passive type means you will receive sensory lust. When you develop a desire for something, you will automatically sense the direction you need to move in to satisfy that desire. Upon hearing this, Ye Wu's eyes lit up, full of interest. This ability is good, isn't it the ability to seek treasures on its own? Demon of Greed immediately reminded, don't be too quick to rejoice. I haven't mentioned the debuff yet. If you allow me to become your demon envoy, the only downside, and the biggest one, is that greed will continuously split. I will constantly influence you, causing your lust and ambition to increase without end. And this is something that cannot be reversed. Once the contract is established, it cannot be eliminated or suppressed anymore. Ye Wu thought for a moment and nodded. Lust and ambition, huh? As for lust, I have nothing to worry about. On the contrary, my lust has always been quite large, but ambition, that thing is a bit specific. However, this downside is completely worth enduring compared to the benefits. Ye Wu finally asked his question. I understand now, so next, how do we sign the contract? The demon of greed cheerfully replied, it's very simple, you just need to give me 100 million as a deposit. Ye Wu's face darkened, feeling displeased with this method of contract. Your method of contracting is indeed simple and crude, truly not keeping up with the progress of the times. Outside, the battle situation of the Phoenix Cola team was becoming increasingly dire. The captain anxiously said, as the health decreases, this boss is getting more and more frenzied. We are about to be unable to fight anymore. Moreover, we have no reinforcements. Continuous fighting has caused our team members to dwindle significantly, and our attacks are about to fall behind. Wu Wenshu, who was still old-fashioned, disregarded the situation and shouted loudly, I don't want to hear any useless complaints. Even if we die, we must hold on. It has come to the final moment. Do you want everything to be in vain? To have the honor of the Phoenix Cola team trampled into the ground? But just then, a warning sounded. Announcement, the dungeon boss Greed has been successfully subdued. The captor Ye Wu receives double experience and rewards, and the remaining boss attributes are reduced by 10%. The members of the Phoenix Cola team continuously rushed forward, unable to believe their eyes. What? Ye Wu has tamed a boss. Incredible, I can't imagine how he did that. One person in the team exclaimed, upon seeing, the boss's attributes have decreased, now's the time, everyone hurry up. The offense and defense have changed, it's our turn to put all our strength into attacking and killing the boss. Everyone charged forward in unison. The proud boss has been successfully killed, the lazy boss has been successfully killed. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Cola team was still struggling, but Wu Wenshu, extremely angry, could not bear it. Ye Wu, it's always Ye Wu, how does he manage to do that? Clearly, I should be the one in charge of everything, why does he always get to shine? Wu Wenshu's anger surged as he saw Ye Wu come into view. Don't think that just because you help us, I will let you off. Your death is absolutely unavoidable, it definitely cannot be avoided. In the meantime, the next announcement rang out. The current number of demons the host has killed is 51,258. Ye Wu thought, this special mission requires a total of 100,000 demons to be killed. We're about to reach the final boss. The result of killing only half is a bit difficult to handle? At the gathering point, some members of Queen's team approached. their eyes directed at Ye Wu. Look, it's Ye Wu coming. I must quickly go and befriend Ye Wu, it will be convenient for future interactions. Someone in the crowd spoke up, this is not just a social gathering. Ye Wu, back when we were fighting the boss, you helped us a lot. We haven't even had the chance to thank you yet. I want to be friends with you, is that okay? Not to mention, it was thanks to Ye Wu successfully taming another boss during the final boss's rage phase that we were able to defeat it smoothly. Exclamations of praise continuously surrounded Ye Wu. Ye Wu, Senior, are you still taking juniors under your wing? And I also want to be friends with you, Senior. Another person chimed in, you guys only want to cling to his legs. Ye Wu ran all over the battlefield to support us, can we let him rest? Someone else teased, you dare call us out? Weren't you the first to suggest becoming friends with Ye Wu? Ye Wu, besides taming bosses, are you interested in taming girls that are crazy about you? Wu and Shu, from this side, was extremely angry. Among the teams participating in the dungeon this time, the Mercenary Guild and Queen's team have clearly sided with Ye Wu. Essentially, we are left with only the Phoenix Cola team. Could this also be a part of his plan? Finally, Juku understood. Wu and Shu, can't you see that Ye Wu is truly exceptional? Perhaps the genes of Ye Wu have been studied even more than those of a demon. Ha, it's settled, no matter what, I must make him my experimental subject. Seemingly unable to hold back any longer, Wu and Shu finally spoke up, enough, we don't have time for discussions. Everyone quickly rest in place. We are about to face the final boss, we absolutely cannot be careless, especially not like you all wasting energy on meaningless matters. Wu and Shu continued to lecture, especially you, Ye Wu, from now on, you are not allowed to act recklessly. You must strictly adhere to the plan and the established regulations. Don't have a spontaneous mindset, it's not always possible to subdue the boss by chance like before. Next time, you might endanger everyone. At this moment, the captain of the mercenaries finally stepped forward. Why do you still dare to speak like that? Acting all authoritative here. In this world, only the strong have the right to speak. If it weren't for Ye Wu, your Phoenix Cola team would probably still be struggling in the boss battle from before. The captain of Queen's team also spoke up, that's right, the situation in the dungeon has changed now, only Ye Wu can lead us. Queen's team will no longer listen to you. At this moment, everyone opposed Wu and Shu, you have no right to criticize Ye Wu, what if we don't listen to the commander? Aren't you also benefiting from Ye Wu's brave actions? That's right, not even a word of thanks to Ye Wu, instead you are here criticizing him, do you even have a conscience? Wu and Shu fell silent. At this moment, Mu Zi, who was observing everything from behind, felt her heart racing too fast, almost unable to control herself. But Ye Wu was both handsome and strong, did she really have the right to like him? At this time, Juku stepped forward, you are not wrong, Ye Wu has indeed made many contributions to everyone, there's no need to be overly concerned with superficial formalities. The final boss hasn't been defeated yet, everyone should avoid internal conflict, arguing and harming harmony is not good, everything should prioritize the overall situation. Ye Wu finally spoke up, it's okay, my working style is not something everyone can accept. Everyone, please stop arguing and take a break. After 2 hours, we will begin the final boss battle. Everyone immediately followed the order, still, our senior is generous. Since the senior has said so, I won't bother arguing with that birdman anymore. Ye Wu like this is indeed a form that a reliable man should have, someone should learn from him. Everyone, make use of your time to rest. The senior Ye Wu has said it, after 2 hours we have to commence the final boss battle, understood? Wu and Shu on this side was extremely angry, his so-called generosity is clearly deep cunning. It looks like he's trying to ease the conflict, but in reality, he is unconsciously issuing commands to everyone, starting to take over my management of the overall situation. Ye Wu, my patience is about to reach its limit, after the final boss battle, you absolutely cannot survive out of the dungeon. Suddenly, at this moment, Shuihe appeared from behind, Ye Wu, can we find a quiet place? I have something I want to discuss with you. Ye Wu was a bit surprised, Shuihe. Right after that, Ye Wu immediately agreed, there's no need for that hassle, let's talk here. The two of them entered a space to talk to each other, and Shuihe asked, skillful in spatial techniques, Ye Wu, do you have this ability as well? He responded, just a small skill, nothing impressive. What do you want to talk about? Shuai looked embarrassed. I didn't mean to ignore you before, I was just trying to be humble and patient. The ultimate goal of all this is to take revenge on someone. This person is related to my background, he is someone I need to kill, and I only have this opportunity. Shuai's attitude became resolute. After thorough investigation, I understood that I am not, as Huang Fuda said, a robot created from the genes of Shuai Lu, but the real truth is that we were both created from the same batch of genes. Shuai's expression suddenly darkened, and she continued, the one behind this is Juku from the East region, he secretly colluded with Huang Fuda from Huangjiang, creating a batch of robots, secretly selling them to Huang Fuda to be used for biochemical transformations. Therefore, it is truly difficult for me to open my mouth to seek help regarding this trivial background. You have helped me deal with Huang Fuda, so I plan to rely on my own strength to take revenge on Juku. Suddenly at this moment, Shuai's entire body began to tremble, but I misjudged the situation this time and my own strength, relying solely on myself I cannot succeed. So, Yi Wu, can you help me one last time? Chaos filled her heart. What am I saying? A person like me is not even worth Yi Wu's effort. What right do I have to make a request of Yi Wu? At that moment, Yi Wu stepped forward to support Shuai. What do you mean one last time? He smiled gently, no matter how many times, I will help you with your matters. Shuai seemed taken aback, and Shuai Lu approached and said, so you really are just like me. Shuai Lu came forward from behind, I noticed you at Huangjiang before, I sensed a trace of similar energy within you. You really are like me, also a victim created by the headgear in the East region. This time I came for revenge against Juku. Usually, he is under the protection of the East region, and it is impossible to take action against him, only this time do we have the opportunity to kill him. Both of them share a common goal. Shuai Lu smiled with delight, speaking of which, if you all come from the same gene. Yi Wu said, in a way, you could be considered biological siblings. Sure, I guess that counts, Shuai Lu replied. But Shuai seemed bewildered, why can you all calmly accept such an absurd situation? Shuai's demeanor turned gloomy, if not born from the same body, you can't even bear the burden of this identity and fate. Shouldn't that make you feel inferior? How can you still smile? Yi Wu immediately comforted her, it doesn't matter how you're born in this world. What matters is how you live out your life. Shuai, don't let the past bind you, living joyfully in the present is what you should be doing. Shuai Lu stepped forward and hugged Shuai tightly, your background has been more tumultuous than mine. But that's okay, as long as we don't lose our goals and direction, and have the courage to keep living, we can overcome any difficulties. Because in front of us, the image of Yi Wu appears, forever there is a reliable man to depend on. On this side, the two captains of the two teams were still chatting back and forth, Yi Wu, regarding the final boss battle, we want to hear your perspective. The captain of the mercenary team said, whatever the senior decides, we will do it. On this side, the members of the Phoenix Cola team were still discussing among themselves, the final boss battle is clearly a grand team battle, they didn't come to us for discussions but went to that Yi Wu instead. They are indeed a bunch of low-tier teams not in the mainstream. Captain, we cannot let that guy be so arrogant any longer. We need to quickly utilize the divine artifact we've asked for. Wu Wenshu realized something, now is not the time to take action, the strength of the final boss is still unclear. Once everything is over, I will naturally not let him go. The other person did not ask further and said, Captain, you are wise. At that moment, Juku also came over and said, the Phoenix Cola team, you are a top 5 team in the East region, yet you let one person do this to you. I have never encountered such a situation before, but no matter how much you resent Yi Wu, you all must capture him alive for me. Wu Wenshu became angry, Dr. Juku, I think you might have misunderstood, right? Our mission is to ensure your safety, not to listen to you about everything. Juku still chuckled, you want Yi Wu to die easily, but don't you think that would be too easy for him? Hand him over to me, and I'll ensure that he lives a life worse than death. Moreover, you will also receive significant rewards from the leaders for contributing important living experimental materials to the East region, so wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Wu Wenshu also changed his attitude, since you have said that, how can we not show you respect, Doctor? Juku replied, very well, then we can consider this a consensus reached. In Wu Wenshu's eyes flickered a sinister look, if Yi Wu falls into the hands of that mad scientist, he is basically done for. I can't help but start to wonder what kind of ugly monster that madman will transform Ye Wu into, or whether he won't even be able to endure and will turn into a pile of rotten flesh on the examination table. Suddenly, at this moment, the whole space was shaken. What is happening? What is going on? You all look over there. A horde of monsters rushed in. Oh no, is the demon attacking us proactively, or am I seeing things? The numbers are overwhelming, more than the demons we've killed before. Run away. Monsidon, in a fit of rage, appeared. There's no scent of anger, only cowardice. Creatures as small as these could defeat the 6 great sins? How ridiculous. The crowd became even more panicked. Is that the final boss? Just the oppressive power it exudes makes my hair stand on end. We're doomed. There are too many demons. Even if they stood still for us to slash, we wouldn't know when to stop. We're definitely going to die. We are absolutely going to die. The 2 captains of the 2 teams were still trying to reassure everyone. Girls, I know you all understand, because I'm scared too. But don't back down, prepare to face the enemy. Little ones, don't be cowards. Everyone, take out your weapons. I won't beat around the bush, there's only one word: kill. Ye Wu was extremely excited at this moment. There are so many demons, it's really to my liking. Perfect. Ye Wu was not afraid at all, stepping forward and saying, everyone, don't panic. The next step is still the same rule, you focus on dealing with the boss, and I'll take care of the small monsters. Everyone was taken aback. What? The captain of Queen's team immediately wanted to stop him. Facing tens of thousands of small monsters, Ye Wu wants to handle it alone. This can no longer be called a man. This is a god. The captain of the mercenary team also sighed. No wonder he is a senior. Not only is he strong, but his character is also noble, always leaving the easier parts for us while he tackles the hardest bones himself. Senior, you will forever be my god. Shuai and Shuai Lu standing beside said, Ye Wu, just go ahead and kill, we will support you. That's right. The others were still in shock. Can they really win? It seemed impossible, but why are the 3 of them so calm? Are we really from the same world as them? A beam of light radiated. This is an energy light screen, useless anyway. An army of demons on this scale won't last long. The evil demons continued to want to rush in. Shuai suddenly spoke up. Don't these demons want to live anymore? Ye Wu, on the other hand, was quite intrigued. Hey, is this all you guys are capable of? How weak. Even breaking through the protective barrier is so sluggish. Are you really demons? I'm not targeting anyone here, I just want to say that you all are very weak. The captain of the mercenary team was taken aback. Oh my, this is just too much. Challenging tens of thousands of demons alone isn't enough, and before the battle, you have to unbutton your pants. Is this to raise the hatred meter of the demons to the max? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Senior, you're so cool. Are you even human anymore? Seeing the monsters gradually wanting to break through, everyone panicked again. Not good, the barrier won't hold anymore. The evil demons finally shattered the light barrier. You want to die? Dare to mock us? I will be the first to devour you alive. Ye Wu thought to himself, successfully attracted their hatred. Next, he said, Shuai Lu. At that moment, she immediately created a wall of ice. Understood. Ye Wu thought, step 1, use the ice wall to separate between us and the demons. Ye Wu thought, the second step, try to pull the 2 weak members out of the group. He said, do you want to eat? Come here, you all have to chase after me first. The captain of Queen's team stood on one side. That girl, wasn't she just recently joined our Queen's team? She doesn't shine? So it turns out she is powerful like this, and is also acquainted with Ye Wu. Wu Wenshu was standing aside at this moment, benefiting from the situation. He looked at Ye Wu and teased, Ye Wu, you're really cool, aren't you? If you want to be a scapegoat, just go ahead, but please live a little longer. You must hold on until I finish off the boss before you die. Right after that, he commanded, the timing is right, everyone break through to the spot where the number of demons is the weakest, in the opposite direction, focus all attacks on the boss. The 3 of them ran while trying to attack. Damn it, the number of demons is really too many. The more we kill, the more they surround us deeper. One person in the group side, just relying on the 3 of us against tens of thousands of demons is still too forced. Ye Wu, do you have any other way? Another person asked, with a worried look. Despite everyone's concerns, Ye Hao still maintained his calm demeanor. Of course, my plan is not just for the three of us, come out here. At this moment, a giant monster appeared. Big brother, why did you only release little brother now? I have been so hungry for a long time. Ye Hao excitedly announced, then continued, next is my favorite peerless mowing model. Ye Hao immediately used Frozen Oblivion's soul-calming melody. The entire space was now enveloped in eternal frostbound calamity. Although the battle was still ongoing, a group of monsters was getting closer and closer. Every bullet Ye Hao fired was perfectly accurate. Monsaiden, in a frenzied rage, shouted, finally, I've found the weakness of these evil spirits. I've broken through right in front of the boss. Everyone, let's go, it's time to attack it crazily. He said. Luckily, Ye Hao attracted the monsters for us, making the final boss fight so simple. Isn't that right? Just look at its design, it doesn't have the style of a final boss at all. It must be because it has a 20% attribute reduction. However, Monsaiden inadvertently injured many people. The captain of Queen's team was surprised and asked, how could this happen? The captain of the mercenary team also did not understand, with a 20% attribute reduction, how can the final boss still be so strong? If it were not reduced, how strong would it be? Wu Wenshu maintained his initial attitude, the situation cannot continue like this. A group that cannot defeat the final boss must put aside past conflicts and accept unified command. Among those here, my combat experience is the richest. From now on, everyone must listen to me. After that, Wu Wenshu immediately issued orders, our Phoenix Cola team has the highest rank. Next, our tank's owner will take the boss's damage. The deputy tank of the mercenary brigade will share the damage. The two teams will alternate in taking damage, while Queen's team will be responsible for attacking and healing. Everyone must work together to complete the attack on the final boss. The captain of the mercenary brigade spoke up with criticism, sounds nice, but what do you mean by putting aside grievances? Wu Wenshu keeps emphasizing that he and his team are very strong, clearly trying to brainwash us into following him. The captain of Queen's team also had a contrary attitude, however, in the current situation, we can only listen to him. At least his leadership is professional, there are no problems. Monsaiden was increasingly furious, the Phoenix Cola team firmly holds the formation, so other teams can see the strength of a professional team like ours. Isn't it better to listen to our team leader's command early? Otherwise, why would we have troubles like this? He said, but now they can understand, it doesn't mean that we might not directly bear the full damage of the boss that can't reach the higher troops on the field, haha. Monsaiden, in a rage, unleashed energy, causing the soldiers of the Phoenix Cola team to be taken by surprise. What is happening? Why did the boss's rage suddenly explode like this? One person in the team panicked. Not good. The body was shaken by the boss, falling into a state of paralysis. What are the deputy tank's hired soldiers doing out there? Hurry up and help our main force bear the damage. Monsaiden, in a fury, continuously released pressure, causing the Phoenix Cola team to roll helplessly on the ground. From a distance, the commander urgently ordered, it's over. This boss attacks in a range that we can't respond to. After stopping the ranged attack, it charges in for close combat. Captain, this boss strikes both from a distance and in close combat comprehensively. We can't bear it. In another corner, the Queen's team faced a similar situation. A team member looked towards Wu Wenshu, lamenting, Big sister, the boss's continuous moves are too fast. Our recovery can't keep up anymore. Wu Wenshu immediately commanded, her voice decisive, all teams, stay away from the boss. Use the kiting strategy to draw the boss away. The Phoenix Cola team is responsible for attracting the boss's aggro, pulling it away from the crowd. The remaining teams focus on ranged attacks against the boss. Some people said, the strategy has been deployed, and the final boss's health has significantly decreased. The captain of the mercenaries praised, I didn't expect this guy actually has some skills. Wu Wenshu replied with pride, you guys are too slow-witted. The final boss's attacks are indeed incredibly strong, but its defense is much weaker than imagined. He cheerfully remarked, it seems that the previous attribute reduction still has an effect. The scales of victory have tilted in our favor now. Everyone keep attacking like this, the boss won't last much longer. However, the situation unexpectedly changed. The members of the Phoenix Cola team were defeated. A voice shouted, "It's over. The main damage dealer has fallen. Deputy Tank, quickly support, move up." The captain of the mercenaries urged anxiously, "Hey, why are you suddenly frozen? Keep commanding the battle." Wu Wenshu also panicked and asked, "Did you just get killed by the boss?" He was the main damage dealer with a lot of combat experience from the Phoenix Cola team. His death means your deputy tank is totally useless. The entire mercenary team was stunned. What? You mean we are just a bunch of thin-skinned people waiting to be chopped down by the boss? Monsaiden, filled with rage, approached, his eyes full of challenge. He looked around, observing the expressions of everyone before sneering, "Hey, hey, hey, your expressions are all wrong. Astonishment, panic, fear. Those emotions are not what I want to see. You should be furious. I've killed so many of your people, why does no one feel anger? Humans are indeed colder than demons." Wu Wenshu's face gradually darkened, but he remained silent. Monsaiden continued to provoke, "Only anger can bring me joy. I thought that with your large numbers, surely someone would explode with enough rage to entertain me. That's why I took the initiative to attack. But what a disappointment, you are all too weak. Killing you only makes you more afraid, so..." Behind him, a group of elite demons appeared, their faces full of excitement. Monsaiden turned to instruct them, "Then let's torture them until they can no longer endure, until they go mad. Break their backs first." The evil group immediately charged forward, "Then I will break their limbs." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Torture? I have countless ways to use." The people continued to scream, "Help! Anyone come save us!" The monster immediately wrapped its body around one of the members of Queen's team. "What's wrong with you humans? Seeing your kind being tortured, yet no one shows any anger. Do you want to come save them? You make my head hurt. We won't be able to complete the mission of the Great Wrathful One. It seems I have to torture even more severely." The captain